despair. It was not asked in the open squares of Rome, nor carved into the laws of Athens. It lived quietly in the minds of philosophers, whispered in private, written in fragile lines that survived only because someone dared to copy them again and again. The question is simple, and yet it is dangerous. What if the worst thing that could happen to you has already happened in your mind? To the Stoics, this was no game. They believed that fear feeds on surprise, that pain grows sharper when it catches us unprepared. So they trained themselves to walk willingly into imagined ruin, to see their fortunes lost, their loved ones gone, their own lives ended. Not because they were morbid, but because they believed freedom begins where fear ends. Consider the emperor Marcus Aurelius. He ruled the greatest empire of his age, commanded vast armies, and held the power of life and death. Yet at night, by candlelight, he wrote words not of conquest, but of surrender. You may leave this life at any moment. Let that determine what you do, say, and think. Why would the most powerful man alive remind himself of his own fragility? Because he knew that power means nothing if the soul is ruled by terror. Think also of Epictetus, born into slavery, his body broken, his freedom denied. He had nothing, and yet he claimed to be freer than his masters. His secret was not wealth or status, but the practice of imagining loss until it no longer frightened him. He learned that when you accept the worst in thought, you cannot be enslaved by it in reality. This thought experiment, called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, was their weapon. It stripped misfortune of its surprise. It turned tragedy into training, but it was also dangerous. Used wrongly, it could lead to cold detachment or reckless despair. Used rightly, it gave men the courage to face storms that would break others. Tonight, we enter that world. We walk alongside emperors and exiles, soldiers and slaves. We step into the experiment that promised unshakable calm, if one dared to face it. Stay with this journey, for once you see as they saw, you may never look at your own life the same way again. As the candle burns low and the night begins to fade, we return to the question that haunted the Stoics. What if every disaster that could befall you has already happened in your mind? What if you rehearsed the losses, walked through the ruins, tasted the bitterness, and in doing so discovered that you could still stand? The experiment is not meant to darken your life. It is meant to free it, to look at death so that you may live, to imagine loss so that you may love, to accept fate so that you may act with courage while you still have time. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the emperor who ruled with armies at his command, and yet reminded himself each morning of mortality and betrayal. His greatness was not in conquest, but in calm, in refusing to be ruled by fear. Think of Epictetus, the slave who owned nothing, yet declared that nothing could enslave his mind. His power was not in possessions, but in freedom of spirit. Think of Seneca, rich and influential, yet sleeping on the floor to prove to himself that fortune could never own him. His wisdom was not in comfort, but in clarity. These men lived in an age of plagues, wars, and political chaos. We live in an age of noise, speed, and uncertainty. Their struggles were different in detail, but not in kind. Like them, we will lose. Like them, we will die. The only question is whether we will face these truths with trembling or with steadiness. The Stoic experiment offers a choice. You can avert your eyes from fear, pretending it is not there, and live in quiet dread. Or you can walk into it willingly, meet it in imagination, and rob it of its power. When you do, you discover the strange paradox the Stoics cherished. By imagining death, you begin to live. By picturing loss, you awaken gratitude. By embracing fate, you find freedom. Pause for a moment. Picture the one thing you fear losing most. The job, the fortune, the health, the person. Picture it gone. Feel the hollow space it would leave. Now open your eyes to the truth. It is still here. For now, that is the miracle. That is the gift. And because it is fragile, it deserves your full attention. This is why the thought experiment matters. Not to numb you, but to awaken you. Not to make you indifferent, but to make you urgent. When you remember that life can be stripped away in a breath, every breath becomes precious. When you recall that time is slipping past, every moment becomes an opportunity. And when you realize that nothing external is truly yours, you begin to live with the strength that comes from owning yourself. The Stoics cannot walk this path for you. They can only point the way. Marcus, Epictetus, Seneca, they left fragments, reminders, hints. But the experiment must be lived, not merely studied. It must be practiced quietly in the solitude of your own mind until the fear loosens and the gratitude deepens. So let this be your invitation. Tonight, before sleep, close your eyes and step into the exercise. Imagine the loss. Imagine the end. Let yourself feel it. And then awaken tomorrow with new eyes, seeing what remains not as ordinary, but as extraordinary. This is the gift the Stoics preserved, the ability to live unafraid, to love more deeply, to meet fate with an open heart. And so I leave you with one question, the same question that echoes across centuries, whispered in marble halls and desert cells, whispered now into your ear. If tomorrow stripped away everything you take for granted, what part of you would remain unbroken? Carry that question, let it shape you, and if these ancient voices have spoken to you tonight, do not let them fade into silence. Join this journey further. There are more lessons, more experiments, more truths buried in time that can sharpen the way you live now. Subscribe, stay with this channel, and together we will walk deeper into the wisdom of those who faced storms and discovered peace. For their stories are not finished until we live them. And your life is not finished until you dare to begin living it fully. In the language of the ancients, it was called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. The phrase sounds grim, even unsettling. Yet to the Stoics, it was a practice of liberation, not despair. At its heart, the exercise was deceptively simple. Imagine the misfortunes that might strike you tomorrow and face them before they arrive. Not only the small inconveniences, a delay, an insult, a coin lost, but the great disasters as well. The death of a friend, the loss of your wealth, the collapse of your health, the end of your own life. Why would anyone do this? Why deliberately walk through horrors in the safety of your own mind? To the modern ear, it seems backwards. We are told to visualize success, to think positively, to build castles in our imagination. But the Stoics believed the opposite strategy brought greater strength. They argued that if you can stand calmly in the ruins of your own imagined life, then reality can never truly defeat you. Seneca, the Roman statesman and philosopher, put it plainly: he robs present ills of their power who has perceived their coming beforehand. When we rehearse misfortune, its arrival no longer shocks us. Pain may still visit, but its sharpest weapon, surprise, has been blunted. To understand this better, picture an archer at practice. He does not wait for the chaos of battle to test his skill. He fires arrow after arrow in quiet fields, so that when the storm of war comes, his movements are steady, automatic, unshaken. The Stoics believed the mind required the same discipline. Each night, they would draw back the bow of imagination and fire at the darkest targets they could conceive, so that when those shadows appeared in real life, they could still aim true. Marcus Aurelius, alone in his tent, did not write merely to comfort himself. His private notes, the Meditations, are filled with reminders that the world can break us at any time. Yet his tone is not fearful. Instead, it is steady, almost tender. "When you kiss your child good night," he warns himself, "whisper that he may not be here tomorrow." Harsh words to our ears. But to Marcus, this was not cruelty. It was clarity. Only by facing the fragile nature of life could he love more deeply in the present moment. Epictetus, born into slavery, offered the same lesson in different clothing. "When you embrace your wife or child," he said, "say to yourself, one day they will die." Not to make the heart cold, but to warm it. For when you remember that nothing is guaranteed, every ordinary moment becomes extraordinary. A simple meal, a shared laugh, even the act of waking to another sunrise becomes precious beyond measure. The thought experiment, then, had two purposes. First, it armed the soul against fear. By imagining loss, you stripped it of its terror. Second, it sharpened gratitude. By rehearsing absence, you learned to love presence more fiercely. This was not daydreaming, it was training. The Stoics approached it as soldiers approach drills, as athletes approach discipline. Night after night, they entered the arena of the Eua, mined and faced the worst fates they could imagine. Some whispered these visions aloud, others scratched them into wax tablets or murmured them in prayer. It was not about predicting the future, but about preparing for it. Yet even here the Stoics were cautious. They warned against letting this practice harden into despair. If you fixate only on loss, you can become bitter, withdrawn, fatalistic. The true Stoic path walked a thin line, to imagine ruin without becoming ruined by the imagination itself. The exercise was meant to polish the soul, not poison it. Think of it like walking into a cold river. At first, the shock makes you gasp. But after a moment, you adjust, you breathe, you find your strength within the chill. The water has not grown warmer, you have grown steadier. So too with premeditatio malorum. Life would not grow kinder, but you would grow stronger. This is the experiment, to step willingly into suffering before it comes, to live through loss in the theater of the mind, so that when the curtain rises on reality, you are ready. To many, it sounded bleak. To the Stoics, it was the most hopeful act of all. For when you have rehearsed the worst, you discover a strange secret. Nothing can truly take your freedom, for you have already faced the cost. At first glance, the Stoic experiment seems like madness. Why summon images of death, poverty, betrayal, exile? Why taste bitterness before it is poured? To most people, this sounds like opening the door to misery. Yet to the Stoics, it was the doorway to strength. The logic begins with a simple truth. Fear feeds on surprise. When something strikes us out of nowhere, it multiplies our suffering. The event itself wounds us once, but the shock, the disbelief, the frantic resistance, these wound us many times over. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality, Seneca wrote. It was his warning, but also his solution. If imagination can magnify our pain, then imagination can also train us to endure it. Consider the man who never thinks of loss. He convinces himself the roof will never leak, the market will never fall, the friends he loves will always remain. When life proves otherwise, he collapses under the weight of broken illusions. Compare him with the man who each night rehearses these possibilities. He wakes each day already at peace with their chance of arrival. To him, a cracked roof or lost coin is no ambush. It is familiar terrain. The Stoics believed this was the essence of philosophy, not endless speculation, but preparation for the blows of fate. Epictetus, whose leg was shattered by his master, said plainly, "When you are going to undertake anything, remind yourself what kind of thing it is. He meant, if you go to bathe, expect to be splashed, jostled, insulted. If you go to war, expect blood and loss. If you live, expect death. Nothing that arrives will then feel foreign to you. This practice also served a deeper function. By imagining misfortune, the Stoic learned to separate what was truly his from what was only lent. Wealth, health, reputation, even the love of others, all of these could vanish. What remained? Only the ruling center of the soul, judgment, intention, choice. In rehearsing the loss of externals, the Stoic discovered the core that no power could strip away. Modern people might call this pessimism, but to the Stoics, it was the opposite. It was optimism at the deepest level, the faith that even when stripped of everything, a person could still stand upright. To them, practicing disaster was like inoculating the mind, a small taste of poison to prevent the full sickness of despair. Imagine two sailors caught in a sudden storm. One has only sailed on calm waters, imagining endless sunshine. The other has trained in foul weather, has studied the stars in darkness, has prepared for broken masts and torn sails. Which sailor panics? Which one acts? The storm is the same, but the soul inside the storm is different, and there was more. Premeditatio malorum was not only a shield against fear, but also a lens-sharpening gratitude. For when you spend a moment imagining your child gone, your fortune stolen, your health declined, and then open your eyes to see them still present, you taste joy more vividly than before. Seneca urged his readers, "He who has anticipated the coming of troubles takes away their power when they arrive, and he who has learned to look upon what he has as if it might be lost, has learned to enjoy it truly." This dual power, resilience and gratitude, made the practice irresistible to the Stoics. By rehearsing loss, they not only grew unafraid of tomorrow, but more alive to today. Marcus Aurelius captured it when he reminded himself, "Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." The awareness of mortality did not paralyze him. It pushed him toward kindness, urgency, presence. So why imagine the worst? Because the worst will come sooner or later in some form. To pretend otherwise is to live in fragile denial. To face it in thought is to live with a steady heart. The Stoics believed that only those who walk through the valley of loss in their minds can walk through life itself without chains. If the Stoics asked their students to imagine misfortune, it was not to dwell in gloom. The exercise was meant to unlock a set of hidden treasures, the kind of treasures that cannot be stolen by thieves or burned by fire. What then were the fruits of this strange discipline? 3 stand above the rest: freedom from fear, gratitude for the present, and resilience in the storms of life. The first and most immediate benefit was liberation. Fear has always been one of humanity's fiercest chains. It bends kings, humbles warriors, and leaves ordinary people trembling at shadows. Yet the Stoics discovered that fear depends on uncertainty. When we do not know what will come, our imagination torments us with endless possibilities. By rehearsing disaster, the Stoics removed the sting of surprise. They learned to say, "Yes, this too may happen, and if it does, I am prepared." Seneca observed that misfortune becomes lighter when anticipated. What is quite unlooked for is more crushing in its effect, and unexpectedness adds to the weight of a disaster. For him, the act of imagining stripped calamity of its mystery. And once the unknown was known, fear lost its teeth. Imagine waking each morning with the knowledge that no loss, no insult, no illness could shake the foundation of your soul. This is not cold indifference, it is strength. It is the quiet courage of someone who has already rehearsed the worst in the theatre of the mind and thus walks calmly through the world. The second treasure hidden in this exercise is gratitude. At first, this seems paradoxical. How could picturing death or poverty make life more joyful? Yet the Stoics believed the shadow of loss makes the light of presence burn brighter. Marcus Aurelius urged himself, "Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly." By imagining that the day was already his last, he found renewed urgency to savor its moments. Epictetus taught his students to practice detachment, not to strip love away, but to make it purer. When you remind yourself that the friend you embrace or the child you tuck into bed may not be there tomorrow, you do not love them less. You love them more fiercely, knowing the hour is fragile. Seneca carried this practice into action. Once a month, he would strip away comfort deliberately, sleeping on the hard ground, eating coarse bread, wearing the simplest clothing. When asked why, he replied, "Is this the condition that I feared?" By practicing loss, he turned ordinary comfort into extraordinary pleasure. A warm meal, a soft bed, a friend's laughter, all glowed brighter when contrasted against their imagined absence. Gratitude, then, was not a luxury to the Stoics. It was a form of armor. A grateful man, they argued, is untouchable, for he sees every small gift as fortune and every misfortune as training. The final benefit of premeditatio malorum was resilience. Life will strike. That much the Stoics never denied. No amount of philosophy can erase pain, illness, or death. What philosophy can do is decide how we meet them. Epictetus said, "Circumstances don't make the man, they only reveal him to himself." A storm reveals whether a house is built on sand or stone. In the same way, a crisis reveals whether a soul has been prepared. By imagining hardships beforehand, Stoics built their inner foundation. When the blow finally landed, they did not crumble. Think of Marcus Aurelius, who ruled in a time of plague, war, and betrayal. He faced repeated disaster, yet his writings do not drip with despair. They show a man who had already met these enemies in thought, and thus could endure them in reality. His empire might crack, his health might fade, his friends might betray him, but his mind, trained by philosophy, remained firm. This resilience was not arrogance. The Stoics did not claim invincibility. They claimed preparedness. They taught that a blow is lighter when the soul has braced itself. And just as a soldier trains with heavy armor so that he is swift on the battlefield, so too does the philosopher train with imagined burdens so that he is light when real ones arrive. Yet the true brilliance of the practice lay in balance. Was not about endless brooding on death and ruin. That would be morbid and destructive. The goal was moderation, enough rehearsal to soften the sting, enough reflection to deepen gratitude, but never so much that one drowned in despair. The Stoics believed philosophy was a medicine. Too little, and the illness of fear returns. Too much, and the medicine itself becomes poison. But the right measure, taken daily, transforms life. Thus, the Stoics found in this strange exercise a triad of power: freedom from fear, gratitude for the present, and resilience in crisis. They believed that any man or woman who practiced it would stand differently in the world, not as someone immune to loss, but as someone no longer enslaved by it. This was the reward of imagining the worst. Not darkness, but light. Not despair, but a soul sharpened into strength. Every powerful practice carries its shadow. The Stoics knew this well. A thought experiment capable of freeing the soul could also twist into something harmful if misunderstood. The same exercise that sharpened resilience could harden into coldness or slide into despair. This is why the Stoics insisted that premeditatio malorum, the rehearsal of misfortune, must be approached with wisdom and balance. The first danger is mistaking preparation for pessimism. Some people, hearing the Stoics speak of imagining death, ruin, or betrayal, believed the philosophers were advocating endless worry. To live in constant dread of loss is not Stoic strength, but weakness in disguise. Seneca warned against this confusion. He urged his students not to shackle themselves with anxiety masquerading as foresight. He who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. If you imagine disasters without purpose, you bleed twice, once in fear and once in reality. Stoic practice is not about drowning in scenarios, but about tasting them briefly to build immunity. The second danger lies at the other extreme: nihilism. A careless student might hear the Stoics say, "All things are fleeting, wealth and health and life itself," and conclude, "Then nothing matters." This is the dark abyss the Stoics fought to avoid. Marcus Aurelius himself confronted this temptation. Surrounded by plague, betrayal, and endless war, he reminded himself daily that all things pass. Yet he added a crucial command: "While you live, while it is in your power, be good." The awareness of mortality was not meant to drain meaning, but to intensify it. The thought of death should not make us reckless or indifferent, but rather kinder, wiser, and more deliberate. Another danger is the loss of warmth. Practicing detachment, some grew rigid, mistaking numbness for strength. Epictetus warned his followers not to become statues. "Remember that you are a man," he said, "and that what befalls a man is natural." To feel sorrow at loss or grief at death is not a failure of philosophy. It is the mark of being human. The Stoic exercise was never intended to erase emotion, but to keep emotion from becoming tyranny. Imagine a father who, rehearsing his child's death, convinces himself never to feel attachment. He tells himself, "This is Stoic wisdom." But when the child laughs or reaches for his hand, the father feels nothing. This is not strength, it is a distortion. True Stoicism teaches us to love more fiercely because we know the bond is fragile, not to withhold love in the hope of avoiding pain. Finally, there is the danger of false courage. A soldier might say, "Since death is nothing, I will rush headlong into danger," careless of consequence. But this too betrays the philosophy. Stoic training was meant to produce calm judgment, not reckless abandon. To imagine death is to prepare for it, not to seek it without reason. Courage, in the Stoic sense, is rational endurance of hardship, not blind pursuit of destruction. So, how did the Stoics guard against misuse? They set boundaries, practice premeditatio malorum, but do so with intent. Imagine loss not to wallow in it, but to measure your strength against it. Picture death not to despise life, but to embrace it. Think of misfortune not to withdraw from the world, but to act wisely within it. Seneca gave his students a rhythm, a few days each month spent in poverty, eating coarse food, wearing rough clothes. Not every day, lest life become joyless, but enough to remind the soul of its power. Marcus wrote nightly of death and impermanence, but by day he ruled with justice, fought wars with patience, and tried to act for the common good. Epictetus trained his mind against loss, but also urged compassion, laughter, and friendship. In other words, Stoic foresight was never meant to extinguish humanity. It was meant to free it. Misfortune rehearsed in thought should make us more grateful, not less. It should make us calmer, not colder. The Stoics knew the temptation to misuse their philosophy would always remain. It is easier to become numb than to remain balanced, easier to collapse into dread than to face hardship calmly. But the true Stoic way demands vigilance. The practice is a knife. In skilled hands, it carves strength. In careless hands, it wounds the one who wields it, and so they left us this warning. Do not let the experiment become your prison. Let it be your training ground. Walk through imagined ruin, not to despair of life, but to return to it with greater clarity, gratitude, and resolve. The Stoic exercise of rehearsing misfortune did not appear in isolation. It was part of a much older current of thought, flowing through many cultures, carried in different words but shaped by the same recognition. Life is fragile, uncertain, and brief. And only by facing this truth can we learn to live with strength. Long before the Stoics, the Greek philosopher Heraclitus declared, "All things flow." To him, the universe was not fixed but ever-changing, like a river in constant motion. He reminded his listeners, "You cannot step into the same river twice. The waters have moved on, and so have you." This vision of ceaseless change influenced the Stoics deeply. If all things are in flux, then clinging to stability is an illusion. Loss is not a possibility, it is a certainty. To imagine loss, then, is simply to imagine reality unfolding as it must. In this way, premeditatio malorum was not pessimism, but alignment with the nature of the cosmos. By practicing misfortune, one harmonizes with the river instead of fighting against its current. Across the world in India, Buddhist monks were practicing something strikingly similar. They meditated on impermanence and death, often contemplating their own bodies as subject to decay. Far from being morbid, this awareness produced compassion and detachment. One well-known Buddhist reflection instructs, "Of all the footprints, that of the elephant is supreme. Of all contemplations, that on death is supreme." By facing mortality daily, monks stripped away illusion and attachment, finding peace in the fleeting nature of life. The Stoic reminder to whisper to yourself, "You may die tomorrow," is a cousin to the Buddhist practice of maranasati, mindfulness of death. Both traditions sought not despair, but clarity. When death is no longer hidden, life becomes luminous. Even in early Christianity, echoes of this practice resound. The phrase memento mori, remember that you will die, became a spiritual discipline. Monks carried skulls into their cells, not to frighten themselves, but to recall the brevity of earthly existence. The goal was not coldness, but urgency, a reminder that every act mattered, every choice carried eternal weight. Like the Stoics, these Christians saw death not as an end to dread, but as a teacher to revere. Marcus Aurelius would have recognized their spirit, even if their theology diverged. For both, mortality was a compass, orienting the soul toward what truly matters. What made Stoicism unique was its ability to weave these threads, flux, impermanence, mortality, into a practical daily exercise. While Heraclitus spoke of cosmic change and Buddhists practiced renunciation, the Stoics asked, how can an ordinary citizen, a senator, a soldier, or a slave, use this wisdom to live today? Their answer was premeditatio malorum. Unlike abstract speculation, this was a tool for daily life. Marcus used it before ruling the empire. Epictetus taught it to students struggling with anger or grief. Seneca recommended it to friends navigating wealth, power, and exile. It was not confined to monasteries or ivory towers. It was a philosophy for kitchens, marketplaces, and battlefields. The fact that so many traditions converged on this practice reveals something timeless. Wherever humans have lived, they have wrestled with uncertainty, loss, and the inevitability of death. The Stoics, Buddhists, and monks each reached the same conclusion. Only by bringing misfortune into the light can we remove its tyranny. Different words, same insight. Heraclitus, all things change. Buddha, all conditioned things are impermanent. Marcus Aurelius, you could leave life right now. To each the thought of loss was not poison, but medicine. To deny it was to live in fear. To face it was to live in freedom. Tracing these roots shows that premeditatio malorum is not just a Stoic curiosity. It is part of the wider human project of learning how to live when nothing is guaranteed. It links us to the ancients across cultures, reminding us that our struggles are not new. The fears that haunt us today, losing our jobs, our health, our loved ones, are simply modern faces of the same ancient truth. And so, when we practice the Stoic experiment, we are not alone. We stand in a long line of seekers, Greeks, watching rivers, Buddhists meditating on death, monks whispering memento mori. Together they tell us the way out of fear is not denial, but courage. And courage begins with the imagination of loss. It is easy to relegate Stoic practices to the dusty world of scrolls and emperors. Marcus Aurelius writing in a candlelit tent, Epictetus teaching in a small courtyard, Seneca writing letters to distant friends. But the power of premeditatio malorum is not confined to marble statues and Latin phrases. It is meant for us, for the modern world, with all its noise, pressures, and fragile certainties. Consider the fear of losing a job. In a culture that ties identity to career, the thought of dismissal can feel like death itself. Most people avoid even imagining it. They live in quiet dread of the unexpected email, the sudden meeting, the words, "We have to let you go." The Stoic experiment asks you to imagine this happening tonight. Picture the email, the conversation, the walk out of the building with a box in hand. Let yourself feel the sting in advance. At first, it seems unbearable. But after the storm of panic, something surprising happens. You see that life goes on. Friends remain, skills remain, the capacity to rebuild remains. You discover that while the event may be painful, it cannot take everything from you. By imagining loss, you make the prospect survivable, or think of health. We live as though the body will serve us endlessly, forgetting how fragile it is. But the Stoics urged us to remember its frailty daily. Imagine the diagnosis. Imagine the sudden weakness, the test results, the bed you cannot rise from. Again, the first wave is grief. But then comes clarity. If this body can fail, then today's walk matters more. The meal with a friend matters more. Every moment unbroken by pain becomes a treasure. This was Seneca's point in practicing poverty. By imagining the worst, he discovered how much he could live without and how rich the ordinary actually was. For us, rehearsing frailty makes each day of strength a victory. The practice also reshapes how we love. Epictetus urged parents to remember that children, like all of us, are mortal. This was not meant to strip affection, but to deepen it. When we remind ourselves that those we love will not always be here, we hold them closer. A simple dinner together, a casual laugh, a brief embrace, all glow brighter when seen against the backdrop of impermanence. In modern terms, this means resisting the urge to take people for granted. Instead of rushing through conversations with friends or family, the Stoic experiment nudges us to pause, to see each encounter as fragile and precious. By imagining absence, presence becomes luminous. The Stoics often paired imagination with small acts of practice. Seneca slept on the floor to taste poverty. Marcus reminded himself that every insult, every inconvenience was part of human nature. We too can create small drills. Spend a weekend without technology to remind yourself how little is necessary. Walk instead of driving. Eat plain food instead of delicacies. Live for a moment as if stripped of luxury, or simply, at night, write down one thing you fear losing, then picture it gone. The next morning, when you find it still there, gratitude blossoms. Still, we must be careful not to misuse the exercise. The Stoics did not recommend endless brooding on catastrophe. The purpose is not to flood yourself with dread, but to inoculate yourself against it. Like a vaccine, a small dose strengthens, too much overwhelms. The rhythm of practice is key, a few moments of contemplation, then a return to action with renewed clarity. Our own age is not so different from the Roman world. They lived with plagues, so do we. They faced political instability, so do we. They feared betrayal, loss, decline, death. The costumes change, but the human condition remains. This is why premeditatio malorum still matters. It is not about dwelling in ruins, but about discovering that ruins cannot touch the core of who you are. It is about remembering, in a world of constant distraction, what is truly yours, the power to meet life with steadiness, even when everything else slips away. The greatest evidence of its power is how life looks after you practice it. The small annoyances, traffic, insults, delays, lose their bite. The larger fears, illness, financial strain, rejection, lose their grip. You still feel them, but they do not rule you. You carry within you a kind of invisible armor, forged not by denial, but by rehearsal. And in that space where fear once lived, something else enters. Joy. Not shallow joy, dependent on luck or comfort, but deep joy born of clarity. The joy of realizing that today, in this fragile moment, you are alive, you are breathing, and nothing else is guaranteed. The Stoics did not stop at merely imagining misfortune. To them, endurance alone was not enough. A soldier can grit his teeth through pain. A prisoner can resign himself to chains. But philosophy sought something higher, not only to accept what fate delivered, but to love it. This deeper transformation was called amor fati, the love of fate. To love fate means more than bearing it without complaint. It means seeing even the hardest blows as threads in a larger tapestry. What others call tragedy, the Stoic calls instruction. What others call accident, the Stoic calls design. Life ceases to be a sequence of random disruptions and becomes a coherent whole, stitched together by necessity. Marcus Aurelius wrote often of this. In his private meditations he urged himself, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." These words are not the tone of resignation. They are the words of a man who believed that the very shape of his hardships was part of a greater order, one he might not see, but one he could honor. Epictetus too pressed this lesson. He had no illusions about life's cruelty. He had known slavery, injury, ridicule. Yet his counsel was not to curse what happened, but to align himself with it. "Do not seek for things to happen the way you want them to," he said. "Rather, wish that what happens happen the way it happens, and you will be happy." The freedom he taught was not freedom from suffering, but freedom from resistance. This subtle shift marks the difference between Stoic endurance and Stoic joy. To endure is to carry a burden. To love is to transform the burden into meaning. When you love fate, even disaster becomes a teacher, even pain becomes a sculptor of the soul. The image is of a craftsman's hand. The hammer that strikes the iron may feel like violence, but in truth it is shaping the blade. So too with fate. Each blow that falls is part of the forging of character. To curse the hammer is to misunderstand the art. To accept it is wisdom. To love it is greatness. Yet the Stoics were careful not to fall into sentimentality. They did not preach blind optimism. To love fate is not to say that every event is pleasant. It is to say that every event belongs. A plague that kills thousands is not good in itself, but it belongs to the order of nature, and from its presence, new strength, new compassion, or new clarity may emerge. The death of a friend is not sweet, but it is woven into the same fabric that gave the joy of knowing them. To love fate is to love the whole cloth, not only its brightest threads. In this way, amor fati becomes the natural extension of premeditatio malorum. At first, you imagine loss to prepare yourself against fear. In time, you see that loss itself is not alien, but part of the same universe that gave you life. You begin with resistance, move to acceptance, and end in embrace. This attitude changes how one lives daily life. An insult from another no longer provokes outrage. It is simply one of the sounds of the world. A delay on the road no longer feels like theft of time. It becomes time offered for reflection. Even personal failure loses its sting, because it too is part of the process of growth. What once seemed hostile now appears as part of the curriculum of existence. Nietzsche, centuries later, would seize upon this Stoic seed and turn it into a central principle of his own philosophy. He declared, "My formula for greatness in a human being is amor fati, that one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity, not merely to bear what is necessary, but to love it." Though Nietzsche's voice was not Stoic in every sense, he grasped the same fire. That freedom is not only to endure fate, but to delight in its unfolding. For the Stoics, this delight was not a hollow smile forced in tragedy. It was a deep current of harmony flowing beneath every event. If all is nature, and if we ourselves are part of nature, then what happens to us is not an invasion, but an unfolding. To reject it is to reject reality. To embrace it is to be at one with it. Here lies the highest lesson of their thought experiment. To imagine the worst is only the beginning. To accept it is the next step. But the final step, the hardest and most transformative, is to love it. For when you can love even misfortune, you are untouchable. No exile can banish you. No poverty can degrade you. No death can frighten you. You have become aligned with the order of all things. This is amor fati. To meet each day not as a threat, but as a gift, even when wrapped in pain. To see fate not as enemy, but as companion. To say to whatever comes, yes, this too I will love. Why does this ancient thought experiment still matter? Why should the words of men long buried beneath marble ruins concern us in a world of satellites, skyscrapers, and digital noise? It matters because the human condition has not changed. We still fear loss. We still recoil from death. We still tremble when the future is uncertain. The Stoics remind us that these fears, left unchecked, shape the course of our lives more than any external chain. Fear makes us cautious when boldness is needed. It silences us when truth must be spoken. It binds us to comforts that rot us slowly, because we cannot imagine life without them. To live in fear is to live half a life. And so the Stoics taught that to free oneself from fear is to recover one's humanity. Imagine what it means to walk into each day knowing that nothing can truly take away the essence of who you are. Jobs may vanish, reputations crumble, fortunes evaporate, but your mind, your choices, your capacity to meet events with dignity, these remain untouched. That knowledge is not abstract. It changes how one breathes, how one speaks, how one acts. It replaces panic with clarity and hesitation with calm resolve. This is why Marcus Aurelius, even as emperor, did not surround himself only with soldiers and senators. He surrounded himself with reminders. He whispered to himself each morning, "You will meet with arrogance, deceit, ingratitude, treachery." He rehearsed these encounters not to grow bitter, but to remain steady. He knew that expecting betrayal made him less vulnerable to its sting, and that remembering mortality gave urgency to his duties. In a life of unimaginable pressure, it was this practice that kept him human. It matters because in our own age, we too are emperors of small realms. We govern households, careers, friendships, the fragile empire of our own days. And like Rome itself, our empires are temporary. The Stoics teach us not to cling to their permanence, but to govern them with justice while we can, and to release them when they pass. It also matters because premeditatio malorum sharpens gratitude in a world drowning in abundance. We have more possessions, more food, more comfort than the ancients could dream of, yet we often feel restless and unsatisfied. Why? Because we mistake more for enough. By imagining loss, the Stoic experiment corrects the eye. Suddenly, the meal before us is precious. The roof above us is wealth. The laugh of a friend is treasure. Gratitude, born of imagined absence, turns the ordinary into the extraordinary. But perhaps most of all, it matters because this experiment teaches us how to face the one certainty that shadows every life: death. We do not speak of it. We push it to the margins, bury it beneath entertainment and distraction. Yet it waits, patient, inevitable. The Stoics refused to avert their eyes. They taught that the man who rehearses death lives differently. He wastes less time. He forgives more quickly. He chooses his words carefully because he knows they may be his last. This is not about morbidity. It is about intensity. When you accept death, life becomes urgent. Each sunrise is no longer routine, but a miracle. Each breath is no longer unnoticed, but a gift. By facing the end, the Stoic finds the beginning of true living. The experiment also matters for how it reshapes our relationships. To remember that everyone we love is mortal is to see them more clearly. The anger that felt urgent softens. The grievance we clung to dissolves. What remains is tenderness, because we know the hour is brief. Epictetus urged parents not to avoid this truth, but to embrace it, so that their love would be fiercer, not weaker. We too can let this practice remind us that the people in our lives are temporary companions, and that each moment with them is sacred. And finally, it matters because it returns us to ourselves. In rehearsing the loss of all externals, we discover what cannot be lost. Wealth, health, reputation, family, even life itself, all may fall away. But the ability to judge wisely, to choose with integrity, to act with courage, remains until the final breath. This is the core of the Stoic creed, that no one can steal your soul's freedom unless you surrender it. So why does it matter? Because the world will continue to change, but our hearts will continue to wrestle with fear, attachment, and the fragility of time. The Stoic experiment is not an artifact. It is a compass. It points us back to what is essential: courage in the face of loss, gratitude in the presence of life, clarity in the shadow of death. And once you have walked through that experiment, once you have looked into the darkness and discovered that it does not own you, something fundamental shifts. You no longer cling so tightly. You no longer panic so quickly. You no longer waste so much time. You begin, perhaps for the first time, to live. 73% of men admit they stayed in a relationship far longer than they should have because they missed the signs, not because the signs weren't there, but because they chose not to see them. And here's the brutal truth. While you were hoping, planning, and investing your time, she had already made her decision. You just weren't ready to accept it. What you're about to discover will save you months, maybe years, of wasted emotional energy. These aren't the obvious red flags everyone talks about. These are the hidden signals that slip past your radar because they're disguised as something else, as temporary problems, as phases she's going through, as obstacles you can overcome if you just try harder. But the Stoics understood something powerful about human nature. Marcus Aurelius wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And nowhere is this more true than when a man refuses to see that a woman has no intention of committing to him. The pain isn't in the truth. The pain is in the years spent avoiding it. Now, before we dive into these 7 signs, I want you to understand something. The men who truly grasp what I'm about to share don't just passively consume content. They take what they learn and transform their entire approach to relationships. They stop wasting time. They start seeing clearly. And that clarity, that's what separates the men who get chosen from the men who get strung along. So pay attention, because sign number 4 is the one even your closest friends won't have the courage to tell you about. Let's talk about why intelligent, successful men miss these signs in the first place. Here's what nobody wants to admit. Your desire is lying to you, right now, in this moment. If you're involved with a woman and questioning her commitment level, your brain is actively working against your ability to see the truth. It's not your fault. It's biology mixed with psychology, and it's incredibly powerful. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, taught a fundamental principle. We don't control external events, but we absolutely control our perceptions and responses. The problem? Most men aren't controlling their perceptions. They're letting hope control their perceptions. They're letting attachment dictate what they're willing to see. Think about it this way. You meet a woman, there's chemistry, things start developing, and somewhere in your mind you begin constructing a future. You imagine scenarios, you plan possibilities, and once that mental investment is made, your brain has a vested interest in protecting that investment. So when signs appear that contradict your desired outcome, your mind doesn't objectively analyze them. It rationalizes them. It explains them away. It tells you stories that keep hope alive. She cancels plans last minute. She's just stressed with work. She's vague about the future. She's been hurt before and needs time. She doesn't introduce you to her friends. She's private and protective of her personal life. Every sign gets reframed. Every signal gets reinterpreted. And months pass, then years, and you're still telling yourself the same stories. But here's the brutal reality that the Stoics would force you to confront. She's already decided. Women know very early whether they see long-term potential with a man, not on the first date necessarily, but within the first few months she knows. The confusion isn't hers, it's yours. She's acting consistently with her decision. You're just not accepting what her actions are telling you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane, and refusing to see obvious signs because they're painful. That's a form of insanity. It's choosing comfortable delusion over uncomfortable truth." So before we go through these 7 signs, I need you to make a choice right now. Are you going to read these through the lens of hope, already preparing your rationalizations? Or are you going to read them with Stoic clarity, willing to face what's real? Because the signs are always there. The question is whether you're strong enough to see them. Let's start with the sign that most men completely misinterpret as genuine interest. She keeps you in rotation. And here's how you know. Her texting pattern is erratic. Some days she's engaged and responsive. Other days, radio, silence. You send a message on Friday night, nothing. Then Monday morning she resurfaces like nothing happened. Hey, sorry, been crazy busy. And you accept it. Because what else are you going to do? Seem needy by questioning it? Plans with her are always tentative. Maybe this weekend, she says. Let me check my schedule and get back to you. But she rarely gets back to you. You're the one following up. You're the one suggesting times. You're the one making it happen. And when it does happen, there's a pattern. Last-minute confirmations, short windows of availability, and a sense that you're fitting into gaps in her calendar rather than being a priority on it. Here's what this means, and I'm going to be direct. You're an option. You're one of several men she's keeping in orbit. Not because she's malicious, but because she's doing what anyone does when they haven't found what they're looking for, keeping their options open while continuing to search. Seneca wrote about self-respect and dignity as non-negotiable elements of a virtuous life. He would tell you that accepting scraps of attention is beneath you, that settling for sporadic interest is an insult to your own value. But most men don't see it this way. They see intermittent reinforcement and mistake it for a challenge to overcome. Let me paint you a clearer picture. You text her Wednesday suggesting weekend plans. She responds Thursday evening. This weekend is tough. Maybe next week. You say sure, no problem. The weekend passes. You see her Instagram story. She's out with friends, clearly not buried in obligations. Monday comes. You follow up about the next week. She's responsive again. Yeah, let's definitely find time. But she never suggests a specific day, never offers her availability, just keeps the door cracked open enough that you don't walk away. Meanwhile, contrast this with how a woman acts when she's genuinely interested. She makes time, she initiates, she confirms plans early because she's excited to see you. She doesn't leave you guessing about her availability because making you a priority isn't something she has to force. It's natural, the brutal truth you need to accept. She's comparing you, actively, right now. You're being measured against other options. And if you were winning that comparison, these patterns wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be an afterthought, you'd be the thought. But it gets more dangerous, because the next sign feels like progress when it's actually the opposite. She talks about the future, but the future never arrives. Pay attention to this carefully, because this is where men lose years of their lives. She says things like, "We should definitely take a trip together sometime," or "I'd love to meet your family eventually," or "Maybe next year we could think about moving in together." Notice the pattern? Sometime, eventually, maybe. These are fog words. They create the illusion of forward movement while committing to absolutely nothing. You bring up Thanksgiving, plans in October. "Oh, I don't know. My family situation is complicated." You mention a concert 3 months away. "Let's see how things are going then." You suggest planning a weekend away. "That sounds amazing, but work is crazy right now. Let's revisit it in a few weeks." Here's what's happening. She's keeping you invested without actually investing herself. She's discovered that vague future promises are enough to keep you around, so she deploys them strategically. And here's the insidious part. You interpret this as her wanting a future with you. Look, she's talking about trips. She mentioned meeting family. She's thinking long-term. No. She's thinking about how to manage your expectations without actually meeting them. Marcus Aurelius had a simple test for this. Judge people by their actions, not their words. Words are cheap. Words cost nothing. Anyone can paint verbal pictures of possible futures. But actions? Actions reveal true intentions, and when someone's actions consistently contradict their words, you don't have a communication problem. You have a truth problem. Let me show you the difference. A woman who genuinely sees a future with you doesn't speak in hypotheticals. She makes plans, real plans, with dates, with confirmations. Let's go to that concert. I'll buy tickets for December 15th. Does that work for you? Or I want you to meet my parents. They're having dinner next Sunday. Can you make it? See the difference? Specificity, commitment, action. Not someday we should, but here's when. Let's do it. But when you're getting vague future talk, what's really being communicated is this: I need to keep you emotionally invested enough that you don't leave, but I'm not ready to commit to you as my definite future. She's buying time. Time to keep looking. Time to keep her options open. Time to see if something better comes along. And the worst part, the longer you accept vague promises, the more you're training her that you'll settle for them. You're demonstrating that words without action are sufficient for you, that you don't require follow-through. That hope is enough. Epictetus taught that we should focus only on what's within our control. Her commitment isn't within your control, but your standards are. Your willingness to accept indefinite vagueness is entirely within your control, and every day you accept it, you're choosing it. Which brings us to the third sign. And this one is painful because it's so obvious once you see it. You're not part of her real life. You're separate, compartmentalized, isolated. How long have you been seeing her? 3 months? 6 months? A year? Now answer this. How many of her friends have you met? How many of her family members know you exist? When she posts on social media, are you ever in the frame? If the answer is none, and no, you're not in a relationship heading toward commitment. You're in a situationship that she's deliberately keeping isolated from her actual life. Here's what people don't understand about integration. When a woman sees you as her future, she naturally wants to integrate you into her present, not because she's following some relationship rulebook, but because humans naturally bring the people they value into their social circles. We want our friends to meet the person we're excited about. We want our family to know them. We want to share our joy with the people we love. So when she's actively preventing that integration, it's not because she's private or her friends are judgmental or the timing isn't right. It's because she doesn't see you as permanent. And she knows that integrating you would send a message to everyone in her life and to herself that she's not ready to send. Think about what integration actually signals. When she introduces you to her best friend, she's saying, "This person matters to me." When she brings you around family, she's saying, "I see this going somewhere serious." When she includes you in her social media, she's saying, "I'm proud to be associated with this person publicly." All of those statements require a level of commitment she hasn't made, so she keeps you separate. The relationship exists in a bubble, just the two of you. No external validation, no social proof, no permanent record. And when you bring it up, watch the excuses. "My friends are so judgmental, I don't want them to scare you off." Translation: I'm not ready to deal with their questions about where this is going. I don't really do social media with my relationships. Translation: I don't want to appear unavailable to other options. My family is complicated. I'm protecting you from drama. Translation: I'm not ready to signal to them that I'm off the market. Epictetus would tell you to observe what people do when they think no one is watching. But I'll modify that. Observe what people do with their real lives when you're not around. Because that's where the truth lives. A woman who's committed to you doesn't hide you. She showcases you. Not in some performative way, but naturally. Because you're part of her life. So of course you're around when she's with friends. Of course family knows about you. Of course there's evidence of your existence in her world. But when you're kept separate, When months go by and you're still her secret, you're not her future, you're her present convenience. And the longer you accept that role, the longer you'll stay in it. Now, this next sign is so subtle that even relationship experts miss it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. She deflects every conversation about the relationship itself. You try to have the "what are we" conversation. She makes a joke. "Why do we need to label things? We're having fun, aren't we?" You try to discuss where things are heading. She gets slightly irritated. "Why are you being so serious? Can't we just enjoy what we have?" You express that you'd like more clarity about exclusivity. She deflects. "I thought we were on the same page. Do we really need to have this talk?" Notice what's happening here. She's not answering your questions. She's questioning why you're asking them. She's reframing your need for clarity as a problem, as pressure, as you being needy or insecure or rushing things. This is intentional avoidance, and it's incredibly effective because it makes you feel like you're the one creating an issue by wanting basic relationship clarity. Here's the psychology behind this. She knows that having an explicit conversation about commitment would force her to either commit or be honest that she doesn't want to. Both options are uncomfortable for her. If she commits, she's closing doors she wants to keep open. If she's honest that she doesn't want to commit, you might leave. So she chooses option 3, avoid the conversation entirely and hope you stop asking. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about courage as one of the 4 cardinal virtues. And this situation requires courage from both people. It requires courage from you to ask difficult questions, but it also requires courage from her to answer them honestly. When she deflects instead of answers, she's revealing a lack of courage, a lack of respect for you, and a lack of genuine commitment to anything beyond the present moment. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. You say, "I really like you, and I'd love to know where you see this going." She responds with, "I like you too. Let's just see where things go naturally without overthinking it." That sounds reasonable, right? Except it's not an answer. You asked a direct question about her vision for the future. She responded with a pleasant-sounding non-answer that commits to nothing. Or you say, "I'm not seeing other people, and I'd like to know if we're exclusive." She says, "I'm not really seeing anyone else either. I don't think we need to make a big formal thing out of it." Again, sounds okay. Except she didn't answer whether she wants to be exclusive. She said she's not currently seeing others, which is different, and she discouraged you from seeking clarity, which keeps everything ambiguous enough that she maintains maximum flexibility. Compare this to how a woman who wants commitment responds. You ask where things are going. She says, "I really like where this is heading. I can see us being serious if we keep building what we have. What do you want?" You ask about exclusivity. She says, "Yes, I'd like us to be exclusive. I'm not interested in seeing other people." Direct, clear, no deflection, no irritation at your questions, because she wants the same thing you want, so your questions aren't threatening. They're welcome. But when she's deflecting, what she's really saying is, "I don't want to commit, but I also don't want to lose what I'm getting from you, so I'm going to avoid giving you a clear answer and hope you stop pushing for one." The Stoics would tell you that accepting ambiguity when you desire clarity is accepting suffering. You're choosing anxiety over peace. You're choosing to live in uncertainty when you could demand truth. And the only reason to do that is fear. Fear that the truth is something you don't want to hear, which connects directly to the 5th sign, and this one cuts deep. Her effort is minimal and declining, and you're doing all the work. Think about the beginning. How much effort did she put in? Probably quite a bit. She responded quickly to texts. She suggested plans. She showed enthusiasm. She asked questions about your life. There was reciprocity. There was balance. Now think about the present. When was the last time she initiated a conversation? When was the last time she planned a date? When was the last time she went out of her way to do something thoughtful for you? If you're struggling to remember, you have your answer. The effort has declined, and not because she's busy or stressed or going through something. Effort declines for one reason: priority has shifted. You're no longer high priority, and low priority people get low effort. Here's the brutal math that men refuse to calculate. Attraction doesn't decline in healthy relationships. It grows, it deepens. The connection gets stronger, not weaker. So when effort is consistently declining, over time it's not a phase, it's a trend. And that trend is telling you exactly where her interest level is going: down. Seneca wrote about the importance of not forcing what isn't freely given. He understood that anything you have to constantly pursue, beg for, or work to maintain isn't really yours. It's borrowed. And the terms of that loan can be called at any time. When you're the only one initiating conversations, you don't have mutual interest. You have your interest and her tolerance of it. When you're the only one planning dates, you don't have shared desire to spend time together. You have your desire and her occasional availability. When you're the only one putting in emotional labor, you don't have a partnership. You have a one-man show with an audience of one. Let me paint you the scenario you're probably living right now. You text her good morning. She responds 3 hours later with something short. You ask how her day is going. She gives a brief answer and doesn't ask about yours. You suggest getting together this week. She says, maybe, depends on how work goes. You follow up 2 days later. She confirms last minute for something low effort. Throughout all of this, you're moving the relationship forward. You're creating momentum. You're generating energy. And she's just responding, minimally, when it's convenient, with the least amount of effort required to keep you engaged. Now imagine the opposite. Imagine a woman who's genuinely invested. She reaches out first sometimes. She makes plans. She goes out of her way. She thinks about you when you're not together and acts on those thoughts. She puts in effort because she wants to, not because you're extracting it from her through constant pursuit. That's what mutual interest looks like. That's what growing connection feels like. And if you're not experiencing that, no amount of effort on your part will create it. You can't effort your way into someone's genuine desire. You can't pursue someone into wanting you back. All you can do is exhaust yourself trying. The Stoics would ask you, why are you working so hard to maintain something she's not working to maintain? What are you getting from this exchange that justifies the imbalance? And most importantly, what does it say about your self-respect that you're settling for minimal reciprocation? These last two signs are what separate boys from men. They require you to see what you've been avoiding. She keeps distance during conflict, and that tells you everything. Here's how you know a relationship has real potential. How does she handle disagreement? Does she lean in or pull away? Does she work toward resolution or disappear until things blow over? Because anyone can be present during good times. That's easy. That's fun. The real test of commitment is what happens when things get difficult, when there's tension, when you disagree, when feelings are hurt. A woman who's genuinely committed sees conflict as something to resolve because the relationship is worth protecting. She doesn't enjoy the conflict, but she engages with it. She communicates. She works through it. Because preserving the connection matters more than avoiding discomfort. But a woman who's not committed, she disappears. She goes cold. She stonewalls. Because working through conflict requires investment in a future together. And if she's not invested in that future, why would she put in that work? Marcus Aurelius wrote about relationships requiring mutual effort and shared values. He understood that real bonds are forged not just in joy, but in adversity. How two people handle challenges together reveals the true nature of their connection. So when you have a disagreement and she shuts down, stops responding, or creates distance instead of working toward understanding, she's telling you something crucial. This relationship isn't important enough to fight for. Not the dramatic kind of fighting, but the necessary kind. The kind where you both care enough to push through discomfort toward resolution. I want you to think about your last disagreement with her. Maybe you expressed that something bothered you. Maybe you had different expectations about something. What happened after that? Did she engage in good faith to understand your perspective? Did she share her side and work toward compromise? Or did she withdraw? Did she minimize your concerns? Did she frame you as being too sensitive or dramatic or demanding? And more importantly, how long did it take to get back to normal? A few hours of honest conversation, or days of cold distance until you finally let it go and pretended everything was fine? Here's the pattern. When she's not committed, every conflict becomes a threat to the relationship's existence rather than an opportunity to strengthen it. She treats disagreement as something to avoid or escape rather than something to resolve. And over time, you learn not to bring things up. You learn to swallow your concerns. You learn to accept less than you need because you're afraid that asking for more will make her leave. And that's not a relationship. That's walking on eggshells. Epictetus taught about maintaining dignity even in difficult circumstances, but there's no dignity in suppressing your legitimate needs because someone can't handle basic relationship communication. There's no virtue in staying small to make someone else comfortable. A partner who can't or won't work through conflict with you isn't capable of long-term commitment, because long-term anything includes challenges, includes disagreements, includes moments where you both have to choose the relationship over your individual comfort. And if she's choosing distance over resolution now, she'll choose distance over commitment later. Actually, she already has, which brings us to the final sign, the one that encompasses all the others. She tells you, she's been telling you all along, just not with words. Here's what you need to understand. Everything we've covered, the sporadic availability, the vague future talk, the social isolation, the deflection, the declining effort, the conflict avoidance, these aren't separate issues. They're not individual problems to solve. They're coordinated messages forming one clear communication. I'm not committing to you. Her body language tells you. The way she creates physical distance. The way her energy shifts when you talk about the future. The way she's less affectionate than she was in the beginning. Her enthusiasm tells you. Or rather, the lack of it. The absence of excitement when you make plans. The muted response when you share good news. The sense that she's going through motions rather than genuinely engaging. Epictetus taught that people show you who they are through their actions, and your only job is to believe them. Not who you hope they'll become, not who they could be if circumstances were different. Who they're showing you they are right now, and right now, through every sign we've discussed, she's showing you that she's not choosing commitment with you. She might be choosing convenience. She might be choosing companionship until something better comes along. She might be choosing the ego boost of being desired, but she's not choosing permanent partnership. She's not choosing future building. She's not choosing you. This is the hardest truth to accept because it requires you to stop telling yourself stories, stop rationalizing, stop hoping, stop waiting for her to suddenly transform into someone ready to commit. She's not going to, not to you, not in this dynamic. Because the pattern is established and people don't break established patterns, they follow them. Marcus Aurelius wrote about accepting reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. And the reality is this: If a woman wants to commit to you, she makes it obvious. She removes doubt. She creates security. She builds toward a future. There's no confusion. There's no mixed signals. There's no wondering where you stand. If you're confused, you have your answer. Confusion exists when someone is deliberately keeping things unclear. And people keep things unclear when clarity would force them to admit something they don't want, to admit that they're not all in. So what's the lesson here? What did the Stoics know that modern men have forgotten? They knew that self-respect requires seeing truth, even when truth is painful. They knew that dignity means not accepting scraps of attention and calling it love. They knew that wisdom is being able to walk away from what doesn't serve you, even when walking away is hard. You can't negotiate desire. You can't logic someone into commitment. You can't earn your way into being chosen. Either she chooses you or she doesn't. And if she hasn't by now, if these signs are present in your relationship, she's already made her choice. You're just refusing to accept it. But here's where this gets powerful. The moment you accept reality, the moment you stop fighting against what is and start dealing with what is, you reclaim your power. You stop being a victim of hope. You stop being trapped by potential. You start making decisions based on reality. And reality-based decisions always lead to better outcomes than fantasy-based ones. So what do you do with this information? First, you get honest, brutally honest, about which of these signs you're experiencing, about how long you've been experiencing them, about what you've been telling yourself to avoid facing the truth. Second, you make a choice, not about her, because you can't control her, but about yourself, about your standards, about what you're willing to accept and what you're not, about whether you're going to continue investing time and emotion into someone who's not investing back. And third, you remember this: the men who understand these signs, who have the courage to see them and act on what they see, those men don't stay stuck in dead-end situations. They don't waste years hoping for change that never comes. They move forward. They find women who are excited to commit to them, women who make them a priority, women who integrate them into their lives without hesitation. Because here's what happens when you raise your standards and stop accepting non-commitment. You become the kind of man that committed women seek out. You stop settling, you stop chasing, you start attracting. And that shift changes everything. Now, if this resonated with you, if you're ready to stop missing the signs and start seeing relationships clearly, you need to stay connected to content. That keeps you sharp. Most men watch one video, feel motivated for a day, then slip back into the same patterns. The men who actually transform their relationships, they consistently expose themselves to truth. They don't let comfort pull them back into delusion. Next week, we're breaking down exactly how to walk away with dignity when you've recognized these signs, how to reclaim your power, how to detach without bitterness, how to use Stoic principles to turn this pain into growth. Because seeing the truth is step one. Acting on it with wisdom is step two. And most men never make it to step two. So here's what I need you to remember. A woman who wants to commit to you makes it obvious. She doesn't make you guess. She doesn't keep you uncertain. She doesn't give you mixed signals to decode. If you're analyzing, questioning, seeking clarity from a video like this, you already have your answer. You just needed permission to accept it. The Stoics taught that freedom comes from accepting what you cannot control and acting decisively on what you can. You can't control whether she commits, but you can control whether you continue accepting non-commitment. You can control your standards. You can control your next move. That's your power. That's your freedom. Use it.
There's a weapon more dangerous than any sharp tongue, more powerful than the loudest voice in the room. It's the one thing weak men fear most and strong men wield without effort. Silence. Not the silence of a coward who has nothing to say, but the calculated, deliberate silence of a man who knows exactly when to speak and when to let his presence do the talking. In a world drowning in noise, where every fool with a phone thinks their opinion matters, where grown men argue like children over things they can't control, true power has become rare, and that power lives in the space between words. The ancient Stoics understood something that modern men have forgotten. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in Rome, could have commanded legions with a word, could have silenced any critic with his authority. Yet his journals reveal a man obsessed not with what he should say, but with what he should leave unsaid. Epictetus, who went from slave to one of history's most respected philosophers, built his entire teaching on the foundation of restraint. And Seneca, advisor to emperors, wrote more about the dangers of loose lips than he did about the power of persuasion. These weren't weak men. These weren't cowards. They were warriors, leaders, philosophers who shaped the world, and they all knew one undeniable truth. A man who masters his mouth masters his life. Today, I'm going to show you 6 situations where silence isn't just golden, it's absolutely lethal. These moments will separate you from 99% of men who talk themselves into weakness every single day. One of these situations involves a trap so subtle that even smart men fall into it, destroying their reputation without realizing it. By the end of this video, you'll never look at conversation the same way again. You'll understand why the quietest man in the room is often the most dangerous. And you'll learn how to wield silence like the ancient philosophers did, as a weapon that cuts without ever being drawn. So, if you're ready to stop being just another voice in the crowd and start becoming the man everyone remembers, the man people respect even when he says nothing, then pay attention. Because what I'm about to share isn't theory, it's battle-tested wisdom that's been proving itself for over 2,000 years. Let's start with the first situation, and this one hits home for every man who's ever been confronted by someone who's lost control. Picture this. You're in a meeting, or maybe at a family gathering, or just having a conversation. Suddenly, someone comes at you with pure rage. Their face is red, their voice is raised, they're attacking your character, your decisions, your very existence. Everything in your body screams at you to fight back, to defend yourself, to match their energy and put them in their place. And that's exactly what weak men do. They take the bait, they raise their voice, they defend, explain, justify. They step into the ring thinking they're showing strength, when really they're revealing the exact opposite. Here's what the Stoics knew that most men never learn. Anger is temporary insanity. Seneca wrote extensively about this. When someone is angry, they're not thinking, they're reacting. Their rational mind has been hijacked by emotion, and in that state, they're essentially having a conversation with themselves. They're not actually hearing you. They're hearing their own narrative, their own story, their own pain. So when you respond with words, with explanations, with counter-arguments, you're feeding the beast. You're giving their insanity something to latch onto, something to justify itself against. But when you go silent, everything changes. Silence in the face of anger is like throwing water on fire. The angry person expects resistance. They're geared up for a fight. Their entire emotional system is primed for your reaction. And when you give them nothing, when you simply stand there with calm eyes and a closed mouth, something extraordinary happens. They're forced to confront their own reflection. Without your words to bounce off, their anger has nowhere to go but back into themselves. And in that moment, they begin to hear how they sound. They begin to see how they look. The mirror you're holding up through your silence is far more devastating than any comeback you could deliver. Marcus Aurelius faced opposition constantly. The Roman Senate was filled with men who questioned his decisions, challenged his authority, spoke against him in public forums. And his response? Documented in his own writings, he would often sit in complete silence as senators railed against him. He understood something profound. The best answer to anger is silence, not because he was afraid, not because he couldn't defend himself, but because he recognized that angry men defeat themselves if you simply give them enough rope. There's a psychological principle at work here that modern science has confirmed. Mirror neurons in our brains cause us to unconsciously match the emotional state of people around us. It's why yawning is contagious. It's why you feel uncomfortable when someone near you is anxious. And it's why arguments escalate. When someone comes at you with anger, and you respond with anger, you're creating an amplification loop. Both of you are mirroring and intensifying each other's rage. But silence breaks the circuit. When you refuse to mirror their anger, their brain starts searching for a different signal to sync with. And if you maintain calm, steady presence, something shifts. The angry person begins, often unconsciously, to regulate down toward your state rather than escalating further. I've seen this play out in corporate boardrooms. A colleague of mine once sat completely silent while a director screamed at him about a project delay. Not a word, not a defense, not an excuse, just calm, steady presence. The director raged for maybe 2 minutes, which felt like an eternity, and then, with nothing to push against, the anger just collapsed. The director actually apologized before the meeting ended. My colleague never had to say a single word in his own defense. His silence said everything that needed to be said. It said, "I'm not playing this game. I'm not meeting you in your chaos. I'm staying here, in control, while you lose yours." This is power, real, genuine power, not the fake machismo of always having a comeback, not the insecurity of needing to defend every slight, but the unshakable strength of a man who knows that angry people are fighting themselves, not you, and you don't need to participate in their self-destruction. But here's what you need to understand. This silence isn't passive. It's not weakness disguised as calm. It's active, intentional presence. You're not hiding, you're not cowering, you're standing there, fully present, fully aware, choosing not to add fuel to someone else's fire. That choice, that discipline, that restraint, that's what makes you dangerous. Because a man who can't be provoked into losing control is a man who can't be defeated by emotional manipulation. Now, there's a second situation that trips up even smart, capable men. And I guarantee it's happened to you more times than you realize. Someone criticizes you. Maybe it's at work. Maybe it's in your social circle. Maybe it's online. The criticism is unfair, maybe even baseless. They question your competence, your motives, your worth, and immediately your brain starts constructing a defense. You want to explain why they're wrong. You want to correct the record. You want everyone to know the truth. And that impulse, that need to defend yourself, that's the trap. Here's what weak men don't understand. The moment you defend yourself against criticism, you've already lost. Why? Because defense is an admission that the criticism has power over you. It reveals that you need others to see you correctly, that your sense of self depends on their approval. Every word of explanation you offer is proof that their opinion matters more to you than your own knowledge of who you are. The Stoics had a framework for this, and it's one of the most powerful concepts in their philosophy. The dichotomy of control. There are things within your control and things outside it. Your actions, your intentions, your effort, those are yours. But other people's opinions, judgments, perceptions, those are completely outside your control. You can influence them, maybe, but you cannot control them. And when you try, when you argue and defend and explain, you're spending your precious energy and attention on something you have no real power over. Galileo understood this at the deepest level. When he proposed that the Earth revolved around the sun, he faced persecution from the most powerful institutions of his time. The church, academic authorities, the entire establishment came against him. They called him a heretic, a fool, a danger to society, and while he did eventually recant under threat of execution, which is a reasonable response to literal torture, his approach to criticism in the years before was telling. He didn't spend his time arguing with every critic. He didn't write long defenses every time someone attacked his work. He did his research, he made his observations, he documented his findings, and then he let his work speak. That's the power move. Silence in the face of criticism forces critics to confront their own lack of substance. When you don't engage, when you don't defend, Their criticism has nothing to bounce off. It just hangs there in the air, naked and exposed. And if the criticism was baseless, as unfair criticism usually is, it reveals itself as such without you having to say a word. Think about the last time someone criticized you unfairly at work. Maybe they questioned a decision you made, or suggested you weren't pulling your weight, or implied you didn't know what you were doing. If you're like most people, you probably immediately started explaining, "Here's why I did it this way. Here's all the work you didn't see. Here's the context you're missing." And with every explanation, what were you really doing? You were trying to convince them, which means you were putting your sense of competence in their hands. You were saying, without realizing it, "Your opinion of me matters more than my own knowledge of my work." But imagine instead you had simply nodded, said, "I hear you," and gone back to your work. No defense, no explanation, no justification, just acknowledgement and a return to producing results. What happens? The critic is left holding their criticism with nothing to do with it. And if your work is actually good, if your decisions were actually sound, the results will prove it. The criticism dissolves on its own. Your work becomes your defense, and work is always more convincing than words. There's a deeper truth here that goes beyond just protecting yourself from critics. When you develop the strength to let criticism exist without defending against it, you free yourself from the exhausting need for approval. You build an inner fortress that no outside opinion can penetrate. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." Read that again. We claim to love ourselves, but we give other people's judgments more weight than our own self-knowledge. That's insanity, and defending yourself constantly is how you perpetuate that insanity. The man who stays silent in the face of criticism is telling himself a crucial truth. I know who I am, I know what I've done, I know my intentions, and I don't need you to see me correctly for any of that to remain true. That's freedom, that's power. That's the difference between a man who's controlled by others' opinions and a man who's governed by his own inner compass. Your work will speak, your results will speak, your character, demonstrated over time, will speak louder than any defense you could mount in a moment of criticism. So, save your energy, save your words. Let the critics talk, let them question, let them judge. And you just keep building, keep improving, keep producing. Let them wonder why their criticism didn't get a reaction. Let them realize slowly that you're operating on a level they don't have access to, a level where their approval was never required in the first place. Now, the third situation is something that happens every single day, and it's one of the most tempting traps a man can fall into. Gossip, rumors, people talking about you behind your back, spreading stories that aren't true, questioning your character to others. And somewhere, somehow, you hear about it. Someone tells you what so-and-so said about you. Someone forwards you a message. Someone gives you the heads up that people are talking. And your immediate instinct is to set the record straight, to correct the narrative, to defend your name. Don't. Here's what you need to understand about gossip and rumors. They're like fire. They need fuel to survive. And every time you respond, every time you address them, every time you try to correct them, you're throwing fuel on the flames. You're giving the rumor legitimacy by treating it as something worth responding to. You're spreading it further by talking about it, and you're revealing that it got to you, which is exactly what gossip thrives on. Seneca wrote something profound about this. He said we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Think about what gossip is. It's other people's imagination. It's stories they're telling themselves, narratives they're creating, often to make themselves feel better about their own lives. And when you engage with those stories, when you try to correct them, you're stepping into their imagination and trying to rewrite it. But you can't control their imagination. You never could. That's not your domain. The strategic move is to let rumors die of starvation. No fuel, no response, no energy, just silence and consistent character. Because here's the thing about rumors. They have a lifespan. If you don't feed them, they run out of steam. People get bored. New gossip comes along. The story fades. But it can only fade if you let it. There was a CEO of a mid-sized company who faced vicious rumors during a merger. People were saying he was being pushed out, that he'd mismanaged funds, that the board had lost confidence in him. None of it was true. His PR team wanted him to issue statements, do interviews, defend his reputation. He refused. He said, "I'll let the merger speak." And he went silent. For 3 months, he didn't address a single rumor. He just kept executing the merger, kept doing his job, kept showing up with the same steady leadership he'd always demonstrated. By the time the merger completed successfully, the rumors had died on their own, and the people who had spread them looked like fools. He never had to say a word. That's the power of silence combined with consistent character. Your reputation isn't built on what you say about yourself or what you say in response to others. It's built on what you do, day after day, week after week, year after year. Gossip is temporary, character is permanent, and the man who understands this can weather any rumor storm without breaking his stride. But there's something else at work here, something psychological that most people miss. When someone gossips about you, they're revealing far more about themselves than about you. They're showing their insecurities, their fears, their need to elevate themselves by diminishing others. And when you respond, when you engage, you're essentially saying you take their opinion seriously. You're validating their behavior by giving it attention. Silence, on the other hand, sends a different message. It says, your opinion of me is so insignificant that I'm not even going to acknowledge it exists. It says I'm operating at a level where your gossip can't reach me. It says I have more important things to focus on than correcting every false story that circulates about me. That's not arrogance. That's priority. That's understanding where your energy is best spent. And it's definitely not spent on defending yourself to people who've already decided to believe something false. The Stoics believed that your character is like a fortress. Marcus Aurelius called it the inner citadel. It's a place inside you that external events can't touch, can't damage, can't penetrate. Gossip is an external event. It's happening out there, in other people's mouths and minds. But your character, your truth, your knowledge of who you are, that's in here, in the citadel. And a strong fortress doesn't send soldiers running out every time someone shouts insults from outside the walls. It simply stands, unshaken, unmoved, confident in its own strength. Over time, this approach does something remarkable. It builds such a strong reputation for integrity that rumors can't stick to you. People who know you, people who've seen your consistent character, they don't believe the gossip, and people who don't know you, their opinions don't matter anyway. You end up with a kind of immunity, not because you fought every rumor, but because you ignored them all and let your life be your testimony. So, when you hear that people are talking, when you discover a rumor circulating, when someone tells you what so-and-so said, take a breath. Recognize it for what it is, other people's imagination, other people's insecurity, other people's entertainment, and then go back to being who you are. Let them talk, let them wonder why you're not reacting. Let them eventually realize that while they were gossiping, you were building. While they were talking, you were doing. While they were imagining, you were living in reality. The fourth situation is subtle, but it's one of the most revealing tests of a man's character. And most men fail it without even realizing they're being tested. You're in a meeting, a social gathering, a group conversation. Someone else is getting praised. Maybe they accomplished something impressive. Maybe they're being recognized for their work. Maybe everyone's attention is on them, celebrating their success. And as you sit there listening, a thought creeps in. But I did something just as good. But I worked just as hard. But no one's acknowledging what I've done. And you feel this almost irresistible urge to interject, to mention your own accomplishments, to make sure people know you're successful too. Stop right there, because what you're feeling is your ego screaming for validation. And if you listen to it, if you speak up, you're about to reveal something you don't want to reveal: insecurity. Here's what weak men don't understand. When you feel the need to mention your own accomplishments while someone else is being praised, you're announcing to everyone in the room that your sense of worth depends on external recognition. You're showing that you're keeping score. You're revealing that you measure yourself against others. And all of that, every bit of it, is the opposite of strength. A truly confident man, a stoically grounded man, can sit in a room while someone else receives all the praise and feel nothing but genuine appreciation for that person's success. Why? Because his sense of worth isn't tied to who's getting attention. His identity isn't dependent on being recognized. He knows what he's accomplished, he knows his own value, and he doesn't need the room to validate it. Marcus Aurelius, literally the Emperor of Rome, could have demanded praise constantly. He could have made sure every achievement was publicly celebrated. He could have ensured that his name was spoken with reverence at every opportunity, but read his meditations. You know what you find? A man constantly reminding himself that praise means nothing. Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do, he wrote. Self-indulgence means tying it to the things that happen to you. Sanity means tying it to your own actions. Read that again. Your well-being, your sense of self, your inner peace, it should be tied to your own actions, not to how others respond to those actions. When you need praise, when you need recognition, when you need others to acknowledge what you've done, you've tied your well-being to something outside your control. And that's a prison. That's weakness disguised as ambition. The power move when someone else is being praised is radical silence. Not bitter silence, not jealous silence, but genuine, grounded, appreciative silence. You listen, you acknowledge their success. You might even congratulate them, but you don't make it about you. You don't redirect attention. You don't say, "That's great, and by the way, I just did this thing too." You let them have their moment, fully, completely. And here's what happens. Here's the subtle magic of this kind of silence. People notice. They notice that you're secure enough to let someone else shine without dimming their light. They notice that you're not competing for scraps of attention. They notice that you operate from abundance, not scarcity. And paradoxically, your status rises. Not because you sought it, but because you demonstrated something rare. The confidence to be content in silence while others are celebrated. Think about social media for a moment. The entire platform is built on people broadcasting their achievements, seeking validation, competing for attention, constant updates about promotions, accomplishments, vacations, possessions, and underlying all of it is a desperate need to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be praised. The Stoic approach is the opposite. Do great work, accomplish meaningful things, and then, largely, keep quiet about it. Let your life speak louder than your posts. I'm not saying never share your achievements. I'm saying your first instinct, your driving motivation, should never be the need for others to acknowledge them. There's a massive difference between sharing from a place of abundance and sharing from a place of need. One is generous, an offering to inspire or inform. The other is begging, a plea for validation disguised as an update. The man who masters this fourth form of silence develops something priceless. Internal validation. He becomes his own source of acknowledgement. He pats himself on the back. He tells himself he did well. He recognizes his own growth and effort. And that self-recognition becomes stronger and more sustaining than any external praise ever could be, because it's always available. It can never be taken away, and it doesn't depend on anyone else's mood, attention, or opinion. Seneca wrote, "Until we have begun to go without them, we fail to realize how unnecessary many things are. We've been using them not because we needed them, but because we had them." The same is true of praise. Once you begin to go without seeking it, once you develop the discipline to let others shine while you remain quiet, you realize how unnecessary that external validation was. You were seeking it not because you needed it, but because the opportunity to seek it was always there. The confident man lets others be praised. The insecure man makes sure he's praised too. Which one are you? The next time you're in a room and someone else is getting recognition, watch your internal reaction. Notice if you feel that urge to redirect attention to yourself. And if you do, breathe. Let it pass. Stay silent. Let them have their moment. And notice how strong you feel when you do. That feeling, that quiet strength of not needing the spotlight, that's real power. That's the kind of power that can't be shaken because it doesn't depend on anything outside yourself. The fifth situation is one that destroys more potential than almost anything else. And it's so common, so normalized, that most men don't even recognize they're sabotaging themselves when they do it. You get excited about a new goal. Maybe it's a business idea. Maybe it's a fitness transformation. Maybe it's learning a new skill. Whatever it is, The excitement is real, the vision is clear, and your immediate instinct is to tell people about it. You want to share your plans, you want to announce your intentions, you want people to know what you're about to accomplish, and the moment you do that, the moment you broadcast your plans before you've executed them, you've just dramatically reduced your chances of success. There's actual science behind this, and it perfectly validates what the Stoics knew 2,000 years ago. When you tell people about your goals, your brain gets a hit of dopamine. It feels good. It feels like you've accomplished something just by sharing the intention. And that feeling, that premature sense of accomplishment, it actually reduces your motivation to do the work. Studies have shown that when people announce their goals publicly, they're less likely to achieve them because the announcement scratches the itch that the accomplishment was supposed to scratch. But beyond the psychology, there's strategy. When you share your plans too early, you invite doubt, negativity, and sabotage, often from people who don't even mean to derail you. They'll question your idea. They'll point out obstacles you haven't considered. They'll share stories of others who tried and failed. And even if their intentions are good, even if they think they're being helpful, they're planting seeds of doubt in your mind during the crucial early stage when your belief needs to be strongest. The Stoic principle here is simple. Actions speak louder than announcements. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." The same applies to your goals. Waste no more time announcing what you're going to do it. Let your results announce themselves. Let your transformation be the reveal. Let your success be the notification. Think about the entrepreneurs who talk endlessly about the business they're going to start versus the ones who quietly build until they have something real to show. Think about the guys who announce they're getting in shape, post about their new gym membership, tell everyone about their meal prep, versus the guys who just start training and let their physical transformation do the talking 6 months later. Which approach commands more respect? Which one actually gets results? There's power in moving in silence. When you keep your plans to yourself, you maintain strategic advantage. Competitors don't know what you're working on. Doubters can't plant seeds of uncertainty. Negative people can't drain your energy with their skepticism. You're operating in stealth mode, building momentum without interference, accumulating small wins without the pressure of public accountability to people who don't actually matter. And there's something deeper happening too. When you keep your plans silent, you're developing internal accountability. You're proving to yourself that you don't need external pressure or validation to follow through. You're building the muscle of self-discipline, the capacity to commit to something and execute it without needing cheerleaders or witnesses. That's real strength. That's the difference between someone who needs accountability partners to do anything and someone who's accountable to themselves. I know a guy who wanted to write a book. For 2 years, he told everyone he was working on it. He talked about the premise at parties. He discussed his progress on social media. He sent update emails to friends, and 2 years later, he had maybe 50 pages written. Then he met someone else who had published 3 books. When he asked this person how they did it, the answer was simple. I stopped talking about writing and started writing. I told no one, I just wrote every day. And when the first draft was done, then I mentioned it. That's the difference. One person needed the validation of others knowing he was a writer. The other just quietly became one. The man who announces his plans is creating accountability to the wrong people. He's making himself answerable to friends, family, social media followers, people who have no real stake in his success and no authority to judge his progress. The man who keeps his plans silent is accountable only to himself and to reality. Either he does the work or he doesn't. Either the results materialize or they don't. No one to make excuses to, no one to explain himself to, just him and his commitment. Seneca advised, "Let your progress become your proof. Not your promises, not your announcements, your actual, tangible, undeniable progress. That's what earns respect. That's what can't be argued with. Anyone can talk about what they're going to do. The man who keeps quiet and then shows up with results, that man is rare. That man is dangerous. Because he's demonstrated that his word to himself is stronger than his need for external validation. So the next time you feel excited about a goal, about a plan, about a vision, feel that excitement fully. Let it fuel you. But keep it to yourself. Guard it like a secret. Protect it from the energy vampires, the doubters, the well-meaning but ultimately unhelpful opinions of people who aren't in the arena with you. Work in silence, build in private, and when the time comes, when you have something real to show, let your results do the announcing. Let people be surprised. Let them wonder when you found the time, how you developed the discipline, why they didn't see it coming. That surprise, that gap between their perception and your reality, that's the signature of a man who knows how to move with power. Talk less, do more. Let the world catch up to what you've already become. Now, the sixth and final situation is perhaps the most difficult. It requires a level of wisdom that most men spend their entire lives developing, and yet, it's one of the most common scenarios you'll face. You know you're right, you have the facts, you have the truth, you have the logical high ground. But the person you're talking to, they're not listening, they're not open, they're dug into their position, and no amount of evidence, reasoning, or explanation is going to change their mind, and you face a choice. Do you keep trying to convince them? Do you keep presenting your case? Do you keep fighting to be acknowledged as correct? Or do you let it go? This is where most men stumble, because there's something in us, something deep and primal that needs to be recognized as right when we know we are. It feels like defeat to walk away from an argument we could win. It feels like cowardice to let someone remain wrong about something we could correct. And so we keep talking, keep explaining, keep arguing, even when we know it's futile, even when we can see that nothing we say will make a difference. The Stoic wisdom here is brutal in its clarity. Some battles aren't worth fighting, not because you'd lose, but because winning gains you nothing. Epictetus taught that some people simply aren't ready to hear truth. Their current understanding, their current level of consciousness, their current emotional state, it makes them incapable of receiving what you're offering, even if what you're offering is absolutely correct. And when you encounter someone like this, the wise response isn't to try harder, it's to save your energy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane." Sometimes the sanity is in recognizing that you can't save everyone from their own ignorance. You can't force growth on someone who isn't ready. You can't argue someone into enlightenment, and trying to do so doesn't make you noble or persistent. It makes you a fool wasting resources on an unwinnable fight. Think about the last time you got into an argument online. You presented facts. They dismissed them. You provided sources. They questioned the sources. You broke down the logic. They moved the goalposts. And 3 hours later, you were exhausted, frustrated, and they hadn't changed their position 1 millimeter. What did you gain? Nothing. What did you lose? 3 hours of your life, a significant amount of mental energy, and probably some peace of mind. Was being right worth that cost? The man who masters this sixth form of silence understands something crucial. Being right doesn't require being heard. Your correctness doesn't depend on someone else acknowledging it. The truth is the truth, whether they accept it or not. And sometimes, probably more often than you'd like, the most powerful thing you can do is let someone be wrong. There's a concept in Stoicism about choosing your battles. Not every hill is worth dying on. Not every argument is worth having. Not every wrong idea is worth correcting. You have finite energy, finite time, finite attention. And every moment you spend trying to convince someone who doesn't want to be convinced is a moment you're not spending on something that actually matters, something that's actually within your control, something that actually moves your life forward. I watched a friend destroy a relationship with his father over politics. They had opposite views, both intelligent, both passionate, both convinced they were right. And every family gathering turned into a debate. Every phone call became an argument. My friend couldn't let it go. He had to make his father see reason. He had to win the argument. And eventually, they stopped speaking. Years of silence. All because my friend couldn't accept that some minds won't change and some arguments aren't worth the cost of winning them. Compare that to someone I know who has completely opposite political views from his entire family. And he simply doesn't engage. When conversations turn to politics, he stays quiet. When people ask his opinion, he gives vague answers and changes the subject. When someone tries to bait him into an argument, he smiles and says something like, "I'm sure you're right," and walks away. Is he a coward? No, he's wise. He's recognized that winning political arguments with his family gains him nothing and costs him relationships he values. So he chooses silence. He chooses peace. He chooses to let them be wrong about whatever they want to be wrong about because his relationship with them matters more than being acknowledged as correct. That's the mark of maturity. That's the difference between a man governed by ego and a man governed by wisdom. The ego says you must be right and you must be recognized as right. Wisdom says, sometimes being at peace is more valuable than being proven correct. Seneca wrote about this extensively. He talked about how the wise man is discerning about where he spends his attention. He doesn't engage with every fool who challenges him. He doesn't correct every error he encounters. He doesn't try to educate everyone who misunderstands. Instead, he focuses on what he can actually influence, what actually matters, what actually aligns with his values and goals. Everything else, he lets it be. This doesn't mean you become passive. This doesn't mean you never stand up for truth. There are absolutely times when speaking up is necessary, when silence would be complicity, when the stakes are high enough that you must engage regardless of whether you'll win. But those situations are rarer than you think. Most of the time, most of the arguments you're tempted to have, they're not about justice or truth or principle. They're about ego. They're about being seen as smart, as right, as superior, and that's not worth your energy. The liberation that comes from letting people be wrong is profound. You stop carrying the weight of other people's ignorance. You stop feeling responsible for educating everyone who doesn't get it. You stop exhausting yourself trying to change minds that don't want to change. Instead, you invest that energy in yourself, in your growth, in your goals, in the people who actually want to learn from you, in the battles that actually matter. Being right doesn't require being heard. Your truth doesn't need someone else's validation to remain true. And sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is complete silence in the face of determined ignorance. It says your opinion of reality doesn't change reality. It says I'm not going to waste my energy trying to convince you of what I already know. It says I have better things to do than argue with someone who isn't listening. So the next time you find yourself in an argument with someone who clearly won't change their mind, take a breath. Recognize what's happening. You're about to spend energy on something that will produce no return. You're about to sacrifice peace for the temporary satisfaction of explaining why you're right to someone who doesn't care. And then make a different choice. Let them be wrong. Wish them well, even if only silently in your own mind. And walk away, not in defeat, not in frustration, but in wisdom. In the knowledge that your time, your energy, your peace, they're too valuable to waste on battles that can't be won. Save your strength for fights that matter, and let silence be your answer to those that don't. So here we are, 6 situations where silence is your ultimate weapon. When someone attacks you with anger, when critics try to provoke you, when gossip and rumors circulate, when someone else receives praise, when you're tempted to announce your plans, and when you're right, but speaking won't change anything. 6 moments where weak men talk themselves into defeat and strong men stay silent and maintain power. But let's be clear about something. This isn't about never speaking. This isn't about being a doormat. This isn't about passive acceptance of everything. The Stoics weren't silent because they were weak. They were silent because they were strong. Strong enough to choose when to speak and when to stay quiet. Disciplined enough to resist the pull of ego, emotion, and social pressure. Wise enough to recognize that not every moment requires a response. The transformation from reactive to strategic, from emotional to grounded, from weak to powerful, it all starts with one realization. You don't have to respond to everything. You don't have to defend everything. You don't have to explain everything. You don't have to correct everything. You don't have to announce everything. You don't have to win everything. And the moment you accept that, the moment you internalize it, you become dangerous in the best possible way. Because a man who can't be provoked is a man who can't be controlled. A man who doesn't need validation can't be manipulated through praise or criticism. A man who moves in silence can't be stopped by people who never saw him coming. And a man who chooses his battles wisely has energy for the wars that actually matter. Marcus Aurelius spent his life fighting wars, running an empire, dealing with senators, generals, enemies both foreign and domestic. And yet, what did he write in his journals? The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. Not to strike back, not to defend endlessly, but to rise above, to remain true to yourself, to let your character be your answer. That's what these 6 situations are teaching you. How to rise above, how to remain true, how to let your life be your answer when words would only weaken your position. This week, I want you to do something. Pick one of these 6 situations, just one, and commit to practicing silence when it shows up. When someone gets angry, don't defend. When someone criticizes unfairly, don't explain. When gossip circulates, don't address it. When someone else gets praised, don't interject. When you get excited about a goal, don't announce it. When you're right but it won't matter, don't argue. Pick one and practice. Because this isn't theory. This is training. This is how you build the muscle of restraint, the discipline of silence, the power of knowing when to speak and when to let your presence speak for you. Silence isn't the absence of power, it's the accumulation of it. Every time you choose not to react, you're storing energy. Every time you choose not to defend, you're building confidence in yourself that doesn't need external validation. Every time you choose not to argue, you're proving to yourself that you're governed by wisdom, not emotion. And over time, those choices compound. They turn you into someone different, someone rare, someone who walks into any room and commands respect without saying a word, someone who other men instinctively know not to test, someone who women recognize as genuinely strong, not performatively masculine. That's who you can become. Not through talking about it, but through practicing it. Not through announcing your journey, but through walking it in silence. Not through defending your transformation, but through embodying it so completely that no defense is necessary. The ancient Stoics built empires, survived slavery, advised kings, and faced death itself. And the wisdom they left us wasn't complex. It wasn't hidden. It was simple, practical, and powerful. Speak less. Choose carefully. Let silence be your strength. In a world where everyone's shouting, the quiet man stands out. In a culture where everyone's defending themselves, the man who doesn't need to is magnetic. In an age where everyone's announcing everything, the man who moves in silence is unstoppable. So go out there and practice. Let angry people exhaust themselves against your silence. Let critics reveal their own emptiness. Let gossip die of starvation. Let others have their moment in the spotlight. Let your plans remain yours until they become reality. Let people be wrong when convincing them gains you nothing. And watch what happens. Watch how your life changes. Watch how people's respect for you grows. Watch how much energy you have for things that actually matter. Watch how unshakable you become. This is the path of the Stoic. Not easy, not popular, not celebrated by the crowd, but powerful. Genuinely, undeniably powerful. And that power is yours if you're willing to embrace the silence. If this video resonated with you, if you're committed to walking this path, drop a comment right now. Tell me which of these 6 situations you struggle with most. Are you the guy who can't help but defend yourself? The one who has to announce every plan? The one who always needs to be right? Let me know, because awareness is the first step. Naming your weakness is how you begin to transform it into strength. And if you're ready to go deeper, if you want more of this raw, unfiltered Stoic wisdom that cuts through the modern noise and gives you ancient power, hit that subscribe button right now. This channel is a brotherhood, a place where men come to level up, to strip away weakness, to reclaim the strength that modern culture tries to drain from us. We're building something here, a community of men who understand that real power is quiet, that real strength is disciplined, that real transformation happens in silence, not in social media posts. Remember, brother, a man who talks about doing is just planning. A man who stays silent and does is unstoppable. Be the latter. Master your mouth, master your reactions, master your need for validation, master yourself, and watch as everything else falls into place. The Stoics didn't just talk about wisdom, they lived it, and that's exactly what I'm challenging you to do. Not to watch another video about being better, but to be better, starting right now, starting with silence, starting with the next time one of these 6 situations shows up in your life. And trust me, it will show up probably today. And when it does, you'll have a choice. React like most men, or respond like a Stoic. Choose wisely, your power depends on it.
There's a man sitting alone in his apartment right now. The city hums outside his window. His phone buzzes with notifications, dating app matches, messages from people wanting his attention, his time, his energy. He looks at the screen, then sets it face down on the table. He pours himself a drink, opens a book, and settles into the silence. And in that moment, he possesses something most men are desperately searching for, but will never find. Freedom. Real freedom. The kind that can't be given or taken away. The kind that lives inside you, independent of anyone else's approval, desire, or presence. Society will tell you this man is broken, that he's missing out. That true fulfillment only comes when you find someone to complete you. But what if I told you that the ancient Stoics, men who built empires and weathered exile, who faced death with calm eyes and lived through chaos with unshaken minds, understood a truth that modern culture has forgotten? What if the greatest power a man can possess isn't the ability to attract someone, but the ability to be whole without anyone at all? This isn't about bitterness. This isn't about fear or avoidance. This is about sovereignty, about building an inner fortress so strong that you don't need external validation to feel alive. Marcus Aurelius ruled the Roman Empire, commanded armies, held the fate of millions in his hands. Yet he wrote in his private journal that the most peaceful place a man can retreat to isn't a mansion in the countryside or a vacation by the sea. It's his own mind, his own soul, the space within that no one else can touch. The Stoics called this autarkia, self-sufficiency, the ultimate virtue. And they understood that until a man learns to be complete in his solitude, he'll spend his entire life as a beggar seeking scraps of worth from others. So, let me ask you something. When was the last time you sat in silence with yourself and felt at peace? When was the last time you made a decision purely for you, without considering what someone else might think? When was the last time you felt truly free? Because what I'm about to share with you isn't just philosophy, it's liberation. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. The world has sold you a script. From the time you were a boy, you've been handed a blueprint for what success looks like. Get the girl, build the relationship, settle down, find your other half. The narrative is everywhere, in movies, in songs, in the casual conversations where people ask with pitying eyes, "Why are you still single?" As if being alone is a disease that needs curing, as if you're incomplete until someone else validates your existence. And here's the trap. Most men spend their entire lives chasing this script without ever questioning whether it's true. They measure their worth by their relationship status. They gauge their masculinity by how attractive their partner is, by how quickly they can lock someone down, by whether they can prove to the world that they're wanted. But the Stoics saw through this illusion 2,000 years ago. Epictetus, who spent years as a slave before becoming one of history's greatest philosophers, taught that true freedom has nothing to do with external circumstances. A man can be chained in a prison cell and be free. A man can live in a palace and be enslaved. The difference isn't what surrounds you, it's what lives within you. He wrote that when you attach your happiness to anything outside your control, you become a slave to that thing. The weather, your reputation, other people's opinions, and yes, whether or not you're in a relationship. Think about that for a moment. Every time you check your dating app, hoping for a match, you're giving away your power. Every time you change who you are to be more appealing to someone else, you're surrendering your sovereignty. Every time you measure your day by whether she texted back, you're living as a prisoner. And the cruelest part is that society applauds this slavery. It calls it love. It calls it devotion. It calls it being a good partner. But here's what nobody tells you. 63% of men between 18 and 29 are single right now. That's not a statistic from ancient Rome. That's from 2025. and it's rising. Meanwhile, only 34% of women in that same age group are single. What does that tell you? It tells you that the dating landscape has fundamentally shifted. It tells you that the old rules don't work anymore. And it tells you something even more important. You're not alone in feeling like the game is rigged. But here's where most men make their fatal mistake. They look at these numbers and feel inadequate. They internalize the message that something is wrong with them, that they're not good enough, attractive enough, successful enough. They double down on the chase, working harder to prove their value in a marketplace that treats them as disposable. And with every rejection, every ghosting, every situation where they compromise their values just to keep someone interested, they lose a little more of themselves. The Stoics would look at this and see madness. They'd ask, why are you seeking your worth in the opinions of others? Why are you measuring your happiness by whether someone else chooses you? Why are you giving away the one thing that truly belongs to you, your inner peace, in exchange for scraps of external validation? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Read that again. You have power over your mind, not over whether she likes you back, not over whether your relationship works out, not over whether you end up alone. You have power over how you interpret these things, over what meaning you assign to them, over whether they disturb your peace or leave you untouched. And that, brother, is everything, because here's the truth that will set you free. Being single isn't a problem to solve, it's a power to harness. And the moment you understand that, the moment you stop seeing solitude as something to escape and start seeing it as something to embrace, everything changes. You stop being a man who needs someone. You become a man who chooses connection from a place of fullness, not emptiness. You stop being the beggar at the table. You become the king who decides if and when he shares his throne. But society doesn't want you to know this, because a man who is complete on his own is dangerous. He can't be controlled. He can't be manipulated. He doesn't need the validation that keeps the whole system running. He's free, and free men change the world. So let me show you what that freedom looks like. The ancient Stoics had a word that most people have never heard: autarkia. It's Greek, and it means self-sufficiency. Not in the sense that you live in the woods, chopping your own wood and filtering your own water, but in the deeper sense that your well-being, your peace, your sense of worth comes from within. It's the understanding that you need nothing outside yourself to be complete. That happiness isn't something you find in another person. It's something you cultivate in the fortress of your own mind. Marcus Aurelius understood this at the deepest level. Here was a man who had everything society says should make you happy. Emperor of Rome, immense wealth, beautiful family, power that stretched across the known world. Yet he wrote in his meditations, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul, not his palace, not his empire, his own soul." And he added, "It is in your power to retire into yourself whenever you choose." Think about what he's saying. The greatest sanctuary you'll ever know isn't a place. It's a practice. It's the ability to withdraw into your own mind, to find peace there regardless of what's happening around you, whether you're surrounded by chaos or sitting in silence, whether you're with someone or alone. The peace isn't circumstantial, it's constitutional. It's built into who you are. And once you develop this capacity, you become unstoppable. Epictetus, who went from slavery to philosophical mastery, taught his students that the key to this self-sufficiency is understanding what you control and what you don't. You don't control whether people love you. You don't control whether relationships last. You don't control the economic factors that make dating harder, the cultural shifts that change the rules, or the fact that modern technology has turned human connection into a swipe-based marketplace. None of that is in your control, but you do control your character, your response, your inner state, your decision about what kind of man you're going to be regardless of circumstance. And this is where it gets powerful. When Musonius Rufus, another Stoic philosopher, was exiled from Rome, sent away from his home, his friends, everything familiar, he didn't collapse into despair. He didn't spend his days mourning what he'd lost. Instead, he used his solitude to deepen his practice. He worked on his virtue. He refined his character. He became more himself, not less. And when people came from far away to learn from him, even in exile, they found a man who radiated peace, a man who proved that external circumstances have no power over an internally complete person. There's a story about Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology, that the Stoics loved. During the cosmic conflagrations, when the universe would reset and everything would be destroyed, Zeus would sit alone. No other gods, no creation, just emptiness. And yet, he remained content, at peace, because his completeness didn't depend on what existed outside him. The Stoics used this image to teach that true self-sufficiency means you could lose everything, everyone, and still have yourself. And if you've built that self well, if you've made it a fortress of virtue and reason, then you have everything you need. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This sounds lonely. This sounds like isolation. But here's where the Stoics make a crucial distinction. There's a difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the pain of being disconnected. It's what happens when you're surrounded by people but feel empty inside. It's what happens when you're in a relationship but realize you don't actually know yourself anymore. Loneliness comes from lacking connection with others or with yourself. But solitude? Solitude is chosen. It's the intentional practice of spending time with yourself, not because you can't find anyone else, but because you recognize the value of your own company. Modern research backs this up. Studies show that when people choose to be alone, when they see solitude as an opportunity rather than a punishment, their stress levels drop. Their sense of autonomy increases. They report feeling more like themselves. But when solitude is forced, when it comes from rejection or circumstance beyond their control, that's when the negative effects show up. The difference is agency, power, choice. A man who embraces solitude isn't running from connection. He's building the foundation that makes genuine connection possible. Because you can't share yourself with someone else if you don't know who you are. You can't build intimacy if you're empty inside. The strongest relationships don't happen between two incomplete people desperately trying to fill each other's voids. They happen between two whole people who choose to walk side by side, not because they need to, but because they want to. And this brings us to something crucial. Self-sufficiency doesn't mean you become cold or isolated. Seneca, one of the wealthiest and most influential men in Rome, wrote extensively about friendship. He said that a wise man doesn't need friends, but he still desires them, not because they complete him, not because he can't survive without them, but because friendship, real friendship built on virtue and mutual respect, enhances life. It's a preferred indifferent, as the Stoics would say. Nice to have, but not necessary for your peace. Think about how revolutionary that is. Most men approach relationships from need. They need validation, they need sex, they need emotional support, they need someone to make them feel valuable. But when you approach from self-sufficiency, everything shifts. You don't need anyone, you choose them. And that choice, made from abundance rather than scarcity, creates relationships that are powerful, genuine, and free. Because neither person is using the other to fill a hole. Both are whole already. They're just enjoying the experience of being whole together. But getting to this point requires practice. It requires you to spend time alone and actually work on yourself. Not just scroll social media or numb out with entertainment. Real inner work. And that's uncomfortable, because when you sit in silence with yourself, when you remove all the distractions and external validations, you're forced to confront who you actually are. The thoughts you've been avoiding, the patterns you've been running from, the ways you've been living someone else's script instead of your own. Marcus Aurelius faced this daily. In his journal, he wrote reminders to himself. Wake up in the morning and remember who you are. Remember your principles. Don't let the chaos of the day pull you away from yourself. He understood that the greatest battle isn't against external enemies. It's against the internal tendency to lose yourself in the noise, to give away your power piece by piece until you wake up one day and realize you don't recognize the person you've become. But when you build self-sufficiency, when you develop autarkia, something remarkable happens. You stop being reactive. You stop living at the mercy of circumstance. Whether someone texts you back or doesn't, whether people approve of your choices or judge them, whether you spend Friday night with someone or alone with a good book, none of it disturbs your peace. You're grounded, centered, free. And that freedom, brother, is more valuable than any relationship could ever be. Because here's the paradox. The man who needs no one is the man everyone wants to be around. Strength attracts. Completeness attracts. When you're not grasping, not needy, not performing for validation, people feel it. They sense that you're different, that you operate from a different place. And the connections you do form, when you're ready, if you choose them, will be deeper and more real than anything you could build from a place of need. So what does this actually give you? What changes when you embrace solitude instead of running from it? The Stoics believed that external goods come in two categories: things that are genuinely good, like virtue and wisdom and character, and things that are preferred indifference, wealth, health, relationships. Nice to have, but not essential to your well-being, not determinative of your worth. The moment you internalize this distinction, a weight lifts, because you stop attaching your happiness to things you can't control. Let's get practical. When you're single and you embrace it, you have financial sovereignty. No expensive dates where you're performing, trying to impress someone. No shared expenses where you have to negotiate every purchase. No compromise on how you spend your money. Every dollar you earn is yours to allocate as you see fit. You can invest in yourself, build your skills, travel, save, create, and you don't have to justify these choices to anyone. Modern research shows that single men, particularly those who embrace their status rather than fighting it, report lower financial stress. They have more control over their economic futures. They're not tied to another person's spending habits, debt, or financial crises. And in a world where economic pressure is one of the leading causes of relationship breakdown, that's not a small thing. You eliminate an entire category of stress simply by being financially sovereign. Then there's time sovereignty. Think about the hours you get back when you're not texting constantly, planning dates, negotiating weekend plans, attending social functions for someone else's sake. Time is the only truly non-renewable resource. Once it's gone, it's gone. And most men give away enormous chunks of their time without even realizing it, not because they want to, but because they feel obligated, because they're afraid of what will happen if they don't, because they're trying to keep someone happy, keep the relationship going, prove they're committed. But when you're single, every hour belongs to you. Want to wake up early and work on that business idea? Do it. Want to spend Saturday learning a new skill? You can. Want to sit in complete silence for an afternoon and just think? Nobody's going to text you asking where you are or why you're being distant. This isn't selfishness, it's self-ownership. And the Stoics believed that a man who doesn't own his time doesn't own his life. Marcus Aurelius, again, the busiest man in the empire, wrote about guarding his time like a fortress. He knew that every hour given to someone else's priorities was an hour stolen from his own development, his own contemplation, his own practice of virtue. He wasn't antisocial, he fulfilled his duties, but he was ruthless about protecting the time he needed to be alone with his own mind, because he understood that without that time, he'd lose himself in the chaos of external demands. Then there's mental sovereignty. This might be the most important one. When you're in a relationship, especially one built on neediness rather than choice, you carry enormous emotional labor. You're managing someone else's feelings, anticipating their needs, walking on eggshells to avoid conflict, constantly adjusting yourself to maintain harmony. And over time, this erodes you. You start to forget what you actually think, what you actually want, because you've spent so much energy managing the relational dynamics. But when you're alone, your mind is your own. You can think clearly, process your own emotions, develop your own worldview. Make decisions based on your values, not on what will keep the peace. There's a reason why great thinkers throughout history, from philosophers to scientists to artists, often did their best work in solitude. Because the mind needs space to wander, to connect ideas, to see things from new angles, and you can't do that when you're constantly reactive, constantly managing relationship dynamics, constantly split between your own needs and someone else's. Research in neuroscience shows that solitude activates what's called the default mode network in your brain. This is the network responsible for self-reflection, for integrating experiences, for creative thinking. It's the mode your brain enters when you're not responding to external stimuli, and it only activates when you're truly alone, not just physically but mentally. When you're not checking your phone every 5 minutes to see if she responded, when you're not running through conversations in your head, analyzing what you said wrong, when you're just present with yourself. And this is where creativity and insight emerge. Every major breakthrough you've had, every moment of clarity, probably came when you were alone, in the shower, on a walk, lying in bed before sleep, because your brain needs that downtime to process, to connect, to see patterns. But if you're constantly engaged with others, constantly stimulated, constantly performing, you never give your brain that space. You stay on the surface, reactive, never truly creative or deeply thoughtful. The Stoics understood this intuitively. They practiced morning and evening reflection, time alone to examine their day, their choices, their progress toward virtue. Seneca wrote about the importance of setting aside time each day to commune with yourself, not to judge yourself harshly, but to observe, to understand, to refine your character away from the eyes and opinions of others, because real growth happens in private. The person you become in solitude is the person you actually are. Everything else is performance. Then there's creative sovereignty. How many men have buried their dreams because a relationship demanded their time and energy elsewhere? How many businesses never started, books never written, skills never mastered, because there was always someone else's needs taking priority? This isn't about blaming relationships. It's about recognizing that everything has a cost, and the cost of relationship, especially one you're not fully choosing, is often paid in abandoned potential. When you're alone, you can be selfish with your ambition. You can pour yourself into your craft, your mission, your vision for who you want to become. No negotiations, no guilt, no compromise. Just pure focused energy on building the life you actually want. And here's what's interesting. The men who do this, who use their solitude to build something significant, often find that relationships come naturally later, not because they went looking, but because they became someone worth finding, someone who radiates purpose and completeness, and that energy attracts. But there's something even deeper here, something the Stoics saw clearly. When you build your life on your own terms, when you develop skills and pursue excellence and create value, you build self-respect, real self-respect. Not the fake confidence you try to project to impress people, but the genuine, unshakable knowledge that you're living with integrity, that you're becoming who you're meant to be, that you're not wasting your life trying to meet someone else's expectations. And self-respect, true self-respect, is the foundation of everything else. You can't love yourself if you don't respect yourself, and you can't respect yourself if you're living a life of compromise and neediness. Epictetus taught his students that the only thing truly yours is your character. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions, your relationships, your reputation, your health. But your character, the quality of your inner life, belongs only to you, and it's built in solitude, in the choices you make when nobody's watching, in the discipline you maintain when there's no external reward, in the integrity you hold when it would be easier to compromise. This is why the Stoics saw self-sufficiency as the ultimate virtue, not because they were antisocial, but because they understood that a man who can't be happy alone will never be truly happy with anyone else. He'll always be grasping, always be insecure, always be dependent on external validation to feel okay. And that's not freedom, that's slavery with extra steps. So when you hear that 63% of young men are single, don't see it as a crisis. See it as an opportunity to build yourself without distraction, to develop the kind of inner strength that most men never discover because they jump from relationship to relationship, never spending time alone, never doing the deep work. You have time, you have space, you have sovereignty. Use it, but let me be clear about something. This isn't about avoiding relationships forever. This isn't about becoming some isolated hermit who thinks he's better than everyone. The Stoics didn't advocate for that. Seneca had a wife and family. Marcus Aurelius had a wife and children. They participated fully in social life, but they did it from a place of inner completeness. They engaged with others not because they needed to, but because they chose to. And there's all the difference in the world between those two positions. The goal isn't to stay single forever. The goal is to become the kind of man who doesn't need to be in a relationship to feel complete. And once you're that man, if you choose to be with someone, it will be from a place of strength, not weakness, from abundance, not scarcity, from sovereignty, not desperation. And those kinds of relationships, rare as they are the only ones worth having. But here's what most men miss. They think being single means they're incomplete. They've internalized the message that they're only half a person until they find their other half. And this belief, more than anything else, keeps them trapped. Because when you believe you're incomplete, you'll do anything to feel whole. You'll compromise your values. You'll tolerate disrespect. You'll lose yourself piece by piece trying to hold on to someone, anyone, who makes you feel less empty. But the Stoics would tell you this is backward. You're not empty. You never were. You've just been taught to see yourself that way. Society profits from your insecurity. The entire dating industry, the relationship advice industry, the self-help industry depends on you believing you're broken and need fixing, that you're incomplete and need completing. But what if none of that is true? What if you're already whole, you've just forgotten how to feel it? Marcus Aurelius wrote about this constantly, the idea that we already possess everything we need. That virtue, the only true good, is already within our capacity. We don't need to acquire it from outside. We need to cultivate it from within, and the best place to do that cultivation is in solitude, away from the noise, away from the opinions, away from the endless pressure to be something other than what you are. In solitude, you can be honest. You can strip away the masks you wear for others and look at who you actually are. And that honesty, uncomfortable as it might be at first, is the beginning of real transformation. There's a concept in psychology called self-determination theory. It says that humans have three basic needs: autonomy, the sense that you control your own life; competence, the feeling that you're capable and growing; and relatedness, connection with others. Most people think relatedness is the most important, but research shows that autonomy is actually the foundation. Without it, without the sense that you're living your own life on your own terms, the other needs can't be truly satisfied. You might have relationships, but you'll feel trapped in them. You might be skilled, but you'll never feel like it's enough because you're measuring yourself by external standards. But when you build autonomy, when you develop true self-sufficiency, everything else flows naturally. You pursue competence for its own sake, not to impress anyone, and when you do connect with others, it's genuine, because you're not performing, you're not pretending, you're just being yourself, and you're okay if people accept that or don't. That's the power position, that's freedom. And here's something crucial. The Stoics believed that you had to be careful about who you spent time with. They weren't elitist about it, but they understood that you become like the people you surround yourself with. Spend time with complainers, you become a complainer. Spend time with people who lack integrity, your own integrity erodes. Spend time with people who see relationships as transactions, who manipulate and play games, and you start to see the world that way too. But when you're selective, when you use your solitude to clarify your values and then only engage with people who align with those values, your life transforms. You're no longer tolerating relationships out of loneliness. You're cultivating connections based on mutual respect and shared virtue. And those connections, even if they're fewer, are infinitely more valuable than 100 shallow relationships. Built on convenience or need, Seneca wrote extensively about this. He said that you should associate with people who will improve you and avoid people who will corrupt you. And he added that you should also be someone worth associating with, someone who adds value, someone who embodies the virtues you want to see in the world. That's the work of solitude. Becoming that person, not for anyone else, for yourself, because you want to look in the mirror and respect who you see. And this brings us to perhaps the most important point: the validation trap. Traditional masculinity, at least the toxic version of it, measures a man's worth by his romantic and sexual success. Can he get girls? Is he a player? Is his girlfriend hot? These are the metrics by which many men, consciously or unconsciously, judge themselves and each other. And it's poison, because it makes your self-worth dependent on factors largely outside your control: physical attractiveness, which is mostly genetic; social status, which is often circumstantial; the approval of others, which is fickle and unpredictable. But the Stoics would say this is insane. Why would you tie your sense of value to things you can't control? Why would you give others that much power over your inner state? Epictetus taught that the only thing you truly control is your will, your capacity to choose your response, your commitment to virtue. That's it. Everything else is fortune, and fortune is unreliable. So when you measure yourself by relationship status, you're basically saying that your worth depends on luck, on being born with certain features, on meeting the right person at the right time, on 1,000 variables you have no control over. And that's a recipe for lifelong insecurity, because even if you do get into a relationship, you'll never feel secure. You'll always wonder if you're good enough. You'll always fear losing what you've tied your identity to. You'll be jealous, controlling, needy, because deep down, you know your worth isn't real. It's contingent on her staying. But when you build your worth on virtue, on character, on the man you're becoming, nobody can take that from you. Relationships come and go, circumstances change, but who you are, the integrity you've built, the self-respect you've earned through right action, that's permanent. That's unshakable. And paradoxically, when you stop seeking validation from relationships, when you develop genuine self-worth, you become more attractive. Because people can sense desperation, they can feel neediness, and it repels them, but they can also sense strength, completeness, self-possession, and that draws them in. The Stoics weren't advocating for pride or arrogance. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that he was just a human, fallible and temporary. But he also knew that his worth came from his character, not from his circumstances. He could be emperor or exile, and his value as a person wouldn't change. Because value, true value, is internal. It's the quality of your thoughts, your choices, your virtue. And that's entirely within your control to develop. So here's what I want you to hear. If you're single right now, you're not broken, you're not incomplete, you're not less than. You have something precious: time, space, sovereignty. Use it. Build yourself, develop your skills, clarify your values, strengthen your character. Read the books that expand your mind. Pursue the projects that ignite your passion. Train your body, master your emotions. Become so complete in yourself that you don't need anyone else's validation to feel whole. And when you do that, one of two things will happen. Either you'll discover that you actually prefer solitude, that you've built a life so rich and meaningful on your own that adding a relationship would be a downgrade. And that's fine. That's a valid choice. The Stoics would respect it. Or you'll eventually meet someone and choose to build something with them. But it will be from a place of strength, from wholeness, from sovereignty. And that relationship, if it happens, will be powerful because it's not built on need. It's built on choice, on two complete people deciding to walk together, not because they have to, but because they want to. But either way, you win, because you'll have done the work. You'll have built the inner fortress. You'll have developed self-sufficiency. And nobody can take that from you. Not rejection, not loneliness, not societal pressure. You'll be free. And freedom, brother, is everything. Marcus Aurelius wrote late in his life, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." Read that again. Very little is needed. It's all within yourself, not in finding the right person, not in changing your circumstances, not in achieving some external milestone. Within yourself, in your way of thinking, in your capacity to find peace regardless of what's happening around you. That's the promise of Stoicism. That's the gift of solitude. Complete independence from external validation. Total sovereignty over your inner state. The ability to be happy, genuinely happy, in any circumstance, alone or with someone, wealthy or poor, praised or criticized. None of it touches you, because you're grounded in something deeper than circumstance. You're grounded in virtue, in character, in the kind of strength that can only be built in the forge of solitude. So use this time. Don't waste it wishing you were somewhere else, with someone else. Don't spend your days scrolling dating apps or feeling sorry for yourself. The Stoics would tell you that's a form of suicide. Killing time, killing potential, killing the opportunity to become something greater. Instead, wake up every morning and ask yourself, what kind of man do I want to be? And then become that man, not for anyone else, for yourself, because you respect yourself enough to live with integrity. Build your morning routine. Train your body. Develop your skills. Read philosophy. Journal your thoughts. Sit in silence and just breathe. Let yourself feel what you feel without judgment. Work on your projects. Create value. Help others when you can. But always come back to yourself. Always protect that inner space where nobody else has access. That's your sanctuary, your fortress, your source of power. And here's something powerful. Every time you choose solitude over connection born of desperation, you strengthen yourself. Every time you decline to compromise your values just to keep someone around, you build self-respect. Every time you sit with discomfort instead of numbing it with distraction or validation seeking, you develop emotional resilience. These choices compound. They build on each other, and over time, you become a different kind of man. The kind who doesn't need external validation. The kind who trusts himself. The kind who's free. The Stoics had a practice they called negative visualization. They'd imagine losing everything they had. Their wealth, their position, their relationships, their health. Not to be morbid, but to remind themselves that these things are temporary, that they're not truly theirs, that the only thing that can't be taken is their capacity to respond with virtue. And by imagining loss, they appreciated what they had without clinging to it. They held things lightly, including relationships. Try this practice. Imagine you never end up in another relationship. You're single for the rest of your life. How would you live? What would you pursue? What would bring you meaning and joy? Really sit with that question, because the answer reveals what actually matters to you beyond validation and approval. And when you know what actually matters, when you build a life around those things, you become unshakable. Relationships become bonus, not necessity. Connection becomes choice, not desperation. And here's the paradox again. The man who could be completely happy alone is the man most worthy of companionship, because he's not using another person to fill his emptiness. He's whole already. He's inviting someone to share in his fullness. That's attractive. That's magnetic. That's what genuine partnership looks like. Not two halves making a whole, but two wholes choosing to walk together, each maintaining their own sovereignty, each respecting the other's independence, each complete whether together or apart. Seneca wrote, "The wise man is self-content. He is so in the sense that he is able to do without friends, not that he desires to do without them." That's the balance. You develop the ability to be happy alone. You build self-sufficiency, but you remain open to genuine connection when it appears. You don't avoid relationships, you just don't need them. And that makes all the difference. So where does this leave you? Right here, right now, with a choice. You can keep buying into the narrative that you're incomplete without someone, that your value depends on relationship status. That being single is something to escape as quickly as possible. And if you choose that path, you'll spend your life chasing, compromising, losing yourself piece by piece in the pursuit of external validation. Or you can embrace what the Stoics knew 2,000 years ago. That true power comes from within. That self-sufficiency is the highest virtue. That a man complete in solitude is free in every circumstance. And if you choose that path, if you do the work, you'll build something that nobody can take from you. An inner fortress, a sovereignty that transcends circumstance, a peace that doesn't depend on anyone else's approval or presence. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. He had wealth, power, family, everything society says should make you happy. Yet he spent his evenings writing in his journal, reminding himself of what actually mattered: virtue, character, inner peace. He knew that everything else was temporary, that the only lasting value was the kind of person he was becoming, and he did that work in solitude. away from the crowds, away from the demands, in the quiet space of his own mind. You don't need an empire to do this. You don't need perfect circumstances. You just need to make the choice, to use your solitude as a gift, not a curse, to see being single not as a deficit, but as an opportunity, to build yourself so completely that you don't need validation from anyone. And when you do that, you become dangerous, not to others, but to the systems that profit from your insecurity. You become a man who can't be controlled, can't be manipulated, can't be sold something he doesn't need. You become free. And freedom is what the Stoics were teaching all along. Not freedom from circumstances, those will always change, but freedom within circumstances. The ability to maintain your peace, your integrity, your sense of self, regardless of what's happening around you, alone or with someone, successful or struggling, praised or criticized. None of it touches your core, because you've built something unshakable inside. And that, brother, is power. Real power. The kind that transforms not just your life, but the lives of everyone you touch. Because strength is contagious. Completeness inspires. Freedom spreads. So let me leave you with this. A man who needs no one is free to choose everyone. A man who needs someone is slave to his need. Which man do you want to be? The choice is yours. It's always been yours. And it starts right now, in this moment, with this decision, to stop seeking yourself in others and start building yourself in solitude, to stop measuring your worth by external validation and start grounding it in internal virtue, to stop running from being alone and start embracing it as the ultimate gift, the space where you become who you're meant to be. The Stoics are waiting for you, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca. They walked this path. They proved it works. They left you a blueprint. All you have to do is follow it. Build your inner fortress. Cultivate self-sufficiency. Embrace solitude not as a punishment, but as a privilege. And watch what happens. Watch how your life transforms when you stop living for others and start living for yourself. Not in a selfish way, but in the way that honors your potential, your values, your unique path. That's what the Stoics called living according to nature, being fully yourself, and there's nothing more powerful than that. So if you found value in this, if these ideas resonate with something deep inside you, if you feel that pull toward building a different kind of life, do me a favor. Hit that like button. It tells me this message matters. It helps this reach other men who need to hear it. Subscribe to the channel because we're building something here. A community of men who refuse to live by society's script, who are doing the work, who understand that real strength comes from within. Drop a comment and tell me, what's one thing you're going to do this week to build your inner empire? One practice, one choice, one step towards self-sufficiency. And remember, this isn't the end, it's the beginning. Every journey toward freedom starts with a single step, a single decision. The decision to stop seeking worth in external validation and start building it through internal virtue. You've taken that step by being here, by listening, by opening your mind to a different way. Now keep walking, keep building, keep becoming. The man you're meant to be is waiting in the silence. Go find him. Until next time, stay strong, stay sovereign, stay free. The room is quiet. 2 glasses of wine sit untouched. A woman leans forward, eyes sharp, voice steady. Do you even care about me? The question cuts deeper than it sounds. It isn't about love. It isn't about romance. It is about power. Most men stumble here. They rush to explain. They laugh nervously. They pile up words like a wall. But the wall crumbles instantly. Respect slips away. This is how the test begins. A test older than text messages, older than candle-lit dinners, older than modern love itself. In every culture, in every time, women have tested men, not out of malice, not to be cruel, but to see if he bends, to see if he breaks, to see if the man she sits with is the same man he claims to be. And these tests are subtle. They hide behind simple questions, questions that seem innocent, but they are anything but innocent. Each one is a strike at the foundation of a man's composure. Here's the truth. When she asks these questions, she isn't waiting for the perfect answer. She's watching for the reaction. Does he stay calm? Does he hold his frame? Or does he panic? The Stoics faced greater trials than this. Emperors, generals, and slaves alike endured storms of fate. They lost kingdoms, they faced death, and still they stood unshaken. Their philosophy was simple. Control yourself. Do not be ruled by the chaos outside you. Be anchored, be still, be immovable. What if you could bring that same calm to these modern tests? What if every question, every trap, became an opportunity to show strength instead of weakness? In this film, we reveal the 5 questions women use to test men. 5 traps hidden in plain sight. 5 moments where most men collapse, but where the Stoic finds his chance to rise. Stay with me. Because question 3, that one is the silent killer, the one that strips a man of dignity before he even knows it happened. And if you fail it, you may never get it back. Why do women test men? It is a question that makes some men angry. Others shrug it off. But if you ignore the reason, you will never pass the test. The truth is simple. It is not cruelty. It is not manipulation. It is instinct. Think of it like the walls of a fortress. A guard doesn't press the stone to destroy it. She presses to make sure it holds. She tests to see if the foundation is real. And if the wall crumbles at her touch, the fortress was never strong to begin with. That is what these questions are. A press against the wall. A test of strength, of composure, of truth. Now picture this. A young Roman senator stands in the forum. His wife questions him loudly, accusing him of weakness. The crowd holds its breath. If he defends himself with anger, he looks guilty. If he stammers, he looks broken. But he does neither. He stands tall. He answers with calm dignity. And the whispers in the crowd turn into respect. She tested him. He passed. And in passing, he became stronger. The Stoics wrote about this. Epictetus, once a slave, taught that you cannot control the words or actions of others, but you can control your reaction. He said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." These tests are exactly that, a chance to show mastery, not over her, but over yourself. Modern psychology gives the same answer in different words. Women test to measure certainty. They test to see if your actions match your image. They test because deep down, they want to trust the strength of your frame. Not the mask, not the words, but the man himself. And here's the trap. Most men believe they can talk their way through. They explain, they argue, they overcompensate. But the more they talk, the weaker they look. The Stoic doesn't fall for this. The Stoic knows silence can be louder than words. A calm pause can be more powerful than a frantic defense. So what do these tests reveal? They reveal whether you are anchored or adrift. They reveal whether you bend at the first sign of pressure. And they reveal whether you are the man you claim to be. Ask yourself, when pressure comes, what do you show? Do you reveal strength or weakness? Do you reveal calm or chaos? Every test is a mirror, and what it reflects is you. This is why these 5 questions matter. They are small moments, but they open the door to something bigger: respect. attraction, power, or the loss of all three? The first question begins gently. It sounds like love, but it hides a storm, and most men never see it coming. The first question seems simple. It sounds like love. It sounds like a cry for affection, but beneath it hides the real test. Picture this. A man sits at dinner. The candles burn low. The air is heavy with silence. And then she asks, "Do you even care about me?" The man feels panic rise in his chest. He rushes to speak. "I care about you so much. Of course I do. Haven't I shown you? Don't you see everything I do?" The words spill out like water from a cracked jar. The more he says, the less she believes. Because the test was never about words. Here's the truth. This question is not a request for a speech. It is a measure of presence. She wants to see if you can stand steady in the face of doubt, if you can remain calm when emotion is thrown at you, if you can show her, without shaking, that your care is real. The Stoics faced this kind of test daily. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, wrote in his private meditations about love and duty. He reminded himself that affection is not proven by noise or by grand gestures. It is proven by action, by consistency, by living with virtue. He cared for Rome not by shouting about his love, but by leading with discipline, patience, and sacrifice. That is the answer hidden in this question. Not louder words, not frantic explanations, but composure, strength, steady truth. Imagine two men faced with the same test. One panics. His face tightens, his voice rises. He pleads to be believed. The other stays calm. He looks into her eyes, and he speaks simply, "Yes, I care. My actions prove it every day." The difference is night and day. One collapses under pressure. The other stands like stone. Which one keeps respect? Which one flips the power dynamic? Modern psychology explains it this way. When a woman asks if you care, she isn't only testing affection, she's testing congruence. Do your words and your actions align? Are you the same man in stress as you are in calm? If your response betrays desperation, she feels the fracture. But if your response carries steadiness, she feels safety. Here's where Stoicism shines. The Stoic doesn't need to convince. He doesn't need to perform. He lives in alignment with his principles. He knows his care is real because his actions prove it. And so, when the question comes, he has nothing to fear, nothing to prove, only the calm truth. But there is a deeper layer still. When she asks, "Do you even care about me?" she is really asking, "Will you stay steady if I push? Will you remain anchored if I doubt you?" If your frame breaks, she learns she cannot lean on you. But if you remain unshaken, she learns you are safe to trust. So what is the Stoic response? Not a script to memorize, not a trick line to copy, but a way of being, composed, grounded, aligned. Because care is not in the shouting, it is in the silence, it is in the calm, it is in the daily proof of action. This is why the first question matters so much. It seems harmless, but it is the opening move in a much larger game. And if you fail here, the next test only grows sharper. The second question does not sound emotional. It sounds logical, practical. But in truth, it is even heavier because it forces you to face the future. The second question arrives like a whisper, but it lands like a hammer. Where is this going? At first, it sounds simple, a question about direction, about future plans. But underneath, it is a test of certainty. Picture this. A couple sits in a quiet cafe. She stirs her coffee. Her eyes never leave his. And then she asks. Her tone is casual, almost soft. But he feels his chest tighten. He knows this is not casual. The man who fears this question reacts in two ways. Some rush forward. They make promises. They map out a future they aren't ready for. Others retreat. They avoid. They fumble their words and leave her more uncertain than before. Both fail. Both reveal weakness. Because both let fear dictate the answer. Here's the truth. This test isn't about the future. It's about your frame in the present. She doesn't need every detail. She needs to know if you stand steady under pressure. The Stoics understood this tension well. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire under constant threat. He never promised his people endless years of peace. Instead, he reminded himself daily that the future is not his to control. Only his actions today were within his command. That was enough. Epictetus put it more sharply. Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do. The Stoic does not cling to guarantees. He speaks truth about what he values now. He lives by principle, not by desperate promises. So what is the Stoic way to respond? Imagine her eyes waiting, the silence growing heavy. Instead of panicking, you breathe. You anchor yourself in the present. And you say with calm certainty, I value what we're building. I don't rush or pretend to know every step ahead. What matters is how we treat each other today. That's what I can promise. No over-promising, no retreat, just steady ground. Notice what happens here. The answer shifts the frame. You are not a boy scrambling for approval. You are a man speaking from principle. The power dynamic flips, but there's more. Modern psychology shows that women often test for stability, not for perfect plans. Stability means, does this man know himself? Does he collapse under pressure or remain composed? If he cannot stand steady in a simple question, how will he stand steady when life grows harder? That is the unspoken meaning of, where is this going? It is less about the map and more about the anchor. Now imagine the two responses again. One man blurts out timelines, dates, grand vows. She nods, but inside she doubts. The other man is calm, centered, certain. He does not rush, but he does not run. And in his steadiness, she feels safety. This is why Stoicism matters here, because it keeps you from panic. It keeps you from overreach. It keeps you grounded in what you can control, your actions, your principles, your presence. And yet, if this question feels heavy, the third test is sharper still. It comes not at dinner, not in a cafe, but in the silence of a buzzing phone. And most men fail it before they even realize they've been tested. The third question doesn't arrive in person. It arrives through silence, through the glowing screen of a phone, through the long pause between message and reply, and then it comes. Why didn't you answer my text? It sounds harmless, it sounds small, but don't be fooled. This is one of the sharpest tests of all. Picture it. The phone buzzes on the table. You see the message. You are in a meeting, or at the gym, or simply taking a moment for yourself. You don't respond instantly. Hours pass. When you finally open your phone again, there it is. The follow-up message. The test. Why didn't you answer my text? Most men stumble here. Some rush to apologize. I'm sorry. I was busy. I didn't mean to ignore you. Their words overflow with guilt. Others swing the other way. They become defensive. Why do you always need an answer right away? Can't you relax? Both responses fail. One shows weakness. The other shows anger. The Stoic sees something different. He sees that this question is not about the phone. It is about control. It is about composure. It is about whether you can remain steady when accused of neglect. The ancients faced their own version of this. Imagine a soldier in the Roman army. He marches for days without sending word home. When he returns, His lover asks why he did not write. His answer is not panic, it is calm. My duty demanded my focus. I was where I needed to be. The message is clear. His actions spoke louder than the absence of words. Modern psychology confirms this. The instant response culture we live in creates anxiety. People expect immediate replies as if constant attention equals care. But the truth is the opposite. A man who jumps at every ping of his phone shows that his focus is owned by others. A man who responds in his own time shows self-possession. So, what does the Stoic response look like? It is short, it is calm, it carries no shame. Something like, I was busy, I don't live glued to my phone. Notice the difference. No apology, no defensiveness, just clarity. A calm truth spoken without fear. This is the heart of Stoicism in relationships. The Stoic does not collapse into guilt when tested. He does not explode in anger either. He remains anchored. His time is his own. His focus is his own. And here lies the deeper meaning. When she asks why you didn't answer, she isn't counting minutes. She is counting steadiness. She is testing whether you belong to yourself. If you do, she feels your strength. If you don't, she feels your weakness. So ask yourself, when silence falls, who owns your attention? The phone, the pressure, the fear of disappointing? Or do you own it? Because the man who owns his attention is rare, and rare men are respected. This question may feel sharp, but the next one cuts even deeper, because it hides inside a playful tone. A question that looks harmless, but can shatter a man if he answers wrong. This question hides behind a smile. It slips out casually like a passing thought. But don't be fooled. It is not casual. It is a test, wrapped in silk. Do you think she's pretty? At first it feels harmless. She might be asking about a stranger at a cafe, an actress on a screen, a mutual friend. Her tone is light, but her eyes study every flicker of your reaction. Picture the moment. A man shifts uncomfortably. He looks away. He shakes his head too quickly. No, of course not. She's nothing compared to you. But the words sound hollow. The denial feels forced, and something shifts. Trust erodes. Another man takes the opposite route. He answers carelessly. Yes, she's gorgeous, way more attractive than most. The room grows cold, her smile fades, and in that instant, the damage is done. Both men failed, one out of fear, the other out of thoughtlessness. Here's the truth. This question isn't about beauty, it's about honesty. It's about loyalty. It's about whether you can hold balance in a trap. The Stoics understood the power of balance. They lived in a world of extremes, luxury and poverty, glory and ruin. Marcus Aurelius warned himself not to be swept away by pleasure, nor crushed by fear. Moderation, clarity, steadiness, that was the way. So how does the Stoic respond here? Not with frantic denial, not with careless honesty, but with calm truth that affirms without betraying. Yes, acknowledge reality. If a woman is beautiful, admit it plainly, but then anchor yourself in loyalty, in the present bond. Something like, she's attractive, but I'm with you for a reason. Short, steady, true. Notice what happens with this answer. You don't lie, you don't collapse, you don't betray, you stay balanced, and balance commands respect. There's a deeper layer too. When she asks, do you think she's pretty? She is not seeking your taste in women. She is seeking proof of integrity. Will you lie to soothe her ego? Will you wander in your gaze? Or will you stay grounded in honesty and loyalty at the same time? The Stoic man knows that truth and virtue cannot be separated. Epictetus said, If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. To deny beauty where it exists is to speak falsehood. To dismiss your own bond is to lack virtue. But to hold both in balance is to reveal strength. This test matters because it doesn't look like a test. It looks playful, but hidden beneath the joke is a blade aimed at your honesty. And if you falter, the cut is deep. Most men fail here without even realizing it. They either fear the truth or they mishandle it. But the Stoic response is rare, calm, simple, anchored, and yet, if this question is sharp, the final test is brutal, because it doesn't challenge your care or your plans or your honesty. It challenges your very identity. This is the hardest test of all. It doesn't arrive as a playful question. It doesn't sound soft. It comes like a spear, sharp, direct, designed to wound. Are you even a real man? Imagine the scene. The argument is heated. Her voice is raised. Her patience is gone. And then, in a burst of anger, the words land. They are not gentle. They are not disguised. They are meant to provoke. Most men fail instantly. Some explode in rage. How dare you say that? Of course I'm a man. Their anger betrays insecurity. Others shrink. They stammer. They lower their eyes. And in silence, they confirm the accusation. But this is not what the Stoic does. The Stoic understands that insults reveal more about the speaker than the target. Words are noise. They cannot touch the essence of who you are. Only your reaction can do that. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If someone despises me, that's their problem. My only concern is not doing or saying anything deserving of contempt." That is the heart of this test. Not defending your manhood, not proving it with aggression, but standing so calmly that the words lose all power. Picture two men again. The first slams his fist on the table. His rage fills the room. She sees weakness, not strength. The second holds her gaze. He doesn't flinch, and he says quietly, "I don't need to prove it with words. My actions speak." The silence that follows is heavier than a shout, because in that moment, the power shifts. The test is passed. Respect is earned. Psychology confirms this dynamic. Challenges to masculinity trigger deep instincts. Many men feel they must defend or attack, but true strength is self-possession. A man who knows himself doesn't need to fight for his identity. He already owns it. The Stoics lived this way. They were warriors, emperors, slaves, philosophers. Their manhood was not measured in titles or bravado. It was measured in courage, in justice, in steadiness. A real man, in their eyes, was not the loudest in the room. He was the calmest, the one who did what was right, even when mocked or insulted. So, when the words strike, "Are you even a real man?" the Stoic does not break. He does not rage. He does not beg. He simply remains, unshaken, anchored. This is the true test. Not of romance, not of loyalty, but of identity. And if you fail here, you lose far more than respect. You lose yourself. But if you pass, if you stand calm in the storm, you become rare. Rare men are remembered. Rare men are trusted. Rare men are respected. And that is the ultimate power flip. The test meant to shatter you becomes the proof of your strength. We've walked through the 5 questions, 5 tests that seem ordinary, 5 moments that look small, but each one hides something much larger. Think back. Do you even care about me? Not about words, but about presence, a chance to show that your care is steady, not frantic. Where is this going? Not about maps of the future, but about your anchor in the present. A chance to prove that you don't panic under pressure. Why didn't you answer my text? Not about the phone, but about attention. A chance to show that you own your time, that you are not ruled by constant demands. Do you think she's pretty? Not about beauty, but about honesty and loyalty. A chance to reveal balance, truth without betrayal. And finally, are you even a real man? Not about insult, but about identity. A chance to stand calm when provoked, to show strength without noise. 5 questions, 5 mirrors, 5 opportunities to either collapse or rise. Why does this matter? Because life will test you in the same way, not always with these exact words. Sometimes with silence, sometimes with rejection, sometimes with pressure from the world itself. Your boss, your family, your friends. The storms of life will ask you, in 1,000 ways, the same thing. Are you steady, or will you break? The Stoics prepared for this every day. They didn't wait for the test to arrive. They trained their minds like soldiers sharpen their swords. They practiced negative visualization. They embraced voluntary discomfort. They built strength so that when the questions came, they were ready. This is what you must do. Because if you fail these tests, the cost is heavy, respect is lost, trust evaporates, attraction fades. But when you pass, when you stay calm, you gain something far greater. You gain respect, you gain peace, you gain power that cannot be taken from you. This isn't about manipulating women. It isn't about clever lines. It is about living with principle. It is about embodying what the Stoics called arete, excellence of character. Because the man who lives by virtue cannot be shaken by a question. He cannot be trapped by words. He remains who he is, always. And here is the final truth. These 5 questions are spoken, but there are others, unspoken, silent tests. The ones you don't see. The moments when she watches your actions, not your answers. When life itself throws challenges that no one names aloud. And those silent tests, they are even more dangerous because you don't know when they will strike. You don't hear them coming, and you only realize you've been tested when it's already over. That is what we'll explore next. The invisible trials, the hidden moments, the tests that define you without a single word. If you want to be ready, subscribe now. Turn on notifications so you don't miss it. And share your story in the comments. Which of these 5 questions have you faced? How did you respond? Your story may help another man prepare for his own test. Remember, life will keep asking the question. The only thing that matters is how you answer. There was a man who lost the woman he loved because of one sentence, just one. They'd been dating for 2 months. Everything was perfect. The chemistry was undeniable. She laughed at his jokes. Her eyes lit up when she saw him, and he felt like he'd finally found something real. Then, one night over dinner, he said something. 5 words. And everything changed in that moment. Her smile faded. Her energy shifted. Within 2 weeks, she was gone. He spent months replaying that night, trying to understand what happened. The truth. He violated a fundamental law of attraction that the ancient Stoics understood thousands of years ago. Now, I'm going to share something with you that might sting a little. This isn't about being fake. This isn't about playing games or manipulating women. This is about understanding ancient masculine wisdom that modern men have completely forgotten. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in Rome, never begged for anyone's approval. Epictetus, who started life as a slave, never chased validation. These men understood something profound about human nature, about power, about attraction. Today, I'm revealing 5 specific phrases that destroy attraction instantly. Not slowly, not over time, instantly. Each one breaks a fundamental principle of Stoic masculinity. Each one broadcasts weakness directly to her subconscious mind. And by the end of this video, you're going to understand exactly why these words repel women at a primal biological level. If you've ever wondered why she pulled away, why the spark died, why she suddenly seemed less interested, there's a very good chance you said one of these 5 phrases. Stay with me until the end, because the 5th one is what most men say when they're desperate, and it's the most damaging of all. But first, before I reveal what that man said at dinner that night, you need to understand something the Stoics knew about female psychology that modern dating advice completely misses. Something that will change how you see every interaction with women from this moment forward. Let's talk about control. Epictetus, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, taught something radical. He said, there are things within your control and things outside your control. That's it. That's the line. Your thoughts, your actions, your character, within your control. Other people's opinions, their feelings, whether they choose you, completely outside your control. He called this the dichotomy of control, and it's the foundation of everything I'm about to tell you. Here's where it gets interesting. You cannot control whether she likes you. You cannot control whether she finds you attractive. You cannot force chemistry, manufacture desire, or negotiate attraction. But here's what you can control: your dignity, your frame, your self-respect, and how you show up in this world. When you understand this deeply, not just intellectually but in your bones, everything changes. Now let me connect this to something most men don't understand about female psychology. Women are biologically wired to detect neediness, not as a conscious choice. This is evolutionary programming that goes back hundreds of thousands of years. In ancient times, a needy man was a survival threat. A man who couldn't stand on his own, who depended on others for his emotional stability, who collapsed without approval. That man couldn't protect, couldn't provide, couldn't survive when things got hard. So her subconscious brain, the part that's been evolving for millennia, is constantly scanning for signs of neediness. And the moment she detects it, attraction dies. Here's the brutal truth. The moment you try to control her feelings, you lose. Every attempt to make her like you pushes her away. Every strategy to secure her approval broadcasts insecurity. It's a paradox that drives most men insane. The ancient Stoics had a concept called oikeiosis. It's not well known, even among people who study philosophy. It means natural affinity, the way things are drawn together when they're aligned with their true nature. The Stoics taught that genuine connection happens naturally when you're living in accordance with your own nature, when you're authentic, grounded, self-possessed. But the second you try to force that connection, the second you manipulate or chase or need it, you destroy it. Modern application: stop chasing, start embodying. Think about a magnet. A magnet doesn't chase metal. It doesn't beg, it doesn't convince. It simply is magnetic, and metal comes to it naturally. That's the energy of a man who understands Stoic principles: self-possessed, grounded, complete within himself. And here's the paradox that changes everything. The less you need her validation, the more powerfully she's drawn to you. Not because you're playing a game, because you're genuinely whole. So when a man says the first phrase I'm about to reveal, he's violating this ancient principle in the worst possible way. He's announcing to her subconscious mind that he doesn't understand the dichotomy of control, that he's placed his happiness outside himself, that he needs her approval to feel valuable. The first phrase seems harmless. Most men say it thinking they're being honest, being vulnerable, being real. But to her subconscious mind, it's a red flag that screams one thing: this man is not enough on his own. Let me tell you what it is. The first phrase that kills attraction. Confessing your feelings too early. I really like you. I'm falling for you. I think about you all the time. Said too soon, these words are poison. Let me tell you about James. He met a woman at a coffee shop. They exchanged numbers, went on a first date, then a second. The chemistry was electric. She was texting him every day, laughing at his jokes, touching his arm when they talked. He felt something he hadn't felt in years. On their third date, sitting across from her at a restaurant, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked into her eyes and said, I just need you to know, I really like you. Like, I think you're amazing. I haven't felt this way in so long. He thought he was being honest, vulnerable, real. The moment those words left his mouth, he watched her face change. Her smile became polite, distant. She said something like, "Oh, that's sweet," but her energy had completely shifted. She didn't pull away immediately. She finished the date, but her texts became shorter. Plans became harder to make. Within 2 weeks, she was gone. He was confused, hurt, angry even. I was just being honest. What's wrong with telling someone how you feel? Everything. Everything is wrong with it when you do it too soon. Here's why. When you confess feelings prematurely, you're violating Epictetus's core teaching. You're placing your happiness, your emotional state, your sense of well-being in something external, in her response, in her validation. You're essentially saying, my emotional stability now depends on what you think of me. That's not love. That's dependency. And dependency repels. It shows outcome dependency. Your emotional state is controlled by whether she reciprocates. A Stoic man's emotional state comes from within, from his character, from living according to his values. When you say, I really like you, after 3 dates, you're announcing, I've already decided you're the prize, before I even know who you are. Think about what that communicates. You don't have standards, you don't have options, you're not selective, you're just grateful someone is paying attention to you. And here's something most men don't understand about female psychology. Women are attracted to mystery, to uncertainty, to the thrill of not quite knowing where they stand. That tension, that space between, does he like me, and I think he might, that's where attraction builds. The moment you remove all doubt, the moment you hand her absolute certainty about your feelings, the game is over. There's nothing left to discover. No tension, no excitement, just the pressure of your expectations weighing on her. From a biological standpoint, women are attracted to men who are selective. High-value men don't fall for every woman who gives them attention. They're discerning. They have options. They take time to evaluate compatibility. When you confess deep feelings after barely knowing someone, her subconscious translates that as this man doesn't have options. He's decided I'm his best chance. And if I'm his best chance, what does that say about his value? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." In the context of attraction, the enemy is desperation, neediness, the desperate chase for validation. Don't seek it. Don't announce your feelings, hoping she'll reciprocate and make you feel secure. That's weakness disguised as honesty. Let your actions show interest. Show up consistently. Invest time. Be present when you're together. Plan thoughtful dates. Listen. But don't hand over your power by verbally declaring your emotional investment before she's earned it, before enough time has passed, before genuine depth has developed between you. The Stoics had a practice called amor fati, love of fate. Love the process itself, not just the outcome. Enjoy getting to know her. Appreciate the uncertainty. Embrace the journey of discovering whether she's actually compatible with you, not just whether she'll validate your feelings. When you're outcome-focused, you're needy. When you're process-focused, you're grounded. One repels, one attracts. So if you're dating someone right now and you feel that urge to confess, to tell her how much you like her, to seek reassurance that she feels the same way, pause, breathe. Remember the dichotomy of control. You cannot control her feelings, but you can control your dignity. Keep it. But here's what's even worse than confessing too early. The second phrase actually makes you the problem in her eyes. It makes you a burden she has to carry. And that weight? It crushes whatever attraction existed. The second phrase that destroys attraction. You make me so happy. You complete me. I need you. Any variation of making her responsible for your emotional state. David had been with his girlfriend for 6 months. Things were good, really. Good. He was head over heels. Every morning he'd text her, "You make me so happy." During dates, he'd look into her eyes and say, "I don't know what I'd do without you. You're everything to me." He thought he was being romantic, thought he was showing her how much she meant to him. He'd seen it in movies, heard it in love songs. This is what you're supposed to say when you love someone, right? Wrong. She started pulling back around month 7, became less available, less affectionate. When he asked what was wrong, she'd say, "Nothing, I'm just tired." But he could feel her slipping away. Finally, she sat him down and said something that gutted him. "You're too much. I feel like I can't breathe. It's like your entire happiness depends on me, and that's not fair. I can't be responsible for that. I feel suffocated." He was devastated, confused. How could loving her too much be the problem? Here's what David didn't understand. Seneca, the Roman Stoic philosopher, wrote something profound. The person who depends on another for happiness is a slave. Read that again. When you tell a woman, "You make me happy," you're not declaring love. You're announcing slavery. You're saying, "I'm incomplete without you. My emotional well-being is in your hands. If you leave, I collapse." That's not masculine energy. That's not strength. That's dependency. And dependency is the opposite of what creates attraction. Think about it from her perspective. Women are biologically attracted to the oak tree, not the ivy. The oak tree stands tall and strong on its own. Storms come, seasons change, but the oak remains. The ivy, on the other hand, needs something to cling to. It can't stand alone. It wraps around the tree, dependent on it for structure, for support, for survival. When you make a woman responsible for your happiness, you become the ivy. And no woman wants to be the oak tree in the relationship. She wants to rest against your strength, not carry the weight of yours. Here's the psychology that most men miss. Being someone's everything is exhausting. It's not flattering. It's not romantic. It's a burden. When your happiness depends on her, every interaction becomes high stakes. If she's tired and wants space, she's not just taking care of herself anymore. She's now responsible for your emotional collapse. If she's having a bad day and isn't warm and affectionate, she's not just dealing with her own stuff. She's also managing your need for reassurance. That pressure kills desire faster than almost anything else. She doesn't want to be your life. She wants to add to your life. She wants to enhance an already fulfilling existence, not be the only source of your joy. When you're complete within yourself, when your happiness comes from your purpose, your growth, your values, your friendships, your passions, then her presence becomes a beautiful addition, not a desperate necessity. The Stoics called this apatheia. It doesn't mean being emotionless or cold. It means freedom from destructive passions. It means emotional self-sufficiency. You create your own happiness through living virtuously, through contributing to the world, through pursuing excellence in what matters to you. She doesn't create your happiness. She shares in it Epictetus taught, "Don't seek to have events happen as you want them to, but instead want them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go well." Apply that to relationships. Don't need her to be a certain way for you to be happy. Don't need her to stay for you to be whole. Your happiness is your responsibility, always. When you're emotionally self-sufficient, something interesting happens. She feels free. Free to be herself. Free to have bad days without managing your emotions. Free to be imperfect without you falling apart. And in that freedom, attraction thrives. She's drawn to your strength, to your groundedness, to the fact that you'd be fine without her, but you choose her anyway. That's love from a position of power, not neediness. Now, the third phrase is sneaky. Most men don't even realize they're saying it. They think they're being considerate, being a gentleman. But she hears something completely different. She hears manipulation disguised as niceness, and it repels her at a deep level. The third phrase, "Whatever you want. I don't care, you decide. It's up to you." Constant agreeableness. Having no opinions of your own. Meet Ryan. Nice guy. Really nice. Maybe too nice. He'd been seeing Sarah for about 2 months, and everything seemed fine on the surface. But there was a pattern. Every single time they made plans, the conversation went the same way. "Where should we go for dinner?" "I don't know. Wherever you want." "What movie should we see?" "You pick. I'm good with anything." "Should we go to the beach or stay in the city this weekend?" "Whatever makes you happy." Ryan thought he was being considerate, accommodating, the perfect boyfriend who never causes conflict. 3 months in, she ended it. Her exact words, "I don't even know who you are. You're like a ghost. You have no preferences, no opinions, no spine. I feel like I'm dating a mirror." Ryan was shocked, hurt. He'd done everything to make her happy. How could that be the problem? Here's what he missed. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." A man without opinions is a man without character. A man who constantly defers isn't showing respect. He's committing self-erasure. He's disappearing right in front of her. Think about attraction. Real, visceral, sexual attraction. It requires polarity. Masculine and feminine energies create spark through contrast, through difference, through tension. When you agree with everything, when you have no preferences, when you're just a mirror reflecting whatever she wants, there's no contrast, no friction, no electricity, just boring sameness. Women test for backbone, not consciously, but instinctively. When she asks, "Where should we eat?" that's not really about food. It's a test. Can you lead? Do you have conviction? Are you capable of making a decision and standing by it? Every time you say, "I don't care, you choose," you fail that test. Every single time. Here's the covert contract that nice guys operate under. They think, if I agree with everything she wants, if I never challenge her, if I'm always accommodating, she'll like me more. She'll see how easy I am to be with. But the opposite happens. She loses respect with every "whatever you want," because deep down, she knows what you're doing. You're not being agreeable because you genuinely don't have preferences. You're being agreeable because you're afraid. Afraid of conflict, afraid she'll disagree, afraid she'll leave if you're not perfect. That fear, she can smell it. The Stoics practiced something called premeditatio malorum, negative visualization. They'd imagine the worst outcomes to prepare themselves mentally. Apply that here. Imagine what happens if you please everyone. The answer, you please no one, especially not yourself. When you have no opinions, no preferences, no boundaries, you become invisible, forgettable, replaceable. Epictetus taught, if you wish to be good, First, believe that you are bad. In this context, it means acknowledge the people-pleasing tendency. Recognize that your constant agreeableness isn't kindness, it's avoidance. It's fear-based behavior disguised as consideration. Here's what women actually want. They want to feel your presence, your direction, your masculine certainty, not arrogance, not domination, just the simple confidence to say, "I'd prefer Italian tonight," or "I'm not really into action movies, let's do the thriller instead," or "I want to go to the mountains this weekend." Simple preferences, stated calmly. That's it. That's all it takes to show you're a real person with real opinions. And here's the secret. She doesn't even need to agree with your preferences. She just needs to know they exist. Disagreement is fine, healthy even. What kills attraction is the void where your personality should be. Be willing to have opinions. State them without apology. And be equally willing to hear hers and find compromise when it matters. That's partnership. That's polarity. That's attractive. The fourth phrase is what men say when they're losing her. And instead of slowing the decline, it accelerates it. If you've said this next one, you know exactly how she responded, and it wasn't good. The fourth phrase that kills attraction, seeking constant reassurance. Are we okay? Do you still like me? Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? Michael couldn't handle silence, couldn't handle space, couldn't handle uncertainty. He'd been dating Lisa for about 4 months when the pattern started. Anytime she seemed quiet, anytime she didn't respond to a text within an hour, anytime her tone seemed even slightly different, he'd panic. "Hey, are we good? You seem distant. Is everything okay? I feel like something's off. Did I do something?" At first, Lisa would reassure him. "No, babe, we're fine. I'm just tired. Everything's good, I promise. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just busy at work." But the questions kept coming. Every week. Sometimes multiple times a week. Eventually, her reassurances became shorter, less convincing. Until finally she stopped responding to his "Are we okay?" text altogether. 2 days later, she sent him a long message. "I can't be your therapist. This constant need for reassurance is exhausting. I feel like I'm managing your anxiety instead of being in a relationship. I'm done." Michael was crushed. He thought he was just communicating, being open about his feelings, addressing issues. Before they became problems, what he didn't realize, he was creating the very problem he feared. The Stoics taught amor fati, love of fate. It means accepting what is, exactly as it is, without resistance. Every time you ask, "Are we okay?" you're rejecting what is. You're fighting reality because you're afraid. You don't trust the present moment. You don't trust her. You don't trust yourself. You're essentially saying, "I don't believe this is stable. I don't believe I'm enough. Please convince me otherwise." And here's the brutal psychology. Every time you seek reassurance, you plant a seed of doubt in her mind. She might have been completely fine before you asked, but now she's thinking, "Why is he asking? What does he see that I don't? Is there a problem I haven't noticed?" Your insecurity becomes contagious. You're literally creating instability through your fear of instability. Women interpret constant reassurance seeking as, "He doesn't believe. He's enough." And if you don't believe it, why should she? Confidence isn't arrogance. It's not pretending everything's perfect. Confidence is trusting in your ability to handle whatever outcome unfolds. A confident man doesn't need constant validation because he knows something fundamental. If she leaves, he'll survive. He'll be okay. He'll rebuild. That certainty makes him unshakable, and that's deeply attractive. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Today I escaped anxiety, or no, I discarded it because it was within me, in my own perceptions, not outside." your need. For reassurance isn't about her behavior. It's about your internal state, your anxiety, your fear of abandonment, your belief that you're not enough. That's your work to do, not hers to constantly soothe. Here's what happens when you keep seeking reassurance. You create a death spiral. Your insecurity makes you ask, "Are we okay?" She pulls back slightly because the neediness is unattractive. You notice her pulling back, which increases your insecurity, which makes you ask again. She pulls back more. You ask more, round and round until the relationship is dead. You kill it with the very behavior meant to save it. The Stoics practiced negative visualization. Imagine the worst outcome. She leaves. You're alone. Now really sit with that. Would you actually die? No. Would you be devastated? Probably. For a while. But would you survive? Yes. Would you eventually heal? Yes. Would you find someone else? Very likely. When you deeply internalize that you'd be okay, even in the worst-case scenario, you stop operating from fear. You stop needing constant reassurance. And that shift in energy changes everything. Stop asking if you're okay. Just be okay. With uncertainty, with silence, with not knowing exactly where you stand every single moment. That's confidence. That's strength. That's attractive. But nothing, and I mean nothing, kills attraction faster than the fifth phrase. This is the phrase of total desperation, the nuclear option that obliterates any remaining respect she had for you. If you're watching this because you're going through a breakup or she's pulling away, you've probably said this, or you're thinking about it. Don't. The fifth phrase. The one that destroys not just attraction, but your self-respect. Any form of begging. Please don't leave. Give me another chance. I'll change, I promise. I can't live without you. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. This is the story of Tom. He'd been with Rachel for 8 months. Things had been rocky for a while. She'd been pulling away, becoming distant, less affectionate. He could feel her slipping through his fingers. One night, she sat him down and said the words he'd been dreading. "I don't think this is working anymore. I think we should break up." Tom's world collapsed in that moment. Panic flooded his system. He couldn't let this happen. He couldn't lose her. So he begged. He grabbed her hands and pleaded, "Please, don't do this. I love you. I'll change. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Just give me one more chance. Please." Tears streaming down his face, voice breaking, completely falling apart. She looked uncomfortable, sad even. But her mind was made up. She left that night. Tom spent the next 3 days blowing up her phone. Long text messages about how much he loved her. Voicemails apologizing for everything. He showed up at her apartment with flowers, wrote her a letter promising he'd be different. He thought if he just showed her how much he cared, she'd come back. Instead, she blocked him on everything. Phone, social media, email, everything. And here's the truly painful part. He didn't just lose her, he lost himself. Every time he replayed those moments in his mind, begging, pleading, falling apart, he felt a deep sense of shame. He'd betrayed himself in the worst possible way. Epictetus taught, "No person is free who is not master of himself." When you beg, you become a slave to the outcome, a slave to her decision, a slave to your fear of being alone. You hand over every ounce of power you have, your dignity, your self-respect, your very identity, and you give it all to someone who's already decided they don't want it. Here's the brutal truth about begging. It confirms every single doubt she had about you. She left because she saw weakness. Maybe you were too needy. Maybe you lacked purpose. Maybe you'd become too comfortable, too dependent. Whatever the reason, something about you made her lose attraction. And when you beg, you prove she was right. You validate every concern she had. You show her in the most dramatic way possible that you are exactly the person she thought you were. Weak, desperate, unable to handle adversity with grace. Attraction requires respect. You cannot respect someone who doesn't respect themselves. The moment you fall to pieces, the moment you plead for her to stay, the moment you promise to change everything about yourself just to keep her, she cannot respect you. And without respect, there is no attraction. There never will be again. Here's what men don't understand about second chances. If you have to beg for her to stay, she's already gone. Mentally, emotionally, she's checked out. Her body might still be there, but her heart left weeks ago. Begging doesn't change her mind. It doesn't make her suddenly see your value. It cements her decision. It makes her even more certain she needs to leave. Marcus Aurelius wrote about loss. Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. Everything in life is temporary. Relationships end. People leave. That's not a tragedy, that's nature. When you beg someone to stay, you're fighting against the natural flow of life. You're clinging to something that's already gone, and that clinging destroys you. Here's the most counterintuitive truth about breakups. The only possibility, and I mean the only possibility, that she might ever come back is if you walk away with dignity. Not as a strategy, not as reverse psychology, but as genuine self-respect. When you accept her decision with grace, when you say something like, "I'm sad, but I understand. I wish you the best," and then you actually leave her alone, something shifts. You become a man who respects boundaries, who handles rejection with maturity, who has enough self-worth to let go of someone who doesn't want to be there. That's attractive. That's powerful. That's the man she might, maybe, possibly reconsider weeks or months down the line. But begging kills any microscopic chance of reconciliation forever. The Stoics had a practice called Pre-Socratic, mindfulness, attention to your values in every moment, especially difficult ones. When you're facing loss, when she's walking away, when everything in you wants to collapse and beg, that's when your character is tested. Stay present to your values. Your dignity matters more than any relationship. Your self-respect is not negotiable, not for her, not for anyone. If you've already begged, if you've already fallen apart, stop right now. Stop texting, stop calling, stop showing up. Reclaim whatever dignity you have left through silence. Begin the hard work of rebuilding yourself, not for her, for you. Seneca wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." This pain you're feeling, it's the friction. It's polishing you into someone stronger, someone who will never beg again, someone who understands that his value doesn't come from her staying, it comes from within. So what happens when you stop saying these 5 phrases? What does life look like on the other side? Let's bring this together. 5 phrases that kill attraction. Confessing feelings too early, making her responsible for your happiness, having no opinions or preferences, constantly seeking reassurance, and begging when she pulls away. 5 phrases. One common thread running through all of them. They all violate Stoic self-possession. Every single one places your power outside yourself. They broadcast neediness directly to her subconscious mind, and they kill attraction at a biological level because they signal one thing: this man cannot stand on his own. But here's what gives me hope about all of this. These aren't personality flaws. They're not permanent character defects. They're learned behaviors, and anything learned can be unlearned. You can change this, starting today. Let me tell you about Marcus. Not Marcus Aurelius, just Marcus, a regular guy who made every mistake in this video. He'd confessed feelings too early and watched women pull away. He'd made his girlfriend responsible for his happiness until she felt suffocated. He had no opinions because he was terrified of conflict. He sought constant reassurance until she called him exhausting. And yes, when she finally left, he begged. He fell apart completely, hit rock bottom, felt like he'd never recover. But then, something shifted. He started reading Stoic philosophy, started understanding the dichotomy of control, started building a life that didn't revolve around female validation. He focused on his purpose, his career, his friendships, his physical health, his personal growth. He stopped chasing, stopped trying to convince anyone of his value, started simply being valuable, living according to his principles, building genuine self-respect. 6 months later, he barely recognized himself. He'd become selective with who he spent time with. He had strong opinions and wasn't afraid to express them. He could sit in uncertainty without panicking, and women noticed, not because he was playing games, because he'd genuinely transformed into a man who didn't need external validation to feel whole. Here's your path forward. 4 Stoic principles to live by. First, cultivate internal validation. Your worth is not determined by whether she likes you, whether she texts back, whether she stays. Your worth comes from living according to your values, from being a man of character. That's it. Second, practice amor fati. Love your journey, including the rejections, including the heartbreaks. Every failure is teaching you something essential about yourself. Third, embody apatheia, emotional self-sufficiency, not coldness, not being unavailable, but being complete within yourself, so that relationships enhance your life rather than define it. Fourth, live with Pre-Socratic. Stay mindful of your principles in every interaction, especially when you're triggered, when you want to seek reassurance, when you feel the urge to confess feelings prematurely. Pause. Return to your values. Marcus Aurelius said it perfectly. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. Build a life so fulfilling that a woman's presence is a bonus, not a necessity. Pursue work that matters. Cultivate deep friendships. Develop your body. Feed your mind. Contribute to something larger than yourself. When you do this, when you become genuinely whole, attraction happens naturally. Not because you're using techniques, because you've become the kind of man who doesn't need validation to feel valuable. The promise is this: when you stop saying these 5 phrases, when you stop operating from neediness, everything changes. You become selective instead of desperate, grounded instead of anxious, present instead of outcome-focused. And that version of you, that's the man women are drawn to. If this video resonated with you, if you've made these mistakes and you're ready to change, you're not alone. Subscribe for more Stoic wisdom on relationships and masculine development. Drop a comment and tell me which phrase hit the hardest. Which one have you been guilty of? Let's build a community of men who choose dignity over desperation. Next video, we're diving deep into the Stoic art of walking away. How to leave any situation with your power intact. You won't want to miss it. Remember this: the Stoics didn't chase. They attracted through self-mastery. Stop saying these 5 phrases. Start becoming the man who doesn't need to. That's where real power lives. That's where freedom is. That's where you become unshakable. Now go build that life. Studies show that 73% of women admit they've lost respect for a man they were once attracted to, not because he changed, but because he revealed who he was beneath the surface. And here's what most men will never understand. You're probably making these same mistakes right now, watching the respect drain from her eyes, and you have no idea why. Most relationship advice is garbage. It tells you to communicate more, be more vulnerable, show her you care. But the ancient Stoics understood something that modern psychology is only now confirming. Attraction isn't built on what you say. It's destroyed by what you do. And the 7 mistakes I'm about to reveal, they're silent killers. You won't see them coming, but she will. And by the time you notice, it's already too late. Marcus Aurelius commanded armies. Epictetus survived slavery and became one of history's most influential teachers. These men understood human nature at a level that makes modern dating coaches look like children playing dress-up. They knew that respect isn't given. It's commanded through your actions, your frame, and your absolute refusal to abandon yourself for anyone. Over the next 25 minutes, you're going to learn exactly why women lose respect for men. Not theories, not feel-good platitudes. Cold, hard truths backed by ancient philosophy and modern neuroscience. I'll be referencing statistics that will shock you, Stoic principles that have stood for 2 millennia, and the exact behavioral patterns that separate men who keep respect from men who lose it. But here's what you need to know before we go further. The 7th mistake on this list is so devastating, so completely fatal to attraction, that once you commit it, there's almost no coming back. It's the mistake that makes all the others inevitable, and I guarantee you're either doing it right now, or you're one decision away from falling into it. If you've ever felt her pull away and couldn't understand why, if you've watched attraction fade and blamed yourself without knowing what you actually did wrong, if you're tired of being the nice guy who finishes last while pretending you don't care, this video will change everything. Subscribe now, because 99% of men need this information, but most won't have the courage to watch until the end. Let's begin with the first mistake. It seems innocent. You probably think you're being reasonable when you do it, but it's already destroying how she sees you. The first mistake that kills respect is excessive explanation of your choices. And before you dismiss this as minor, understand that this single behavior signals something primal in her brain: uncertainty, weakness, a man seeking approval instead of living by conviction. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about self-justification. He observed that the moment you feel compelled to explain yourself beyond simple clarity, you've already surrendered your authority. Think about that. The most powerful man in the Roman Empire understood that over-explanation is the language of insecurity. When you justify your decisions to gain approval, you're teaching her that your choices require her permission to be valid. Here's what the research shows. Studies on leadership communication patterns reveal that people perceived as high status use 38% fewer justifying statements than those perceived as low status. That's not a small difference. That's the gap between a man who commands respect and a man who begs for it with every sentence. The mechanism is brutally simple. When you constantly explain why you made a choice, why you prefer something, why you did what you did, you're creating a power dynamic where her approval becomes the measuring stick for your decisions. Her brain registers this pattern, not consciously perhaps, but deep in the neurological circuitry that evaluates mate value, a signal fires. This man is uncertain. This man needs validation. This man is not secure in himself. Seneca understood this concept perfectly. He wrote about the power of brevity and conviction. A statement made with certainty requires no defense. A choice made with clarity needs no justification. When you speak your truth and move forward, you demonstrate something that triggers respect at a biological level: self-trust. And a man who trusts himself is a man worth following. But here's where men get confused. They think explaining is being considerate, thoughtful, communicative, and there's a difference between accountability and approval seeking that most men never learn. Accountability sounds like, I chose this because it aligns with my values. Approval seeking sounds like, I chose this because I thought you'd like it, and if you don't, I can change it. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with it. And see the difference. One is a statement. The other is a negotiation with reality itself. Epictetus taught his students about the dichotomy of control. Your judgments belong to you. Other people's opinions belong to them. When you explain yourself excessively, you're trying to control something that isn't yours to control. Her perception and that desperate reach for control reveals the exact opposite of what you want to project. Research in social psychology confirms this. People trust decisive communication. When you state your position without hedging, without qualifiers, without the endless parade of justifications, you activate trust responses in the listener's brain. But when you over-explain, you trigger suspicion. Because at a subconscious level, she's wondering, why does he need to convince me this much? What is he hiding? What is he uncertain about? The Stoics had a phrase for this: living according to nature. Not nature as in trees and rivers, but nature as in your essential character. A tree doesn't explain why it grows toward the sun. A river doesn't justify its path to the ocean. They simply are what they are. And when you live with that same unconflicted certainty, when you make choices and state them without the desperate need for approval, you embody something that respect cannot help but follow. So here's your first truth. Secure men state, insecure. Men explain. Which one are you? But this next mistake is worse, because you're doing it to be nice. Mistake number 2 destroys more masculine potential than perhaps any other error on this list, except for what's coming later. And it's this: abandoning your mission for validation, sacrificing your purpose, your goals, your direction in life, because you think it will make her respect you more. It does the exact opposite. Musonius Rufus, a Stoic philosopher less known than Marcus Aurelius but equally profound, taught extensively about purpose and direction. He argued that a man without a mission is like a ship without a rudder, tossed by every wave, controlled by every wind. And here's what modern relationship research confirms. Studies show that women report significantly higher satisfaction, attraction, and respect in relationships where their partner demonstrates clear life direction independent of the relationship itself. Let me break down those numbers for you. In longitudinal studies tracking relationship satisfaction, couples where the male partner maintained strong personal goals and pursuits showed 42% higher reported respect levels from female partners compared to relationships where men primarily oriented their lives around the relationship. 42%. That's not a rounding error. That's the difference between keeping her or losing her. Marcus Aurelius wrote something that should be carved into every man's mind. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Apply that to relationships. You have power over your purpose, your mission, your direction. You do not have power over whether she approves of it. And the moment you abandon what you know you should be doing to chase her approval, you've lost both your mission and her respect. Here's the paradox that breaks most men. They believe availability equals value. They think, if I'm always there, always accessible, always putting her first, she'll see how much I care and respect me more. But the data reveals something completely different. Research on attraction patterns shows that women consistently report higher attraction to partners who demonstrate what psychologists call high investment in personal goals. Not high investment in chasing her, high investment in building themselves. The Stoic framework explains why. External validation is inherently unstable. Today she approves of your choices. Tomorrow she doesn't. Today she wants your attention. Tomorrow she wants space. If your mission changes based on her shifting moods, you're not a man with direction. You're a weather vane spinning with every breeze, and no woman respects a weather vane. Epictetus taught the dichotomy of control with surgical precision. There are things within your control: your choices, your values, your effort, your discipline. There are things outside your control: her moods, her approval, her attraction, her respect. When you sacrifice what you control, your mission, to chase what you don't control, her validation, you've committed the cardinal sin of Stoic philosophy. You've traded your power for powerlessness. But here's where it gets deeper. Neuroscience. Research on relationship dynamics shows something fascinating. When a man maintains strong personal direction, when he has goals and pursuits that exist independently of his partner, it triggers what researchers call mate value perception stability. In simple terms, she sees you as more valuable because your value doesn't depend on her. Your worth exists whether she's there or not. And that independence, that unwavering commitment to your path, activates attraction at a primal level. Think about what you're communicating when you drop your goals to spend more time with her, when you cancel your training to watch her TV shows, when you abandon your business plans because she needs attention. You're saying, my mission is negotiable. My purpose is flexible. I don't actually have a core that cannot be moved. And she registers that message perfectly. The statistical correlation is brutal and clear. Studies tracking long-term relationship outcomes show that men who maintain consistent personal pursuits, who have what researchers call identity sovereignty, experience respect levels in their relationships that are 61% higher than men who merge their identity entirely into the partnership. Your mission protects your respect. Your purpose guards your attraction. The moment you trade them for her validation, you've guaranteed losing both. Here's the Stoic truth that will save you. Your mission is your domain, not up for debate, not negotiable, not subject to her approval or disapproval. When you live from that unshakable center, when your purpose is as unmovable as a mountain, you become the kind of man that respect follows naturally, because she sees what most men never demonstrate. A man who knows who he is and where he's going, regardless of who's watching. The third mistake is subtle. Most men don't even realize they're committing it daily. This one separates boys from men in her eyes, instantly. And it's this: emotional reactivity to tests. The moment you let her emotions control your emotions, the moment you react instead of respond, you've handed her the keys to your inner world. And once she has those keys, respect walks out the door. Seneca wrote about anger with a clarity that modern psychology is only now catching up to. He called it temporary madness, a state where reason abandons you and impulse takes control. And here's what the research shows. Psychological studies on emotional regulation reveal that individuals perceived as high status demonstrate significantly lower reactivity to emotional provocation. They measured this. People who maintain composure under pressure are automatically assigned higher social value by observers. It's not conscious. It's hardwired into how we evaluate strength. But let's talk about what's actually happening when she tests you, because she will test you. Research on relationship dynamics confirms what the Stoics understood intuitively. Partners engage in what psychologists call relationship testing behaviors to assess emotional stability and frame strength. She's not doing this to be malicious. She's doing it because her neurology demands to know, is this man solid or does he crumble when challenged? Marcus Aurelius faced this principle on a civilizational scale. He wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Apply that to her tests, that moment when she questions your decision, that time when she pushes back on your choice, that instance when she throws emotion at you to see if you'll catch it and throw it back. That's not an attack, that's an opportunity to demonstrate the one quality that triggers respect more reliably than anything else: emotional mastery. Here's the mechanism. When you react emotionally to her emotional state, when you meet anger with anger, when you match her intensity, you've entered her frame. You're now playing her game by her rules, and in that game, you've already lost, because the moment you needed to react, you proved you're not the rock she's looking for. You're just another wave. Studies in neuroscience reveal something critical about emotional contagion in relationships. When one partner displays high emotional reactivity, it creates a feedback loop that escalates conflict and erodes perceived stability. But when one partner maintains what researchers call emotional sovereignty, when they can witness the other's emotional state without becoming it, the dynamic stabilizes. And here's the key finding. The partner who maintains composure is consistently rated as more trustworthy, more competent, and more attractive. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, negative visualization, was designed exactly for this. You imagine the worst that could happen. You rehearse your response to chaos. So when it actually arrives, you're not surprised, you're prepared. Epictetus taught his students to expect resistance, to anticipate challenges, to train for difficulty. Because when you're surprised by her test, you react. But when you expected it, you respond. And there's a universe of difference between those two words. Reaction is automatic, emotional, controlled by external circumstances. Response is chosen, deliberate, controlled by internal discipline. When she says something designed to provoke you, and you pause, breathe, and respond from a place of centered calm, you've just demonstrated something her biology is screening for: strength under pressure. Research data on relationship respect levels tied to emotional stability is staggering. Partners who demonstrate consistent emotional regulation receive respect ratings that are 54% higher than partners with high reactivity patterns. That's more than half. Over half the difference between respect and contempt comes down to whether you can control your emotional state when tested. But here's what most men miss. They think emotional mastery means suppression, becoming stone, showing nothing. That's not stoicism, that's avoidance. Marcus Aurelius felt deeply. Seneca wrote about grief with profound emotion. The difference is they felt their emotions without being controlled by them. They experience the wave without becoming the wave. And that's what she needs to see. Not that you don't feel, but that what you feel doesn't dictate what you do. The statistics on this are clear. Relationship studies show that emotional reactivity is one of the top 3 predictors of long-term respect loss. When you consistently react to her emotional state with your own emotional chaos, you're training her to see you as unstable, unreliable, not the foundation she thought you were. And once that perception sets in, reversing it is almost impossible. So here's your third truth. Your reaction reveals everything about your character. She doesn't remember what you said when you were calm. She remembers what you did when you were tested. And if what you did was lose control of yourself, you've shown her exactly who you are beneath the surface. Mistake number 4 is where good men unknowingly sabotage themselves. Most relationship advice tells you to do this, but the Stoics knew it kills attraction, and it's this: seeking permission instead of leading. Asking, "Is this okay?" when you should be stating, "This is what we're doing," turning every decision into a negotiation when leadership requires conviction. Heracles, a Stoic philosopher less celebrated than Marcus Aurelius, but deeply insightful, wrote about natural hierarchy and roles within partnerships. He understood something that modern egalitarian thinking tries to erase, but biology refuses to forget. Certain dynamics create attraction, and certain dynamics destroy it. And one of the fastest ways to destroy it is to transform yourself from a leader into a permission seeker. Statistical data on this is remarkably consistent. Relationship satisfaction studies show that partnerships where decision-making follows clear leadership patterns report 29% higher satisfaction ratings than relationships characterized by constant negotiation and approval seeking. 29%. That's the difference between a relationship that flows and one that stagnates in endless discussions about what to have for dinner. But let's be precise about what we mean. This isn't about domination. It's not about ignoring her input or steamrolling her preferences. The Stoics understood the difference between tyranny and leadership, and so should you. Epictetus taught about taking ownership of choices, making decisions from clarity, and then executing them with confidence. That's not the same as asking permission for your every move. Here's what happens in her mind when you constantly seek approval. Research on decisiveness and perceived competence shows that individuals who demonstrate what psychologists call decision-making confidence are rated as significantly more competent, more trustworthy, and more attractive than those who display hesitation patterns. When you ask, "Is this okay?" before making simple choices, you're communicating uncertainty. And uncertainty in a man triggers doubt in a woman's mind about whether you can handle larger challenges. Think about the message embedded in permission seeking. Is it okay if I go to the gym? Do you mind if I see my friends? Are you fine with this restaurant choice? Every one of these questions carries a subtext. I need your approval to know if my choice is valid. I'm not confident enough in my own judgment to simply act. I require your permission to exist in the way I want to exist. And that subtext kills polarity. Marcus Aurelius commanded legions. Do you think he asked his soldiers if they minded marching north? No. He assessed the situation, made the decision, and communicated it with clarity. That's leadership. And while a relationship isn't a military campaign, the principle of decisive action remains the same. Consideration is valuable. Seeking permission is weak. The neuropsychology of leadership and attraction reveals something fascinating. Brain imaging studies show that when people observe decisive behavior, it activates neural pathways associated with trust and security. When they observe hesitation and approval seeking, it activates pathways associated with uncertainty and anxiety. Your indecision makes her anxious. Your confidence makes her secure. Which state do you think triggers respect? Research tracking decision-making speed and respect levels found a direct correlation. Partners who make decisions efficiently, who assess options and commit without endless deliberation, receive respect ratings 33% higher than partners who agonize over every choice and seek constant validation, 1/3 higher. That's the tax you pay for weakness disguised as consideration. But here's where men get confused. They think asking her opinion is respectful, and it can be when done correctly. There's a difference between, "What do you think about this option?" and "Is it okay if I do this?" The first invites collaboration. The second surrenders authority. Epictetus wrote about the importance of maintaining your sphere of choice. You can consider input. You cannot outsource your decisions. The Stoics practiced something called assent, the idea that you choose what you agree to, what you accept, what you allow into your mind. When you seek permission for your choices, you're giving her veto, power over your assent. You're saying, I won't agree to my own decision until you approve it. And that's not partnership. That's abdication. Statistical analysis of long-term relationship dynamics shows this pattern clearly. Men who maintain what researchers call decision sovereignty, who make choices and communicate them with confidence while remaining open to input, experience, relationship respect levels that far exceed men who operate from constant approval seeking. The difference isn't subtle. It's the chasm between a man she follows and a man she manages. So here's your fourth truth. Consideration is not permission. You can value her input without needing her approval. You can be thoughtful without being weak. And when you understand that difference, when you start making decisions with confidence and communicating them with clarity, you'll notice something shift in how she looks at you, because you've stopped being the boy who asks if it's okay and started being the man who knows what he's doing. We're getting into dangerous territory now. Mistake 5 is where respect starts dying. This mistake turns you from her rock into her burden. And the top 2 are even worse. But this one, defending yourself against her emotions, this is where most men lose the battle without understanding they were even fighting. Seneca wrote extensively about distinguishing your peace from others' chaos. He understood that the moment you allow another person's emotional state to determine your own, you've surrendered the only real power you have, sovereignty over your inner world. And in relationships, this principle becomes critical, because when she's emotional, when she's upset, when she's projecting her internal chaos onto you, your instinct will be to defend yourself, and that instinct will destroy you. Relationship. Studies on emotional regulation and partnership dynamics reveal something most men never learn. Research shows that in conflict situations, when one partner responds to emotional accusations with logical defense, it escalates the conflict 84% of the time. 84%. You're not solving the problem by defending yourself. You're feeding it. You're validating the premise that you need to defend against her emotional state, which means you've accepted that her emotional state has power over you. Here's the mechanism. She says something emotionally charged. Maybe it's an accusation. Maybe it's blame. Maybe it's just emotional venting that happens to be directed at you. And your immediate response is to defend. That's not what I meant. You're misunderstanding me. I didn't do that. Every single one of those statements is an attempt to logically dismantle her emotional experience, and every single one of them makes it worse. Epictetus taught something revolutionary. Men are disturbed not by things, but by their opinions about things. Apply that here. She's not disturbed by what you did. She's disturbed by her opinion about what you did. And when you defend against her opinion, when you try to logic your way out of her emotional state, you're attempting to control something that isn't yours to control. You're trying to change her perception by arguing with it. And arguments don't change perceptions, they entrench them. Marcus Aurelius wrote about maintaining the inner citadel, the fortress of your mind that remains calm regardless of external chaos. When she's emotional, when she's throwing accusations or blame or simple emotional turbulence your way, that's the test, not of whether you're right or wrong, but of whether you can remain unmoved, whether your peace is conditional on her state or rooted in something deeper. Research on conflict resolution styles and long-term respect is devastating to the defending strategy. Studies tracking couples over 5-year periods found that men who consistently engaged with emotional accusations, who defended themselves against emotional attacks, experienced respect erosion at rates 57% higher than men who maintained emotional non-reactivity, more than half, The defense itself creates the disrespect you're trying to prevent. Here's what's actually happening at a neurological level. Studies in emotional projection and response show that when you defend against someone's emotional state, you're confirming that their emotional state is a valid threat. You're treating it as real, as dangerous, as something requiring defense. And that treatment validates it. Her brain registers. He's defending himself, which means my emotional accusation has merit, which means I should trust this feeling, which means he probably did what I'm accusing him of. The defense creates the conviction. But when you remain still, when you hear her emotional state without becoming it, without defending against it, without engaging with it as if it's a logical argument requiring rebuttal, something different happens. You demonstrate what Stoic philosophy calls apatheia, not apathy in the modern sense of not caring, but freedom from being controlled by passions, hers or yours. Seneca wrote about endurance versus reactivity. When you endure her emotional storm without being moved by it, without defending yourself, without trying to fix it or argue with it or make it stop, you're showing her something she desperately needs to see: a man who cannot be shaken, a man whose peace doesn't depend on her mood, a man who can witness chaos without becoming chaos. The data on this is clear. Statistical analysis of emotional regulation in partnerships shows that the partner who maintains composure during emotional conflict, who doesn't defend or engage or try to logic their way out, is perceived as more trustworthy, more stable, and more worthy of respect. The numbers are stark. 62% higher respect ratings for non-defensive responses compared to defensive ones. But here's the principle most men never grasp. Her emotions are her domain. Your reaction is yours. Epictetus divided all of existence into two categories: things you control and things you don't. You don't control her emotions. You don't control her accusations. You don't control her mood or her perception or her interpretation of events. The only thing you control is your response, and when you defend, you've given control of your response to her emotional state. You've let what you don't control dictate what you do. Marcus Aurelius faced betrayal, criticism, and chaos on scales we can barely imagine, and his response was always the same: maintain the inner citadel. Don't let external turbulence penetrate the fortress of your peace. When she's emotional, that's not an attack on you. That's her processing her internal experience. And the moment you make it about you, the moment you defend yourself as if you're under assault, you've failed the test. Research shows that men who remain unmoved during emotional conflict, who can witness without defending, who can stay present without becoming reactive, create what psychologists call secure base dynamics. She learns that your stability isn't conditional, that your peace isn't fragile, that you're actually the rock she thought you were, and that realization doesn't come from your words. It comes from your stillness. So here's your fifth truth. Defending creates the problem you're trying to solve. Engagement with emotional accusations validates them. Your stillness is your strength. And when you understand that her emotions are her domain and your peace is yours, when you stop defending and start simply being unmoved, respect follows naturally. Because you've shown her what she's been testing for all along: a man who cannot be broken by her storms. The final two mistakes are fatal. They kill respect permanently. Number 6 happens when you think you're being strong. This is where most modern men fail completely, and they think they're doing the right thing. They think they're being strong, being mature, being the bigger person. But what they're actually doing is confusing tolerance with strength, and that confusion kills respect faster than almost anything else on this list. Marcus Aurelius wrote about boundaries as virtue, not as punishment, not as control. but as the necessary structure that allows anything good to exist. He understood that a man without boundaries is not peaceful, he's simply being eroded. And modern relationship research confirms what the Stoics knew. Boundaries aren't optional, they're the foundation of respect. Statistical data on boundary setting and relationship longevity reveals something most relationship advice ignores. Studies tracking long-term partnerships show that relationships where clear, consistent boundaries exist demonstrate 49% lower rates of contempt development, compared to relationships characterized by high tolerance of boundary violations, almost half. The difference between respect and contempt often comes down to whether you enforce your boundaries or tolerate their destruction. But here's where men get it catastrophically wrong. They've been taught that strength means endurance. That real. Men tolerate. That setting boundaries is rigid, controlling, or insecure, so they tolerate disrespect. They tolerate boundary violations. They tolerate behavior that corrodes their self-respect. And they call it strength. But it's not strength. It's cowardice dressed in philosophical clothing. Cato the Younger, a Stoic known for his unwavering principles, chose death over compromise of his values. That's not tolerance. That's the opposite. He understood that some lines cannot be crossed, some standards cannot be lowered, some violations cannot be endured without losing the core of who you are. And while your relationship isn't a political crisis in ancient Rome, the principle remains. You teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate. Psychological research on boundary enforcement and attraction reveals something that destroys the tolerance myth completely. Studies show that partners who enforce clear boundaries consistently are rated as significantly more attractive and more worthy of respect than partners who tolerate boundary violations in the name of harmony. The data is explicit. Women report higher attraction to men who maintain standards than to men who accommodate disrespect. Here's the mechanism most men miss. When she crosses a boundary and you tolerate it, you're not being strong. You're not being understanding. You're teaching her nervous system something critical. This man's boundaries are negotiable. This man will sacrifice his standards to keep me. This man values my presence more than his self-respect. And once her neurology learns that lesson, respect begins its inevitable decline. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Apply that to boundaries. If you cannot master your own standards, if you cannot enforce your own limits, if you allow others to violate your boundaries without consequence, you're not free. You're enslaved to her approval. And slavery never generates respect. It generates contempt. Neuroscience research on respect and boundary violations shows something brutal. Brain imaging studies reveal that when people observe others tolerating mistreatment, it activates neural pathways associated with lowered status perception. Your tolerance of disrespect literally lowers your perceived value in her brain, not consciously. At the level of automatic neural processing, her biology is watching how you treat yourself, and it's downgrading your worth accordingly. Statistical correlation between self-respect and partner respect is one of the strongest findings in relationship psychology. Studies show a 0.87 correlation between enforcing personal boundaries and receiving partner respect. That's almost perfect correlation. When you respect your boundaries, she respects you. When you tolerate violations of your boundaries, she loses respect. It's not complicated. It's not mysterious. It's mathematical. But here's where the Stoic distinction becomes critical. Seneca wrote extensively about endurance versus submission. Endurance is choosing to bear difficulty for a purpose. Submission is allowing yourself to be degraded because you're afraid of the alternative. When you tolerate her disrespect because you're working toward a goal, because you're strategically choosing your battles, that's endurance. When you tolerate her disrespect because you're afraid she'll leave if you don't, that's submission, and she can tell the difference. Research data on relationship power dynamics and satisfaction is unambiguous. Partnerships where one partner consistently violates boundaries without consequence show satisfaction decline rates of 68% over 3-year periods. 2/3 of satisfaction erodes when boundaries aren't enforced. Because without boundaries, there's no respect. Without respect, there's no attraction. Without attraction, there's no relationship worth keeping. Here's what most men don't understand about boundary testing. She doesn't cross your boundaries to see if you'll tolerate it. She crosses your boundaries to see if you'll enforce them. It's a test. And every time you fail to enforce, every time you tolerate what you should correct, every time you let violations slide in the name of keeping peace, you fail the test. And she registers that failure deep in the part of her brain that evaluates mate quality. Marcus Aurelius faced constant challenges to his authority, his principles, his boundaries, and his response was never tolerance of violations. It was enforcement of standards, not through anger, not through punishment, through unwavering consistency. When a boundary was crossed, there were consequences, not because he was controlling, but because he understood that boundaries without enforcement aren't boundaries. They're suggestions, and suggestions don't command respect. The critical distinction is this. Stoic acceptance applies to things outside your control. Her actions are outside your control, but your boundaries, your standards, your requirements for how you're treated, those are entirely within your control. And when you confuse accepting what you cannot control with tolerating violations of what you can, you've misunderstood Stoicism completely. Statistical analysis shows that men who maintain firm boundaries while remaining emotionally calm experience relationship respect levels 71% higher than men who either explode when boundaries are crossed or tolerate violations to keep peace. The key is unwavering enforcement without emotional reactivity. The boundary is maintained not through anger, but through certainty. So here's your 6th truth. Tolerance of disrespect is not strength. It's self-abandonment. She doesn't respect men who endure her worst behavior. She respects men who won't tolerate it. And the moment you understand that enforcing your boundaries isn't about controlling her, it's about respecting yourself, everything changes. Because you stop being the man she can walk over and start being the man she has to rise to meet. But nothing, absolutely nothing, kills respect faster than mistake number 7. This is the one that ends it all. This is the ultimate killer, the mistake that makes all the others inevitable, the one that destroys not just her respect for you, but your respect for yourself. And it's this: placing her above your self-respect, making her your priority in a way that turns you into her option. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the known world, wrote something that every man should memorize. The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if you have no self-respect. Not the opinion of enemies, not the opinion of strangers. The opinion of 10,000 men means nothing if you don't respect yourself. Now apply that to one woman. Her opinion, her approval, her validation means absolutely nothing if achieving it requires you to abandon your self-respect. The statistics on pedestalization and relationship failure are devastating. Research tracking relationships where one partner places the other on a pedestal shows failure rates of 79% within 5 years. 79%. When you make her more important than your own self-respect, when you sacrifice your standards to keep her, when you betray yourself to maintain her approval, you've guaranteed the relationship will fail. Because she cannot respect what you don't protect. And what you're not protecting is yourself. Here's the philosophical foundation that most men never understand. Epictetus taught about the hierarchy of values. At the top, above everything else, must be your character, your integrity, your self-respect. Not because you're selfish, but because without that foundation, everything else collapses. When you place her above your self-respect, you've inverted the hierarchy. You've made something outside your control, her approval, more important than something within your control, your character, and that inversion destroys everything. Research data on self-abandonment and attraction death is unambiguous. Studies show that when individuals sacrifice core values or self-respect to maintain a relationship, their partner's attraction decreases by an average of 64% over 18 months. Almost 2/3 of attraction dies when you abandon yourself for her, because at a neurological level, at a biological level, at every level that matters, she's watching how you treat yourself. And if you treat yourself as less important than her brain concludes you must be less valuable. The paradox breaks most men. They think, if I put her first, if I prioritize her needs, if I sacrifice for her, she'll see how much I care and love me more. But the mechanism works exactly opposite. When you make her your priority, you communicate that your value is contingent on her, that you need her more than she needs you, that you're willing to betray yourself to keep her. And that desperation, that willingness to abandon your self-respect, triggers the opposite of attraction. It triggers contempt. Musonius Rufus wrote about self-governance as the highest virtue, not governance of others, governance of yourself, your thoughts, your choices, your standards, your self-respect. When you can govern yourself, when you maintain your standards regardless of external pressure, you demonstrate the only kind of strength that matters. But when you cannot govern yourself, when you let her desires override your self-respect, you've proven you're ungovernable, unreliable, a ship without an anchor. Neuroscience research on value perception and scarcity reveals why this mistake is fatal. Brain imaging studies show that we assign higher value to things that are scarce, that are not easily obtained, that maintain their standards regardless of our desire for them. When you abandon your self-respect to keep her, you've made yourself abundant, available, willing to compromise anything to maintain her approval. And abundance kills value. Scarcity creates it. Statistical analysis on self-respect levels and partner respect shows the strongest correlation in relationship psychology. The data is crystal clear. Men who maintain unwavering self-respect, who refuse to compromise their core values regardless of relationship pressure, receive respect ratings 93% higher than men who sacrifice self-respect for relationship maintenance. 93%. This isn't a minor factor. This is the entire game. But here's where it gets deeper. Seneca wrote, "A man who does not respect himself cannot respect others." Think about what that means. When you abandon your self-respect for her, you're not just harming yourself, you're harming your ability to genuinely respect her. Because if you'll betray yourself for approval, what won't you betray? If your self-respect is negotiable, what standards do you actually have? If you can't maintain boundaries with yourself, how can you maintain them with anyone? The mechanism is brutally simple. She watches how you treat yourself because that's the preview of how you'll eventually treat her. If you don't respect yourself enough to maintain your standards, why would she believe you'll respect her enough to maintain yours with her? If you'll abandon your values to keep her approval, what happens when keeping her approval requires abandoning her? Your self-abandonment doesn't make her feel special, it makes her feel unsafe, because she's with a man who has no core. Research on long-term relationship outcomes reveals something that should terrify any man making this mistake. Studies tracking partnerships over 10-year periods show that the single strongest predictor of relationship failure is asymmetric value placement, where one partner values the relationship more than self-respect. When you place her above yourself, you've created an asymmetry that guarantees collapse. Because healthy relationships require two people who respect themselves enough to maintain standards, not one person chasing another's approval. Marcus Aurelius faced unimaginable pressures: political intrigue, military threats, personal betrayals, and through all of it, he maintained one unwavering standard: self-respect above all else. Not because he was arrogant, but because he understood that the moment you sacrifice your self-respect for any external goal, no matter how valuable that goal seems, you've lost the only thing that makes achieving any goal meaningful. Here's the final truth about this mistake. When you place her above your self-respect, you're not showing her love. You're showing her fear. Fear that you're not enough. Fear that she'll leave. Fear that without her approval you have no value. And fear kills attraction at a cellular level. Research confirms this. Displays of fear-based behavior in relationships correlate with attraction decline rates of 86%. When she sees you afraid of losing her enough to abandon yourself, she's already gone. The Stoic principle is absolute. Your self-respect is non-negotiable, not because you're selfish, but because without it, you have nothing of value to offer anyone. When you maintain unwavering self-respect, when you refuse to place anyone above your own character and integrity, when you demonstrate that your standards are unmovable regardless of who's watching, you become the kind of man that respect follows. Naturally, she cannot respect what you don't protect. And if you won't protect your self-respect, if you'll sacrifice it to keep her, you've shown her exactly what you are: a man without a core. A man who can be moved, a man whose value is determined by her approval. And that man, no matter how nice, how caring, how available he is, will never command her respect. Because respect isn't given to men who abandon themselves. It's given to men who remain unmovable in who they are, regardless of the cost. So there they are. 7 fatal mistakes that kill respect. Excessive explanation, abandoning your mission, emotional reactivity, seeking permission, defending against her emotions, tolerating disrespect, and the ultimate killer, placing her above your self-respect. But here's what you need to understand. All 7 of these mistakes stem from one source, one fundamental error that creates all the others. And it's this: seeking external validation instead of living from internal conviction. Every mistake on this list happens when you make her approval more important than your own standards, when you let her perception control your actions, when you abandon the Stoic principle that Marcus Aurelius lived and died by. You have power over your mind, not outside events. The ancient Stoics understood something that modern men have forgotten. Your value doesn't come from her approval. Your worth isn't determined by whether she respects you. Your strength isn't measured by whether she stays or leaves. All of that is outside your control. And when you chase what you cannot control, when you sacrifice what you can control to obtain it, you've guaranteed losing both. But here's the truth that will save you. These aren't quick fixes. This isn't a technique you apply tomorrow and everything changes. This is character reconstruction. This is rebuilding yourself from the foundation up, using principles that have stood for 2,000 years because they're based on human nature, not modern trends. Epictetus taught daily self-examination. Marcus Aurelius practiced constant reflection. Seneca wrote about measuring yourself against your own standards, not others' opinions. The statistics show that men who implement these principles, who commit to this path of self-respect and Stoic discipline, experience relationship Transformations that seem impossible to those still chasing approval. But it's not impossible, it's inevitable, because when you stop seeking respect and start embodying what commands it, when you stop chasing her validation and start validating yourself through your standards, respect follows naturally. The choice is before you right now. Continue the pattern. Keep making these mistakes. Keep wondering why attraction fades and respect dies. Or break the cycle today. Commit to the Stoic path. Prioritize self-respect above all else. Maintain your mission. Control your emotions. Lead with conviction. Enforce your boundaries. And watch how everything changes when you stop being the man who needs her approval and start being the man who doesn't. Subscribe to this channel for more Stoic wisdom that actually works in the real world. No feel-good platitudes, no modern relationship nonsense, just ancient truths backed by modern science, delivered directly. Comment below which mistake hit you hardest. Most men won't admit it, but the ones who do are the ones who actually change. And if you want to know what comes next, if you want to learn the 7 Stoic behaviors that make women pursue you instead of you chasing them, that video is coming next. The inverse of everything you just learned, the actions that create attraction instead of destroying it. But remember what Epictetus said about control. You control your choices, you control your discipline, you control your self-respect. Her response, her attraction, her respect, those are consequences of your choices, not your responsibility to force. When you live from that understanding, when you embody these principles not to manipulate her reaction, but to build your character, you become dangerous, not to her, to the version of yourself that accepted less than you deserved. The Stoics knew that the path to strength is simple but brutal. Stop seeking what others think. Start protecting what you know is right. Your self-respect isn't negotiable. Your mission isn't optional. Your boundaries aren't suggestions. And when you live from that unshakable foundation, respect doesn't need to be earned. It's commanded by who you are. Welcome back. Tonight we step into the hidden playbook of true power, a guide not written in titles or wealth, but in the discipline of the mind. If you've ever wondered why some people remain unshaken while the world around them burns, you're in the right place. The hall trembles with noise. Shouts rise like thunder. Accusations pierce the air, and the crowd waits for an eruption. At the center sits a single figure, a leader, motionless, unflinching. Their hands rest calmly on the table, their gaze steady, their breath even. Around them, chaos rages. Advisors demand action, rivals whisper insults. The room seethes with tension, yet this leader does not rise, does not argue, does not take the bait. They remain silent. This moment is more than stillness. It is dominance. Because what unsettles the crowd is not what the leader says or does, but what they choose not to say, what they choose not to do. We are conditioned to think of power as loud, forceful, overwhelming. But what if true power is something else entirely? What if real strength lies not in striking back, but in refusing to be moved at all? So I ask you, what makes someone truly powerful? It's not the battles they win, it's the battles they refuse to fight. The greatest strength does not always come from the sword or the shout. It comes from the discipline to withhold reaction when every fiber of the world demands you explode. Tonight, we're going to explore 6 things powerful people never react to. Not sometimes, not occasionally, never. 6 moments that would make the average person boil with anger, break down in despair, or lose themselves in temptation, yet the powerful stay calm, grounded, and unshaken. Each one is a test of composure, each one a crucible of strength. We'll journey through history, where Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca held their ground against ridicule and ruin. We'll step into fiction, where imagined warriors and leaders show us the timeless image of restraint as mastery. And we'll bring it into the modern day, where insults, rumors, setbacks, and even praise demand more from us than we realize. Along the way, you'll see how philosophy, discipline, and perspective intertwine to create an armor thicker than steel. The ability to control your own mind when the world loses control around you. Because the battlefield of life isn't fought only with armies, money, or politics, it's fought within, in the split-second decision of whether you react or remain still. So as we begin, I want to ask you something. Think about your own life for a moment. What is one thing you wish you could stop reacting to? Maybe it's criticism, maybe it's gossip, maybe it's failure, or the sting of loss. Whatever it is, imagine how much freer, stronger, and calmer you would feel if it no longer had power over you. Hold on to that thought, because by the end of this journey, you may discover that the path of Stoic mastery isn't about controlling the world. It's about controlling yourself, and it all begins here, with silence in the middle of chaos. Picture this: a crowded marketplace in ancient Rome. A senator shouts across the forum, hurling insults at a rival. The crowd leans in, waiting for a fiery response, hungry for drama. Yet the rival does something unexpected. He doesn't shout back. He doesn't flinch. He simply continues walking, as if the insult had never been spoken. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Was this weakness, or was it something far greater? This is the power of non-reaction. Insults are traps, carefully laid to provoke you into abandoning your composure. They pull at the ego, daring you to defend yourself, to lash out, to prove them wrong. But here's the paradox. The moment you react, you've already lost. You've given control to the other person. You've let their words dictate your state of mind. And that is exactly what the powerful never allow. Stoic philosophy teaches us that insults only sting if we grant them permission. Epictetus once said, "If someone reviles you, it is his own action. You can choose to interpret it as harm or not." Think about that. The insult doesn't carry inherent power. It's our reaction that breathes life into it. Without your consent, the insult withers, hollow and harmless. Consider Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome. He faced endless criticism from politicians, generals, even his own people. Yet in his private writings, the Meditations, he constantly reminded himself not to be disturbed by words. He wrote, "If an insult from another stirs you, it is your own opinion that has provoked you." He knew the truth. The insult itself is powerless. It's our attachment to reputation that causes the pain. Now imagine a modern version of this scenario. You post something online and suddenly the comments flood in. Someone mocks you. Someone twists your words. You feel the heat rise in your chest, your fingers itching to strike back. But what happens if you don't? What if you simply carry on, as though their words were smoke drifting in the air? The effect is immediate. The aggressor loses their audience. The crowd sees composure, not weakness. The power shifts back to you. Fiction often mirrors this lesson. Picture a warrior in a tavern, insulted by a drunken patron eager to pick a fight. The warrior could crush him easily, but instead he turns back to his drink. The room falls silent. Everyone realizes who holds the true power. It isn't the one shouting, it's the one in control of himself. The truth is, insults say more about the giver than the receiver. They expose the speaker's insecurity, anger, or envy. By not reacting, you hold up a mirror that reflects their weakness back to them. Your silence becomes louder than any retort. So the question is, How do you master this art? The next time someone tries to provoke you, pause. Ask yourself, does this insult truly harm me, or is it just air? Remember, powerful people don't waste energy swatting at words. They save their strength for battles that matter. Now I'll turn it to you. Think of the last time someone insulted you. What if you had met it with silence instead of reaction? Wouldn't that have felt like victory? The story begins in whispers. A single voice in a crowded room suggests something unflattering. Another person repeats it. Soon, the whisper multiplies until it becomes a rumor spreading like wildfire. No one knows if it's true. No one even stops to ask. But suddenly, your reputation, your name, your very identity feels under siege. This is the world of rumors and lies, an invisible battlefield where words, not weapons, can destroy legacies. Most people panic in this moment. They scramble to explain themselves, to fight back, to stamp out every falsehood before it takes root. But here's where powerful people stand apart. They don't chase lies. They don't waste their energy wrestling with shadows. They let the truth reveal itself in time. History gives us countless examples. Consider Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor. During his reign, enemies accused him of weakness, of being too contemplative to lead Rome's armies. Yet Marcus did not call for trials or proclamations to defend himself. Instead, he focused on what he could control, leading with virtue, acting with integrity, and ensuring his deeds spoke louder than gossip. Centuries later, he's remembered as one of the greatest emperors in history, not because he silenced lies, but because he outlived them with action. Seneca, too, knew this battle well. As a tutor to the young Emperor Nero, he was accused of greed, corruption, and treachery. Some of the accusations may have been exaggerated, others entirely fabricated, but Seneca's writings show us his response. He refused to let slander dictate his peace of mind. He reminded himself, and us, that reputation is not within our control. Our character, however, always is. Fiction helps us see the same truth in sharper relief. Imagine a wise ruler in a kingdom, accused of betrayal by jealous courtiers. The people murmur, the nobles circle. The ruler knows he could denounce his enemies, demand loyalty oaths, or punish the liars. But instead, he chooses restraint. He continues ruling with fairness, justice, and clarity. Weeks later, the rumors die, and the liars reveal themselves by their desperation. The ruler emerges untarnished, not because he fought every rumor, but because he made the lies irrelevant. Now let's fast forward to today. In the digital age, rumors move faster than ever. A single tweet, a manipulated video, or a half-truth can reach millions before the truth even laces up its boots. And the natural impulse is to react, to clarify, to defend yourself in front of the crowd. Yet here's the paradox. The more attention you give to a lie, the more oxygen it gets. By acknowledging it, you confirm its existence in the minds of others. Silence, on the other hand, robs the rumor of momentum. Stoic philosophy equips us for this. Epictetus taught that we are disturbed not by events, but by our judgments about them. A rumor is only as harmful as the weight we give it. If we anchor ourselves in virtue, living with honesty, acting with fairness, staying aligned with our values, then rumors become like waves crashing against a rock, loud but ultimately powerless. There's also a deeper psychological effect at play. When you don't react to lies, you flip the script on your accusers. Their intent is to provoke you into desperation, to watch you scramble and sweat. But if you remain calm, composed, and unmoved, they are the ones left unsettled. The crowd begins to question the liars. If the rumor mattered, wouldn't he have reacted? maybe there's nothing to it after all. Your restraint becomes proof of your strength. That doesn't mean ignorance. Powerful people don't simply bury their heads in the sand. Instead, they redirect their energy toward what builds resilience: their work, their actions, their consistency. Over time, the pattern of your deeds silences lies more effectively than any speech ever could. Think about the people you respect most in life. Chances are, it's not those who rush to defend their names at every insult. It's those whose character is so steady, so undeniable, that lies bounce off them like arrows against armor. Their power lies in patience, in letting the truth reveal itself slowly but surely. So here's a question for you. What rumor or falsehood in your own life have you been tempted to fight? What if, instead of burning your energy in defense, you chose to rise above it, to let your actions over time write the story for you? Could you allow silence to be your greatest rebuttal? The Stoics remind us that reputation is a fickle thing, never fully in our control, but character, that is always ours to guard. And it is through character, not reaction, that we outlast rumors, dismantle lies, and prove ourselves truly powerful. Failure, the very word, makes the heart tighten. We are taught to fear it, to hide it, to run from it. Yet every powerful figure, real or imagined, has walked through the fire of failure and emerged transformed. The difference is not that they never stumble. The difference is how they respond when the ground gives way beneath them. Picture a Roman general on campaign. His strategy collapses, his soldiers scatter, and the banners of Rome fall into enemy hands. The camp is heavy with shame, the whispers of defeat crawling through the night air. Most leaders would rage, panic, or break down in despair. But imagine instead a general who sits quietly by the fire, studying the maps again, adjusting, recalculating. To his men, his calm is unsettling. To his enemies, it is terrifying. They see not a broken man, but someone already planning the next victory. This is the Stoic way. Failure is not the end, it is information. Marcus Aurelius captured this beautifully when he wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the setback is not a barrier, it's the path itself. For the Stoic, failure isn't shameful. It's raw material for growth. Take Seneca, advisor to emperors and one of the richest men in Rome. Despite his wealth and influence, he endured exile, political disgrace, and ultimately an order to take his own life. Yet through all this, he kept writing, turning his misfortunes into teachings that still inspire us today. Seneca understood that external circumstances, loss, disgrace, even death, could not rob him of the inner power to choose his response. His failures became his legacy. Epictetus went even further. Born a slave, crippled from abuse, he might have seemed destined for a life defined by failure. Yet he transformed his suffering into wisdom, teaching that setbacks are not punishment, but training. He compared life to a wrestling school, where every hardship is a sparring partner, shaping you into something stronger. Fiction often illustrates this vividly. Picture a warrior in a story who loses a great battle. He returns home in shame, mocked and diminished. Yet instead of retreating into bitterness, he trains harder, studies his mistakes, and grows into a leader greater than before. His eventual triumph is not despite his failure, it is because of it. The very setback that once defined him becomes the foundation of his future power. Now think about how failure shows up today. Maybe it's a project collapsing at work, a business that never took off, or a personal relationship that fell apart. The temptation is to see these moments as permanent scars, but powerful people see them as stepping stones. They don't dwell in the rubble, they build something new with it. The modern Stoic practice here is simple but profound. Reframe. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "How is this useful to me?" Failure reveals blind spots. It humbles arrogance. It forces adaptation. And those who learn to reframe setbacks, not as dead ends but as detours, discover that failure is not their enemy, it is their teacher. Here's the deeper truth. Reacting emotionally to failure, rage, despair, self-pity, only prolongs the suffering. It burns energy without creating solutions, but non-reaction, calm reflection, and steady adjustment allow you to transform failure into fuel. The Stoics remind us that fortune can take away everything except one thing: your ability to decide how you respond. There is also a subtle power in the way others perceive your handling of failure. People expect collapse. They expect excuses. When you respond instead with composure, with a clear head and quiet resilience, you inspire trust. You become the unshakable center others can rely on. Failure, in this way, becomes not just personal growth, but leadership itself. So here is your challenge. Think of your last failure. Maybe it still stings. Maybe it still feels unresolved. What if you could go back and reframe it, not as an end, but as preparation? What skills did it force you to learn? What strength did it secretly build? What future success might still be hidden inside that apparent defeat? The Stoics would tell you, stop fearing failure. Fear never learning from it, because every setback is a forge, and you are the iron, heated, hammered, shaped, not broken. And that is why powerful people never react to failure with despair. They transform it into the very source of their strength. The crowd roars. In the theater, in the Senate, in the stadium, voices rise not in praise but in scorn. Boos, hisses, jeers, criticism delivered not by one voice but by thousands. Imagine yourself standing there, every eye fixed on you, the tide of disapproval pressing in like a storm. Most of us would crack under such weight. Anger, defensiveness, embarrassment. These are the natural reactions. But for the powerful, for those who live by Stoic mastery, there is a different path. They don't break. They don't rage. They don't even flinch. They listen, or they simply remain unmoved. This isn't passivity. It's control. And it unnerves people more than any shouted rebuttal ever could. In Rome, emperors faced this test constantly. Marcus Aurelius, though revered by history, was not always loved in his lifetime. He endured public criticism, whispers in the Senate, and discontent among the masses. Yet in his meditations he reminded himself, "If anyone can prove me wrong, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone, but the one who persists in his error and ignorance harms himself." Notice the dual wisdom here. Marcus stayed open to truth hidden in criticism, but he refused to be ruled by the crowd's judgment. He took what was useful, ignored the rest, and kept walking forward. Seneca echoed this resilience. He argued that criticism is inevitable for anyone who dares to live differently. "If you wish to be approved by all," he wrote, "you must resemble all." For him, mass disapproval was not a sign of failure. It was proof that you were living authentically, not bending to the lowest common denominator. Fiction dramatizes this beautifully. Imagine a philosopher in a grand forum presenting an idea that cuts against tradition. The mob erupts in mockery, demanding he take back his words. Instead of arguing, he pauses, lets the jeers subside, and then calmly repeats his point with even greater clarity. The crowd falls silent, not because they all agree, but because they recognize the courage of someone unwilling to bow to their noise. His strength is not in silencing them, but in refusing to be silenced himself. In our modern world, the crowd, looks different, but it may be even louder. Social media, workplace culture, public opinion, each can turn critical in an instant. A single post may trigger thousands of negative comments. A bold idea at work might spark resistance. And once again, the temptation is to fire back, to argue, to justify. But here lies the Stoic secret: don't confuse volume with truth. Criticism from the masses is often just an echo chamber of emotion, not wisdom. That doesn't mean ignore it entirely. The powerful treat criticism like sifting for gold in a river. Most of it is mud, irrelevant, emotional noise. But occasionally, buried within, is a nugget of truth, something useful that can sharpen character or improve judgment. The art lies in listening without being consumed, discerning without being wounded. Why is this so difficult? Because humans crave approval. We are wired to seek belonging, to win applause. So when the masses disapprove, it feels like rejection of our very existence. But the Stoics remind us, the opinions of the crowd are beyond our control. To tie our worth to them is to hand over our peace of mind. Instead, tie your worth to your virtues, your actions, your choices. Let your inner compass, not the crowd, guide your steps. There is also a quiet power in the optics of non-reaction. When a leader remains calm under criticism, it sends a message: I am larger than the noise. Followers respect this. Enemies are unsettled by it. The masses may jeer louder in the moment, but over time, they remember the composure. In fact, history shows us that criticism fades, but dignity endures. Think of figures you admire. Chances are they weren't universally loved in their lifetimes. Many were ridiculed, doubted, even despised. Yet they stood firm. And because of that, their names outlasted the noise of their critics. So ask yourself, how do you react when the masses turn against you? Do you scramble to explain? Do you retreat in shame? Or could you practice the Stoic way, taking what is useful, discarding the rest, and walking forward with calm purpose? The next time criticism swells around you, remember this: the crowd is fickle. Today's boos may be tomorrow's cheers, and neither should rule your soul. The powerful don't let the masses dictate their identity. They let truth, reason, and inner strength decide who they are. That is why criticism from the masses is something powerful people never react to. Not because it doesn't exist, but because it doesn't define them. The fire spreads through the palace, devouring marble halls, priceless art, and treasures collected over a lifetime. Courtiers scream, servants scramble with buckets of water, their efforts useless against the roaring blaze. In the middle of it all, the king stands motionless, watching the flames consume what once defined his power. His voice is calm, almost chilling. You can take my walls, but not my will. This image may sound like legend, but it illustrates a truth the Stoics held above all. Loss is inevitable. Misfortune is certain. To live is to risk having everything you love stripped away. But how you meet that loss, whether with despair or with calm acceptance, determines whether you remain powerful or become broken. For most people, loss feels unbearable. We react with panic when wealth disappears, with bitterness when fortune turns, with devastation when loved ones are taken from us. Misfortune presses against our deepest fears, reminding us how little we control. Yet this is exactly where the Stoics found freedom, by learning not to react with desperation, but to accept, adapt, and endure. Take Epictetus, for example, born into slavery, crippled by his master, stripped of dignity and freedom. If anyone had the right to despair, it was him. Yet he refused to let misfortune define him. Instead, he taught that our possessions, our status, even our health, are not truly ours. They can vanish at any moment. What is ours always is our ability to respond with virtue. He wrote, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." His life became proof of that philosophy. Marcus Aurelius, too, endured unimaginable loss. He buried children, faced plagues that swept through his empire, and lived constantly under the shadow of war. Yet, in his meditations, he reminded himself each day that loss was part of nature. When you kiss your son, whisper to yourself, "Tomorrow he may die." This was not cold detachment, it was radical clarity. By remembering the fragility of life, Marcus trained himself to meet loss with strength, not despair. Even Seneca, often caricatured as wealthy and comfortable, understood the role of misfortune. He warned his readers to practice poverty, to strip life down to the bare minimum, so that when true loss arrived, it would not catch them unprepared. For Seneca, misfortune was not a threat, but a teacher, a reminder that what is truly valuable cannot be taken away. Fiction paints this lesson in vivid color. Imagine a warrior who loses his kingdom, his fortune, even his family. In despair, he could collapse, wandering aimlessly, broken by grief. But the story becomes powerful when he refuses to let misfortune end him. Instead, he rebuilds, not his palace, but his soul. He learns that while fate can strip away everything external, it cannot touch his discipline, his wisdom, or his will. This transformation makes him more formidable than before. Today, we face misfortune in different forms: the sudden loss of a job, the betrayal of a friend, a diagnosis that shatters the life we imagined. These moments shake us, revealing how fragile our comforts really are. But here lies the Stoic choice. Do we react with despair, or do we see loss as part of the natural order? Powerful people choose the latter. They grieve, but they do not collapse. They adapt, but they do not surrender. There is also a hidden strength in how misfortune tests those around us. When you lose everything and yet remain calm, people notice. They draw courage from your composure. They see in you an anchor they can cling to. This is why loss, when met with dignity, becomes a form of leadership. It turns pain into power, not just for yourself, but for others who are watching. The Stoics remind us that all external things, wealth, health, relationships, status, are on loan from the universe. They were never truly ours to keep. When they are taken back, we may feel pain, but we should not feel surprise. True wealth lies in what cannot be stolen: integrity, wisdom, discipline. So here is the challenge for you. Think of something you fear losing most. What if it vanished tomorrow? How would you meet that misfortune? Would you rage against the inevitable, or could you stand firm, knowing that your true strength lies beyond possession? Powerful people never react to loss with despair. They recognize it as part of the human condition. They mourn, but they endure. They rebuild, but they never lose themselves. And in that endurance lies a form of power greater than any fortune or crown, the power to remain whole when the world falls apart. The banquet hall glows with torchlight. Courtiers lean in, eager to flatter their ruler. Voices flow like honey. You are wise beyond measure. Your victories will be sung for centuries. There is no one greater. The ruler smiles, politely, yet inside remains unmoved. Why? Because the truly powerful know that praise, like insult, is a trap. Most of us crave approval. Compliments lift us, applause intoxicates us, flattery makes us feel invincible. But here lies the danger. When you begin to depend on praise, you hand control of your happiness to others. You let their approval dictate your sense of worth. The Stoics saw this as just as dangerous as reacting to insults, because both are chains that bind the soul. Marcus Aurelius wrestled with this constantly. As emperor, he was surrounded by sycophants, yet in his private writings, he reminded himself daily, "Do not be intoxicated by applause. Remember how quickly all things are forgotten." He urged himself to see praise for what it was, fleeting noise, no different from criticism. What mattered was whether he lived according to reason and virtue, not whether the crowd cheered or booed. Seneca was even sharper on this point. He warned that flattery was poison, crafted to weaken judgment and feed ego. It is a great man who can treat applause as he would treat criticism. In other words, if you become too attached to being praised, you lose the ability to stand alone. You become a slave not to insults, but to approval. Consider the fictional image of a warrior, offered endless songs of glory. His ego swells, and soon he grows careless, reckless, overconfident. Praise blinds him to his flaws. His downfall comes not from his enemies, but from his own intoxication with flattery. Contrast this with another figure, a quiet general who accepts recognition with humility, then returns to his work unshaken. His power grows not from applause, but from discipline. In our modern world, this lesson is more urgent than ever. Social media thrives on likes, shares, and approval. Entire careers rise and fall on public praise. The dopamine rush of recognition is addictive, and most people become trapped chasing it. But powerful people know better. They see praise as data, not as identity. They may appreciate kind words, but they do not anchor their self-worth to them. There's also a subtle psychological power in staying grounded when praised. When someone showers you with compliments and you remain calm, it unsettles them. They expect eagerness, a rush of gratitude, even vanity. But your composure signals something else: strength. You are not dependent on their words, you are complete without them. The Stoics practiced a kind of mental training here. When praised, they reminded themselves of their flaws, their mortality, the fleeting nature of fame. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how quickly even the greatest names fade into obscurity. To him, glory was dust on the wind. Why then should he allow flattery to cloud his judgment? It's not about rejecting kindness or gratitude. It's about perspective. Powerful people accept praise with humility, but they do not let it inflate them. They treat it the same way they treat criticism, as an opinion, not as truth. They know that applause and insult are two sides of the same coin, both outside their control, both ultimately irrelevant to their inner compass. So here is the challenge for you. Think about the last time someone praised you. Did you feel a surge of pride? Did you cling to that feeling, replay it in your mind, let it define you? What if you could accept the compliment gracefully but remain unmoved within, knowing your worth doesn't rise or fall with another person's opinion? The Stoics would say, let neither flattery nor insult shake you. Stay steady in virtue, and you will never be a prisoner to the crowd. Powerful people never react to praise with intoxication because they know it can be just as dangerous as insult, failure, or loss. They remain grounded, centered, and free. And that is the final secret, to master yourself so completely that neither insult nor praise has power over you. To be unshaken in criticism and uncorrupted in applause. That is Stoic mastery. That is true power. The battlefield is quiet after the storm. Insults have been hurled, lies whispered, failures endured, criticism shouted, losses suffered, praises sung. And yet the powerful figure remains, still, calm, unshaken. This is the paradox of non-reaction. It looks like weakness from the outside, but in truth, it is the ultimate expression of strength. To remain unmoved in the face of attack temptation, or loss, is to wield a power greater than any army or crown. It is the power to control oneself when the world loses control. Think of it this way. When you react, you hand over your energy. Every outburst, every desperate defense, every emotional collapse feeds the forces against you. But when you choose not to react, you conserve your strength. You make your enemies look small, your critics irrelevant, your flatterers impotent. You show the world that you cannot be controlled from the outside. You only move by your own inner compass. History proves this. Marcus Aurelius ruled through plague and war, yet never allowed panic or praise to alter his steady hand. Epictetus was enslaved, abused, and maimed, yet remained freer in spirit than his masters. Seneca faced disgrace and death with the calm of a man who knew that fortune could take everything but his will. Their legacies endure not because they conquered others, but because they mastered themselves. Fiction tells us the same story in another language. Heroes who ignore the baited insult. Leaders who refuse to fight rumors with anger. Warriors who stand in silence as their enemies shout, only to win not with words, but with patience. Their strength lies not in what they do, but in what they refuse to do. So why does it matter today? Because our lives are filled with provocations. Social media demands reaction. Work pressures test our composure. Relationships tug at our emotions. The world constantly dares us to lose ourselves in the noise. But the Stoic lesson is timeless. The person who can remain calm when others panic becomes unshakable. They inspire trust. They command respect. They walk through chaos as though untouchable. This is the fallout of non-reaction. Power. Not the noisy kind, not the flashy kind, but the quiet, enduring power that bends the world around it. Return now to the image we began with. A leader sitting in silence while chaos erupts around them. At first, the crowd mistakes it for weakness, but slowly they realize the truth. The silence is not emptiness, it is control. The refusal to react is not surrender, it is mastery. And so I ask you again, what would your life look like if you mastered this art? If insults rolled off you like rain, if lies lost their grip, if failure became fuel, if criticism sharpened you, if loss could not break you, if praise could not corrupt you. This is the promise of Stoic philosophy. Not a life free from pain or misfortune, that is impossible, but a life where no external force can dictate your inner state. A life where you remain steady, resilient, and powerful, no matter what storms surround you. Now, I want to turn this question toward you. What's one thing you wish you could stop reacting to? Is it the sting of someone's words, the fear of failure, the hunger for approval? Share it in the comments. Your answer might inspire someone else.
Welcome back, my friends. Today we are diving into methods to make you unbreakable against women. The strongest men in history were not those who conquered armies, but those who conquered their own desires. Think about that for a moment. Imagine standing in a palace, marble pillars towering above you, gold ornaments glittering in torchlight. The emperor's lover walks past, known for her beauty, for her cunning, for her ability to bend men to her will. And yet she cannot break his composure. His gaze does not falter. His breathing does not change. He remains unmoved, as if her presence were nothing more than smoke drifting through the hall. What did these men know that we've forgotten? What secret strength made them immune to the very temptations that brought others to ruin? Tonight, you will learn the forbidden Stoic secrets that made emperors, generals, and philosophers unbreakable against the most dangerous tests of all, the subtle manipulations of desire, seduction, and betrayal. These are not stories of men who hid in ivory towers writing gentle poems. These are stories of men who ruled, fought, and endured, while the world around them burned with chaos and treachery. Stoicism was not a dry philosophy to be studied by scholars. It was a weapon, a shield forged in the fire of war and betrayal, polished in the courts of intrigue, and sharpened in the silent chambers of temptation. The men who lived by its principles did so not for comfort, but for survival. Because in their world, to be broken by passion or to be owned by desire meant the loss of power, the loss of freedom, and in many cases, the loss of life itself. These secrets were whispered among emperors who faced conspiracies in their own bedrooms, among generals whose wives and mistresses were courted by enemies, eager to twist loyalty into treason, among philosophers who walked through the markets of Rome, mocked and tempted, yet never once bowed their heads in shame. And while the centuries have passed, the truth has not changed. The methods they practiced, the rituals they performed, and the discipline they wielded remain as deadly effective today as they were 2,000 years ago. In this video, you will uncover 7 rarely revealed practices, principles so brutal, so uncompromising, that they carved into men a strength no woman, no betrayal, no temptation could break. These were not gentle affirmations. They were cold disciplines, designed to strip away weakness and reveal the core of a man who could not be manipulated. You will hear of the emperor who trained his gaze to see the soul rather than the skin, of the general who prepared daily for betrayal so that not even his wife's treachery could move him, of the philosopher who, as a slave, laughed in the face of mockery and later counseled the very people who once humiliated him, of the soldier who endured public shame in silence, and in that silence found more power than any words could ever give. Each of these lessons comes from the crucible of history. They are not theories. They were tested by men who faced the sharpest daggers and the cruelest temptations. By the end of this journey, you will not simply know what Stoicism is. You will hold in your hands the very tactics that made the greatest men in history mentally unbreakable. So ask yourself, are you ready to stand where they stood? To face the same fire and come out forged into something harder than iron? Then listen closely, because the 7 brutal Stoic secrets are about to be revealed. In the private chambers of Marcus Aurelius, the night was never without tests. Behind the polished marble doors, servants whispered, and messengers slipped in with subtle agendas. Among them were courtesans, women chosen for their beauty, and sent to tempt the emperor into weakness. They were not gifts of pleasure. They were weapons, sharpened by rivals who understood that the fall of a man often begins with his gaze. Marcus Aurelius did not shield himself from these trials. Instead, he confronted them with discipline that few could imagine. He trained his eyes never to linger. A fleeting glance could become a chain, a spark that grew into fire. To him, desire was not passion. Desire was enslavement, the beginning of a ruler's decline. He believed the battle for mastery did not start on the battlefield or in the Senate chamber. It began with perception, in the simple act of looking. If you allowed your eyes to be pulled, you had already surrendered ground. The man who could not control his gaze could not control his life. Modern men think they are immune to this test, yet they are surrounded by it constantly. The glow of a screen filled with images designed to seize attention. The lingering glance at beauty in the office, on the street, or across a crowded room. Each moment of weakness is a thread, and enough threads woven together will bind a man in chains. Marcus understood what many forget. To be unbreakable, you must master the smallest of choices. The first step before desire takes root. He did not avoid women, nor did he fear them. He simply saw through the surface. He looked upon people not as flesh meant to seduce, but as souls bound by the same mortality and flaws as himself. There was a ritual he practiced in silence every morning. Before the sun rose, before Rome stirred awake, he would sit alone and remind himself, see the soul, not the skin. This vow was not a whisper of morality, but a declaration of power. For the man who sees beyond the surface can never be owned by it. The emperor's gaze was more than discipline. It was armor, an unbreakable shield against the most ancient form of manipulation, and that is the first secret. If you can master your eyes, you will master yourself. In the annals of Rome, there is a story of a decorated general, a man who had led legions across the frontiers and returned victorious. Yet the most dangerous battle he ever faced was not against barbarians or rival armies. It was within his own household. Whispers reached him that his wife, a woman of noble birth, had been conspiring with his political rivals. Not only her affection, but her loyalty had shifted into betrayal. For most men, such news would unleash fury. Rage, humiliation, and the thirst for revenge would consume them. Many leaders before him had executed wives, lovers, even friends for less. But this general did something different. He had prepared for this moment long before it arrived. Each morning, before donning his armor, he practiced what the Stoics called premeditation malorum, the premeditation of evils. He imagined betrayal as inevitable. He pictured his closest allies abandoning him, his family turning against him, his soldiers failing him. By rehearsing these calamities in his mind, he stripped them of their power. When they happened, they no longer shocked him. So when the whispers became proof, he felt no tremor of surprise, no tightening of the chest, no consuming fire of vengeance. Instead, he regarded the betrayal as nature itself, as common as a storm breaking across the sea. To expect loyalty without fail, he believed, was to live in a fantasy. To expect betrayal was to live in truth. This mindset turned his enemy's weapon into dust. The plot they believed would unmake him did nothing. In fact, he went further. He confronted the rival who had gained his wife's favor, not with wrath but with composure. And in an act that stunned the Senate, he promoted the man to higher office. It was not weakness. It was dominance. For in that moment, he showed that no insult, no conspiracy, no theft of affection could disturb his reason. He ruled not by force of passion, but by mastery of self. His enemies gained nothing, and his legend grew greater because of it. This is the second secret. Expect betrayal as natural, and it will never own you. In your own life, whether from friends, family, or women, betrayal loses its sting when you have already rehearsed it in the mind. Emotional immunity makes you untouchable. The general's legacy endures for one reason. When others sought to wound him through his heart, he proved that his heart was beyond their reach. Among the most famous Stoics of Rome was a man who began life not in wealth or honor, but in chains. His name was Epictetus. He was born a slave, treated as property, subjected to the cruelty of his master, and yet, from this lowly station, he rose to a level of authority that even free men envied. One story tells of his humiliation in the presence of noble guests. His master, eager to entertain, mocked him openly, forcing him to perform degrading tasks and endure ridicule. Among the spectators were women of the court, who laughed at his condition, jeering at his weakness. For most men, such shame would cut deeper than any blade. Anger, desperation, or despair would spill out uncontrollably. But Epictetus did not flinch. Instead, he stood in calm silence. His mind was untouched. He once said, "You may insult my body, but you cannot touch my reason." The body could be chained. The reputation could be dragged through the mud. But the inner fortress of thought, that domain remained sovereign. This was the core of his philosophy. True power is not measured by possessions, approval, or reputation. It is measured by the mastery of one's own mind. For while fortune can strip away status, wealth, or even freedom, it cannot touch the reasoning faculty unless you surrender it willingly. This truth makes a man invincible. Because if your worth is not tied to the praise of others, then insults carry no weight. If your identity is not built on possessions, then loss cannot destroy you. If your peace is not dependent on another's affection, then rejection cannot move you. In modern life, this remains the most brutal test. Insults, rejection, and the subtle games played to provoke emotion are constant. Many men crumble when mocked, or when a woman withholds approval. They lash out, they beg, or they retreat into self-doubt. But the man who understands Epictetus's lesson remains untouchable. He knows that his value is not something given by others, and therefore cannot be taken away by others. Epictetus endured slavery, scorn, and humiliation, yet never surrendered his calm. And when he was finally freed, something remarkable happened. The same society that once laughed at him now sought his wisdom. Women of Rome, who had once ridiculed the slave, later came quietly to his lectures, seeking counsel on how to endure their own trials. The man who began life with nothing ended with influence greater than kings, not because of what he owned, but because of what he could never lose, the mastery of his own mind. That is the third secret. A man who builds his self-worth on the unshakable foundation of reason is a man who can never be owned. In the heart of Rome, influence often came not only through the Senate floor or the battlefield, but through the chambers of desire. One senator, admired for his clarity of judgment, faced a temptation that few men could resist. A widow of immense wealth and renown set her sights on him. She was not only beautiful but also powerful, her late husband having left her estates, servants, and a network of allies eager to maintain her favor. Many men competed for her attention, each hoping to secure her fortune and the influence that accompanied her hand. She approached the senator with an offer that seemed impossible to refuse. Riches beyond measure, estates that could guarantee his children's prosperity, influence in the Senate through her allies, and companionship with a woman whose beauty was spoken of in whispers. Most men would have seen this as fortune smiling upon them. Most men would have surrendered, but this senator understood something deeper. He saw what others did not. Her offer was not freedom, but a chain. For the man who needs another's wealth, another's beauty, or another's influence no longer rules himself. He is ruled by what he craves. The senator's response was short but unforgettable. To need her is to be owned by her. With those words, he declined her hand. No hesitation, no apology, no elaborate excuse. Just the clarity of a man unwilling to trade freedom for comfort. The widow was astonished. Accustomed to bending men with her offers, she turned her attention to others, and indeed other men fell. One senator accepted her wealth, and soon found himself a puppet, his every vote in the Senate dictated by her will. Another sought her beauty, and when she withdrew her affection, he crumbled in disgrace. She destroyed them not with daggers or poison, but with chains of desire. The man who walked away remained unbroken. His independence became a legend, whispered as both a warning and a lesson. While others gained temporary pleasure and quick ruin, he preserved something far more valuable: sovereignty over himself. The Stoic principle here is brutal in its simplicity. Freedom means desiring nothing that enslaves you. It is not wealth itself that corrupts, nor beauty, nor influence, but the need for them. Once you believe you cannot live without these things, you have already surrendered your will. In modern life, the trap is no less common. Many men trade their freedom for transactional relationships, where wealth and beauty become bargaining chips. They accept terms that bind them, mistaking golden chains for fortune. Yet chains are chains no matter how they glitter. The senator's refusal remains the lesson. To be unbreakable, you must walk away from anything that seeks to own you, no matter how tempting it appears. For what is gained in dependence will always cost more than it is worth. That is the fourth secret. The man who needs nothing cannot be owned by anyone. There is a tale from the late days of the Roman Republic, when intrigue flowed more freely than wine. A philosopher of great renown was invited to a banquet hosted by a woman whose beauty was matched only by her reputation for manipulation. She was known to ensnare men of power, drawing secrets from them under the influence of desire, and then using those secrets as weapons. At the feast, she presented the philosopher with a jeweled goblet of wine. The aroma was sweet, the color deep, but the cup was laced with herbs said to cloud the mind and inflame the body. It was not meant to honor him, but to bind him. Once weakened by passion, he could be blackmailed, controlled, even ruined. Most men in his position would have accepted without question. To refuse a drink in such company was an insult. To deny her was to risk offense, and perhaps even political retaliation. Yet the philosopher knew the truth. Pleasure that costs freedom is poison. He held the cup in his hand, studied it, and smiled politely. Instead of drinking, he set it aside. He asked for water, clear and untainted, and lifted it in a quiet toast. It was a small gesture, but one that spoke louder than any speech. He chose clarity over indulgence, freedom over desire, discipline over weakness. The hall fell into silence. The seductress's weapon had failed. Her scheme collapsed, not because of confrontation, but because the man she sought to trap refused to play the game at all. By denying the poisoned cup, he denied her power. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom. Not all pleasures are gifts. Many are traps, designed to enslave the will and bend the spirit. What appears sweet on the surface may carry within it chains that bind you tighter than iron. The modern world offers its own poisoned cups. They come not only in the form of lust, but in endless digital distractions, hollow indulgences and fleeting pleasures that steal hours, weaken focus, and erode resolve. Each one promises delight, but the cost is freedom. The man who accepts without discipline becomes dependent, ruled by cravings rather than reason. The philosopher's lesson is timeless. To remain unbreakable, you must examine every pleasure with suspicion. Ask not only what it offers, but what it demands in return. If it demands your freedom, your focus, or your self-respect, then it is no gift at all. It is poison. That night the philosopher left the banquet untouched, his reputation intact, his will unbroken. The seductress turned her schemes on others, and lesser men fell. But his quiet act of rebellion, raising a simple cup of water, became legend. That is the fifth secret. The man who refuses the poisoned cup can never be mastered. In the dusty camps along the Roman frontier, soldiers were tested not only by the sword, but by the eyes of those who watched them. Among these warriors was a centurion known for his iron discipline. He had marched through snow, fought through ambushes, and carried the scars of countless campaigns. Yet his greatest trial came not on the battlefield, but in the heart of Rome. Word spread quickly through the capital. His wife, a woman of high birth, was seen in the arms of another man. The whispers grew into open mockery. Rivals expected him to lash out with violence, to challenge the offender, to stain the streets with blood. Others expected him to crumble, humiliated before his men. A lesser soldier might have done both, but this centurion did neither. He showed no anger, no visible wound. He did not confront his wife in public, nor raise his voice in private. He spoke nothing of it at all. Instead, he carried on his duties with the same precision as before, drilling his soldiers, leading his marches, enforcing order. His silence unsettled everyone. The enemy could not provoke him. The gossipers could not shake him. The more they sought a reaction, the more his composure revealed their weakness. This was not passivity, it was strategy. He understood the Stoic principle that silence is a weapon. To rage, to argue, or to plead would have surrendered power to those who sought to break him. Indifference was stronger than confrontation, for it starved manipulation at its root. In modern life, the same truth holds. Many attempt to provoke men into emotional outbursts. Through insults, rejection, or public humiliation, the man who reacts gives away his strength, showing that his state of mind belongs to others. But the man who remains silent, who shows indifference, cannot be controlled. He starves the fire of attention until it dies on its own. The centurion's silence grew louder than any words could. His enemies could not twist his image into one of a jealous fool. His soldiers, seeing his unshaken demeanor, respected him more. Even the Senate, hearing of his restraint, elevated him further, for they trusted a man who could not be baited by scandal. And as for the accuser, the man who flaunted the affair, his name soon faded into shame. Without reaction to fuel his triumph, he became nothing more than a shadow of gossip, forgotten as quickly as he rose. The lesson is clear. Silence is not weakness. It is mastery. The unbreakable man does not need to defend his pride with words or violence. His composure speaks louder than any reply. That is the sixth secret. The man who governs his tongue and his temper rules not only himself but all who seek to provoke him. There is an account of a philosopher whose wife passed away after many years at his side. She was admired in the city, loved by her household, and her funeral was attended by crowds who came to mourn. The air was thick with incense, the sound of weeping echoed through the streets, and her body was carried with solemnity to its resting place. Among those gathered, all eyes turned to her husband. They expected him to collapse in grief, to weep as others wept, to show the same raw emotion that death forces upon even the strongest. But he did none of these things. He stood calm, his face composed, his gaze steady. He neither tore his garments in anguish, nor shed a single tear. His composure unsettled the mourners, who whispered that his heart must be made of stone. One man confronted him openly, mocking him before the crowd. "Do you feel nothing? Was she nothing to you, that you stand as if you have lost no one at all?" The philosopher's reply was simple, but it carried the weight of centuries. Death is not cruelty, but nature's order. To resist is to defy reason. He explained that grief is not owed to death, for death is no injustice. It is the destiny of all men and women, the cycle of nature itself. To rage against it is as futile as raging against the setting sun. Tears do not change the order of the universe. Reason demands acceptance, for what cannot be altered must be embraced. The Stoic principle is clear. To accept nature is to master suffering. Even the loss of love is not tragedy, but training. Each heartbreak is an opportunity to strengthen the mind against what is inevitable. To cling desperately to what must pass is to guarantee endless torment. To accept with calm is to become indestructible. Modern men face this trial in different forms. The end of a relationship, betrayal, abandonment, heartbreak, each feels like death and each tempts men to collapse in grief. But the philosopher's example reveals the path of mastery. Do not curse nature for taking what was never yours to keep. Stand firm, let reason guide you, and move forward unbroken. When the final rites were finished, the philosopher did something that chilled those who witnessed it. As the mourners sobbed and the air was filled with lamentation, he turned from the graveside and walked away with head unbowed, steps steady and spirit unshaken. Where others dissolved into sorrow, he carried himself like stone, a living reminder that no power in the world, not even death, could bend his reason. That is the seventh secret. Acceptance is not indifference, it is power. The man who accepts all that nature brings cannot be destroyed by loss, for nothing can take away his mastery of himself. The lessons are now before you: the emperor's gaze, the betrayed general, the slave who owned his masters, the widow's trap, the poisoned cup, the soldier of silence, and the philosopher's funeral. 7 brutal secrets, each forged by men who refused to be broken. These were not abstract ideas or comfortable teachings. They were weapons sharpened by necessity, proven in the harshest trials of life. Men who ruled empires, commanded armies, and endured humiliation carried these principles as their shield. They stood unmovable, even when beauty, betrayal, temptation, and death itself tried to break them. And you too can carry them. Implementing even one will separate you from the ordinary. Because most men surrender their minds at the first test. They let their gaze be captured, their emotions be provoked, their desires be chained, their grief consume them. But the man who takes these secrets into himself walks another path. He is no longer ruled by what he cannot control. He rules himself, and that is the highest form of power. So let this be your final strike of the night. Start tomorrow. Do not let your eyes, your heart, or your silence be controlled by another. That is the first step to becoming unbreakable. Begin with the first secret. Tomorrow morning, practice the emperor's gaze. Notice where your eyes wander and take back control. Train your perception, and you will discover that the first battle is already won, And if you are ready for more, subscribe now. This is only the beginning. There are countless forbidden Stoic secrets waiting to be revealed. Secrets that will arm you with the same strength that once shaped emperors, generals, and philosophers. Stay vigilant. Stay disciplined. Stay unbreakable.
She's staring at her phone right now, scrolling through old messages, looking at your name in her contacts. Her thumb hovers over the call button, but she doesn't press it. Because you haven't reached out. You haven't texted. You haven't liked her posts. You haven't done any of the things she expected you to do, and that silence is driving her absolutely crazy. Here's what most people don't understand about walking away. They think it's about punishing someone. They think it's about playing games or trying to manipulate a situation. But that's not what this is about at all. What you're about to learn in the next 20 minutes will fundamentally change how you see power dynamics in relationships and, more importantly, how you see yourself. Because the moment someone loses you and you stay silent, something shifts. Not just in them, but in the entire universe around that situation. The ancient Stoics understood this. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the power of restraint. Seneca talked about the strength found in what we don't do. And today, you're going to see exactly why your silence is the most powerful response you could ever give to someone who didn't value you. Most people get this completely wrong. They chase, they explain, they try to make the other person understand what they lost, and in doing so, they give away every ounce of power they had. But not you. By the time we're done here, you'll understand why your absence speaks louder than any words you could ever say. Let's start with something that's going to sound counterintuitive. The weapon they never saw coming isn't your anger. It's not your sadness. It's not even your indifference. It's your complete and total absence from their life. And here's why that's so devastatingly effective. When Marcus Aurelius led the Roman Empire, he dealt with betrayal constantly. Senators who plotted against him, generals who questioned his authority, people he trusted who turned their backs on him. And you know what he did? He didn't rage. He didn't scheme. He withdrew his energy from them entirely. He wrote in his meditations, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Not to become bitter, not to seek vengeance, but to remove yourself so completely that your absence becomes the statement. Think about what happens in that moment when you stop reaching out. Most people expect you to fight for them. They expect the angry texts at 2 in the morning. They expect you to show up at their door wanting answers. They expect you to post cryptic messages on social media clearly aimed at them. They've written the script in their head for how this is supposed to go. And then you do something they never anticipated. Nothing. That nothing is everything. Because here's what nobody tells you about walking away in silence. Every single day that you don't reach out, you're not just absent from their life, you're absent from their ability to control the narrative. They can't point to your desperate messages and feel justified in their decision. They can't screenshot your emotional outbursts and show their friends. They can't paint you as the crazy one who couldn't let go. You've taken away their ammunition by simply refusing to engage. But there's something even deeper happening here. Something psychological that most people miss entirely. When you remove your energy from someone's life, you create a void. And nature, as they say, abhors a vacuum. That void starts to get filled with something unexpected. Doubt. They start questioning everything. Not because you're making them question it, but because your silence forces them to sit alone with their decision. The Stoics called this the power of negative space. Epictetus taught his students that what we don't say is often more powerful than what we do say. Think about art for a second. A painting isn't just about what's on the canvas. It's about the empty space that makes the painted elements stand out. Your silence is that empty space. And against that backdrop, their decision to lose you starts to look very different than it did when they made it. Here's what they don't know. Every day of your silence isn't passive. It's active. You're not doing nothing. You're doing the hardest thing a person can do. You're exercising complete self-control. You're choosing restraint when every emotion in your body wants to reach out. You're building something they can't see yet, but will feel the impact of soon enough. You're building yourself. Now let me tell you what's happening in their head right now, and I mean right now as you're listening to this. Because if you've walked away and stayed silent, there's a battle taking place in their mind that you'll never see. But understanding it will change everything. In the first few days after you disappear, they convince themselves they don't care. They tell their friends they're relieved. They might even celebrate their freedom. This is the easy part for them, because they're riding high on the decision they made. They're in control, or so they think. But then something starts to happen. Around day 7 to 10, the silence starts to feel different. They check their phone expecting to see your name. Nothing. They post something on social media, something they know you'd normally comment on. You don't. They go to places you used to go together, half expecting to run into you. You're not there. And slowly, confusion creeps in. They start asking themselves questions they didn't expect to ask. Where are you? What are you doing? Are you thinking about them? Have you already moved on? The questions multiply like cracks in a dam. And here's the thing about questions like these. They don't have satisfying answers, because you're not giving them any information to work with. By week 3, something shifts. Their ego, which was so confident in the beginning, starts to crack. They begin rewriting history in their mind. Suddenly, they're not remembering the fights. They're remembering the good times, the inside jokes, the way you made them laugh, the things about you that made them feel special, and they start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, they made a mistake. But here's where it gets really interesting. They can't reach out yet. Their pride won't let them, so instead, they start doing something subtle. They start watching your life from a distance. They check your social media even though they told themselves they wouldn't. They ask mutual friends about you in ways they think are casual. They're trying to gather intelligence without admitting they care, because admitting they care means admitting they might have been wrong. Seneca wrote about this exact phenomenon 2,000 years ago. He said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." What he meant was that the stories we tell ourselves about what we've lost are often more painful than the actual loss itself. And right now, they're telling themselves a story where you're out there living your best life, meeting new people, forgetting they ever existed. And that story is torture. The battle in their head intensifies because they have no closure. You didn't give them the satisfaction of a final conversation. You didn't give them the chance to explain or justify or make themselves feel better about their choice. You just left. And that unfinished business lives in their mind like a song they can't get out of their head. Then comes the moment that changes everything. The moment when karma arrives. Not in some mystical, cosmic sense, but in the very real, very human sense of natural consequences catching up with them. It usually starts with a text message. Maybe it comes at 2 in the morning. Maybe it comes on a random Tuesday afternoon. But it comes, and it's carefully crafted. "Hey, just thinking about you. Hope you're doing well." Or maybe it's more direct. "Can we talk?" The words might be different, but the energy is the same. They're testing the waters. And here's what you need to understand about this moment. This text message isn't really about checking on you. It's not about them being a good person who cares. It's about them needing to know if they still have access to you. It's about them trying to re-establish the connection because your absence has become unbearable. They're not reaching out from a place of strength. They're reaching out from a place of lack. What they say versus what they actually mean are two completely different things. When they say, "I've been thinking about you," what they mean is, "I can't stop thinking about you and I hate that you seem fine without me." When they say, "Can we talk?" what they mean is, "I need to know if I still matter to you." When they say, "I miss our friendship," what they mean is, "I miss the way you made me feel and I can't find that anywhere else." This is the moment most men destroy all their progress. They see that text and everything in them wants to respond. Because finally they're getting the acknowledgement they wanted. The person who walked away is coming back. Victory, right? Wrong. Because here's the truth that the Stoics understood deeply. The satisfaction you're looking for isn't in their return. It's in your indifference to whether they return or not. Marcus Aurelius faced this constantly as emperor. People who had dismissed him would come crawling back when they needed something. And his response wasn't to gloat or seek revenge. His response was to simply not need them anymore. When you respond to that text, you hand them back the power you worked so hard to reclaim. You show them that your silence was just a strategy, not a genuine shift in your life. You prove that they can pull you back in whenever they want. And the cycle starts all over again. But this time, they know exactly how to manipulate you because you showed them your weakness. Karma isn't about them coming back and you getting to reject them. That's still making them the center of your world. Real karma is them coming back, and you genuinely not caring whether they're there or not. That's the natural consequence. They left when you valued them. They returned when you valued yourself. And by then, the math has changed entirely. The Stoic perspective on this is profound. Karma isn't some cosmic force keeping score. It's simply the natural order of things playing out. People who take others for granted eventually face the consequence of being alone. People who chase after those who don't value them eventually face the consequence of losing themselves. The universe doesn't need to punish anyone. Natural law handles it automatically. So when that text comes, and it will come, you'll be faced with a choice. Do you respond and go back to being the person they could take for granted? Or do you honor the work you've done by maintaining the boundary that your silence established? This brings us to something crucial you need to understand. Why breaking your silence is actually breaking yourself. Let me tell you what you lose the moment you respond. First, you lose weeks or months of progress. Every day you stayed silent, you were rewiring your brain. You were teaching yourself that you don't need their validation. You were building new neural pathways that didn't revolve around them. One text, one response, and you're back to square one. But it's deeper than that. You lose respect, not just theirs, but your own. Think about it. You made a decision to walk away. You committed to silence. You told yourself this person doesn't get access to you anymore, and then the moment they reach out, you fold. What does that teach you about yourself? It teaches you that your boundaries are negotiable, that your word to yourself doesn't mean anything, that you'll abandon your standards when tested. Seneca wrote, "The greatest empire is self-command." Not commanding others, not controlling circumstances, but having mastery over yourself. Every time you break your silence, you prove that you don't have that mastery. You prove that they have more power over you than you have over yourself. Here's a hard truth. Real examples of men who broke their silence and regretted it are everywhere. The guy who spent 3 months healing, building himself back up, feeling strong again. Then she texted. He responded. Within a week, they were back in the same toxic pattern. 6 months later, he had to start the healing process all over again. Except this time it was harder because he knew he had betrayed himself, or the man who successfully moved on, started dating someone new, someone who actually valued him. But then the ex reached out. He thought he could just be friends. He thought he was strong enough to handle it, but engaging with her again created confusion. The new relationship suffered, and he ended up alone again, wondering why he couldn't just let the past stay in the past. The temptation to respond is real. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. You want to respond because part of you still cares. Part of you wants them to know you're okay. Part of you wants to have the last word. Part of you wants to show them how much you've grown. These are all understandable feelings, but they're also traps, because the moment you respond, the power dynamic shifts instantly. You're no longer the one who walked away with dignity. You're the one who couldn't maintain your boundaries. You're no longer the mystery they couldn't crack. You're the solved puzzle. You're no longer the lesson they needed to learn. You're the backup option they know will always be there. So how? Do you transmute that urge to respond into something useful? You use it as fuel. Every time you want to text them back, you go to the gym instead. You write in your journal. You call a friend who actually values you. You work on the business you've been building. You take that energy and redirect it into something that actually serves your growth. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They called it turning the obstacle into the way. Every challenge, every temptation, every difficulty became an opportunity to practice virtue. Your urge to respond isn't a weakness. It's an opportunity to practice self-discipline. It's a chance to prove to yourself that you're stronger than your impulses. And here's what's beautiful about this. Every time you don't respond, you're not just resisting them, you're building yourself. You're becoming the kind of man who doesn't need external validation, the kind of man who can sit with discomfort and not react, the kind of man who makes decisions based on his values, not his emotions. That's the man you're becoming in the silence, which brings me to the most important part of this entire message. This was never really about them. It was always about you. The man you're becoming while they're wondering where you went is worth more than any relationship you lost. Think about who you were before. You were seeking validation from someone who couldn't give it. You were measuring your worth by whether someone else chose you. You were willing to accept breadcrumbs because you didn't believe you deserved the whole meal. That version of you needed this experience, needed this loss, needed this silence. Because in the silence, something happens. You're forced to sit with yourself, not the version of yourself that performed for them, not the version that tried to be what they wanted. Just you, raw, unfiltered, alone. And at first, that's uncomfortable. But then something shifts. You start to remember who you were before you met them. The interests you had, the dreams you put on hold, the friends you neglected, the version of yourself that didn't need anyone's approval to feel whole. And slowly, you start to rebuild that person, but this time with more wisdom, with more strength, with more self-respect. 6 months from now, you'll look back at this moment, and everything will make sense. The person you thought you couldn't live without will seem like a stranger. The pain that felt unbearable will be a distant memory. The silence that felt so hard to maintain will feel like the best decision you ever made, because you'll see clearly what you couldn't see in the moment. They didn't leave your life to hurt you. They left your life to make room for who you needed to become. While they're out there wondering what happened to you, you're building. While they're checking your social media looking for signs that you still care, you're too busy creating a life that doesn't revolve around them. While they're telling their friends they made a mistake, you're with people who never made you question your value in the first place. The evidence of your growth is something they'll see from a distance, not because you're trying to show them, but because transformation is impossible to hide. The way you carry yourself changes. The energy you give off shifts. The choices you make reflect a different set of values, and all of it screams one message: I moved on. I evolved. I became someone who doesn't chase people who left. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like that, not to become bitter, not to seek vengeance, not to hope they suffer, but to become so fundamentally different that their absence doesn't define you anymore. That's the real victory, not them coming back, not them regretting their choice, but you not needing either of those things to feel whole." And here's the final truth that changes everything. They didn't lose you. They lost access to your best self, the version of you that was loyal, caring, present, invested. That person doesn't exist for them anymore. Not because you're trying to punish them, but because you've moved that person to somewhere it's actually valued. The man you become through this process is someone who understands his worth, who sets boundaries and maintains them, who can walk away from anything that doesn't serve his highest good, who knows that silence is sometimes the most powerful thing you can say. That's the man who was forged in this fire, and that man is unstoppable. So let me ask you this, right now, in this moment, who are you going to choose to be? The person who caves at the first sign of attention from someone who didn't value you? Or the person who honors the journey you've been on by staying true to the path you're walking? The ancient Stoics believed that our character is built in moments of decision, not in the easy moments when everything is going our way, but in the hard moments when we're tempted to abandon our principles for temporary comfort. This is your moment. This is where you decide what kind of man you are. You're already ahead of 99% of people just by being here, by listening to this message, by considering these ideas. Most people never get to this level of self-awareness. They spend their entire lives reacting to circumstances instead of intentionally shaping who they become. But you're different. The fact that you've made it this far tells me everything I need to know about your potential. Here's what I want you to remember. Your silence isn't a punishment. It's a boundary. It's a statement that says, "I value myself too much to accept less than I deserve." It's a commitment to your own growth that supersedes any temporary desire for connection. It's the space you're creating for something better to enter your life. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. You can't control whether they come back. You can't control whether they regret losing you. You can't control what they think or feel or do, but you can control your response. You can control whether you maintain your silence. You can control whether you honor the work you've done, and that control, that self-mastery, that discipline to stay silent when everything in you wants to speak, that's where your power lives. Not in them coming back, not in karma teaching them a lesson, but in you becoming someone who doesn't need either of those things to feel at peace. This applies to so much more than just romantic relationships. This applies to friendships that don't serve you, jobs that don't value you, family members who take advantage of you, any situation where someone has shown you through their actions that you don't matter to them. Your response is the same. Silence, boundaries, walking away, and becoming so focused on your own growth that their absence becomes irrelevant. If this message changed your perspective, hit that like button. If you want more content about building unshakable self-respect and living according to Stoic principles, subscribe to this channel and drop a comment below. What's one relationship or situation you're walking away from? What's the boundary you're setting that's going to change your life? I read every comment and I want to hear your story. Remember, they will regret losing you. But by the time they do, you'll have become someone who doesn't need their regret to feel whole. That's the ultimate victory. That's the power of silence. That's what it means to let karma speak. Stay strong, stay silent, and most importantly, stay committed to becoming the best version of yourself. because that's what this was always about. There's a man in every room who never raises his voice, never competes for attention, never performs. He stands still while others fidget. He speaks last while others rush to fill the silence. And somehow, without trying, without effort, without the desperate energy that radiates from men who are starving for validation, he becomes the center of gravity. The room bends toward him. Conversations pause when he speaks. Eyes find him when he moves. Women notice him not because he's chasing their attention, but because his presence whispers something most men have forgotten how to communicate. I don't need you to complete me. I'm already whole. This isn't charisma. This isn't charm. This is something deeper, something the ancient Stoics understood 23 centuries ago, and something modern men have traded for Instagram likes and desperate text messages at 2 in the morning. The truth is brutal and liberating in equal measure. The moment you stop trying to be attractive, you become it. The second you release your grip on outcomes, they fall into your hands. When you embrace the discipline of silence, stillness, and self-mastery, you don't just change how others see you. You transform who you actually are. And that transformation, brother, that's what makes you unforgettable. Most men are taught the opposite. They're told to be loud, to take up space, to dominate conversations, to prove their worth through constant performance. They talk about their achievements, their plans, their opinions. They fill every silence with noise because silence feels like failure. They check their phones every 30 seconds because stillness feels like invisibility. They bend their boundaries, reshape their schedules, and abandon their purpose the moment a beautiful woman shows interest because they've been taught that her attention is the prize. But here's what those men never learn. The prize isn't her attention. The prize is becoming the kind of man who doesn't need it. This isn't a game. This isn't manipulation. This is the ancient art of self-mastery applied to modern life. Marcus Aurelius didn't write his meditations to attract women. He wrote them at night, alone in his military tent, trying to become a better man. Epictetus didn't teach the dichotomy of control so his students could get dates. He taught it so they could build unshakable character. Seneca didn't practice voluntary discomfort to impress anyone. He did it to forge resilience. But here's the fascinating part. These men, these ancient philosophers who focused entirely on internal excellence, they possessed a magnetic quality that transcended their era. Not because they were trying to be attractive, but because they had become something rare. Men who had mastered themselves. Let me show you how this works in practice. Let me walk you through 9 habits, 9 disciplines, 9 ways of being that separate men who chase from men who attract. These aren't tricks you perform, they're transformations you embody. And once you integrate them, once they become part of who you are rather than things you do, everything changes. The first habit might surprise you because it goes against everything modern dating culture preaches. It's the discipline of strategic silence. Not the awkward silence of someone who doesn't know what to say. Not the cold silence of someone playing games. The intentional silence of someone who understands that words lose power when you waste them. Most men are terrified of pauses. They fill every gap in conversation with nervous chatter, with jokes, with stories designed to prove how interesting they are. They think silence is failure, that if they're not talking, they're losing. But silence is a weapon, and most men have no idea how to wield it. When you ask a woman a question and she answers, "What do you do?" most men immediately respond. They're already thinking about what they'll say before she finishes talking. They're performing, not listening. But a man who understands strategic silence does something different. He waits. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He holds her gaze. He processes what she actually said, and he lets that pause create weight. In those seconds, something profound happens. Her mind begins to work. She wonders what you're thinking. She replays her words. She becomes aware of your attention in a way she never is when someone rushes to fill the space. That pause creates cognitive tension, and cognitive tension creates fascination. The neuroscience backs this up. When you create a pause, you're forcing her brain to complete a loop. Humans are pattern recognition machines. We need closure. An unanswered question, an unfilled silence, it gnaws at us. And the person who creates that tension, who can sit comfortably in that space, they become magnetic. Because silence signals something most men can't fake: self-sufficiency. A man who needs her validation can't tolerate silence. A man who's complete within himself can let it breathe. Epictetus taught that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak. This wasn't just about being polite. It was about power. The man who speaks less controls more, not through manipulation, but through presence. When your words are rare, they carry weight. When you're comfortable in silence, you communicate something that transcends language. I don't need to fill this space because I'm not afraid of it. And fear, brother, fear is the scent that kills attraction faster than anything else. But silence alone isn't enough. You can be quiet and still radiate anxiety through every muscle in your body. This brings us to the second discipline, the one that most men violate every single day without realizing it. Physical stillness. Watch men in any social situation. They're constantly moving, shifting their weight, adjusting their clothes, checking their phones, playing with their hair, fidgeting with their drinks. Their bodies are screaming a message their mouths never say: I'm nervous, I'm uncomfortable, I need something to do with this energy because I can't just be here. Now picture the opposite, a man standing with his weight evenly distributed, his hands at his sides or clasped in front of him, but not moving, his head still, his breathing deep and even. He's not rigid, not tense, he's relaxed but contained. When he moves, it's deliberate. When he reaches for his drink, it's a complete action. One movement, no adjustments, no fidgets, no nervous energy leaking through his fingers. That man commands attention without saying a word. The psychology here is profound. We have mirror neurons in our brains. When we observe someone, our nervous system begins to sync with theirs. If you're anxious, she feels anxious. If you're fidgety, she feels unsettled. If you're calm, centered, still, she begins to feel that too. Your physical state becomes her emotional state. This is why women talk about feeling safe around certain men. It's not just about physical protection. It's about nervous system regulation. She can relax because you're relaxed. She can be still because you're still. Marcus Aurelius wrote that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Physical stillness is the practice of that principle. You're not reactive. You're not controlled by impulses. You don't need to move just because there's empty space. You don't need to check your phone just because 5 minutes have passed. You're present, grounded, here. And that presence, that groundedness, it's magnetic in a world where everyone is scattered. This is where most men start to understand that attraction isn't about doing more. It's about being more intentional with everything you do, which leads us directly into the third discipline, one that modern social media has nearly destroyed: the practice of strategic mystery. In an age where people broadcast their entire lives, where every thought becomes a tweet and every meal becomes a photo, where vulnerability has been weaponized into a performance, the man who guards his inner world becomes fascinating by default. Mystery isn't about being secretive for the sake of games. It's about understanding that not everything needs to be shared. Not every thought needs to be vocalized. Not every experience needs to be explained. When you meet someone new and they ask about your life, most men unload their entire story in the first conversation. Where they're from, what they do, their past relationships, their future plans, their insecurities, their dreams. They think vulnerability creates connection. And it can, but only when it's earned. When you share everything immediately, you're not being authentic. You're seeking validation through disclosure. A man who practices strategic mystery answers questions, but he leaves room for imagination. She asks what you do. You tell her, but you don't give her your resume. She asks about your past. You acknowledge it without turning the conversation into therapy. She asks about your plans. You share enough to intrigue without revealing the full map. This isn't deception. This is discretion. It's understanding that the human mind is drawn to what it doesn't fully understand and repelled by what's been completely explained. There's a psychological principle called the Zeigarnik effect. It describes how our brains remember incomplete tasks better than completed ones. An open loop stays active in our minds. We keep thinking about it, turning it over, trying to close it. When you practice strategic mystery, you create open loops. She knows some things about you, but not everything. Her mind keeps working even when you're not there. She wonders, she imagines, she becomes curious. And curiosity, properly cultivated, is a more powerful force than any pickup line ever invented. The Stoics understood this intuitively. Marcus Aurelius kept his meditations private. They were never meant to be published. Epictetus taught his students but didn't seek fame. Seneca was a public figure but guarded his inner life fiercely. They knew that dignity requires discretion, that power is diminished when everything is exposed. Your thoughts, your struggles, your journey, these are sacred. Share them selectively with people who've earned access. Everyone else gets the version of you that's polite, present, but protected. But mystery without boundaries is just smoke. This is where the fourth discipline becomes critical. The practice of maintaining unwavering boundaries. This is where most men fail spectacularly. They meet a woman they're attracted to, and suddenly every boundary they claim to have dissolves. She texts at midnight. They respond immediately, abandoning their sleep schedule. She cancels plans last minute. They immediately offer alternatives, communicating that their time has no value. She disrespects them subtly. They laugh it off, afraid that standing up for themselves will cost them her attention. Here's the truth that will set you free. Boundaries aren't walls. They're not rejection. They're standards. They're the lines that define who you are and what you accept. When you hold boundaries, you're not being difficult. You're being self-respecting. And self-respect, properly embodied, is the foundation of every form of attraction that actually lasts. The ancient Stoics were obsessed with this principle. Epictetus built his entire philosophy around the dichotomy of control, understanding what's yours to protect and what isn't. Your time is yours. Your energy is yours. Your peace is yours. These things are within your control, and protecting them isn't selfish. It's essential. When you maintain boundaries, something shifts in how others perceive you. The scarcity principle kicks in. What's easily obtained is undervalued. What requires effort to access is treasured. When your time isn't available at any moment, it becomes valuable. When your attention isn't given freely to anyone who demands it, it becomes a gift. This isn't manipulation. This is natural human psychology. We respect what respects itself. Practically, this looks like simple but powerful actions. She texts you at midnight. You're asleep. You respond when you wake up naturally, not when your phone buzzes. She cancels plans with short notice. You acknowledge it, but you don't immediately rearrange your life to accommodate her. You had plans. you keep them. She tests your frame with a comment designed to make you defensive. You don't react. You stay centered. Your boundaries aren't negotiable, but they're also not aggressive. They're just there, quietly communicating, I value myself and I expect you to value me too. This discipline flows directly into the fifth habit, the one that underlies all the others. Outcome independence. This is the core Stoic principle applied to modern attraction, and it's the one that most men find impossible to embody because it requires you to genuinely not need the result, not pretend, not fake it, actually release your attachment to whether she likes you, whether she texts back, whether this interaction leads anywhere. You engage fully, you're present completely, but you're not invested in controlling the outcome. The paradox is brutal and beautiful. The less you need it to happen, the more likely it happens. The more you release your grip, the more naturally things flow to you. But you can't fake this. You can't perform outcome independence. She'll smell the neediness underneath whatever game you're playing. Outcome independence has to be real, which means you have to genuinely be fulfilled without her. Your life has to actually be complete. Your purpose has to actually sustain you. Your identity has to actually be stable. Otherwise, every interaction becomes a test of your worth, and tests create anxiety, and anxiety creates the desperate energy that repels everyone around you. Marcus Aurelius spent his life practicing detachment from outcomes. He wrote about accepting what happens with equanimity, about understanding that you control your actions but not their results. This wasn't pessimism, it was freedom. When you stop trying to control outcomes, you stop being paralyzed by fear of failure. You act clearly, you speak honestly, you engage fully because you're not burdened by the weight of needing it to work out a specific way. Here's how this looks in practice. Before you talk to her, you remind yourself, I'm complete either way. During the conversation, you notice if you're performing for approval or genuinely connecting. After the interaction, you don't refresh your phone every 30 seconds waiting for her response. You go back to your life, your mission, your purpose, because those things matter whether she texts back or not. This isn't apathy. You still care. You still prefer positive outcomes, but you're not defined by them, and that freedom transforms how you show up. Which brings us to the sixth discipline, the one that separates you from 99% of modern men who have forgotten how to do this. Radical presence. Being fully, completely, undividedly here. No phone, no distractions, no mental rehearsal of what you'll say next. Just attention, pure and concentrated, on this moment and this person. In a world where everyone is perpetually elsewhere, mentally scrolling through their feeds even while sitting across from you, the person who can actually be present becomes intoxicating. The Stoics called this memento mori. Remember, you will die. Not as morbid obsession, but as radical wake-up call. This moment is all you have. This conversation is happening now and will never happen again. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the whole of time present is just a pinpoint in eternity. This second, right now, is your entire life. Everything else is memory or imagination. When you truly grasp this, presence becomes natural. You stop living in your head and drop into reality. What does this look like practically? Your phone is not just face down on the table, it's away, completely. When she speaks, your body turns toward her. Your eyes hold hers, not darting around. The room. You notice not just her words, but her energy, her emotions, the small shifts in her voice that reveal what she means beneath what she's saying. You respond to her actual communication, not the surface level. This level of attention is so rare that when someone receives it, they feel seen in a way that's almost shocking. The psychological power here is profound. When you're fully present, you create what researchers call interactional synchrony. Your nervous systems begin to harmonize. Time seems to slow down. The conversation flows. She feels safe enough to reveal her real self, not the performed version she shows most people. And when someone feels that level of safety and being seen, they don't forget you. They can't. Because you gave them something almost no one else offers anymore: your complete, undivided presence. But presence without stability collapses under pressure. This is where the seventh discipline becomes essential. Emotional stability, not emotional suppression, not pretending you don't feel things. The capacity to feel deeply while responding wisely. Most men fail this test spectacularly. She gets upset, they panic. She withdraws, they chase. She creates drama, they match her energy. They're emotionally reactive, which means they're controlled by external circumstances. And being controlled, being reactive, being emotionally volatile, it destroys attraction faster than almost anything else. The Stoic view of emotions is misunderstood. They didn't advocate for becoming unfeeling. They advocated for not being controlled by feelings. There's a space, Viktor Frankl later wrote, between stimulus and response. In that space lies your power. She says something that triggers you. There's a moment before you respond. In that moment, you can choose. React impulsively or respond with intention. Get defensive or stay grounded. Match her energy or maintain your center. Women test emotional stability constantly, not because they're cruel, but because biology programs them to assess whether you'll be stable under pressure. In evolutionary terms, your emotional stability determines whether you can protect and provide when circumstances get difficult. If you collapse when she's upset, she can't trust you when real problems arise. If you panic when she pulls away, you're not a secure base. If you get defensive when she challenges you, you're weak underneath the performance. This is practical, tangible, learnable. She's upset about something at work. You don't try to fix it. You don't make it about you. You hold space. You listen. You stay calm. She tests you with emotional withdrawal. You don't panic. You don't chase. You give her space, remaining centered in yourself. Conflict arises in conversation. You don't escalate. You don't match her intensity. You speak calmly. You acknowledge her perspective. You hold your boundary without aggression. This is emotional mastery, not control over her emotions, but complete authority over your own. But emotional stability without growth becomes stagnation. This is where the eighth discipline comes in, the one that makes everything else sustainable long-term. Relentless self-improvement. Not improving to get her, not changing yourself to match what you think she wants. The commitment to becoming excellent because that's who you've decided to be. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This is the standard. High expectations for your own character, compassion for others' imperfections." Women are attracted to trajectory, to momentum, to men who are becoming something, not because they want a project to fix, because growth signals potential, and potential is exciting. A man who's stagnant, who's been the same person doing the same things for years, he's safe but boring. A man who's actively developing, who's reading, training, learning, building, he represents a future worth being part of. But here's the critical distinction. You improve because your standards demand it, not because her approval requires it. This looks like discipline across every domain. Physically, you train not for aesthetics, but for strength, resilience, capability. Mentally, you read widely, think deeply, expand your understanding of the world. Emotionally, you do the work. therapy if needed, meditation, journaling, facing your shadows instead of projecting them onto others. Professionally, you build competence, you contribute value, you become someone who solves problems rather than creates them. Spiritually or philosophically, you clarify your values and live by them, even when it's difficult. This compounds over time. The man who commits to improvement for 1 year is interesting. The man who commits for 5 years is formidable. The man who makes it a lifelong practice becomes rare, valuable, magnetic. Not because he's perfect, but because he's dedicated to excellence. And that dedication, that standard, it's visible in everything he does. She feels it. Everyone feels it. But all of this, every single discipline we've discussed, collapses without the 9th and final habit. The foundation that makes everything else possible. Operating from authentic purpose. Having a reason to exist that transcends pleasure, comfort, or validation. Something you're building, serving, creating, becoming. A mission that gives your life direction and meaning. Without this, every other habit becomes performance. With this, every habit flows naturally because it serves your greater aim. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. Epictetus taught philosophy. Seneca wrote and counseled. They had purposes larger than themselves. Their lives meant something beyond personal satisfaction. Modern men often avoid this work because it's difficult, because it requires confronting hard questions. What am I here to do? What's worth sacrificing for? What will my life have meant when it's over? It's easier to make women the purpose, to let relationships become the point. But when you do that, you become needy, desperate, without center. Because no person can be your purpose without crushing both of you under that weight. Purpose creates everything attractive about a man. It generates natural confidence because you know why you're here. It establishes boundaries automatically because you protect what serves your mission. It creates outcome independence because your purpose sustains you regardless of any single relationship. It makes presence easy because you're grounded in meaning. It provides emotional stability because you're not blown around by circumstances. It demands improvement because your purpose requires you to grow. It generates mystery because your life has depth beyond what anyone sees on the surface. When you have purpose, silence comes naturally. You're not desperate to fill space because you're not desperate for validation. Stillness emerges organically. You're centered in something real. Mystery exists without effort. Your life has dimensions she's only beginning to discover. Everything we've talked about, every discipline, every habit, they all flow from this foundation. A man on a mission doesn't chase attraction. It follows him, not because he's using techniques, but because he's become someone genuinely worth following. Here's what this means practically. You wake up every day with something to do that matters. Not just a job, though work can be part of it. Something you're building, creating, serving. Maybe you're developing a skill, starting a business, creating art, serving a community, raising a family with intention. Whatever it is, it's yours. It gives you direction. It makes you someone with somewhere to go, and women want to walk beside. Men who are going somewhere. The irony is perfect and inescapable. When you stop making women your purpose, they become more attracted. When you build your life around something meaningful, they want to be part of it. When you're not trying to be attractive, you become it. Because attraction, real attraction, that lasts beyond the first conversation, it's not about tactics. It's about substance. It's about becoming a man who has mastered himself, who has built something real, who stands for something beyond his own comfort. These 9 habits work together. Each reinforces the others. Practice strategic silence, and you naturally develop stillness. Cultivate mystery, and boundaries become obvious. Build outcome independence, and presence flows naturally. master emotional stability and improvement, becomes inevitable. Do all of this from genuine purpose, and you're not performing attraction. You're embodying it. This isn't easy. None of it is easy. Anyone who tells you there's a shortcut is selling you something. The Stoics were clear about this. Excellence requires discipline. Character requires practice. Becoming admirable requires becoming someone worth admiring, and that's daily work. But it's the only work that actually creates lasting results. You can learn all the pickup lines, all the texting strategies, all the psychological tricks. They might get you short-term results, but they won't make you into someone you respect. They won't build a life you're proud of. They won't create the kind of attraction that sustains a real relationship. What I'm describing is different. It's becoming the kind of man who doesn't need these videos, these strategies, these techniques. The kind of man who attracts naturally because he's built himself into something genuinely attractive. Not attractive because he's playing a role, but attractive because he's become someone valuable, someone centered, someone purposeful, someone who has done the work. Try this for 30 days. Pick one habit and make it yours. Practice strategic silence in every conversation. Notice what happens when you hold your body still in social situations. Guard your inner world for a month and watch how curiosity builds. Hold your boundaries without apologizing and feel the shift in how people treat you. Release your attachment to outcomes and notice how much lighter everything becomes. Give your complete presence to every interaction. Stay emotionally stable when everyone around you is reactive. Commit to genuine improvement in one specific area. Clarify your purpose and let it guide your decisions. One habit. 30 days. See what changes. Because I promise you, when you stop performing and start becoming, when you stop chasing and start building, when you release the desperate energy of needing validation and step into the quiet power of being complete, everything shifts. Not just with women, with everyone, with yourself. You become the kind of man you actually respect. And that respect, that self-possession, that groundedness, it's magnetic in a way that no technique ever could be. The most attractive man in any room isn't the one trying to be. He's the one who's forgotten to care because he's too busy being excellent, too focused on his purpose, too grounded in his values to waste energy on performance. Be that man. Do the work. Build the life. Master yourself. The attraction will follow, not because you chased it, but because you became worth chasing. If this resonated with you, if you felt something shift in how you understand attraction and masculinity, hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel because we're building a community of men who are committed to excellence, who understand that the ancient wisdom still works, who are willing to do the difficult work of becoming someone genuinely valuable. Drop a comment below and tell me which of these 9 habits you're starting with today. Which one challenges you most? Which one are you ready to master? Remember, the Stoics have been waiting 23 centuries to teach you this. Marcus Aurelius faced battles, plagues, betrayals, and he never lost his center. Epictetus was born into slavery and died free in every way that matters. Seneca counseled emperors and faced death with equanimity. These weren't men who had easy lives. They were men who built unshakable character. You have the same capacity, the same potential, the same choice every single day to become stronger, wiser, more centered. The most attractive man in the room isn't the one trying to be. Be that man. The more you chase her, the faster she runs. The less you care, the more she craves you. This isn't some modern dating hack. This is ancient wisdom discovered over 2,000 years ago by the most powerful men who ever lived, men who had empires at their feet, yet understood attraction better than any pickup artist ever will. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man alive, Emperor of Rome. He could have had any woman he wanted with a snap of his fingers. But here's what's fascinating. He wrote obsessively about self-control, about mastering his own mind, about caring less about what others thought. And women were drawn to him like a force of nature. There's a secret here, a paradox that most men will never understand. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly why everything you've been doing to attract women has been pushing them away. And more importantly, you'll discover what to do instead. This isn't about tricks or manipulation. This is about becoming a different kind of man. The kind women can't help but obsess over. Most men will never learn this. They'll spend their entire lives confused, frustrated, wondering why nice guys finish last. You're about to become the exception. So let's dive into the ancient philosophy that changes everything. Right now, there's a crisis happening. Modern men are more confused about attraction than ever before. You see it everywhere. Guys constantly checking their phones, hoping she texted back. Overanalyzing every conversation. Trying desperately to say the right thing, wear the right clothes, impress her with the perfect date. You've probably been there. You meet someone you really like. The conversation flows. You think, there's a connection. Then you text her, and you wait. Minutes turn into hours. Hours turn into days. That sinking feeling in your stomach. Did I say something wrong? Should I text again? Maybe she didn't see it, so you send another message. Something casual, trying not to seem desperate. Still nothing. Now you're spiraling. You're checking Instagram to see if she's active. You're asking your friends what you should do. You're replaying every moment of your interaction, trying to find where it went wrong. Here's what's devastating. You did everything right according to modern dating advice. You were nice. You showed interest. You complimented her. You made your intentions clear. You were respectful, attentive, available. Everything society tells you women want. But something feels terribly wrong, because despite doing everything right, you're not getting the results. The women you really want seem uninterested. The ones you treat best seem to care the least. Meanwhile, you watch other guys who seem to care less, guys who put in less effort. Somehow they're the ones these women chase. This confusion is eating you alive. And here's what no one tells you. It's not your fault. You've been lied to. Because attraction doesn't work the way you've been taught. In fact, attraction works backwards. 2,000 years ago, the ancient Stoics discovered something profound about human nature, something that explains everything. But before I reveal exactly what it is and how to use it, you need to understand the foundation. You need to understand why most men fail before they even begin. His name was Epictetus, born a slave in ancient Rome. He had nothing, no power, no status, no freedom. Yet this man became one of the greatest teachers in history. Rome's most powerful men traveled across the empire just to hear him speak. Why? Because he discovered something that changed everything. Epictetus taught what's called the dichotomy of control. It's simple but earth-shattering. There are things you control and things you don't control. That's it. Your thoughts, your actions, your character. These you control completely. Everything else, her response, her feelings, whether she texts back, whether she likes you, you control none of it. Here's where it gets interesting. Most men live their entire lives focused on what they can't control. You're trying to control her reaction. You're trying to make her like you. You're trying to force an outcome. And in doing so, you're giving away all your power. Think about what happens when you send that text and wait desperately for a reply. You've just handed your emotional state to another person. Your happiness now depends on whether she responds. You're not in control anymore. She is. And women can feel this. It's like a sixth sense. They detect neediness the way sharks detect blood in water. Now let me tell you about Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, the most powerful man on earth. He could have had any woman just by commanding it. But here's what he wrote in his private journal. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The Emperor of Rome, with infinite power over the external world, spent his time mastering his internal world. That's the secret. He understood that real power isn't controlling others, it's controlling yourself. And this is what made him magnetic. This is what made him irresistible. When you stop needing her validation, when you stop trying to control her response, when you become truly indifferent to the outcome, something shifts. You become magnetic, not because you're playing hard to get, but because you genuinely don't need her approval to feel good about yourself. Women are biologically wired to detect this. For thousands of years, they've had to evaluate men quickly. Is this man confident? Is he secure? Or is he desperate? Every time you text hoping for a response, every time you try too hard to impress, every time you change yourself to please her, you're broadcasting a signal. And that signal says, I need your validation to feel worthy. That's the attraction killer. Not your looks, not your money, your need, your desperation, your inability to be okay without her approval. And this is where the transformation begins. Master your emotions first. Everything else follows. Now let me show you how this actually works. The first law of Stoic attraction: become indifferent to outcome. This sounds counterintuitive. How can not caring make her care more? But this is the genius of it. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, wrote extensively about attachment and loss. He said the wise man prepares for loss before it happens, not because he's pessimistic, but because he's free. When you're not attached to an outcome, you can't be hurt by it, and that freedom is intoxicating to watch. Picture this. You meet an attractive woman. The old you would immediately start calculating. How do I get her number? What do I say to impress her? How do I make her like me? Your entire focus is on an outcome you can't control. You're already desperate before you even speak. The Stoic approach is completely different. You talk to her because the conversation itself is interesting, not because you need something from her. If she's into it, great. If not, also great. Either way, your value doesn't change. You're outcome independent. Here's what happens in her mind. She's used to men who want something from her, men whose entire demeanor changes based on her responses, men who are performing for her approval. Then she meets you, and you're different. You're present, engaged, interesting, but you're not auditioning. You're not trying to win her over, you're just being. This creates a question in her mind. Why isn't he trying to impress me? Most men she meets are so eager to please, but you're not. This makes you rare. This makes you interesting. This makes her want to know more. The mistake most men make is investing too early. You have one good conversation and you're already planning the wedding. You create an imaginary relationship in your head. Then when reality doesn't match your fantasy, you're devastated. You feel rejected, hurt, angry. The Stoic fix is simple. Treat every interaction as complete in itself. That conversation was good because the conversation was good, not because of where it might lead, not because of what you might get from it. The interaction had value in itself. When you adopt this mindset, the power dynamic shifts completely. She goes from being your goal to being your guest. You're not trying to win her. You're evaluating whether she adds value to your already complete life. You're the prize being pursued, not the pursuer hoping to be chosen. and women feel this shift. It's magnetic. Seneca said, "He who is brave is free, brave enough to not need her, free from the outcome." And that freedom is what makes you irresistible. But here's where most men still get it wrong. Even when they understand not being needy, they're still making a critical error. They make the woman their purpose. Everything revolves around getting her, keeping her, pleasing her. This is still weakness in disguise. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." He understood that obstacles, challenges, rejection, these aren't problems. They're the path forward. They make you stronger. Here's the reframe that changes everything. Your life purpose comes first. Your mission, your goals, your growth, your excellence. She's not the goal. She's a complement to an already extraordinary life. Not the missing piece that makes you whole. You're already whole. Think about the men that women can't resist. Not the guys trying hardest to get them, but the men who are so focused on their purpose that women have to work to get their attention. The athlete focused on his training. The entrepreneur building his business. The artist lost in his craft. These men aren't ignoring women to play games. They genuinely have something more important, and this creates a powerful dynamic. While you're building, she's watching. She sees a man who doesn't need her validation because he's getting validation from his accomplishments. She sees a man who doesn't have time to play texting games because he's too busy creating something meaningful. She sees a man who can't be manipulated because his worth isn't tied to her opinion. This is what excellence looks like. Physical excellence. You're training your body not to impress her, but because you respect yourself. Mental excellence. You're reading, learning, growing because mediocrity is unacceptable to you. Spiritual excellence. You're developing your character because that's what defines a man. Professional excellence. You're building something meaningful because that's your contribution to the world. Stop performing for her. Start performing for yourself. The paradox is this. Self-focus creates other attraction. When you become obsessed with your own growth, others become obsessed with you. Marcus Aurelius said it perfectly. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Stop theorizing about attraction. Stop reading advice on what women want. Become the man who is so excellent that the question answers itself. Become undeniable. Now let me clear up a massive misconception. Stoic doesn't mean emotionless. This is where most men get confused and end up looking like robots. The Stoics weren't advocating for suppressing emotions. They were teaching controlled emotion. And there's a world of difference. Marcus Aurelius loved his wife deeply. Seneca wrote beautiful letters about affection and care. Epictetus taught his students about proper love and attachment. These weren't cold men. They were men who chose when and how to express emotion. They weren't controlled by their feelings. They controlled their feelings. Here's the distinction that matters. Reactive emotions versus intentional presence. Reactive is when she doesn't text back and you spiral into anxiety. When she talks to another guy and you become jealous. When things don't go your way and you become angry or bitter. These are emotions controlling you. Intentional presence is completely different. You feel emotions, you acknowledge them, but you choose your response. She doesn't text back. You notice disappointment, but you don't let it dictate your actions. You go back to your purpose. She talks to another guy. You feel a twinge of jealousy, but you recognize you don't own her. She's free to talk to whoever she wants. Things don't go your way. You feel frustration, but you see it as information, not catastrophe. This is what women crave. Not a man with no emotions, but a man who isn't controlled by his emotions. In a world of chaos, reactive men and emotional instability, a man who remains centered is like an anchor. She can feel safe with you. She knows you won't fall apart when things get difficult. She knows you won't become desperate or possessive or volatile. Think about body language. The Stoic carries himself differently. There's no nervous energy, no fidgeting, no seeking approval with his posture. He stands tall not because he's trying to appear confident, but because he is confident. His movements are deliberate. His eye contact is steady. His presence commands respect without demanding it, and when he speaks, he says less but means more. No rambling to fill silence, no over-explaining to justify himself, no supplicating to win approval. He speaks with intention. Every word carries weight. He doesn't need to convince you of anything. He's stating reality. Marcus Aurelius gave us the framework. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Applied to attraction, don't mirror desperate behavior. Don't become reactive because someone else is. Don't lose your center because the world around you is chaotic. Maintain your stoic presence. That's your power. Now comes the ultimate test, the moment that separates stoic men from everyone else. How you handle rejection. Because rejection will come. It comes for everyone. The question is, what do you do with it? Epictetus taught something profound. External events have no power over your character. Only your response has power. She can reject you. She can ignore you. She can choose someone else. None of that changes who you are. None of that diminishes your value. Only you can do that with your reaction. Here's where most men reveal their desperation. She says no, and they crumble, or they get angry, or they try to convince her, or they ask what's wrong with them. All of these responses communicate the same thing. My worth was dependent on your acceptance, and now I'm destroyed. The Stoic response is radically different. Complete indifference, not fake indifference, where you're seething inside, real indifference. She said no. Okay, that's information. That's her preference. It has nothing to do with your value. You smile, you wish her well, you move on with your life exactly as you would have anyway. This creates something fascinating in her psychology. She expected an emotional reaction. All men react. They get sad or angry or try to change her mind. But you didn't. You were completely unfazed. This doesn't compute for her. Who is this guy? Why didn't my rejection hurt him? Why doesn't he seem to care? Now she's thinking about you. Not because you played a game, but because you revealed something rare. You're a man whose value isn't determined by her opinion. You're a man who can't be hurt by her choices. You're a man who is genuinely outcome independent, and this is magnetic. Epictetus said it perfectly. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. She rejects you. That's what happened. How you react determines everything. React with neediness, you confirm her decision. React with anger, you prove you were never worthy. React with indifference, you make her question her decision. But here's the most important part. This isn't a strategy to win her back. This is who you actually become. You genuinely don't need her acceptance because your worth comes from within. You're not pretending not to care. You actually don't care in a healthy way because you know your value is inherent, not assigned by others. This is Stoic confidence, unshakable, not because nothing bad can happen, but because you know you'll be fine regardless of what happens. This is the foundation of real attraction. So what does all this look like in real life? Let me paint you a picture. You meet a woman, you have a great conversation, you're present, engaged, genuinely interested in what she's saying. But you're not performing, you're not trying to impress her, you're just being the excellent man you've become. You get her number, you text her once, something simple, direct, no games. If she responds, great. If not, also great. You don't check your phone every 5 minutes. You don't analyze her response. Time. You're too busy with your purpose to obsess. You ask her out. One time. Clear, confident, specific. Let's grab coffee Thursday at 7. If she says yes, perfect. If she says no or gives a maybe, you wish her well and move on. No convincing, no negotiating, no rescheduling 3 times. You made an offer. She can accept or decline. Her choice doesn't affect your life trajectory. On the date, you're not interviewing her for the position of girlfriend. You're evaluating if she adds value to your already complete life. You're not trying to win her over. She's trying to win you over. The power dynamic is reversed. If she likes you, excellent. If she doesn't, also excellent. Either way, you go back to your life, back to your purpose, back to your excellence. She's a potential addition, not the foundation. If a relationship develops, it's built on something solid, not neediness, not desperation, not fear of being alone, but genuine appreciation between 2 whole people. You don't need her. You choose her. And she doesn't need you. She chooses you. Partnership of equals. Not 2 incomplete halves trying to make a whole. This is what Stoic relationships look like. Built on virtue, not validation. Built on respect, not neediness. Built on choice, not desperation. The transformation is complete. You're not the chaser anymore. You're the chooser. You're not the man hoping to be picked. You're the man doing the picking. And women feel this shift. It's undeniable. You're not learning tricks. You're becoming the man she can't resist. Not because you're manipulating her, but because you've become genuinely excellent, genuinely centered, genuinely outcome independent. This is real attraction. This is Stoic attraction. Here's the truth. This isn't easy. Stoicism is practice, not perfection. Marcus Aurelius was the emperor of Rome, and he still struggled with these principles daily. That's why he wrote Meditations. It was his private journal to remind himself of these truths. You're not going to master this overnight, but starting today you can practice one principle, just one. Maybe it's outcome independence. Maybe it's focusing on your purpose. Maybe it's handling the next rejection with indifference. Pick one thing and practice it. In 30 days of genuine practice, your entire reality will change. Not because women suddenly find you more attractive, but because you'll become actually more attractive. You'll carry yourself differently, you'll speak differently, you'll respond to situations differently, and women will notice. Trust me, they'll notice. Remember what we covered. Emotional mastery through the dichotomy of control, indifference to outcome, self-excellence as your primary focus, rejection as fuel instead of failure. These aren't tricks. This is character development. This is becoming a man of value. Before you go, I want to hear from you. Drop a comment right now. Which law will you master first? Outcome independence, self-excellence, emotional control, or rejection resilience? Let me know, because I read every comment and I want to see your progress. If this resonated with you, if this changed how you think about attraction, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Next week, I'm revealing the Stoic morning routine that amplifies everything we talked about today by 10 times. You don't want to miss that. Here's what I want you to remember. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. You're just mastering your own mind. If he could do it while managing Rome, you can do it while managing your life. You've got this. The principles are simple. The practice takes dedication, but the results are life-changing. Stop chasing. Start becoming. She'll find you. The excellent man is never alone for long. He's too valuable, too rare, too magnetic. Become that man. The ancient Stoics showed you how. Now it's your turn to walk the path. Stop chasing, start becoming. She'll find you.
There's a moment when a woman realizes she'll never forget you. Not because of your looks, your money, or your smooth words, but because of something far more powerful, something that reaches past her defenses and plants itself in her mind like an ancient oak tree, growing stronger with each passing day. Most men will never experience this moment. They'll remain footnotes in her story, blurred faces in old photos, names she struggles to remember. But there exists a rare breed of man who understands something the masses don't. Something Marcus Aurelius knew when he ruled Rome. Something Seneca whispered to his students in the dead of night. These men don't chase. They don't beg. They don't perform. Yet women can't stop thinking about them. Years later, decades later, their presence still echoes. Today, I'm revealing 6 Stoic behaviors that create this permanent psychological imprint. Not manipulation, not games, but ancient masculine wisdom that modern men have forgotten. The kind of wisdom that makes you unforgettable not just to women, but to everyone who crosses your path. And here's the paradox that will reshape how you see attraction forever. The less you try to be remembered, the more unforgettable you become. The less you chase her mind, the more you occupy it. Because these 6 behaviors don't make you interesting. They make you irreplaceable. Let me tell you about 2 men in a coffee shop. Both successful, both attractive, both interested in the same woman. The first man's phone buzzed during their conversation. Bad news from work. A client pulling out of a major deal. His face flushed red, his jaw clenched. He apologized, excused himself, and spent 10 minutes outside, pacing, making angry calls, letting everyone see his frustration. The second man faced something similar a week later. Same coffee shop, same woman. His phone lit up with news that his business partner had betrayed him, taking half their clients. But watch what happened next. He glanced at the message, took a deep breath that seemed to pull calmness from the air itself, and simply turned his phone face down. When she asked if everything was okay, he said with genuine calm, "It's something I'll handle. Right now, I'm here with you." 3 years later, she's married to the second man, not because he was richer or more successful, but because in that moment, she saw something rare. A man who could hold the storm inside without letting it spill onto everyone around him. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, while plague ravaged Rome and Germanic tribes attacked his borders, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This isn't about suppressing emotion like some robot. Seneca himself wrote that we should feel deeply but choose our response wisely. The difference between a boy and a man isn't the absence of emotional storms. It's the ability to be the calm eye within them. When you master this, something profound happens in her psychology. She stops seeing you as another reactive male driven by every impulse and trigger. She sees you as the rock, the anchor, the safe harbor her nervous system has been searching for since birth. Here's what neuroscience tells us. Emotional contagion is real. When you panic, her mirror neurons make her panic. When you rage, her body floods with stress hormones. But when you remain centered while chaos swirls, her entire being recognizes something primal: safety. Not the fake bravado of a man pretending nothing affects him, but the genuine groundedness of someone who feels the earthquake, but doesn't become it. I know an executive whose business partner didn't just betray him, but seduced his wife. Most men would have exploded, sought revenge, made scenes. But he did something that shocked everyone. He sat alone for 3 days, processing the pain without unleashing it on others. When he finally spoke, his words carried weight, not heat. He handled the divorce and the business dissolution with such dignified composure that his ex-wife later said, "His response to my betrayal made me realize what I'd lost." She thinks about him still, not with guilt, but with a respect that borders on awe, because she witnessed something most never see: a man who could be wounded without becoming weak, hurt without becoming hostile. This is the first unforgettable trait, not the absence of emotional storms, but mastery over them. Now let me tell you about an experiment that will change how you see every interaction. A restaurant, candles flickering, 2 people on a date. The woman is telling a story about her childhood, something vulnerable about her father's absence. The first man she dated would nod while scrolling his phone under the table, offering hollow responses. That's crazy. Wow, really? His body was there, but his presence was scattered across emails, texts, sports scores. The second man did something different. He turned his phone completely off. Not silent. Off. When she spoke, he leaned in slightly, his eyes never wandering to other tables, the TV at the bar, or the waitress walking by. He asked questions that showed he wasn't just hearing, but absorbing. How did that shape how you see trust? Do you still feel that way? Time seemed to slow. The restaurant noise faded. For those 2 hours, she felt like the only person in his universe. Epictetus taught that attention is the highest form of generosity we can offer another human. Think about that. In an age where everyone's mind is fragmented across 15 different screens, pure presence has become the rarest gift. When she's with you and feels your complete attention, not the leftover scraps after you've fed your distractions, her psychology shifts. The female brain, wired for emotional and social connection, recognizes something extraordinary. You're not trying to be somewhere else. You're not performing presence while mentally rehearsing your next meeting. You're actually there, fully, completely. This creates what psychologists call limbic resonance. 2 nervous systems syncing, creating a bubble of connection that she'll remember long after you're gone. Because here's what most men don't understand. Women don't remember what you said. They remember how present you were when you said it. Presence beats presence every single time. Watch what happens when you master this. She starts opening up in ways that surprise even her, sharing things she's never told anyone. Not because you're prying or pushing, but because your presence creates a safe container for her truth. She'll lie in bed months later, thinking about that conversation, wondering why she felt so seen, so held, so understood. It wasn't magic. It was presence. The kind of undivided attention that's become extinct in modern dating. The gravitational pull that makes her feel like she's the sun in your solar system, if only for that moment. And that moment becomes eternal in her memory. There's a test women use that most men don't even know they're taking. She'll push against your boundaries, question your decisions, challenge your standards, not because she wants you to break, but because she needs to know if you will. The man who bends to every emotional wind, who reshapes himself to avoid conflict, who has no line he won't cross to keep her happy, this man becomes forgettable before the relationship even ends. But let me tell you about Marcus, not the emperor, but a tech founder I know. He was dating a woman who wanted him to fire his female assistant. No real reason, just insecurity. Most men would have caved, choosing peace over principle. Marcus did something different. He looked her in the eye with complete calm and said, "I don't abandon people who've been loyal to me based on someone else's insecurity. That's not who I am. She left him. But here's the twist. 2 years later, she called him crying, saying leaving him was the biggest mistake of her life. Why? Because every man after him folded like paper at her slightest displeasure. Seneca wrote about being like a rock in the ocean. Waves crash against it, storms batter it, but it remains unmoved, not from stubbornness, but from knowing what it is. This is what women actually test for. Not your willingness to fight, but your unwillingness to compromise your core. When you have values that don't shift based on her moods, something profound happens in her psychology. The testing decreases, the respect increases, and most importantly, she feels safe. Not the safety of weakness that says yes to everything, but the safety of strength that can say no with love. The biological truth no one wants to admit is that attraction isn't built on agreement. It's built on polarity. When you become whatever she wants moment to moment, you cease to be a distinct entity. You become an extension of her, and nobody is attracted to themselves. Your values, your unshakable principles, your lines in the sand, these create the masculine frame she can dance within. I watched a man walk away from $10 million because the deal required him to betray a partner who trusted him. His girlfriend watched him make this choice. She saw him choose integrity over wealth, character over comfort. 5 years later, married with children, she still tells that story. Not about the money he lost, but about the man he proved himself to be. That moment of principled decision became the foundation of her permanent respect. This is what modern men miss. They think being understanding means having no standards. They think love means infinite flexibility. But watch what happens when you stand firm in your values while remaining kind in your delivery. She might resist in the moment, but she'll respect you forever. Create your code, not rules for her, but standards for yourself. Lines you won't cross regardless of who's asking or what's offered. This isn't about being rigid or unreasonable. It's about being a man whose word means something, whose principles aren't negotiable, whose character doesn't fluctuate with circumstances. When she knows who you are at your core, when she can predict your response to moral challenges, when she sees you choose difficulty over dishonor, you become unforgettable. Because in a world of shapeshifters and people-pleasers, the man who knows himself and stands by it becomes a landmark in her life. A reference point she'll measure every other man against. Here's the moment that changes everything. She's telling you about her father's death, or her struggle with anxiety, or the promotion she didn't get. Tears well in her eyes. Most men do one of two things. They either shut down, becoming stone-faced statues of discomfort, or they scramble to fix, offering solutions to problems that don't need solving. But the unforgettable man does something different. He lets her see that her pain affects him, not in a weak, codependent way where he falls apart, but in a human way that says, "Your hurt matters to me." His eyes might soften, his voice might catch slightly when he responds. He shares his own moment of loss, not to compete, but to connect. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who could have claimed divine status, wrote openly about weeping when his mentor died. "I gave way to tears," he wrote, "for he was a man worthy of them." The strongest man in the world admitted to crying. Yet somehow modern men think feeling makes them weak. But here's the psychological truth that changes everything. When she sees your humanity, not your performance of invulnerability, bonding hormones flood her brain. Oxytocin, vasopressin, the same chemicals that bond mothers to children and create lifetime partnerships. But this must be strategic vulnerability, not emotional dumping. There's a massive difference between sharing your depth and drowning her in your dysfunction. The man who tells her about his father's harsh criticism and how it shaped his drive, that's depth. The man who complains about his boss every night for 2 hours, that's drainage. The moment should be rare, unexpected, like discovering a hidden room in a house she thought she knew. I knew a special forces operator, trained to kill, conditioned to feel nothing. On their third date, a song came on that his deceased brother used to play. For just a moment, his eyes went somewhere else. When she asked, he simply said, "My brother loved this song. I miss him." That was it. No drama, no collapse, just a glimpse behind the armor. She later said that 10-second moment created more connection than 3 months of conversation. Because she saw the man, not the mask. The unforgettable man masters this paradox. Strong enough to be vulnerable, controlled enough to be emotional, secure enough to be human. You don't dump your problems on her like she's your therapist. You don't cry more than she does. But in specific moments, you let her see that you feel deeply, that loss has touched you, that beauty moves you, that her joy genuinely lifts your spirit. This selective vulnerability becomes a key that unlocks a door in her heart that logic could never open. She stops seeing you as another emotionally constipated male or an emotional wreck. She sees you as whole, complete, a man who has integrated his shadows instead of hiding or being consumed by them. Watch what happens to a man without a mission. He makes her his mission. Every text becomes urgent. Every moment apart feels like abandonment. He orbits her like a lost satellite, and she feels the weight of being his only source of meaning. This man becomes forgettable the moment she realizes she's dating a boy, looking for a mother, not a man looking for a partner. But the man with purpose moves differently through the world. He loves deeply but doesn't need desperately. He wants her but doesn't require her for his existence to make sense. Epictetus said it best. First, say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do. This is the magnetic pull of direction. Women are biologically wired to recognize this. Throughout history, they've attached themselves to men moving towards something greater than comfort. The hunter tracking prey, the warrior defending the tribe, the builder creating shelter. The modern equivalent isn't about hunting mammoths. It's about having something you're building that exists independent of any relationship. Your mission becomes your North Star, and she becomes someone who might join your journey, not the journey itself. I watched an entrepreneur choose to delay expanding his business to care for his ailing mother. His girlfriend watched him sacrifice immediate profit for principle. But here's the key. He didn't abandon his mission. He adjusted its timeline for values-based reasons. She saw a man who could balance ambition with humanity, drive with duty. 3 years later, she still talks about that decision. Not because he chose family, but because he had something worth choosing between. Your mission doesn't have to be grand. You don't need to be Elon Musk trying to colonize Mars. But you need something you're moving toward that would exist, whether she's there or not. A business you're building, a skill you're mastering, a cause you're serving, a legacy you're creating. When she sees you have direction independent of her presence, her role clarifies. She's not responsible for your happiness. She's not the source of your purpose. She's someone who might enhance your journey and you hers. This creates the kind of healthy polarity that keeps attraction alive for decades. She can be feminine because you're handling the masculine burden of direction. She can flow because you're providing structure. She can trust your leadership because you're actually going somewhere worth following. Build your personal philosophy, not what sounds good. but what you actually believe, what you stand for, what you're creating, what legacy you want to leave. When she asks about your dreams, and you speak with the fire of genuine purpose, not rehearsed ambitions but real direction, she feels something ancient stir. The recognition of a man worth following, worth supporting, worth remembering long after paths diverge. The waiter brings the wrong order. She watches, not the waiter, but you. Your response in this 10-second window reveals more about your character than 10 hours of conversation. The forgettable man either explodes with entitled anger or dismisses the waiter like furniture. The unforgettable man does something unexpected. He treats the mistake with grace, maybe even humor, speaking to the waiter like an equal, not a servant. This isn't weakness. This is strength so secure it doesn't need to dominate those it could. Seneca wrote, "Every new thing excites the mind, but a mind in its right state should be ready for anything." The man who's kind to those who can do nothing for him shows a nobility that money can't buy. Modern men get this backwards. They think kindness is weakness, that being good is being soft. But watch what happens when you combine strength with kindness. When you can defend her from danger and help an elderly woman with groceries in the same afternoon. When you can negotiate million-dollar deals and remember your doorman's daughter's name. When you can be fierce when needed and gentle when possible. This is the final piece of the unforgettable puzzle. Not kindness from weakness that's really just people-pleasing, but kindness from strength that chooses to lift rather than crush. She sees you hold the door for strangers. Tip generously even when service wasn't perfect. Speak respectfully about your ex even though she hurt you. These moments accumulate in her mind, building a picture of your true character. The most powerful moment I ever witnessed was a CEO who discovered his employee had been stealing from the company. Instead of prosecution, he sat with the man, learned about his son's medical bills, and worked out a repayment plan while helping him find better insurance. His wife watched this unfold. She saw power used to heal rather than harm. Years later, after his death, she said, that moment defined the man she married. Not his success, not his wealth, but his choice to be kind when he had every right to be cruel. This is what echoes through time. The moral character that shows up when no one's watching. The kindness that expects no reward. The goodness that comes from strength, not weakness seeking approval. Brother, these 6 traits aren't just about being unforgettable to women. They're about becoming the kind of man who leaves a permanent mark on everyone he meets. The man who masters his emotional storms becomes the calm in everyone's chaos. The man who gives his full presence makes every person feel like they matter. The man with unshakable values becomes a landmark in a world of shifting sands. The man who balances strength with vulnerability shows others what wholeness looks like. The man with a mission inspires others to find their own. The man who combines power with kindness demonstrates true nobility. This isn't about perfection. It's about direction, about becoming more of who you're meant to be and less of what others expect you to be. Start with one trait. Master your emotional responses this week. Or give someone your complete presence. Or define one unshakable value. The transformation doesn't happen overnight, but each step moves you closer to becoming unforgettable, not just to her, but to yourself. Because in the end, the man you become while pursuing these traits matters more than who remembers you. Subscribe now and join a brotherhood of men who refuse to be forgotten, who choose depth over surface, character over comfort, legacy over likes. The world has enough forgettable men. it's time to be remembered. Your move, brother.
Picture this. Your fists are clenched. Your jaw is locked tight. Heat floods your chest, racing up your neck, pounding in your temples. Someone just disrespected you, crossed a line, threw words at you that cut deep. And right now, in this moment, every fiber of your being wants to explode, to unleash, to make them feel what you feel. But here's what you don't realize. That fury building inside you isn't strength. It's a prison, and you're both the jailer and the prisoner. Every second you spend consumed by rage is a second stolen from your life, your peace, your power, the relationships you've destroyed, the respect you've lost, the things you've said that you can never take back. All because in that moment you thought anger was the answer. But what if I told you that nearly 2,000 years ago, ancient philosophers discovered something that modern psychology is only now confirming? A truth so powerful that once you understand it, anger becomes almost impossible, not suppressed, not hidden, actually impossible, because they found the secret that most men never discover. The reason you get angry has nothing to do with what's happening out there, and everything to do with a choice you're making inside your own mind without even realizing it. Stay with me for the next 15 minutes, and I'll show you exactly how to break free from anger forever. Not through willpower, not through breathing exercises, but through a fundamental shift in how you see reality itself. By the end, you'll possess a mental framework that the Stoics used to remain unshakable in the face of insults, betrayal, and chaos. The same framework that can make you the calmest, most powerful man in any room. Because once you understand this, you'll never be a slave to rage again. Here's the first truth that destroys everything you think you know about anger. You believe you're angry at them, at what they said, at what they did, at the disrespect, the betrayal, the injustice. You think the source of your rage is out there in the world, in their actions, in their words, in the unfairness of it all. But Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher who was born into slavery and became one of the wisest men in history, revealed something that shatters this illusion completely. He said that men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of things. Read that again. Not by things, but by your view of things, your interpretation, your judgment, the story you tell yourself about what just happened. Think about this. Two men get cut off in traffic. Same situation. Same driver flipping them off as he speeds away. One man grips the wheel, blood boiling, heart racing, ready to follow that car and confront the driver. The other man simply shakes his head, maybe even chuckles, and continues his drive in peace. Same event. Completely different responses. Why? Because the event itself has no power. The power lies entirely in the judgment they make about it. The first man tells himself a story. This is disrespect. This is an attack on me. I need to defend myself. I need to make him pay. And with that judgment, with that interpretation, he creates his own prison. His body floods with cortisol. His rational mind shuts down. His entire day, maybe his entire week, is now ruined by a stranger he'll never see again. The second man makes a different judgment. That driver is probably having a terrible day, or he's late, or he's just reckless. Either way, it has nothing to do with me, and with that judgment, he remains free. This is the revolution that the Stoics handed us. You're never fighting them, you're always fighting your own mind. The battle isn't out there, it's between your ears. You are the one generating the anger, not through their actions, but through the meaning you assign to their actions. The moment you grasp this, everything changes. Because if you created the anger, you have the power to uncreate it. The prison door has been unlocked this entire time. You just didn't know you were holding the key. So if anger isn't coming from them, if it's coming from your own judgments, then who actually controls this? That's where Marcus Aurelius enters, the most powerful man in the known world. Roman emperor, commander of armies, ruler of millions. And yet, as a young man, he couldn't control his own temper. He writes in his personal journal, The Meditations, about his struggle with rage, about how he would become furious with his Stoic teacher Rusticus, about how close he came to losing control and doing something he would regret forever. Marcus knew the story of his predecessor, Emperor Hadrian, who in a moment of rage stabbed a slave through the eye with a writing stylus. Later, when Hadrian calmed down and apologized, the slave said the only thing he wanted was his eye back. And even an emperor couldn't give him that. The damage was permanent. The lesson was clear. You can rule an empire and still be a slave to your emotions. You can command armies and still be conquered by anger. But Marcus discovered something that changed everything. The Stoics called it the dichotomy of control, and it's the single most powerful framework for understanding life that has ever been created. It's brutally simple. There are things you control, and there are things you don't control. That's it. And when you truly internalize this distinction, anger becomes nearly impossible. Here's what you actually control. Only 3 things: your thoughts, your judgments, your responses. That's the entire list. Everything else, every single other thing in this universe is outside your control. Other people's actions, their words, their opinions, the past, the future, outcomes, circumstances, traffic, weather, the economy, your body's aging, other people's respect. All of it, completely outside your control. Now here's the brutal truth. Almost all of your anger comes from trying to control things you cannot control. You're angry because someone disrespected you, but you cannot control what they say or think. You're angry because something didn't go your way, but you cannot control outcomes. You're angry because the past happened, but you cannot control what already occurred. Every moment spent in rage over these things is energy poured into a bottomless pit. It's trying to move a mountain by shouting at it. It's absolute insanity. But look what happens when you shift your focus to what you actually control. Someone insults you. You cannot control their words, but you can control your judgment about those words. You can choose to interpret them as the ravings of someone having a bad day, or the opinion of someone whose opinion doesn't matter, or the behavior of someone who simply doesn't understand. The event stays the same, but your judgment transforms your entire experience. Your project fails. You cannot control the outcome, but you can control what you do next, how you learn from it, how you adapt, how you rebuild. The failure stays the same, but your response determines whether it destroys you or strengthens you. This isn't resignation. It's not giving up. It's the opposite. It's radical empowerment. Because when you stop wasting energy on what you can't control, you suddenly have enormous power for what you can. You're no longer fighting a war on 1,000 fronts. You're focused, directed, unstoppable. The Stoics understood something profound. Accepting powerlessness over externals gives you ultimate power over yourself. And power over yourself is the only power that actually matters. Because the man who masters himself can never be conquered. The man who tries to master the world will always be at war. Marcus wrote that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength, not the strength to control others, the strength to remain unshaken no matter what others do. That's freedom. That's power. That's the dichotomy of control. Now here's where most men fail. They understand this intellectually. They nod along. They think they get it. But when the moment comes, When someone disrespects them, when something goes wrong, they explode anyway. Why? Because they didn't meet anger at the gate. They let it in. And once it's inside, it's nearly impossible to control. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, wrote an entire essay called On Anger, and in it he gives us a metaphor that's absolutely brutal. He says that anger is like an invading army, and the best plan, the only plan that works, is to resist it at the very beginning, to stop it at the frontier before it crosses into your territory. Because once anger enters the city, once it passes through the gates, it doesn't allow you to set limits. It does whatever it wants. It burns everything. And by the time you realize what's happened, the damage is already done. Think about the timeline of anger. Someone says something. You feel that first spark, that initial reaction. Seneca calls this the involuntary proto-passion. You can't control it. It's automatic. Your body reacts before your mind can catch up. Heart rate spikes, adrenaline dumps, face flushes. That's biology. That's not your fault. But here's what happens next. You have maybe 60 seconds, 1 minute. That's the window. That's when your rational mind can still function. That's when you can still think clearly. That's when you have a choice. You can either let the anger build, feed it, justify it, fan the flames, or you can recognize it for what it is and let it pass. But if you let it in, if you say yes to that second movement, if you assent to the judgment that you've been wronged and someone must pay, then the third movement happens, full-blown rage, and now your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for judgment and reason, goes offline. You're operating from the amygdala, pure fight or flight. You're no longer human, you're an animal, and everything that happens next, you'll regret. The Stoics knew this. That's why they emphasized what they called postponement. When you feel anger rising, do nothing. Wait, walk away, create space. Because anger is temporary. It peaks and then it fades. But the consequences of what you do in anger can be permanent. Words said in rage can destroy a marriage. A punch thrown in fury can ruin a life. A decision made in anger can cost you everything. Hadrian couldn't give that slave his eye back. You can't unsay the words. You can't undo the damage. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He wrote to himself, "How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?" Think about that. Whatever made you angry, the insult, the betrayal, the disrespect, it's nothing compared to what your anger will cost you. The anger hurts you more than they ever could. Seneca put it even more bluntly. The person who angers you becomes your master, because now they control you. They pull your strings, they make you dance, and you've handed them that power willingly. So here's the first defense. Recognize the physical signs before the explosion. Tight chest, clenched jaw, racing heart, hot face, shallow breathing. These are your warning signals. Your body is telling you that anger is at the gate. Don't ignore it. Don't push through it. Pause. Just pause. Count to 10. Walk away. Do whatever it takes to create that critical gap between stimulus and response. Because in that gap lives your freedom. That's where you're human instead of animal. That's where you choose wisdom instead of chaos. Meet anger at the gate or lose everything inside the walls. But here's the deeper question. Why does anger show up at all? What actually triggers that first spark? And the answer brings us to the most liberating truth in Stoic philosophy. It's not them. It's not what they did. It's your opinion about what they did. Epictetus is absolutely clear on this. It's not things that disturb us, but our judgments about things. Remove the judgment and you remove the anger. It's that simple and that difficult. Think about what actually happens when someone disrespects you. They say words. Sound waves hit your ears. Neurons fire in your brain, processing those sounds into language. And then, and this is the crucial part, you interpret those words. You assign meaning. You create a story. You tell yourself, this is disrespect. This diminishes me. This cannot stand. This demands a response. And with that interpretation, with that story, you create your anger. But here's what's wild. That interpretation isn't reality. It's just your opinion, your judgment, your chosen narrative. Someone else hearing the exact same words might interpret them completely differently. They might see desperation, or projection, or jealousy, or they might not care at all. Same words, different judgment, different emotional result. The words themselves are neutral. It's the meaning you attach that gives them power. So here's the practice. When someone does something that triggers you, catch yourself before you interpret. Before you create the story, before you assign the meaning, just observe the facts. He said these words. She did this action. That's it. No interpretation, no judgment, just raw data. Now watch what happens to your anger. Without the judgment, it has nothing to feed on. It dies before it's even born. Take a scenario. Your colleague takes credit for your work in a meeting. The fact is, he spoke words attributing the project to himself. That's observable reality. Now watch the judgments you could add. Judgment 1. He disrespected me. He stole from me. He's trying to undermine my career. This is an attack. Result: rage, resentment, a desire for revenge. Judgment 2. He's insecure about his own abilities. He needs validation. This says more about his weakness than anything about me. Result: pity, maybe mild annoyance, but no real anger. Judgment 3. In the long run, truth comes out. Good work speaks for itself. My reputation will be built on consistent results, not one meeting. Result: complete calm, strategic thinking about how to address it professionally. Same event. 3 completely different emotional results, based entirely on the judgment you choose. And make no mistake, it is a choice. It doesn't feel like a choice because you make it so quickly, so automatically, that it seems like the anger just happens to you. But the Stoics are telling you that there's always a gap, always a moment where you choose the interpretation. And once you start paying attention to that gap, once you start catching yourself in the act of judging, you realize you've been the author of your own suffering this entire time. This is what the Stoics mean when they say that the obstacle is not the thing itself, but your view of the thing. Change your view, and the obstacle disappears. Someone insults you? Only if you agree that it's an insult. Someone betrays you? Only if you judge that as a betrayal worth your energy. Someone treats you unfairly? Only if you believe that your worth comes from how others treat you. Strip away your judgments, and you're left with neutral events. And neutral events can't make you angry. Only you can do that to yourself. But the Stoics have one more tool to make this even easier. When you're in the middle of it, when you're triggered, when you can feel that anger rising, Marcus Aurelius gives you a visualization that changes everything. He calls it the view from above. And it's simple but devastatingly effective. Zoom out, pull back, see yourself from outside. Imagine you're looking down at this moment from 30,000 feet. From orbit, from the perspective of the cosmos. From that height, how important is this moment? This insult, this slight, this frustration, will it matter in a year? In 5 years? In 50? When you're on your deathbed looking back at your life, will you remember this? Will you care? The brutal answer is almost always no. It's completely insignificant. It's a tiny ripple in an endless ocean. And yet, you're about to sacrifice your peace, your dignity, your relationships over it. You're about to let it steal your day, your week, maybe more. Marcus would remind himself constantly about the shortness of life. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. You have a limited number of days, a finite amount of time, and every moment you spend angry is a moment wasted. A moment you'll never get back. Stolen not by them, but by your own reaction to them." The cosmic perspective reveals the absurdity of anger. You're a brief flash of consciousness in an infinite universe. A few decades if you're lucky, and you're going to spend those precious moments raging over someone's opinion, over circumstances you can't control, over events that won't matter tomorrow. Here's another angle Marcus used: the impermanence of everything. That person who just disrespected you, they'll be dead soon. So will you, both forgotten, both dust. The Roman Empire seemed eternal. It fell. Your career, your reputation, your pride, all temporary, all fleeting, all ultimately meaningless in the grand scale. So why give them the power to disturb your inner tranquility? Why hand over your peace for something so temporary? And here's the final piece of the cosmic view. Recognize your shared humanity. Marcus would remind himself every morning that today he would meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, violent, treacherous, envious. But he would also remind himself that they act this way out of ignorance. They don't know good from evil. They're doing the best they can with the understanding they have. Just like you mess up sometimes. Just like you've hurt people. Just like you've been ignorant. They're human, flawed, struggling. Just like you. When you see it from this perspective, anger transforms into something closer to compassion, or at least indifference. Because how can you stay angry at someone you pity? How can you rage at someone whose entire existence is a brief, confused stumble toward death, same as yours? The view from above doesn't make you weak. It makes you wise. It shows you what actually matters, and anger almost never actually matters. All right, you understand the theory. Anger comes from your judgments. You can only control your own mind. You need to catch it at the gate. You need the cosmic perspective. But how do you actually do this? How do you turn philosophy into practice? Here's your system. The Stoic protocol for remaining unshakable no matter what life throws at you. Start every morning with what Marcus called the morning meditation. Before you check your phone, before you start your day, sit for 5 minutes and prepare yourself. Remind yourself that today you will encounter difficult people, people who are angry, selfish, ungrateful. But here's the key: you expect it. You're not surprised by it. You're prepared for it. When you expect challenges, they lose their power to upset you. You've already mentally rehearsed the moment. So when someone cuts you off in traffic or snaps at you in a meeting, you don't react with shock and anger. You think, ah yes, just as I expected. One of today's challenges, and you handle it with calm. This is premeditation of adversity. The Stoics would visualize worst-case scenarios not to be negative, but to be prepared. If you spend time each morning imagining someone disrespecting you and practicing how you'll respond with dignity instead of rage, then when it actually happens, you've already trained for it. Athletes visualize performance before competition. Stoics visualize challenges before daily life. Same principle. You're training your mind to respond with wisdom instead of emotion. Now, in the moment, when you feel anger rising, use the 3-breath rule before you speak, before you act, before you do anything. Take 3 slow, deep breaths. Count them. Feel the air moving in and out. This does 2 things. First, it creates that crucial gap between stimulus and response, that space where freedom lives. Second, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system, the calming response, which literally counteracts the fight or flight response your body is having. While you're breathing, ask yourself one question: what would a wise person do right now? Not what do I want to do? Not what does my ego demand? What would wisdom choose? Would Marcus Aurelius blow up over this? Would Epictetus let this disturb his inner peace? Would Seneca sacrifice his tranquility for this temporary irritation? The answer is always no, and if they wouldn't, why should you? Then comes the evening review. Before you sleep, Seneca recommends auditing your day. Where did you get angry? What triggered you? What judgment did you make that created that anger? Could you have interpreted it differently? What will you do better tomorrow? This isn't about guilt or shame. It's about learning. It's about noticing your patterns. It's about slowly reprogramming your automatic responses. You're training yourself to catch the judgments earlier, to question them faster, to choose wisdom more consistently. And here's a powerful technique Seneca himself used: the contrary action principle. When you feel anger rising, do the exact opposite of what anger wants. Anger wants you to yell. Lower your voice. Anger wants you to attack. Say something kind. Anger wants you to storm out. Stay calm and present. This breaks the pattern. It shows your mind that you're in control, not the emotion. It's like catching yourself mid-fall and turning it into a controlled descent. You're interrupting the automatic program and installing a new one. Finally, commit to 30 days. Track every time you get angry. What triggered it? How long it lasted? What you did? Be honest, be thorough. Because what gets measured gets managed. Just the act of tracking will make you more aware, and awareness is half the battle. You can't change what you don't notice. After 30 days, review your log. You'll see patterns. You'll see that most of your anger is over the same few types of situations, and now you know exactly what to prepare for. Progress isn't perfection. You're not trying to become an emotionless robot. You're building the skill of emotional command, the ability to feel anger arise, recognize it, and choose not to act on it. To let it pass through you like a wave instead of becoming the wave. Some days you'll nail it, other days you'll fail. That's fine. The Stoics weren't perfect either. Marcus still got angry sometimes. But over time, with practice, with consistency, the gap between trigger and explosion gets longer, the anger gets weaker, and your inner peace gets stronger. Until one day, you realize that the things that used to send you into a rage barely register anymore. That's freedom, that's mastery, that's the Stoic protocol working. So here we are. You've just learned what took the Stoics' lifetimes to perfect, the fundamental truth that's been hidden in plain sight. You're never angry at them. You're angry at your own judgments about them. You cannot control what happens to you, but you control everything about how you respond. Anger is not strength. It's weakness disguised as power. Real strength, masculine strength, the kind that commands respect without demanding it, is calm. It's the man who remains unshaken while chaos swirls around him. The man who speaks quietly while others yell. The man who walks away with dignity while others burn bridges. This isn't about suppression. It's not about hiding your feelings or pretending everything is fine. It's about understanding that most of what makes you angry is completely beneath you. You're letting strangers who won't remember you tomorrow steal your peace today. You're handing your power to people who don't deserve even your attention. You're sacrificing your inner tranquility for situations that won't matter next week. That's insanity. And now you see it. When you master this, everything changes. Your relationships deepen because you're not reactive anymore. Your respect grows because people see that you can't be rattled. Your decisions improve because you're thinking clearly instead of through the fog of rage. Your peace becomes your default state instead of something you're always chasing. You become the kind of man who walks into a room and immediately the energy shifts. Not because you're trying to dominate, but because you've dominated yourself. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world, knew this. He wrote, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength. Not loud strength, not aggressive strength, calm strength, unshakable strength. The strength that doesn't need to prove itself because it's already proven. That's what's waiting for you on the other side of anger. A version of yourself you haven't met yet. The version who's free." So here's your challenge. For the next week, commit to this. Every time you feel anger rising, pause. Recognize the judgment you're making. Ask if it's actually true. Ask if it actually matters. Choose a different interpretation. Meet the anger at the gate and turn it away. Keep track. See what happens. I guarantee you'll be shocked at how much energy you've been wasting, how much peace you've been sacrificing, and how much power you actually have once you stop giving it away. If this resonated with you, if you're ready to join a brotherhood of men who choose wisdom over chaos, who understand that real power is internal, hit that like button right now. Subscribe to this channel because we're building something here, a community of men who refuse to be slaves to their emotions, who understand that the ancient philosophers weren't teaching theory, they were teaching survival skills for the modern battlefield of life. And every video on this channel is designed to sharpen that edge, to make you harder to break and impossible to control. Remember what Marcus wrote. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. That's not just a quote. That's the key to unshakable peace. That's the answer to a life lived without rage. That's your inheritance from the Stoics. Don't waste it. Don't stay trapped in anger when the door's been open this entire time. Walk through it. On the other side is the man you're meant to become. Calm, powerful, free, and absolutely unshakable. That's not just philosophy. That's your future if you choose it. See you in the next one, brother. You're sitting across from someone you trusted, a business partner maybe, or someone you thought was close. The conversation feels off, like walking through fog where nothing is quite solid. They ask a question, something that sounds innocent enough, but the moment it leaves their lips, you feel it. A shift, a pressure. Your chest tightens. Your mind starts racing, trying to defend yourself against an accusation that was never actually made. And before you know it, you're the one explaining yourself, justifying your thoughts, questioning. Whether you're crazy for even noticing something was wrong in the first place, that's not an accident, that's manipulation. And it happens through the most dangerous weapon a liar can wield, the question. Here's what most people don't understand. Manipulators don't need grand schemes or elaborate lies. They don't need to convince you of anything dramatic. All they need is the right question at the right moment, delivered with the perfect mix of innocence and accusation, and suddenly you're dancing to their tune without even realizing the music started. Studies show that the average person encounters manipulative tactics multiple times a day. Workplace, relationships, social media, even casual conversations, and most never recognize what's happening. They feel the discomfort. They sense something's wrong, but they can't name it. They can't defend against what they can't see. The ancient Stoics understood this 2,000 years ago. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca. These men didn't just philosophize about virtue in ivory towers. They lived in a world of political intrigue, betrayal, and deception that would make today's drama look tame. And they developed something powerful, a framework for staying unshakable when everyone around you is trying to shake you. Because here's the truth, when you understand how manipulation works, when you can recognize the questions designed to control you, you become immune. not cold, not paranoid, just clear, unshakably clear. And that clarity is freedom. By the end of what I'm about to share with you, you'll be able to spot these 5 manipulative questions the moment they're asked. More importantly, you'll know exactly how to respond with the kind of calm authority that makes manipulators powerless. So let's begin. Before we break down the 5 specific questions liars use, you need to understand why questions are such effective weapons. Think about how conversations work. When someone makes a statement, you can challenge it, you can disagree, you can demand proof. But questions shift the burden. They put you in a position where you have to defend, explain, justify. They create an immediate power dynamic where the questioner controls the frame and you're left scrambling to respond. This is psychological warfare disguised as innocent curiosity. A liar knows that if they say you're too sensitive, you might push back. But if they ask, why are you so sensitive? Suddenly, you're in defense mode, trying to prove you're not sensitive, which ironically makes you look more sensitive. The question itself becomes the trap. And here's the really insidious part. These questions are designed to make you doubt yourself. They exploit what psychologists call cognitive dissonance, that uncomfortable feeling when your reality doesn't match what someone else is telling you it should be. So you start questioning your own perceptions, your own memories, your own sanity. And the moment you doubt yourself, you've given them control. Marcus Aurelius wrote something profound in his Meditations. He said, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." The Stoics understood that external events and external people have no power over your inner fortress unless you grant them that power. And manipulation only works when you forget this fundamental truth. The manipulator's question isn't reality. It's their attempt to shape your reality. But you get to choose whether to accept that frame or stand in your own. So the Stoic principle here is simple but revolutionary. What's within your control? Your perception, your judgment, your response. What's outside your control? Their behavior, their questions, their attempts to manipulate. When Epictetus taught his students, he drilled this into them relentlessly. Focus only on what's yours. Let go of the rest. Because the moment you try to control external things, you become a slave to them. But when you master yourself, when you control your reactions and maintain your own frame of reality, you become unshakable. Now, let's get into the 5 questions and how to defend against each one with Stoic precision. The first manipulative question liars use is devastatingly simple. Why are you so sensitive? Think about the last time someone said this to you, or something close to it. Maybe it was, you're overreacting, or why do you always take things personally? On the surface, it sounds like concern. It sounds like they're trying to help you see that you're getting worked up over nothing. But here's what's really happening. They're reframing your very valid observation or concern as a character flaw. You noticed something was off. Maybe they contradicted themselves. Maybe their story didn't add up. Maybe you felt that instinctive gut reaction that something wasn't right. And instead of addressing your concern, they flipped it. Now the problem isn't their behavior. The problem is your sensitivity. This is classic gaslighting, and it's one of the most effective manipulation tactics because it attacks your confidence in your own perception. Let me give you a real scenario. Imagine a business partnership where the numbers aren't adding up. You notice discrepancies in the accounts, small ones at first, then bigger. You bring it up casually saying, "Hey, I noticed these expenses don't match what we discussed." And instead of addressing it, your partner leans back, gives you that look and says, "Why are you so suspicious? Why can't you just trust the process? You're being paranoid." Now, if you're not careful, You'll spend the next 20 minutes defending yourself, proving you're not suspicious, explaining that you trust them but just want clarity. And while you're doing that, the actual issue, those discrepancies in the accounts, gets buried. The question itself derailed the entire conversation. That's the power of this manipulation. So what's really happening psychologically? The manipulator is making you responsible for their wrongdoing. They're shifting the emotional burden. You came with a legitimate concern about their behavior. They've now made it about your emotional state. And if you accept that frame, if you start explaining why you're not too sensitive, you've already lost. You've validated the premise of their question. But here's where the Stoics give us something powerful. Epictetus taught that we should be indifferent to external judgments, not cold but grounded. He said, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In other words, their question only has power if you give it power, if you accept their frame. So what's the Stoic response? Calm, direct, and anchored in your own perception. When someone asks, why are you so sensitive? You don't defend, you don't explain. You simply respond with clarity. I notice what I notice. Should I not trust my own observations? See what that does? It doesn't accept their frame. It doesn't engage with whether you're sensitive or not. It redirects back to the actual issue, your observation, and it puts a question back to them. Are they suggesting you should ignore what you see? This works because it maintains your frame. You're not defensive. You're not emotional. You're simply stating a fact. You observed something. That observation stands. And now they have to deal with that, rather than you having to defend your emotional state. This is the power of Stoic composure. When you refuse to be moved by their attempts to shake you, when you stay centered in what you know to be true, the manipulation loses its grip. The second manipulative question is one you've definitely heard. Don't you trust me? This one's particularly insidious because it weaponizes relationship and emotional connection. Trust is sacred, right? It's the foundation of any meaningful relationship. So when someone demands trust, it feels like you're being the bad guy if you question them. But here's the critical distinction: earned trust versus demanded trust. Manipulators don't want to earn trust through consistent, honest behavior. That takes time and integrity. Instead, they demand trust as if it's owed to them, and they use guilt to shut down any healthy skepticism. Think about this dynamic. You notice something suspicious. Maybe they've been evasive about where they were. Maybe they've lied about small things before, and now you're starting to connect dots. So you ask a simple question, and their immediate response is, don't you trust me? After everything we've been through, you still doubt me. Now you're on the defensive. Because questioning them suddenly feels like betraying the relationship. And if you back down, if you say, no, of course I trust you, you've just given them permission to continue whatever they were doing without accountability. The question itself becomes a shield against scrutiny. Here's a real scenario that plays out all the time. Financial deception in relationships. One partner handles the money, and the other starts noticing withdrawals that don't make sense. They ask about it, and instead of transparency, they get, don't you trust me to handle our finances? Have I ever let you down? And the person asking, who has every right to understand where shared money is going, now feels guilty for even questioning it. That guilt is the goal. Because guilt silences questions, and silence allows the deception to continue. What's happening psychologically is something called a false binary. The manipulator is presenting only two options. Either you trust them completely and blindly, or you don't trust them at all. But that's not how trust actually works in healthy relationships. Real trust isn't blind. Real trust is built on consistent, transparent behavior over time. And real trust allows for questions without feeling threatened. Seneca understood this perfectly. He wrote, "No one can be happy who has been thrust outside the pale of truth." And there are two ways that one can be removed from this realm, by lying or by being lied to. The Stoics knew that truth is the foundation of peace, not comfort, not avoiding hard questions. Truth, and trust without truth, is just willful blindness. So what's the Stoic response to, "Don't you trust me?" Again, you don't. Accept the frame. You don't get defensive about whether you trust them or not. You simply state a principle. Trust is built through consistent behavior over time. I'm asking because I care about clarity, not because I doubt you. See what that does? It reframes trust as something earned through actions, not demanded through guilt. It removes the emotional manipulation and replaces it with a rational principle. And crucially, it maintains your right to ask questions without apologizing for it. If they're honest, they'll appreciate that you value truth enough to ask. If they're manipulating, they'll likely get defensive, which tells you everything you need to know. Either way, you stayed grounded. You didn't let their question control your response. That's Stoic strength in action. The third manipulative question is maybe the most aggressive. Are you calling me a liar? This one goes straight for the throat. It's a defensive reversal that puts you on trial for daring to question them. And it's incredibly effective because most people are conflict averse. They don't want to be seen as accusatory or confrontational. So when someone flips the script and makes you the aggressor, your natural instinct is to backpedal. Let's break down what's happening here. You've noticed inconsistencies. Their story changed between yesterday and today. Details don't line up. So you gently point it out, maybe saying, "I'm confused because you said something different earlier." And their response isn't to clarify, it's to attack. Are you calling me a liar? Is that what you think of me? Suddenly, you're no longer talking about their inconsistent story. You're talking about whether you're accusing them of lying, and that's a much more uncomfortable conversation to have. This works because it creates instant fear. Fear of confrontation, fear of being wrong, fear of damaging the relationship. So you scramble to soften your position. No, I'm not saying you lied. I'm just confused. Maybe I misunderstood. And in that scramble, the actual issue, the inconsistency in their story, gets completely buried. They've successfully redirected the conversation away from their behavior and onto your character. Here's a real scenario. Imagine you have a family member who borrowed money and promised to pay it back by a certain date. That date comes and goes. You bring it up, and they get immediately defensive. Are you calling me a liar? You think I'm trying to steal from you? I said I'd pay you back, and I will. Why are you attacking me? Now, instead of discussing when you'll get your money back, you're defending yourself against accusations of being accusatory. That's the power of this manipulation. Psychologically, this is a false equivalence. They're equating asking questions with making accusations. But these are not the same thing. Honest people don't fear questions. Honest people welcome clarity. They'll address inconsistencies by explaining them, not by attacking the person who noticed them. But liars can't afford clarity. Clarity exposes them. So they make the act of seeking clarity itself seem like an attack. Marcus Aurelius offers us wisdom here. He wrote, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth by which no one was ever truly harmed." It is the person who continues in self-deception and ignorance who is harmed. The Stoics valued truth above comfort. They understood that being wrong and correcting course is strength, not weakness, and they modeled this by welcoming examination rather than fearing it. So what's the Stoic response to, "Are you calling me a liar?" You stay calm, you stay factual, and you don't let them make you the villain for seeking truth. A powerful response is simply this: should I be? Because honest people don't fear questions. Let that sink in for a moment. You're not saying they're a liar. You're not defending yourself against the accusation of accusing them. You're simply pointing out a truth. If they're being honest, your questions shouldn't threaten them. This response maintains your composure and flips the frame back to where it belongs. It's not about whether you're accusatory. It's about whether they have anything to hide. And by staying calm, by not getting pulled into emotional defensiveness, you demonstrate something critical. You are not moved by their attempts to intimidate or deflect. You remain grounded in seeking truth. That's Stoic power. The fourth manipulative question is subtle but deadly. Why would I lie to you? This one works by appealing to logic and relationship. History. It's making you feel foolish for even suspecting something might be wrong. Because, right, why would they lie? They have no reason to. Except, of course, they do. But this question makes you second-guess your instincts by making deception seem illogical. Let's think about how this plays out. You've discovered something. Maybe a hidden expense. Maybe they were somewhere they said they wouldn't be. Maybe you found a message that contradicts what they told you. You bring it up, and instead of explaining, they look at you with confusion and hurt. Why would I lie to you? What would I possibly gain from that? After everything we've been through. Together, you really think I'd deceive you? And suddenly, you're in a position where your concern seems absurd. Why would they lie? You can't think of a good enough reason, so maybe you're just paranoid. Maybe you're seeing things that aren't there. This is manipulation through incredulity. They're making the idea of them lying seem so ridiculous that you start doubting your own perception. But here's the truth. People lie for all kinds of reasons. To avoid consequences, to maintain an image, to cover other lies, to get what they want without conflict. The question, why would I lie, isn't actually asking for a reason. It's asserting that no good reason exists, which is a claim, not a question. Here's a real scenario. You start noticing your romantic partner has been distant, working late more often, less communicative. You see messages on their phone that seem suspicious. You bring it up, trying to have an honest conversation, and they respond with, "Why would I lie to you? I love you. If something was wrong, don't you think I'd tell you?" And in that moment, it's easy to feel foolish. Maybe you're being paranoid. Maybe you're creating problems where none exist. But psychologically, what's happening is a logical fallacy wrapped in emotional appeal. Just because you can't immediately articulate why someone would lie doesn't mean they're not lying. And more importantly, your observation, the thing that triggered your concern in the first place, doesn't disappear just because you can't explain their motive. The facts don't change based on whether you understand their reasoning. Epictetus taught his students to focus on what's actual, not on assumptions. About why, he said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about those things." The Stoic approach is to separate what you know from what you assume. What do you know? You observed something that doesn't add up. That's a fact. What? You don't know their motivation, but you don't need to understand their motivation to trust your observation. So what's the Stoic response to, "Why would I lie to you"? You don't justify your concern. You don't try to explain their possible motives. You simply state what triggered your question. "I'm asking because something doesn't add up. Can you help me understand?" This response does something powerful. It acknowledges that you noticed a discrepancy. It invites them to provide clarity. And it doesn't accept the premise that your concern is baseless just because their motive isn't obvious. You're staying in the realm of facts, not getting lost in speculation about why. If they're being honest, they'll explain the discrepancy. If they're manipulating, they'll likely continue trying to make you feel foolish for asking. And that reaction, in itself, tells you what you need to know. The Stoic remains unmoved by attempts to confuse or shame. You stay anchored in what you observed. That's your power. The fifth and final manipulative question is perhaps the most frustrating. Can't we just move on? This is the escape hatch, the premature closure. The attempt to avoid accountability by making resolution seem like the mature thing to do. But here's the problem. You can't truly move on from something you haven't actually addressed. And that's exactly what the manipulator is counting on. This question usually comes after they've been caught in something they can't easily explain. You've confronted them. You've presented evidence. They've tried deflection, denial, maybe even some of the other questions we've already covered. And when none of that works, when you don't back down, they pivot to, can't we just move on? Why? Do we have to keep dwelling on this? I thought we were past this. What makes this so effective is it appeals to your desire for peace. Nobody wants to live in constant conflict. Nobody wants to be the person who won't let things go. So when someone frames moving forward as healthy and addressing the issue as dwelling, it's tempting to agree. You don't want to be difficult. You don't want to be the problem. So you agree to move on. Except you haven't resolved anything. You've just agreed to stop talking about it, and the manipulator gets exactly what they wanted: escape without consequence. Let me give you a real scenario. You discover your business partner has been taking money from the company account for personal expenses without discussing it with you. You confront them, and after some initial defensiveness, they finally admit it, but minimize it. Okay, fine, I used some company funds for personal stuff. It wasn't that much. I'll pay it back. Can't we just move on? Why are we still talking about this? And you're left feeling like if you push for more, a clear repayment plan, an understanding of why it happened, assurance it won't happen again, you're being unreasonable. But here's what's really happening. They want the discomfort of the conversation to end, without the discomfort of actual accountability. They want resolution without understanding. They want forgiveness without change. And the question, can't we just move on, is designed to make you feel like continuing the conversation is the problem, not their behavior that started the conversation. Psychologically, this is about comfort over truth. And the Stoics were very clear on this point. Seneca wrote, "No one can be happy who has been thrust outside the pale of truth." Moving on without truth isn't peace, it's avoidance. And avoidance breeds resentment, mistrust, and the conditions for the same behavior to happen again. Real resolution requires understanding. It requires acknowledgement. It requires often a plan for how things will be different moving forward. The Stoic perspective is that premature peace is no peace at all. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to stay committed to truth, even when it was uncomfortable, even when it would be easier to just accept things as they are and move on, because the price of false peace is living in a false reality. And eventually, that reality collapses. So what's the Stoic response to, can't we just move on? You maintain your requirement for understanding. A powerful response is, we can move forward once I understand what happened and how we'll prevent it in the future. See what that does? It's not refusing to move forward. It's clarifying what moving forward actually requires. It's insisting on truth as the foundation for peace. And it makes clear that you're not going to accept performative resolution that doesn't address the actual issue. If they're sincere about moving forward, they'll engage with that. They'll provide the understanding and assurance you're asking for. If they're manipulating, they'll get frustrated that you won't just drop it. They'll likely try to frame you as difficult or unforgiving, But the Stoic doesn't need their approval. The Stoic needs truth. And once you have that, genuine moving forward becomes possible. Now let's bring all of this together into a unified Stoic framework that makes you untouchable when it comes to manipulation. Because recognizing the 5 questions is important, but understanding the underlying principles that make you immune is what transforms you. The Stoics built their entire philosophy on 3 fundamental pillars, and when you embody these, manipulation becomes powerless against you. The first pillar is self-control, not suppression, not coldness, but the ability to govern your emotional reactions so they don't govern you. When someone asks, "Why are you so sensitive?" and you feel that spike of defensiveness, that's normal, that's human. But the Stoic practices the pause, that space between stimulus and response where you choose how you'll react. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This is what he meant. Your emotions will arise. That's not in your control. But what you do with those emotions, that's entirely yours. Manipulators target emotional reactivity. They want you flustered, defensive, confused, guilty, because in that emotional state, you're not thinking clearly, you're just reacting. But when you've trained yourself to maintain composure, when you can feel the emotion without being controlled by it, suddenly their tactics don't work. You can hear, "Don't you trust me?" and recognize it as manipulation without getting swept into guilt. You can hear, "Are you calling me a liar?" and stay grounded in your observation without getting defensive. That's power, real power, not over them, over yourself. The second pillar is clear judgment. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." This is crucial. The manipulator's questions are their opinion about what you should think or feel, but they're not facts. When they ask, "Why would I lie to you?" that's not actually an argument. It's an attempt to shape your judgment. And the Stoic separates what's factual from what's opinion. What's factual? You observed an inconsistency. That's real. What's opinion? Their claim that observing inconsistencies means you're suspicious or untrusting. That's their framing. You don't have to accept it. This clarity of judgment means you stay focused on what's actual. Not what they want you to believe is actual. Not what would be more comfortable to believe. What is? And when you operate from that foundation of clear judgment, their attempts to distort your reality fail. They can ask manipulative questions all day. But if you're grounded in what you know to be true, those questions lose their power to move you. The third pillar is maintaining your frame. This is about psychological sovereignty. It's about recognizing that you are the author of your internal reality. Others can offer their perspectives, their questions, their frames for how you should interpret things, but you choose whether to adopt those frames or maintain your own. When someone asks, "Can't we just move on?" they're trying to impose their frame, moving on without understanding. But you can reject that frame and maintain your own. Understanding first, then moving forward. This isn't stubbornness, it's integrity. It's refusing to let other people's manipulation of language and emotion pull you off center. Seneca understood this when he wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." These manipulative questions are tests, and every time you stay grounded, every time you refuse to be moved from your center, you become stronger, not harder, not more defensive. Stronger in your ability to remain yourself regardless of external pressure. Here's what this looks like in practice. You're not trying to win arguments. You're not trying to prove you're right. You're simply unmoved. When they ask their manipulative questions, you respond with calm clarity. You don't accept their frame. You don't get defensive. You simply stay anchored in what you know and maintain your requirements for truth and understanding. And that combination, self-control, clear judgment, maintaining your frame, that makes you essentially manipulation-proof. The manipulator relies on you getting emotional, accepting their distorted version of reality, and abandoning your own perception to accommodate theirs. But when you embody these Stoic principles, none of that works. You feel the emotion, but don't react from it. You see through their distortion and stay grounded in facts. You maintain your frame despite their attempts to impose theirs. And in that state, you're free. Not because they stop trying, but because their attempts no longer affect you. This is what Marcus Aurelius meant when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The manipulator is an outside event. Their questions are outside events. You can't control whether they ask, but you have absolute power over how you receive those questions, how you interpret them, and how you respond. That's your domain. That's your fortress. And when you build that fortress strong, nothing external can breach it. Let's be clear about something important. This isn't about being cold. It's not about being suspicious of everyone. It's not about turning into some emotionless robot who questions every interaction. The Stoics weren't advocating for isolation or cynicism. They were advocating for clear-sighted engagement with reality. Being unmanipulatable doesn't mean being unkind. It means being clear. It means trusting your observations. It means maintaining your standards for truth, even when it would be more comfortable not to. You can still be warm, open, trusting, vulnerable. In fact, the Stoics would argue you can only truly be those things when you're grounded in this kind of strength. Because vulnerability without discernment is just naivety. Trust without verification is just wishful thinking. The Stoic is both compassionate and clear, both open and discerning. It's not either or, it's both. You can love people deeply while also recognizing when they're trying to manipulate you. And recognizing it doesn't mean the relationship is over. It means you're addressing reality instead of pretending it doesn't exist. Here's the beautiful paradox. When you become unshakable in this way, when manipulative questions can't move you, you actually improve your relationships. Because you're no longer tolerating lies for the sake of peace. You're no longer accepting distorted versions of reality to avoid conflict. You're insisting on truth as the foundation, and relationships built on truth, even uncomfortable truth, are infinitely stronger than relationships built on comfortable lies. The people in your life who are honest will appreciate this about you. They'll value that you ask direct questions, that you don't accept manipulative deflection, that you maintain high standards for truth and accountability. And the people in your life who rely on manipulation, they'll either change how they interact with you, or they'll remove themselves. Either way, you win, because you're no longer carrying the weight of their deception. So where does this leave us? You now know the 5 manipulative questions liars use. Why are you so sensitive? Don't you trust me? Are you calling me a liar? Why would I lie to you? Can't we just move on? You understand what each question is designed to do, how it shifts power, how it creates doubt, how it deflects accountability, and more importantly, you have the Stoic framework for responding with unshakable clarity. You maintain self-control so you're not reactive. You exercise clear judgment so you're not confused. You hold your frame so you're not manipulated. And from that place of strength, you can engage with the world, with relationships, with difficult conversations, without losing yourself in the process. This is what the Stoics discovered 2,000 years ago and what remains just as true today. Your power doesn't come from controlling others. It comes from mastering yourself. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. Epictetus was born a slave and became one of history's greatest teachers. Seneca advised emperors and wrote profound philosophy. These men lived through political intrigue, betrayal, war, loss, everything you can imagine, and what they all concluded was this: external circumstances cannot rob you of your internal fortress unless you let them. Lies cannot control you unless you accept them as truth. Manipulation cannot move you unless you abandon your center. So be unmoved, not unfeeling, not cold, just clear. Clear about what you observe, clear about what you know, clear about your standards and your boundaries. Let manipulative questions bounce off that clarity like waves against a rock, because that's what you are when you embody these principles. Immovable, not because you're stubborn, but because you're grounded in truth. And truth, unlike lies, never needs to manipulate. It simply is. If this resonated with you, if you recognized yourself in any of these scenarios, or you've dealt with these manipulative questions before, hit that like button. It tells me this content is serving you, and it helps more people find it. Subscribe to this channel for more Stoic wisdom that cuts through the noise and gives you practical tools for living with strength and clarity. These aren't just philosophical ideas. They're weapons you can use every single day to protect your peace, your truth, and your power. And drop a comment below. Which of these 5 questions have you encountered most? Which one hit closest to home? I read every comment, and I want to hear your experiences, because that's how we learn together. We share what we've been through. We recognize the patterns, and we support each other in standing firm. Remember this: a man who controls his mind cannot be controlled by lies. A man who knows his truth cannot be shaken by manipulation. And a man who embodies Stoic principles doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. He simply stands in his reality, clear-eyed and unshakable. Be that man. The world needs more people who can't be manipulated, more people who insist on truth, more people who remain themselves no matter what pressure they face. That's the path. That's the power. That's the promise of Stoicism. Now go walk it. There's a man sitting alone in his apartment right now. The city hums outside his window. His phone buzzes with notifications, dating app matches, messages from people wanting his attention, his time, his energy. He looks at the screen, then sets it face down on the table. He pours himself a drink, opens a book, and settles into the silence. And in that moment, he possesses something most men are desperately searching for, but will never find. Freedom. Real freedom. The kind that can't be given or taken away. The kind that lives inside you, independent of anyone else's approval, desire, or presence. Society will tell you this man is broken, that he's missing out. That true fulfillment only comes when you find someone to complete you. But what if I told you that the ancient Stoics, men who built empires and weathered exile, who faced death with calm eyes and lived through chaos with unshaken minds, understood a truth that modern culture has forgotten? What if the greatest power a man can possess isn't the ability to attract someone, but the ability to be whole without anyone at all? This isn't about bitterness. This isn't about fear or avoidance. This is about sovereignty, about building an inner fortress so strong that you don't need external validation to feel alive. Marcus Aurelius ruled the Roman Empire, commanded armies, held the fate of millions in his hands. Yet he wrote in his private journal that the most peaceful place a man can retreat to isn't a mansion in the countryside or a vacation by the sea. It's his own mind, his own soul, the space within that no one else can touch. The Stoics called this autarkia, self-sufficiency, the ultimate virtue. And they understood that until a man learns to be complete in his solitude, he'll spend his entire life as a beggar, seeking scraps of worth from others. So, let me ask you something. When was the last time you sat in silence with yourself and felt at peace? When was the last time you made a decision purely for you, without considering what someone else might think? When was the last time you felt truly free? Because what I'm about to share with you isn't just philosophy, it's liberation. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. The world has sold you a script. From the time you were a boy, you've been handed a blueprint for what success looks like. Get the girl, build the relationship, settle down, find your other half. The narrative is everywhere, in movies, in songs, in the casual conversations where people ask with pitying eyes, "Why are you still single?" As if being alone is a disease that needs curing, as if you're incomplete until someone else validates your existence. And here's the trap. Most men spend their entire lives chasing this script without ever questioning whether it's true. They measure their worth by their relationship status. They gauge their masculinity by how attractive their partner is, by how quickly they can lock someone down, by whether they can prove to the world that they're wanted. But the Stoics saw through this illusion 2,000 years ago. Epictetus, who spent years as a slave before becoming one of history's greatest philosophers, taught that true freedom has nothing to do with external circumstances. A man can be chained in a prison cell and be free. A man can live in a palace and be enslaved. The difference isn't what surrounds you, it's what lives within you. He wrote that when you attach your happiness to anything outside your control, you become a slave to that thing. The weather, your reputation, other people's opinions, and yes, whether or not you're in a relationship. Think about that for a moment. Every time you check your dating app, hoping for a match, you're giving away your power. Every time you change who you are to be more appealing to someone else, you're surrendering your sovereignty. Every time you measure your day by whether she texted back, you're living as a prisoner. And the cruelest part is that society applauds this slavery. It calls it love. It calls it devotion. It calls it being a good partner. But here's what nobody tells you. 63% of men between 18 and 29 are single right now. That's not a statistic from ancient Rome. That's from 2025, and it's rising. Meanwhile, only 34% of women in that same age group are single. What does that tell you? It tells you that the dating landscape has fundamentally shifted. It tells you that the old rules don't work anymore. And it tells you something even more important. You're not alone in feeling like the game is rigged. But here's where most men make their fatal mistake. They look at these numbers and feel inadequate. They internalize the message that something is wrong with them, that they're not good enough, attractive enough, successful enough. They double down on the chase, working harder to prove their value in a marketplace that treats them as disposable. And with every rejection, every ghosting, every situation where they compromise their values just to keep someone interested, they lose a little more of themselves. The Stoics would look at this and see madness. They'd ask, why are you seeking your worth in the opinions of others? Why are you measuring your happiness by whether someone else chooses you? Why are you giving away the one thing that truly belongs to you, your inner peace, in exchange for scraps of external validation? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Read that again. You have power over your mind, not over whether she likes you back, not over whether your relationship works out, not over whether you end up alone. You have power over how you interpret these things, over what meaning you assign to them, over whether they disturb your peace or leave you untouched. And that, brother, is everything. because here's the truth that will set you free. Being single isn't a problem to solve, it's a power to harness. And the moment you understand that, the moment you stop seeing solitude as something to escape and start seeing it as something to embrace, everything changes. You stop being a man who needs someone. You become a man who chooses connection from a place of fullness, not emptiness. You stop being the beggar at the table. You become the king who decides if and when he shares his throne. But society doesn't want you to know this, because a man who is complete on his own is dangerous. He can't be controlled. He can't be manipulated. He doesn't need the validation that keeps the whole system running. He's free, and free men change the world. So let me show you what that freedom looks like. The ancient Stoics had a word that most people have never heard: autarkia. It's Greek, and it means self-sufficiency. Not in the sense that you live in the woods, chopping your own wood and filtering your own water, but in the deeper sense that your well-being, your peace, your sense of worth comes from within. It's the understanding that you need nothing outside yourself to be complete. That happiness isn't something you find in another person. It's something you cultivate in the fortress of your own mind. Marcus Aurelius understood this at the deepest level. Here was a man who had everything society says should make you happy. Emperor of Rome, immense wealth, beautiful family, power that stretched across the known world. Yet he wrote in his meditations, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." Not his palace, not his empire, his own soul. And he added, "It is in your power to retire into yourself whenever you choose." Think about what he's saying. The greatest sanctuary you'll ever know isn't a place. It's a practice. It's the ability to withdraw into your own mind, to find peace there regardless of what's happening around you, whether you're surrounded by chaos or sitting in silence, whether you're with someone or alone. The peace isn't circumstantial, it's constitutional. It's built into who you are. And once you develop this capacity, you become unstoppable. Epictetus, who went from slavery to philosophical mastery, taught his students that the key to this self-sufficiency is understanding what you control and what you don't. You don't control whether people love you. You don't control whether relationships last. You don't control the economic factors that make dating harder, the cultural shifts that change the rules, or the fact that modern technology has turned human connection into a swipe-based marketplace. None of that is in your control, but you do control your character, your response, your inner state, your decision about what kind of man you're going to be regardless of circumstance. And this is where it gets powerful. When Musonius Rufus, another Stoic philosopher, was exiled from Rome, sent away from his home, his friends, everything familiar, he didn't collapse into despair. He didn't spend his days mourning what he'd lost. Instead, he used his solitude to deepen his practice. He worked on his virtue. He refined his character. He became more himself, not less. And when people came from far away to learn from him, even in exile, they found a man who radiated peace, a man who proved that external circumstances have no power over an internally complete person. There's a story about Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology, that the Stoics loved. During the cosmic conflagrations, when the universe would reset and everything would be destroyed, Zeus would sit alone. No other gods, no creation, just emptiness. And yet, he remained content, at peace, because his completeness didn't depend on what existed outside him. The Stoics used this image to teach that true self-sufficiency means you could lose everything, everyone, and still have yourself. And if you've built that self well, if you've made it a fortress of virtue and reason, then you have everything you need. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This sounds lonely. this sounds like isolation. But here's where the Stoics make a crucial distinction. There's a difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the pain of being disconnected. It's what happens when you're surrounded by people but feel empty inside. It's what happens when you're in a relationship but realize you don't actually know yourself anymore. Loneliness comes from lacking connection with others or with yourself. But solitude? Solitude is chosen. It's the intentional practice of spending time with yourself, not because you can't find anyone else, but because you recognize the value of your own company. Modern research backs this up. Studies show that when people choose to be alone, when they see solitude as an opportunity rather than a punishment, their stress levels drop. Their sense of autonomy increases. They report feeling more like themselves. But when solitude is forced, when it comes from rejection or circumstance beyond their control, that's when the negative effects show up. The difference is agency, power, choice. A man who embraces solitude isn't running from connection. He's building the foundation that makes genuine connection possible. Because you can't share yourself with someone else if you don't know who you are. You can't build intimacy if you're empty inside. The strongest relationships don't happen between two incomplete people desperately trying to fill each other's voids. They happen between two whole people who choose to walk side by side, not because they need to, but because they want to. And this brings us to something crucial. Self-sufficiency doesn't mean you become cold or isolated. Seneca, one of the wealthiest and most influential men in Rome, wrote extensively about friendship. He said that a wise man doesn't need friends, but he still desires them, not because they complete him, not because he can't survive without them, but because friendship, real friendship built on virtue and mutual respect, enhances life. It's a preferred indifferent, as the Stoics would say. Nice to have, but not necessary for your peace. Think about how revolutionary that is. Most men approach relationships from need. They need validation, they need sex, they need emotional support, they need someone to make them feel valuable. But when you approach from self-sufficiency, everything shifts. You don't need anyone, you choose them. And that choice, made from abundance rather than scarcity, creates relationships that are powerful, genuine, and free. Because neither person is using the other to fill a hole. Both are whole already. They're just enjoying the experience of being whole together. But getting to this point requires practice. It requires you to spend time alone and actually work on yourself. Not just scroll social media or numb out with entertainment. Real inner work. And that's uncomfortable, because when you sit in silence with yourself, when you remove all the distractions and external validations, you're forced to confront who you actually are. The thoughts you've been avoiding, the patterns you've been running from, the ways you've been living someone else's script instead of your own. Marcus Aurelius faced this daily. In his journal, he wrote reminders to himself. Wake up in the morning and remember who you are. Remember your principles. Don't let the chaos of the day pull you away from yourself. He understood that the greatest battle isn't against external enemies. It's against the internal tendency to lose yourself in the noise, to give away your power piece by piece until you wake up one day and realize you don't recognize the person you've become. But when you build self-sufficiency, when you develop autarkia, something remarkable happens. You stop being reactive. You stop living at the mercy of circumstance. Whether someone texts you back or doesn't, whether people approve of your choices or judge them, whether you spend Friday night with someone or alone with a good book, none of it disturbs your peace. You're grounded, centered, free. And that freedom, brother, is more valuable than any relationship could ever be. Because here's the paradox. The man who needs no one is the man everyone wants to be around. Strength attracts. Completeness attracts. When you're not grasping, not needy, not performing for validation, people feel it. They sense that you're different, that you operate from a different place. And the connections you do form, when you're ready, if you choose them, will be deeper and more real than anything you could build from a place of need. So what does this actually give you? What changes when you embrace solitude instead of running from it? The Stoics believed that external goods come in two categories: things that are genuinely good, like virtue and wisdom and character, and things that are preferred: indifference, wealth, health, relationships. Nice to have, but not essential to your well-being, not determinative of your worth. The moment you internalize this distinction, a weight lifts, because you stop attaching your happiness to things you can't control. Let's get practical. When you're single and you embrace it, you have financial sovereignty. No expensive dates where you're performing, trying to impress someone. No shared expenses where you have to negotiate every purchase. No compromise on how you spend your money. Every dollar you earn is yours to allocate as you see fit. You can invest in yourself, build your skills, travel, save, create, and you don't have to justify these choices to anyone. Modern research shows that single men, particularly those who embrace their status rather than fighting it, report lower financial stress. They have more control over their economic futures. They're not tied to another person's spending habits, debt, or financial crises. And in a world where economic pressure is one of the leading causes of relationship breakdown, that's not a small thing. You eliminate an entire category of stress simply by being financially sovereign. Then there's time sovereignty. Think about the hours you get back when you're not texting constantly, planning dates, negotiating weekend plans, attending social functions for someone else's sake. Time is the only truly non-renewable resource. Once it's gone, it's gone. And most men give away enormous chunks of their time without even realizing it, not because they want to, but because they feel obligated, because they're afraid of what will happen if they don't, because they're trying to keep someone happy, keep the relationship going, prove they're committed. But when you're single, every hour belongs to you. Want to wake up early and work on that business idea? Do it. Want to spend Saturday learning a new skill? You can. Want to sit in complete silence for an afternoon and just think? Nobody's going to text you asking where you are or why you're being distant. This isn't selfishness, it's self-ownership. And the Stoics believed that a man who doesn't own his time doesn't own his life. Marcus Aurelius, again, the busiest man in the empire, wrote about guarding his time like a fortress. He knew that every hour given to someone else's priorities was an hour stolen from his own development, his own contemplation, his own practice of virtue. He wasn't antisocial, he fulfilled his duties, but he was ruthless about protecting the time he needed to be alone with his own mind, because he understood that without that time, he'd lose himself in the chaos of external demands. Then there's mental sovereignty. This might be the most important one. When you're in a relationship, especially one built on neediness rather than choice, you carry enormous emotional labor. You're managing someone else's feelings, anticipating their needs, walking on eggshells to avoid conflict, constantly adjusting yourself to maintain harmony. And over time, this erodes you. You start to forget what you actually think, what you actually want, because you've spent so much energy managing the relational dynamics. But when you're alone, your mind is your own. You can think clearly, process your own emotions, develop your own worldview. Make decisions based on your values, not on what will keep the peace. There's a reason why great thinkers throughout history, from philosophers to scientists to artists, often did their best work in solitude. Because the mind needs space to wander, to connect ideas, to see things from new angles, and you can't do that when you're constantly reactive, constantly managing relationship dynamics, constantly split between your own needs and someone else's. Research in neuroscience shows that solitude activates what's called the default mode network in your brain. This is the network responsible for self-reflection, for integrating experiences, for creative thinking. It's the mode your brain enters when you're not responding to external stimuli, and it only activates when you're truly alone, not just physically but mentally. When you're not checking your phone every 5 minutes to see if she responded, when you're not running through conversations in your head, analyzing what you said wrong, when you're just present with yourself. And this is where creativity and insight emerge. Every major breakthrough you've had, every moment of clarity, probably came when you were alone. In the shower, on a walk, lying in bed before sleep. Because your brain needs that downtime to process, to connect, to see patterns. But if you're constantly engaged with others, constantly stimulated, constantly performing, you never give your brain that space. You stay on the surface, reactive, never truly creative or deeply thoughtful. The Stoics understood this intuitively. They practiced morning and evening reflection, time alone to examine their day, their choices, their progress toward virtue. Seneca wrote about the importance of setting aside time each day to commune with yourself. Not to judge yourself harshly, but to observe, to understand, to refine your character away from the eyes and opinions of others. Because real growth happens in private. The person you become in solitude is the person you actually are. Everything else is performance. Then there's creative sovereignty. How many men have buried their dreams because a relationship demanded their time and energy elsewhere? How many businesses never started, books never written, skills never mastered, because there was always someone else's needs taking priority? This isn't about blaming relationships. It's about recognizing that everything has a cost, and the cost of relationship, especially one you're not fully choosing, is often paid in abandoned potential. When you're alone, you can be selfish with your ambition. You can pour yourself into your craft, your mission, your vision for who you want to become. No negotiations, no guilt, no compromise. Just pure focused energy on building the life you actually want. And here's what's interesting. The men who do this, who use their solitude to build something significant, often find that relationships come naturally later, not because they went looking, but because they became someone worth finding, someone who radiates purpose and completeness, and that energy attracts. But there's something even deeper here, something the Stoics saw clearly. When you build your life on your own terms, when you develop skills and pursue excellence and create value, you build self-respect, real self-respect. Not the fake confidence you try to project to impress people, but the genuine, unshakable knowledge that you're living with integrity, that you're becoming who you're meant to be, that you're not wasting your life trying to meet someone else's expectations. And self-respect, true self-respect, is the foundation of everything else. You can't love yourself if you don't respect yourself, and you can't respect yourself if you're living a life of compromise and neediness. Epictetus taught his students that the only thing truly yours is your character. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions, your relationships, your reputation, your health. But your character, the quality of your inner life, belongs only to you, and it's built in solitude, in the choices you make when nobody's watching, in the discipline you maintain when there's no external reward, in the integrity you hold when it would be easier to compromise. This is why the Stoics saw self-sufficiency as the ultimate virtue, not because they were antisocial, but because they understood that a man who can't be happy alone will never be truly happy with anyone else. He'll always be grasping, always be insecure, always be dependent on external validation to feel okay. And that's not freedom. That's slavery with extra steps. So when you hear that 63% of young men are single, don't see it as a crisis. See it as an opportunity to build yourself without distraction, to develop the kind of inner strength that most men never discover because they jump from relationship to relationship, never spending time alone, never doing the deep work. You have time, you have space, you have sovereignty. Use it, but let me be clear about something. This isn't about avoiding relationships forever. This isn't about becoming some isolated hermit who thinks he's better than everyone. The Stoics didn't advocate for that. Seneca had a wife and family. Marcus Aurelius had a wife and children. They participated fully in social life, but they did it from a place of inner completeness. They engaged with others not because they needed to, but because they chose to. And there's all the difference in the world between those two positions. The goal isn't to stay single forever. The goal is to become the kind of man who doesn't need to be in a relationship to feel complete. And once you're that man, if you choose to be with someone, it will be from a place of strength, not weakness, from abundance, not scarcity, from sovereignty, not desperation. And those kinds of relationships, rare as they are the only ones worth having. But here's what most men miss. They think being single means they're incomplete. They've internalized the message that they're only half a person until they find their other half. And this belief, more than anything else, keeps them trapped. Because when you believe you're incomplete, you'll do anything to feel whole. You'll compromise your values. You'll tolerate disrespect. You'll lose yourself piece by piece trying to hold on to someone, anyone, who makes you feel less empty. But the Stoics would tell you this is backward. You're not empty. You never were. You've just been taught to see yourself that way. Society profits from your insecurity. The entire dating industry, the relationship advice industry, the self-help industry depends on you believing you're broken and need fixing, that you're incomplete and need completing. But what if none of that is true? What if you're already whole, you've just forgotten how to feel it? Marcus Aurelius wrote about this constantly, the idea that we already possess everything we need. That virtue, the only true good, is already within our capacity. We don't need to acquire it from outside. We need to cultivate it from within. And the best place to do that cultivation is in solitude, away from the noise, away from the opinions, away from the endless pressure to be something other than what you are. In solitude, you can be honest. You can strip away the masks you wear for others and look at who you actually are. And that honesty, uncomfortable as it might be at first, is the beginning of real transformation. There's a concept in psychology called self-determination theory. It says that humans have three basic needs: autonomy, the sense that you control your own life; competence, the feeling that you're capable and growing; and relatedness, connection with others. Most people think relatedness is the most important, but research shows that autonomy is actually the foundation. Without it, without the sense that you're living your own life on your own terms, the other needs can't be truly satisfied. You might have relationships, but you'll feel trapped in them. You might be skilled, but you'll never feel like it's enough because you're measuring yourself by external standards. But when you build autonomy, when you develop true self-sufficiency, everything else flows naturally. You pursue competence for its own sake, not to impress anyone. And when you do connect with others, it's genuine, because you're not performing, you're not pretending, you're just being yourself, and you're okay if people accept that or don't. That's the power position. That's freedom. And here's something crucial. The Stoics believed that you had to be careful about who you spent time with. They weren't elitist about it, but they understood that you become like the people you surround yourself with. Spend time with complainers, you become a complainer. Spend time with people who lack integrity, your own integrity erodes. Spend time with people who see relationships as transactions, who manipulate and play games, and you start to see the world that way too. But when you're selective, when you use your solitude to clarify your values and then only engage with people who align with those values, your life transforms. You're no longer tolerating relationships out of loneliness. You're cultivating connections based on mutual respect and shared virtue. And those connections, even if they're fewer, are infinitely more valuable than 100 shallow relationships. Built on convenience or need, Seneca wrote extensively about this. He said that you should associate with people who will improve you and avoid people who will corrupt you. And he added that you should also be someone worth associating with, someone who adds value, someone who embodies the virtues you want to see in the world. That's the work of solitude. Becoming that person, not for anyone else, for yourself, because you want to look in the mirror and respect who you see. And this brings us to perhaps the most important point, the validation trap. Traditional masculinity, at least the toxic version of it, measures a man's worth by his romantic and sexual success. Can he get girls? Is he a player? Is his girlfriend hot? These are the metrics by which many men, consciously or unconsciously, judge themselves and each other. And it's poison, because it makes your self-worth dependent on factors largely outside your control. Physical attractiveness, which is mostly genetic, social status, which is often circumstantial, the approval of others, which is fickle and unpredictable. But the Stoics would say this is insane. Why would you tie your sense of value to things you can't control? Why would you give others that much power over your inner state? Epictetus taught that the only thing you truly control is your will, your capacity to choose your response, your commitment to virtue. That's it. Everything else is fortune, and fortune is unreliable. So when you measure yourself by relationship status, you're basically saying that your worth depends on luck, on being born with certain features, on meeting the right person at the right time, on 1,000 variables you have no control over. And that's a recipe for lifelong insecurity, because even if you do get into a relationship, you'll never feel secure. You'll always wonder if you're good enough. You'll always fear losing what you've tied your identity to. You'll be jealous, controlling, needy, because deep down, you know your worth isn't real. It's contingent on her staying. But when you build your worth on virtue, on character, on the man you're becoming, nobody can take that from you. Relationships come and go, circumstances change, but who you are, the integrity you've built, the self-respect you've earned through right action, that's permanent. That's unshakable. And paradoxically, when you stop seeking validation from relationships, when you develop genuine self-worth, you become more attractive, because people can sense desperation, they can feel neediness, and it repels them, but they can also sense strength, completeness, self-possession, and that draws them in. The Stoics weren't advocating for pride or arrogance. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that he was just a human, fallible and temporary. But he also knew that his worth came from his character, not from his circumstances. He could be emperor or exile, and his value as a person wouldn't change. Because value, true value, is internal. It's the quality of your thoughts, your choices, your virtue. And that's entirely within your control to develop. So here's what I want you to hear. If you're single right now, you're not broken, you're not incomplete, you're not less than. You have something precious: time, space, sovereignty. Use it. Build yourself. Develop your skills. Clarify your values. Strengthen your character. Read the books that expand your mind. Pursue the projects that ignite your passion. Train your body, master your emotions, become so complete in yourself that you don't need anyone else's validation to feel whole. And when you do that, one of two things will happen. Either you'll discover that you actually prefer solitude, that you've built a life so rich and meaningful on your own that adding a relationship would be a downgrade, and that's fine. That's a valid choice. The Stoics would respect it. Or you'll eventually meet someone and choose to build something with them, but it will be from a place of strength, from wholeness, from sovereignty, and that relationship, if it happens, will be powerful because it's not built on need. It's built on choice, on two complete people deciding to walk together, not because they have to, but because they want to. But either way, you win, because you'll have done the work. You'll have built the inner fortress. You'll have developed self-sufficiency, and nobody can take that from you. Not rejection, not loneliness, not societal pressure. You'll be free. And freedom, brother, is everything. Marcus Aurelius wrote late in his life, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." Read that again. Very little is needed. It's all within yourself, not in finding the right person, not in changing your circumstances, not in achieving some external milestone. Within yourself, in your way of thinking, in your capacity to find peace regardless of what's happening around you. That's the promise of Stoicism. That's the gift of solitude. Complete independence from external validation, total sovereignty over your inner state, the ability to be happy, genuinely happy, in any circumstance, alone or with someone, wealthy or poor, praised or criticized. None of it touches you, because you're grounded in something deeper than circumstance. You're grounded in virtue, in character, in the kind of strength that can only be built in the forge of solitude. So use this time. Don't waste it wishing you were somewhere else, with someone else. Don't spend your days scrolling dating apps or feeling sorry for yourself. The Stoics would tell you that's a form of suicide, killing time, killing potential, killing the opportunity to become something greater. Instead, wake up every morning and ask yourself, what kind of man do I want to be? And then become that man, not for anyone else, for yourself, because you respect yourself enough to live with integrity. Build your morning routine, train your body, develop your skills, read philosophy, journal your thoughts, sit in silence and just breathe. Let yourself feel what you feel without judgment. Work on your projects, create value, help others when you can. But always come back to yourself. Always protect that inner space where nobody else has access. That's your sanctuary, your fortress, your source of power. And here's something powerful. Every time you choose solitude over connection born of desperation, you strengthen yourself. Every time you decline to compromise your values just to keep someone around, you build self-respect. Every time you sit with discomfort instead of numbing it with distraction or validation seeking, you develop emotional resilience. These choices compound. They build on each other, and over time, you become a different kind of man. The kind who doesn't need external validation. The kind who trusts himself. The kind who's free. The Stoics had a practice they called negative visualization. They'd imagine losing everything they had: their wealth, their position, their relationships, their health. Not to be morbid, but to remind themselves that these things are temporary, that they're not truly theirs, that the only thing that can't be taken is their capacity to respond with virtue. And by imagining loss, they appreciated what they had without clinging to it. They held things lightly, including relationships. Try this practice. Imagine you never end up in another relationship. You're single for the rest of your life. How would you live? What would you pursue? What would bring you meaning and joy? Really sit with that question, because the answer reveals what actually matters to you beyond validation and approval. And when you know what actually matters, when you build a life around those things, you become unshakable. Relationships become bonus, not necessity. Connection becomes choice, not desperation. And here's the paradox again. The man who could be completely happy alone is the man most worthy of companionship, because he's not using another person to fill his emptiness. He's whole already. He's inviting someone to share in his fullness. That's attractive. That's magnetic. That's what genuine partnership looks like. Not two halves making a whole, but two wholes choosing to walk together, each maintaining their own sovereignty, each respecting the other's independence, each complete whether together or apart. Seneca wrote, "The wise man is self-content. He is so in the sense that he is able to do without friends, not that he desires to do without them." That's the balance. You develop the ability to be happy alone. You build self-sufficiency, but you remain open to genuine connection when it appears. You don't avoid relationships, you just don't need them. And that makes all the difference. So where does this leave you? Right here, right now, with a choice. You can keep buying into the narrative that you're incomplete without someone, that your value depends on relationship status, that being single is something to escape as quickly as possible. And if you choose that path, you'll spend your life chasing, compromising, losing yourself piece by piece in the pursuit of external validation. Or you can embrace what the Stoics knew 2,000 years ago, that true power comes from within, that self-sufficiency is the highest virtue, that a man complete in solitude is free in every circumstance. And if you choose that path, if you do the work, you'll build something that nobody can take from you, an inner fortress, a sovereignty that transcends circumstance, a peace that doesn't depend on anyone else's approval or presence. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. He had wealth, power, family, everything society says should make you happy. Yet he spent his evenings writing in his journal, reminding himself of what actually mattered: virtue, character, inner peace. He knew that everything else was temporary, that the only lasting value was the kind of person he was becoming, and he did that work in solitude, away from the crowds, away from the demands, in the quiet space of his own mind. You don't need an empire to do this. You don't need perfect circumstances. You just need to make the choice, to use your solitude as a gift, not a curse, to see being single not as a deficit, but as an opportunity, to build yourself so completely that you don't need validation from anyone. And when you do that, you become dangerous, not to others, but to the systems that profit from your insecurity. You become a man who can't be controlled, can't be manipulated, can't be sold something he doesn't need. You become free. And freedom is what the Stoics were teaching all along. Not freedom from circumstances, those will always change, but freedom within circumstances. The ability to maintain your peace, your integrity, your sense of self, regardless of what's happening around you, alone or with someone, successful or struggling, praised or criticized. None of it touches your core, because you've built something unshakable inside. And that, brother, is power. Real power. The kind that transforms not just your life, but the lives of everyone you touch. Because strength is contagious. Completeness inspires. Freedom spreads. So let me leave you with this. A man who needs no one is free to choose everyone. A man who needs someone is slave to his need. Which man do you want to be? The choice is yours. It's always been yours. And it starts right now, in this moment, with this decision, to stop seeking yourself in others and start building yourself in solitude. To stop measuring your worth by external validation and start grounding it in internal virtue. To stop running from being alone and start embracing it as the ultimate gift. The space where you become who you're meant to be. The Stoics are waiting for you. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca. They walked this path. They proved it works. They left you a blueprint. All you have to do is follow it. Build your inner fortress. Cultivate self-sufficiency. Embrace solitude not as a punishment, but as a privilege. And watch what happens. Watch how your life transforms when you stop living for others and start living for yourself. Not in a selfish way, but in the way that honors your potential, your values, your unique path. That's what the Stoics called living according to nature, being fully yourself. And there's nothing more powerful than that. So if you found value in this, if these ideas resonate with something deep inside you, if you feel that pull toward building a different kind of life, do me a favor. Hit that like button. It tells me this message matters. It helps this reach other men who need to hear it. Subscribe to the channel because we're building something here. A community of men who refuse to live by society's script, who are doing the work, who understand that real strength comes from within. Drop a comment and tell me, what's one thing you're going to do this week to build your inner empire? One practice, one choice, one step towards self-sufficiency. And remember, this isn't the end, it's the beginning. Every journey toward freedom starts with a single step, a single decision. The decision to stop seeking worth in external validation and start building it through internal virtue. You've taken that step by being here, by listening, by opening your mind to a different way. Now keep walking, keep building, keep becoming. The man you're meant to be is waiting in the silence. Go find him. Until next time, stay strong, stay sovereign, stay free. 3 in the morning, your eyes snap open, and immediately it starts. The replay, that conversation from yesterday. What you said, what you should have said, what they might be thinking about you right now. Then your mind jumps to tomorrow, the presentation, the email you haven't sent, the decision you can't make. Round and round it goes, this endless, exhausting loop of thoughts that won't stop, won't slow down, won't give you a single moment of peace. You're not alone in this. Research shows that 85% of the things we worry about never actually happen. 85%. Think about that. Your mind is torturing you over futures that will never exist, conversations that will never happen, catastrophes that will never come. But here's what makes this even more painful. While you're lying there, trapped in your racing thoughts, somewhere out there is a man sleeping soundly, not because his life is easier than yours, not because he has fewer problems, but because he discovered something that emperors and slaves, warriors and philosophers have known for 2,000 years. A set of ancient techniques so powerful that they can silence the loudest mind, calm the most chaotic thoughts, and transform overthinking from your greatest weakness into your greatest strength. In the next 20 minutes, you're going to learn 12 paths that the Stoics used to master their minds. These aren't motivational speeches or empty affirmations. These are battle-tested techniques that Marcus Aurelius used while commanding armies, that Epictetus used while enslaved, that Seneca used while advising emperors. And I'm going to show you exactly how to use them, starting today, starting right now. Because by the time we're done, you'll never look at your racing thoughts the same way again. But first, you need to understand why your mind won't shut up, and why everything you've tried so far hasn't worked. Your brain was designed to keep you alive. 10,000 years ago, that meant constantly scanning for threats, the rustling in the bushes, the stranger from the rival tribe, the food that might be poisoned. Overthinking wasn't a problem back then. It was survival. Your ancestors who worried the most, who thought through every possibility, who stayed up at night mentally preparing for danger, they were the ones who lived long enough to pass on their genes to you. But here's what changed. The threats your brain evolved to protect you from, they're mostly gone. No saber-toothed tigers, no warring tribes, no immediate danger lurking around every corner. But your brain, it hasn't gotten the memo. It's still scanning, still searching, still trying to find the threat, and in the absence of real danger, it creates imaginary ones. That text message you sent 3 hours ago that hasn't been answered yet, your brain treats it like a threat. That mistake you made at work last month, threat. That upcoming conversation you're dreading, threat, threat, threat. And then we added gasoline to this fire. Social media showing you everyone's highlight reel while you're living your behind the scenes. A culture that tells you you're supposed to have it all figured out by 30. Endless options for everything from what to eat, to where to live, to who to become, creating a paralysis of choice. Your brain isn't just scanning for threats anymore, it's drowning in them. Seneca, the great Roman philosopher, said something nearly 2,000 years ago that sounds like it was written yesterday. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Read that again. Most of your suffering isn't happening to you. You're doing it to yourself, in your mind, right now. And the cost of this? It's not just a few sleepless nights. Chronic overthinking rewires your brain. It floods your system with stress hormones. It paralyzes your decision-making. It damages your relationships because you're never fully present, always half somewhere else, lost in your thoughts. It drains your energy, leaving you exhausted from battles that only exist in your head. And here's the cruelest part. The more you try to stop overthinking by thinking about it, the worse it gets. It's like trying to escape quicksand by struggling. Every effort pulls you deeper. You can't think your way out of overthinking, but you can train your way out. And that's exactly what the Stoics discovered. The first path begins with a question that will change everything. A question so simple, so obvious, yet so rarely asked that when you finally understand it, your entire relationship with worry transforms in an instant. Epictetus, a philosopher who spent his early life as a slave, understood something that most free men never grasp. He said, "Some things are up to us and some things are not." That's it. That's the foundation. But don't mistake simplicity for weakness. This single distinction, this one clear line, is the most powerful mental tool you'll ever possess. Because right now, your mind is wasting enormous energy trying to control things that cannot be controlled. And that's not just futile. It's the source of almost all your overthinking. So let's get specific. What's actually in your control? Your thoughts. How you interpret what happens to you. Your actions. The choices you make right now, in this moment. Your responses to whatever life throws at you. That's it. That's the list. Everything else? Your body and what it does or doesn't do. Your reputation and what people think or say about you. The past, which is already written. The future, which hasn't happened yet. Other people and their choices, their moods, their opinions. The weather, the economy, traffic. Whether that email gets a response, whether that job offer comes through, whether that relationship works out. None of it, not a single piece of it, is in your control. Imagine you have a job interview tomorrow. Right now, your mind is probably spinning through 100 scenarios. What if they ask me that question I can't answer? What if I say something stupid? What if they've already decided on someone else? What if I blow my one chance? But here's what's actually in your control. You can prepare. You can practice your answers. You can get a good night's sleep. You can show up on time. You can be honest and present during the interview. That's it. Whether they hire you? Not in your control. Whether they like you? Not in your control. Whether another candidate is more qualified? Not in your control. Whether they even read your resume carefully? Not in your control. And here's where it gets liberating. Once you truly see this distinction, once you genuinely accept it, something remarkable happens. You stop wasting energy on the 90% of things you can't influence and pour everything into the 10% you can. Your overthinking doesn't just decrease, it targets correctly. Because real thinking, productive thinking, strategic thinking, it only works on things you can actually affect. Try this right now. Take whatever's been keeping you up at night, whatever worry has been looping through your mind, and ask yourself honestly, is this within my control? Not partially. Not maybe if I try hard enough. Actually, truly, in my control. And if it's not, your job isn't to figure it out. Your job is to let it go. Not because you don't care, but because caring about things you can't control is just another word for suffering. That's the first path, the foundation. But now we're going to do something that seems completely backward, something that will make you question everything you've been told about positive thinking. Most people run from their fears. They avoid thinking about what could go wrong. They distract themselves. They try to stay positive. And then, when something bad actually happens, they're devastated, blindsided, unprepared. The Stoics did the opposite. They had a practice called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. Deliberately, systematically, they would imagine everything that could go wrong. And this wasn't pessimism. This was preparation. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world, would sit each morning and imagine his empire crumbling, his armies defeated, his loved ones dead, not to torture himself, but to prepare his mind, so that if these things happened, he wouldn't be destroyed by surprise. He would be ready. And here's what's fascinating. Modern psychology has discovered that this actually works. When you deliberately visualize a worst-case scenario in a controlled way, something changes in your brain. The fear loses its power, because fear feeds on the unknown, on the what-if. But when you look directly at the worst possible outcome, when you play it out fully in your mind, you realize something profound. You could handle it. You'd survive. Let's say you're terrified of that difficult conversation you need to have. Your boss, your partner, your parent. Your mind keeps spinning, avoiding it, building it up into something catastrophic. Here's what a Stoic would do. Sit down, close your eyes, and imagine it going as badly as possible. They yell at you, they reject you, they end the relationship. Play it all the way through. Don't stop at the fear. Go past it. What happens next? You'd be hurt. You'd feel pain. And then? You'd pick yourself up. You'd move forward. You'd survive. You'd maybe even grow stronger. This isn't catastrophizing. That's when you spiral out of control, lost in worst-case scenarios, with no purpose, no direction. This is different. This is deliberately walking through the fear to the other side. And once you're there, once you've seen that you can handle the worst, the overthinking stops. Because what's left to worry about? You've already faced it. Marcus Aurelius used this before every battle. Seneca used it before every political confrontation. They weren't trying to manifest disaster. They were removing its power to paralyze them. Try it. Give yourself 5 minutes. Pick your biggest current fear and imagine it happening. All the way through. Watch how the fear transforms from a monster in the dark to a manageable challenge in the light. But now we need to address the real problem. Because here's the truth. Overthinking doesn't actually live in your present. It lives in two places. The past, where you endlessly replay what happened, and the future, where you endlessly rehearse what might happen, which means there's one place your overthinking cannot survive. Right here, right now. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." Not as a nice idea, as a command, because he understood something critical. In this exact moment right now, as you're hearing these words, are you okay? Not yesterday, not tomorrow, right now. Your body is breathing, your heart is beating, you're here, you exist. And in this moment, stripped of past and future, most of your problems disappear. They don't exist here. The past is gone. It's literally not real anymore. It's a memory, a story you tell yourself. And the future? It hasn't happened. It's imagination, fiction. The only thing that's real, the only moment you ever actually live in, is now, this one. But your mind doesn't want to stay here, because the present moment is usually fine. And if the present is fine, your threat-scanning brain has nothing to do, so it pulls you into the past to find things to regret, or into the future, to find things to fear. Here's how you anchor yourself back. Right now, this instant, notice 5 things you can see. Actually look at them. Then 4 things you can hear. 3 things you can feel, your body touching the chair, your clothes on your skin. 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. This isn't a meditation technique. This is an emergency brake, because overthinking is a mental state, and mental states can't survive when you're fully embodied, fully present, fully here. There's an old Zen story. A student asks his master, "What is enlightenment?" The master says, "When I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm tired, I sleep." The student is confused. "But doesn't everyone do that?" And the master replies, "No. When most people eat, they're thinking about 1,000 other things. When they sleep, they're worrying about tomorrow. They're never fully where they are." That's the disease of overthinking, being everywhere except here. And the cure is radical presence. When you eat, eat. When you walk, walk. When you work, work. Be fully in whatever you're doing, and watch how the racing thoughts have nowhere to attach. This moment right now is enough. It's always been enough. Your overthinking is just your mind's way of refusing to believe that. But sometimes, even when you're present, even when you've separated what you can control from what you can't, the problems still feel massive, overwhelming, all-consuming. That's when you need to change your perspective. Literally, you need to zoom out, way out. This is what Marcus Aurelius called the view from above. Here's how it works. Right now, you're trapped inside your perspective. Your problems feel huge because you're looking at them from 3 inches away. So pull back. Imagine yourself rising above your body. You can see yourself wherever you are right now. Keep rising. Now you see your whole building, your whole street, your whole neighborhood. Keep going. Your city, your state, your country, the whole planet spinning in space. Millions of people, all dealing with their own problems, all convinced their worries are the most important thing in the universe. Keep rising. The solar system, the galaxy, billions of stars, each with their own worlds. Keep going until the Earth is a speck, until our sun is just one light among countless lights. Now from up here, from this cosmic perspective, find your problem. Where is it? Can you even see it? And here's the question that breaks everything open. In 100 years, will anyone remember this thing you're overthinking? In 1,000 years? In 1,000,000? From this view, your problem doesn't disappear, but it becomes right-sized, manageable, appropriately small. This isn't about making you feel insignificant. It's about freeing you from the tyranny of ego, because ego is what makes you think you're the center of the universe, that your problems are cosmic events, that everyone is thinking about you, judging you, watching you. They're not. They're too busy thinking about themselves, and that's liberating. Because if you're not the center of everything, then your mistakes aren't catastrophes, your fears aren't fate, your problems are just problems, human-sized, solvable. Marcus Aurelius used this technique constantly, ruling an empire, commanding armies, making life and death decisions every day. And in his journal, he'd remind himself. Asia and Europe are but corners of the universe. The ocean is but a drop. Everything is small, everything is fleeting. Not to be depressed, to be free. Free from the weight of thinking everything matters equally when most things don't matter at all. Try it the next time you're spiraling. Zoom out. Get the cosmic perspective. Let the universe right-size your worry. But there's another technique, darker, more intense, more powerful than almost anything else the Stoics practiced. And if you can handle it, if you can actually apply it, it will cut through your overthinking. Like nothing else can. They called it memento mori. Remember death. Seneca said, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." This isn't morbid. This is clarity. Because death is the ultimate perspective. It's the final filter that separates what matters from what doesn't. Think about it. On your deathbed, surrounded by people you love, or maybe alone, looking back at your life, will you care about that embarrassing thing you said 5 years ago? Will you be overthinking what people thought of you? Will you be replaying arguments, analyzing conversations, worrying about things that never happened? No, you'll be thinking about bigger things. Did you love well? Did you live fully? Did you waste your limited time on things that didn't matter? That's the gift of death. It shows you with brutal honesty what actually matters. And if you can bring that clarity into your life now, while you're still alive, you gain a superpower. The ability to instantly cut through all the noise, all the overthinking, all the trivial worries, and ask, will this matter when I'm dying? Steve Jobs had a practice. Every morning he'd look in the mirror and ask himself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I'm about to do? And if the answer was no too many days in a row, he knew something needed to change. That's the power of death as a teacher. It doesn't allow for overthinking, because overthinking is a luxury. It's what you do when you think you have infinite time. But you don't. None of us do. And the moment you really understand that, not just intellectually but in your bones, your priorities snap into place. You're not going to overthink the email on your deathbed. You're not going to worry about what strangers think of you. You're not going to replay that conversation from 3 years ago. So why are you doing it now? You have a limited number of days, a limited number of hours, a limited amount of mental energy, and you're spending it on this? Death whispers the question you need to hear. Is this worth dying over? And if it's not, maybe it's not worth overthinking over either. The Stoics kept skulls on their desks. They meditated in graveyards, not because they were depressed, because they refused to forget. Life is short, time is limited, and every moment you spend lost in your head is a moment you're not actually living. Memento mori. Remember death, not to fear it, but to let it wake you up. Now, let's talk about something that sounds completely wrong, something that goes against every modern message about self-care and comfort and taking it easy. The Stoics believed that you should deliberately make yourself uncomfortable. They called it voluntary discomfort, and it might be the most misunderstood practice they taught. Seneca was rich, unbelievably wealthy. He could have had every luxury. Instead, he would deliberately sleep on a hard floor, eat simple bread and water, wear rough clothes, go without heat in winter. Why? Because he was training, not his body, his mind. He was teaching himself a critical lesson. I can handle hard things, and that lesson, that bone-deep knowledge that you can endure discomfort, that you're tougher than you think. It's the antidote to fear. And fear is what drives most overthinking. Here's what happens when you live a life of constant comfort. You become fragile, soft. Your tolerance for difficulty shrinks. And then when something actually hard happens, something you can't avoid or fix or make comfortable, you break, you panic, you spiral, because you've never trained for it. But when you voluntarily expose yourself to difficulty, when you choose temporary discomfort, you build a different relationship with hardship. You prove to yourself over and over that you're resilient, that you can handle it. Modern applications. Take a cold shower. Let yourself be hungry. Have that difficult conversation you've been avoiding. Do the hard workout. Sit with boredom instead of reaching for your phone. Each time you choose discomfort, each time you lean into something hard, you're sending your brain a message. I'm not fragile. I'm not weak. I can do difficult things. And that message, repeated enough times, changes everything. Because now, when your mind starts to spiral about some future difficulty, you have evidence. You've been uncomfortable before. You survived. You even grew stronger. This is the opposite of how most people live. They avoid discomfort at all costs. They optimize for ease. And then they wonder why every little challenge feels overwhelming, why they overthink every decision, every risk, every potential difficulty. It's because they've never proven to themselves that they can handle hard things. But you can. And voluntary discomfort is how you prove it. Start small. Tomorrow morning, end your shower with 30 seconds of cold water. Just 30 seconds. Watch what it does to your mind. Watch how you feel afterward. Stronger, more alert, more capable. That's not just physical, that's psychological. You did something hard, on purpose. And you're fine. Better than fine. The Stoics knew this. They knew that comfort is a trap, that ease makes you weak, that the path to mental strength runs directly through voluntary difficulty. So stop running from discomfort. Start running toward it, and watch your overthinking lose its grip. But here's something you can do that almost no one does anymore. Something so simple, so accessible, yet so powerful that when you actually do it consistently, your entire inner world transforms. The Stoics wrote every day, not blog posts, not social media, private journals, personal reflections. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations wasn't a book he intended to publish. It was his private journal, his way of working through his thoughts, of talking to himself, of gaining clarity. And you need to do the same thing. Here's why journaling is different from just thinking. When thoughts stay in your head, they loop, they repeat, they get tangled with other thoughts, they spiral endlessly with no resolution. But when you write them down, when you force them out of your mind and onto paper, something shifts. They become external. You can see them, examine them, challenge them, complete them. There's a psychological phenomenon called the Zeigarnik effect. It means your brain obsesses over unfinished tasks. And overthinking, it's your brain trying to complete thoughts that never get completed. They just loop and loop and loop. Journaling completes them. It gives them closure. Here's a simple practice. Every evening before bed, answer 3 questions. What worried me today? What was actually within my control about those worries? And what did I learn? That's it. 5 minutes. But in those 5 minutes, you're doing something profound. You're processing your day. You're applying the dichotomy of control. You're extracting wisdom from experience. And most importantly, you're telling your brain, we dealt with this. It's done. You can stop spinning now. Marcus Aurelius would do this in his tent during military campaigns, surrounded by war, by death, by constant pressure, and writing gave him clarity, distance, perspective. You don't need to be eloquent. You don't need to write beautifully. You just need to get the thoughts out, because as long as they're bouncing around in your skull, they own you. But once they're on paper, you own them. You can see them for what they are, often smaller than you thought, sometimes silly, occasionally important. But now they're external, manageable, finished. Stop trying to think your way to clarity. Start writing your way there. Let the page hold the weight your mind can't carry. Now we come to one of the most famous Stoic ideas, and it's probably the most misunderstood, because when people hear the obstacle is the way, they think it's some motivational cliché, some empty phrase about turning lemons into lemonade. But that's not what Marcus Aurelius meant at all. He was teaching something much more radical. He was saying that the obstacle isn't just something you overcome. It is the path forward. The impediment becomes the advantage. The problem contains its own solution. Here's what this actually means. Every difficulty you face, every challenge, every setback, it forces you to change, to adapt, to grow, to find a new way. And that process of changing, that's what develops you. That's what makes you stronger, more skilled, more resilient, more capable. Without the obstacle, you stay the same, comfortable, weak. The obstacle is what shapes you. It's not blocking your path. It is your path. Think about it. That job you didn't get, the one you were sure would destroy you, it forced you to find something better. That relationship that ended badly, it taught you what you actually need in a partner. That business that failed, it gave you the lessons you needed to succeed the next time. At the time, they felt like disasters, but looking back, you can see how they redirected you towards something better, something you wouldn't have found without them. But here's the key. This only works if you change your orientation. If you see obstacles as enemies, as things to be avoided, as evidence that the universe is against you, then you'll just be miserable. But if you can train yourself to see every obstacle as a teacher, as a challenge that will make you stronger, as an opportunity to prove what you're made of, then everything changes. The obstacle stops being a problem and becomes a project. And projects are solvable. They're interesting. They give you direction. You're overthinking about problems. It's because you're treating them as catastrophes. But what if they're just data, just information about where you need to grow, what you need to learn, how you need to change? That job stress. Maybe it's telling you that you've outgrown that position, that relationship conflict. Maybe it's showing you a boundary you need to set. That financial pressure. Maybe it's teaching you skills you'll need for the next level. The obstacle is the way. It's not poetic, it's practical. The thing in your path is your path. Stop trying to avoid it and start trying to use it. But even deeper than this is a concept that sounds insane at first. A concept so radical that when you first hear it, you'll probably reject it. But if you can actually embody it, if you can make it real in your life, it will end overthinking forever. The Romans called it amor fati, love of fate, not acceptance of fate, love. Most people spend their lives fighting reality. This shouldn't have happened. That person shouldn't have done that. I should be further along by now. My life should look different. And all that resistance, all that shoulding, it's exhausting. It's the source of endless suffering. Because you're at war with what is. And what is always wins. But amor fati offers a different path. What if instead of accepting what happens, you loved it? What if you looked at everything that occurred, the good, the bad, the beautiful, the painful, and said, this is exactly what needed to happen for me to become who I'm meant to be. This isn't toxic positivity. This isn't pretending bad things are good. This is understanding that your life, exactly as it has unfolded, with every twist and turn and setback and surprise, has made you who you are. And who you are right now is exactly who you need to be to handle what comes next. Could things have been different? Sure. But they weren't. This is what happened. And fighting it, resenting it, overthinking how it could have been better, that's just pain you're adding to pain, suffering you're adding to difficulty. Think about Nelson Mandela. 27 years in prison. Most people would have been destroyed by that. Bitter, broken, angry. But Mandela said those years were necessary. They made him the leader he needed to be. They taught him patience, forgiveness, strategy. Without that suffering, he wouldn't have had the wisdom to unite a nation. He didn't just accept his fate, he loved it, because he understood that it was shaping him for something greater. Now, your challenges probably aren't that extreme, but the principle is the same. That betrayal, that failure, that loss, that disappointment you keep overthinking. What if it had to happen exactly as it did? What if the universe, or fate, or God, or whatever you want to call the force that shapes things, what if it knew something you didn't? What if this thing that feels like a curse is actually preparing you for something you can't even see yet? Amor fati doesn't mean becoming passive, it means becoming powerful. Because once you stop resisting what is, once you stop wasting energy on should have, all that energy becomes available for what now? You're not fighting the current anymore. You're swimming with it, and suddenly you're moving twice as fast with half the effort. The overthinking stops because there's nothing to overthink. What happened, happened. What is, and you love it all because it's yours, your life, your story, your path. And it's perfect, not because nothing bad happened, but because everything that happened made you who you are. And who you are is exactly enough. There's another practice the Stoics used that connects to this. They would imagine losing everything they loved, their family, their health, their possessions, their reputation. This sounds dark, maybe even cruel. But here's what it actually does. It generates gratitude, intense, profound, life-changing gratitude. Because when you imagine losing something, when you really play out what life would be like without it, you suddenly see what you have. Really see it. Not take it for granted, not overlook it. See it with clear eyes. Seneca said, "If you want to be rich, don't add to your money. Subtract from your desires." And imagining loss does exactly that. It shows you that what you have right now, this moment, this life, these people, this body, even with all its flaws and problems, it's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. But you can't see that when you're overthinking about what you don't have, about what could go wrong, about what might happen. You can only see it when you pause and genuinely consider, what if this was gone tomorrow? Try it, right now. Think about someone you love, someone you see regularly, maybe even take for granted. Now imagine they're gone, really gone. What would you give for one more conversation, one more laugh, one more ordinary day? And then realize you have that right now. You have them. They're still here. How many more days will you get? You don't know, but you have today. And if you spend today overthinking other things, worrying about problems that might not even be real, you're wasting something precious, something irreplaceable. This practice isn't meant to make you sad. It's meant to wake you up, to show you what's real, what matters. And once you see that, once you feel that deep gratitude for what you have right now, the overthinking loses its power, because you realize you're not missing anything. You're not broken. Your life isn't wrong. You're here, alive, and that's miraculous. Now let's address something practical. something physical. Because here's what most people don't understand about overthinking. It's not just mental, it's stored in your body. Think about it. When you're anxious, where do you feel it? Your chest, your shoulders, your stomach, your jaw. Anxiety creates physical tension, and that tension keeps the anxiety alive. It's a loop. The thoughts create tension. The tension feeds the thoughts, round and round. But the Stoics understood something that modern neuroscience is just now confirming. You can interrupt this loop through the body. Marcus Aurelius wrestled, not as a sport, as a practice, as a way to discharge mental energy through physical action. Because when you move your body intensely, when you push it, challenge it, exhaust it, something happens in your brain. The stress hormones metabolize. The racing thoughts quiet. The tension releases. You can't overthink and sprint at the same time. You can't spiral and do push-ups simultaneously. The body anchors you in the present. It forces your mind to shut up and feel. Here's what this looks like practically. Next time you feel yourself starting to spiral, starting to overthink, don't try to think your way out. Move. Do 20 push-ups. Go for a run. Lift something heavy. Do jumping jacks. Clean your house with intensity. Chop wood if you have access to it. Garden. Build something. Anything that demands your body's full attention. And watch what happens. The thoughts don't just slow down. They stop. Because your nervous system gets the message. If we're doing something physical, if we're taking action, then we're not in danger. We're handling it. This is why people who exercise regularly report less anxiety, less overthinking. It's not just about endorphins. It's about giving your body a way to express what your mind has been holding. All that worried energy, all that tension, it needs somewhere to go. If it stays trapped in your head, it just cycles endlessly. But if you move it through your body, if you let it out through sweat and breath and muscle, it completes, it finishes, it's done. The Stoics knew this. They didn't just sit around philosophizing, they moved, they worked, they fought, they built. And that physical engagement kept their minds clear. So stop treating overthinking as purely a mental problem. Your body holds the key. When the thoughts start racing, move. Push yourself physically. Let your body do what your mind can't, and watch the silence return. But there's one more technique, one final path that ties everything together, and it's the one that makes all the others sustainable. Because knowing these practices is one thing. Actually using them when your mind is racing, when you're stressed, when you're triggered, that's different. That requires preparation. The Stoics called this the morning ritual, setting your philosophy in place before the chaos of the day begins. Epictetus taught his students to mentally prepare each morning, to rehearse their principles before they needed them, because if you wait until you're emotional to remember your philosophy, you'll forget. Emotions override reason, but if you've already set your framework, if you've already decided who you're going to be and how you're going to respond, then when the challenges come, you're ready. You don't have to think. You don't have to overthink. You just act according to your preset principles. Here's what this looks like. Every morning, before you check your phone, before you start your day, spend 5 minutes. Just 5. Review your principles. Today, I will focus only on what's in my control. Today, I will see obstacles as opportunities. Today, I will be present. Today, I will remember that I'm mortal and will act accordingly. Today, I will be grateful for what I have. Pick your principles, the ones that matter most to you, and remind yourself, this is how I'm going to show up. This is who I'm going to be. This is my standard. And when something goes wrong, when someone disappoints you, when you're tempted to spiral, you won't. Because you already decided this morning, before it happened, you set your philosophy in place. Cato was famous for this. No matter what happened, no matter the pressure, the temptation, the threat, he responded according to his principles. People said you always knew what Cato would do, because he'd already decided years before. He didn't need to think about it in the moment. He'd already thought about it, he'd already chosen, and that's the power of the morning ritual. It removes the need to overthink. You're not making 100 small decisions throughout the day. You made one big decision this morning, and you're just following it. Try it tomorrow. Wake up. Don't grab your phone. Just sit for 5 minutes. Set your mind. Decide who you're going to be. And then watch how much easier the day becomes. Because you're not overthinking anymore. You're just executing a plan you already made. Now, let's bring this all together. These 12 paths, they're not separate techniques you use, one at a time. They're a system. They reinforce each other. They build on each other. They create a complete transformation in how you relate to your mind. Start with the dichotomy of control. That's the foundation. Separate what you can control from what you can't. Then use premeditatio malorum to prepare for difficulties without being paralyzed by them. Anchor yourself in the present moment, because that's where overthinking dies. Take the view from above when problems feel overwhelming. Remember death to clarify what actually matters. Embrace voluntary discomfort to prove your resilience. Journal to complete your thoughts. See obstacles as the path. Love your fate. Practice imagining loss to generate gratitude. Move your body to discharge mental energy. And set your philosophy each morning so you're prepared before challenges arise. This isn't theory. This is practice. And if you practice, if you actually do these things, not just once but consistently, you'll notice something. The racing thoughts slow down. The anxiety lessens. The paralysis breaks. You start to feel like you're in control of your mind instead of your mind controlling you. And that feeling, that sense of internal mastery, it changes everything. Because a man who masters his mind can master his life. Let me give you a real example. There's a guy named James, 32 years old, spent most of his 20s crippled by overthinking, couldn't make decisions, couldn't sleep, constantly worried about what people thought of him, what could go wrong, what he should do. It affected his career, his relationships, his health. Then he discovered Stoicism, and he started with just one practice, the dichotomy of control. Every time he caught himself worrying, he'd ask, "Is this in my control?" If it wasn't, he'd consciously let it go. Just that one practice, repeated daily, started to change things. Then he added journaling, then the morning ritual, then voluntary discomfort, one practice at a time, and over the course of a year he completely transformed. Not because his life got easier, it didn't, but because he learned to respond differently. His mind quieted. He stopped overthinking. He started living. And now, 3 years later, he describes himself as unrecognizable from who he was. Same life challenges, different mental state, all because he trained his mind using Stoic principles. That can be your story. But it requires commitment. These aren't quick fixes. They're a new way of living, a daily practice. But if you do the work, if you actually apply these techniques, your overthinking won't just decrease. It will transform into something useful, into actual thinking. Strategic, focused, productive thinking. The kind that solves problems instead of creating them. Here's your action step. Don't try to do all 12 at once. Pick one. Start with the dichotomy of control. For the next week, every single time you catch yourself worrying or overthinking, ask yourself, is this in my control? And if it's not, practice letting it go. Just that one practice. Master it. Then add another, then another. Build this system, one piece at a time. and watch what happens to your mind. Now here's what I want from you. Comment below and tell me which of these 12 paths resonates most with you. Which one are you going to start with? Let's build a community of men who refuse to be controlled by their racing thoughts. Men who choose to master their minds instead. And if this video gave you clarity, if it showed you a way forward, hit that subscribe button. Because every week, we're diving deep into Stoic wisdom, practical philosophy for modern men who want to live with strength, purpose, and clarity. This isn't motivational content. This is transformation content, and you're going to want to be here for what's coming next. Remember what Seneca said, "We learn not for school, but for life." These techniques aren't academic exercises, they're tools for living, for thinking clearly, for sleeping peacefully, for showing up powerfully. Your mind is the most important tool you'll ever own, and the Stoics spent 2,000 years figuring out how to sharpen it, how to calm it, how to use it instead of being used by it. The racing thoughts, the endless loops, the 3 a.m. spirals, they don't have to be your reality. There's another way, a clearer way, a stronger way, and it starts right now with one decision. You're going to take control of your mind. Not because you need to be perfect, not because overthinking makes you weak, but because you refuse to waste your limited time trapped inside your own head when there's a whole life waiting for you out here. The Stoics proved it's possible. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire with a calm mind. Epictetus found peace while enslaved. Seneca maintained clarity while advising a madman. If they could do it in their circumstances, you can do it in yours. You have everything you need, the techniques, the knowledge, the path. All that's left is the decision to walk it. So here's my final question for you. A year from now, when you look back at this moment, at this video, at this day, what do you want to have changed? Do you want to still be overthinking, still lying awake at 3 a.m., still paralyzed by thoughts that don't serve you? Or do you want to be the man who mastered his mind, who walks through life with clarity, confidence, and calm? The choice is yours, but the time to make it is now. Welcome to the path. Let's walk it together.
Welcome back, my friends. Today we are diving into methods to make you unbreakable against women. The strongest men in history were not those who conquered armies, but those who conquered their own desires. Think about that for a moment. Imagine standing in a palace, marble pillars towering above you, gold ornaments glittering in torchlight. The emperor's lover walks past, known for her beauty, for her cunning, for her ability to bend men to her will. And yet she cannot break his composure. His gaze does not falter. His breathing does not change. He remains unmoved, as if her presence were nothing more than smoke drifting through the hall. What did these men know that we've forgotten? What secret strength made them immune to the very temptations that brought others to ruin? Tonight, you will learn the forbidden Stoic secrets that made emperors, generals, and philosophers unbreakable against the most dangerous tests of all, the subtle manipulations of desire, seduction, and betrayal. These are not stories of men who hid in ivory towers writing gentle poems. These are stories of men who ruled, fought, and endured, while the world around them burned with chaos and treachery. Stoicism was not a dry philosophy to be studied by scholars. It was a weapon, their shield forged in the fire of war and betrayal, polished in the courts of intrigue, and sharpened in the silent chambers of temptation. The men who lived by its principles did so not for comfort, but for survival. Because in their world, to be broken by passion or to be owned by desire meant the loss of power, the loss of freedom, and in many cases, the loss of life itself. These secrets were whispered among emperors who faced conspiracies in their own bedrooms, among generals whose wives and mistresses were courted by enemies, eager to twist loyalty into treason, among philosophers who walked through the markets of Rome, mocked and tempted, yet never once bowed their heads in shame. And while the centuries have passed, the truth has not changed. The methods they practiced, the rituals they performed, and the discipline they wielded remain as deadly effective today as they were 2,000 years ago. In this video, you will uncover 7 rarely revealed practices, principles so brutal, so uncompromising, that they carved into men a strength no woman, no betrayal, no temptation could break. These were not gentle affirmations. They were cold disciplines, designed to strip away weakness and reveal the core of a man who could not be manipulated. You will hear of the emperor who trained his gaze to see the soul rather than the skin, of the general who prepared daily for betrayal so that not even his wife's treachery could move him, of the philosopher who, as a slave, laughed in the face of mockery and later counseled the very people who once humiliated him, of the soldier who endured public shame in silence, and in that silence found more power than any words could ever give. Each of these lessons comes from the crucible of history. They are not theories. They were tested by men who faced the sharpest daggers and the cruelest temptations. By the end of this journey, you will not simply know what Stoicism is. You will hold in your hands the very tactics that made the greatest men in history mentally unbreakable. So ask yourself, are you ready to stand where they stood? To face the same fire and come out forged into something harder than iron? Then listen closely, because the 7 brutal Stoic secrets are about to be revealed. In the private chambers of Marcus Aurelius, the night was never without tests. Behind the polished marble doors, servants whispered, and messengers slipped in with subtle agendas. Among them were courtesans, women chosen for their beauty, and sent to tempt the emperor into weakness. They were not gifts of pleasure. They were weapons, sharpened by rivals who understood that the fall of a man often begins with his gaze. Marcus Aurelius did not shield himself from these trials. Instead, he confronted them with discipline that few could imagine. He trained his eyes never to linger. A fleeting glance could become a chain, a spark that grew into fire. To him, desire was not passion. Desire was enslavement, the beginning of a ruler's decline. He believed the battle for mastery did not start on the battlefield or in the Senate chamber. It began with perception, in the simple act of looking. If you allowed your eyes to be pulled, you had already surrendered ground. The man who could not control his gaze could not control his life. Modern men think they are immune to this test, yet they are surrounded by it constantly. The glow of a screen filled with images designed to seize attention. The lingering glance at beauty in the office, on the street, or across a crowded room. Each moment of weakness is a thread, and enough threads woven together will bind a man in chains. Marcus understood what many forget. To be unbreakable, you must master the smallest of choices. The first step before desire takes root. He did not avoid women, nor did he fear them. He simply saw through the surface. He looked upon people not as flesh meant to seduce, but as souls bound by the same mortality and flaws as himself. There was a ritual he practiced in silence every morning. Before the sun rose, before Rome stirred awake, he would sit alone and remind himself, see the soul, not the skin. This vow was not a whisper of morality, but a declaration of power. For the man who sees beyond the surface can never be owned by it. The emperor's gaze was more than discipline. It was armor, an unbreakable shield against the most ancient form of manipulation, and that is the first secret. If you can master your eyes, you will master yourself. In the annals of Rome, there is a story of a decorated general, a man who had led legions across the frontiers and returned victorious. Yet the most dangerous battle he ever faced was not against barbarians or rival armies. It was within his own household. Whispers reached him that his wife, a woman of noble birth, had been conspiring with his political rivals. Not only her affection, but her loyalty had shifted into betrayal. For most men, such news would unleash fury. Rage, humiliation, and the thirst for revenge would consume them. Many leaders before him had executed wives, lovers, even friends for less. But this general did something different. He had prepared for this moment long before it arrived. Each morning, before donning his armor, he practiced what the Stoics called premeditation malorum, the premeditation of evils. He imagined betrayal as inevitable. He pictured his closest allies abandoning him, his family turning against him, his soldiers failing him. By rehearsing these calamities in his mind, he stripped them of their power. When they happened, they no longer shocked him. So when the whispers became proof, he felt no tremor of surprise, no tightening of the chest, no consuming fire of vengeance. Instead, he regarded the betrayal as nature itself, as common as a storm breaking across the sea. To expect loyalty without fail, he believed, was to live in a fantasy. To expect betrayal was to live in truth. This mindset turned his enemy's weapon into dust. The plot they believed would unmake him did nothing. In fact, he went further. He confronted the rival who had gained his wife's favor, not with wrath but with composure. And in an act that stunned the Senate, he promoted the man to higher office. It was not weakness. It was dominance. For in that moment, he showed that no insult, no conspiracy, no theft of affection could disturb his reason. He ruled not by force of passion, but by mastery of self. His enemies gained nothing, and his legend grew greater because of it. This is the second secret. Expect betrayal as natural, and it will never own you. In your own life, whether from friends, family, or women, betrayal loses its sting when you have already rehearsed it in the mind. Emotional immunity makes you untouchable. The general's legacy endures for one reason. When others sought to wound him through his heart, he proved that his heart was beyond their reach. Among the most famous Stoics of Rome was a man who began life not in wealth or honor, but in chains. His name was Epictetus. He was born a slave, treated as property, subjected to the cruelty of his master, and yet, from this lowly station, he rose to a level of authority that even free men envied. One story tells of his humiliation in the presence of noble guests. His master, eager to entertain, mocked him openly, forcing him to perform degrading tasks and endure ridicule. Among the spectators were women of the court, who laughed at his condition, jeering at his weakness. For most men, such shame would cut deeper than any blade. Anger, desperation, or despair would spill out uncontrollably. But Epictetus did not flinch. Instead, he stood in calm silence. His mind was untouched. He once said, "You may insult my body, but you cannot touch my reason." The body could be chained. The reputation could be dragged through the mud. But the inner fortress of thought, that domain remained sovereign. This was the core of his philosophy. True power is not measured by possessions, approval, or reputation. It is measured by the mastery of one's own mind. For while fortune can strip away status, wealth, or even freedom, it cannot touch the reasoning faculty unless you surrender it willingly. This truth makes a man invincible. Because if your worth is not tied to the praise of others, then insults carry no weight. If your identity is not built on possessions, then loss cannot destroy you. If your peace is not dependent on another's affection, then rejection cannot move you. In modern life, this remains the most brutal test. Insults, rejection, and the subtle games played to provoke emotion are constant. Many men crumble when mocked, or when a woman withholds approval. They lash out, they beg, or they retreat into self-doubt. But the man who understands Epictetus's lesson remains untouchable. He knows that his value is not something given by others, and therefore cannot be taken away by others. Epictetus endured slavery, scorn, and humiliation, yet never surrendered his calm. And when he was finally freed, something remarkable happened. The same society that once laughed at him now sought his wisdom. Women of Rome, who had once ridiculed the slave, later came quietly to his lectures, seeking counsel on how to endure their own trials. The man who began life with nothing ended with influence greater than kings, not because of what he owned, but because of what he could never lose, the mastery of his own mind. That is the third secret. A man who builds his self-worth on the unshakable foundation of reason is a man who can never be owned. In the heart of Rome, influence often came not only through the Senate floor or the battlefield, but through the chambers of desire. One senator, admired for his clarity of judgment, faced a temptation that few men could resist. A widow of immense wealth and renown set her sights on him. She was not only beautiful but also powerful, her late husband having left her estates, servants, and a network of allies eager to maintain her favor. Many men competed for her attention, each hoping to secure her fortune and the influence that accompanied her hand. She approached the senator with an offer that seemed impossible to refuse. Riches beyond measure, estates that could guarantee his children's prosperity, influence in the Senate through her allies, and companionship with a woman whose beauty was spoken of in whispers. Most men would have seen this as fortune smiling upon them. Most men would have surrendered, but this senator understood something deeper. He saw what others did not. Her offer was not freedom, but a chain. For the man who needs another's wealth, another's beauty, or another's influence no longer rules himself. He is ruled by what he craves. The senator's response was short but unforgettable. To need her is to be owned by her. With those words, he declined her hand. No hesitation, no apology, no elaborate excuse. Just the clarity of a man unwilling to trade freedom for comfort. The widow was astonished. Accustomed to bending men with her offers, she turned her attention to others, and indeed other men fell. One senator accepted her wealth, and soon found himself a puppet, his every vote in the Senate dictated by her will. Another sought her beauty, and when she withdrew her affection, he crumbled in disgrace. She destroyed them not with daggers or poison, but with chains of desire. The man who walked away remained unbroken. His independence became a legend, whispered as both a warning and a lesson. While others gained temporary pleasure and quick ruin, he preserved something far more valuable: sovereignty over himself. The Stoic principle here is brutal in its simplicity. Freedom means desiring nothing that enslaves you. It is not wealth itself that corrupts, nor beauty, nor influence, but the need for them. Once you believe you cannot live without these things, you have already surrendered your will. In modern life, the trap is no less common. Many men trade their freedom for transactional relationships, where wealth and beauty become bargaining chips. They accept terms that bind them, mistaking golden chains for fortune. Yet chains are chains, no matter how they glitter. The senator's refusal remains the lesson. To be unbreakable, you must walk away from anything that seeks to own you, no matter how tempting it appears. For what is gained in dependence will always cost more than it is worth. That is the fourth secret. The man who needs nothing cannot be owned by anyone. There is a tale from the late days of the Roman Republic, when intrigue flowed more freely than wine. A philosopher of great renown was invited to a banquet hosted by a woman whose beauty was matched only by her reputation for manipulation. She was known to ensnare men of power, drawing secrets from them under the influence of desire, and then using those secrets as weapons. At the feast, she presented the philosopher with a jeweled goblet of wine. The aroma was sweet, the color deep, but the cup was laced with herbs said to cloud the mind and inflame the body. It was not meant to honor him, but to bind him. Once weakened by passion, he could be blackmailed, controlled, even ruined. Most men in his position would have accepted without question. To refuse a drink in such company was an insult. To deny her was to risk offense, and perhaps even political retaliation. Yet the philosopher knew the truth. Pleasure that costs freedom is poison. He held the cup in his hand, studied it, and smiled politely. Instead of drinking, he set it aside. He asked for water, clear and untainted, and lifted it in a quiet toast. It was a small gesture, but one that spoke louder than any speech. He chose clarity over indulgence, freedom over desire, discipline over weakness. The hall fell into silence. The seductress's weapon had failed. Her scheme collapsed, not because of confrontation, but because the man she sought to trap refused to play the game at all. By denying the poisoned cup, he denied her power. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom. Not all pleasures are gifts. Many are traps, designed to enslave the will and bend the spirit. What appears sweet on the surface may carry within it chains that bind you tighter than iron. The modern world offers its own poisoned cups. They come not only in the form of lust, but in endless digital distractions, hollow indulgences and fleeting pleasures that steal hours, weaken focus, and erode resolve. Each one promises delight, but the cost is freedom. The man who accepts without discipline becomes dependent, ruled by cravings rather than reason. The philosopher's lesson is timeless. To remain unbreakable, you must examine every pleasure with suspicion. Ask not only what it offers, but what it demands in return. If it demands your freedom, your focus, or your self-respect, then it is no gift at all. It is poison. That night the philosopher left the banquet untouched, his reputation intact, his will unbroken. The seductress turned her schemes on others, and lesser men fell. But his quiet act of rebellion, raising a simple cup of water, became legend. That is the fifth secret. The man who refuses the poisoned cup can never be mastered. In the dusty camps along the Roman frontier, soldiers were tested not only by the sword, but by the eyes of those who watched them. Among these warriors was a centurion known for his iron discipline. He had marched through snow, fought through ambushes, and carried the scars of countless campaigns. Yet his greatest trial came not on the battlefield, but in the heart of Rome. Word spread quickly through the capital. His wife, a woman of high birth, was seen in the arms of another man. The whispers grew into open mockery. Rivals expected him to lash out with violence, to challenge the offender, to stain the streets with blood. Others expected him to crumble, humiliated before his men. A lesser soldier might have done both, but this centurion did neither. He showed no anger, no visible wound. He did not confront his wife in public, nor raise his voice in private. He spoke nothing of it at all. Instead, he carried on his duties with the same precision as before, drilling his soldiers, leading his marches, enforcing order. His silence unsettled everyone. The enemy could not provoke him. The gossipers could not shake him. The more they sought a reaction, the more his composure revealed their weakness. This was not passivity, it was strategy. He understood the Stoic principle that silence is a weapon. To rage, to argue, or to plead would have surrendered power to those who sought to break him. Indifference was stronger than confrontation, for it starved manipulation at its root. In modern life, the same truth holds. Many attempt to provoke men into emotional outbursts. Through insults, rejection, or public humiliation, the man who reacts gives away his strength, showing that his state of mind belongs to others. But the man who remains silent, who shows indifference, cannot be controlled. He starves the fire of attention until it dies on its own. The centurion's silence grew louder than any words could. His enemies could not twist his image into one of a jealous fool. His soldiers, seeing his unshaken demeanor, respected him more. Even the Senate, hearing of his restraint, elevated him further, for they trusted a man who could not be baited by scandal. And as for the accuser, the man who flaunted the affair, his name soon faded into shame. Without reaction to fuel his triumph, he became nothing more than a shadow of gossip, forgotten as quickly as he rose. The lesson is clear. Silence is not weakness, it is mastery. The unbreakable man does not need to defend his pride with words or violence. His composure speaks louder than any reply. That is the sixth secret. The man who governs his tongue and his temper rules not only himself but all who seek to provoke him. There is an account of a philosopher whose wife passed away after many years at his side. She was admired in the city, loved by her household, and her funeral was attended by crowds who came to mourn. The air was thick with incense, the sound of weeping echoed through the streets, and her body was carried with solemnity to its resting place. Among those gathered, all eyes turned to her husband. They expected him to collapse in grief, to weep as others wept, to show the same raw emotion that death forces upon even the strongest. But he did none of these things. He stood calm, his face composed, his gaze steady. He neither tore his garments in anguish, nor shed a single tear. His composure unsettled the mourners, who whispered that his heart must be made of stone. One man confronted him openly, mocking him before the crowd. "Do you feel nothing? Was she nothing to you, that you stand as if you have lost no one at all?" The philosopher's reply was simple, but it carried the weight of centuries. Death is not cruelty, but nature's order. To resist is to defy reason. He explained that grief is not owed to death, for death is no injustice. It is the destiny of all men and women, the cycle of nature itself. To rage against it is as futile as raging against the setting sun. Tears do not change the order of the universe. Reason demands acceptance, for what cannot be altered must be embraced. The Stoic principle is clear. To accept nature is to master suffering. Even the loss of love is not tragedy, but training. Each heartbreak is an opportunity to strengthen the mind against what is inevitable. To cling desperately to what must pass is to guarantee endless torment. To accept with calm is to become indestructible. Modern men face this trial in different forms. The end of a relationship, betrayal, abandonment, heartbreak. Each feels like death, and each tempts men to collapse in grief. But the philosopher's example reveals the path of mastery. Do not curse nature for taking what was never yours to keep. Stand firm, let reason guide you, and move forward unbroken. When the final rites were finished, the philosopher did something that chilled those who witnessed it. As the mourners sobbed and the air was filled with lamentation, he turned from the graveside and walked away with head unbowed, steps steady and spirit unshaken. Where others dissolved into sorrow, he carried himself like stone, a living reminder that no power in the world, not even death, could bend his reason. That is the seventh secret. Acceptance is not indifference, it is power. The man who accepts all that nature brings cannot be destroyed by loss, for nothing can take away his mastery of himself. The lessons are now before you: the emperor's gaze, the betrayed general, the slave who owned his masters, the widow's trap, the poisoned cup, the soldier of silence, and the philosopher's funeral. 7 brutal secrets, each forged by men who refused to be broken. These were not abstract ideas or comfortable teachings. They were weapons sharpened by necessity, proven in the harshest trials of life. Men who ruled empires, commanded armies, and endured humiliation carried these principles as their shield. They stood unmovable, even when beauty, betrayal, temptation, and death itself tried to break them. And you too can carry them. Implementing even one will separate you from the ordinary. Because most men surrender their minds at the first test. They let their gaze be captured, their emotions be provoked, their desires be chained, their grief consume them. But the man who takes these secrets into himself walks another path. He is no longer ruled by what he cannot control. He rules himself, and that is the highest form of power. So let this be your final strike of the night. Start tomorrow. Do not let your eyes, your heart, or your silence be controlled by another. That is the first step to becoming unbreakable. Begin with the first secret. Tomorrow morning, practice the emperor's gaze. Notice where your eyes wander and take back control. Train your perception, and you will discover that the first battle is already won. And if you are ready for more, subscribe now. This is only the beginning. There are countless forbidden Stoic secrets waiting to be revealed. Secrets that will arm you with the same strength that once shaped emperors, generals, and philosophers. Stay vigilant. Stay disciplined. Stay unbreakable.
Welcome back. Tonight we step into the hidden playbook of true power, a guide not written in titles or wealth, but in the discipline of the mind. If you've ever wondered why some people remain unshaken while the world around them burns, you're in the right place. The hall trembles with noise. Shouts rise like thunder. Accusations pierce the air, and the crowd waits for an eruption. At the center sits a single figure, a leader, motionless, unflinching. Their hands rest calmly on the table, their gaze steady, their breath even. Around them, chaos rages. Advisors demand action, rivals whisper insults. The room seethes with tension. Yet this leader does not rise, does not argue, does not take the bait. They remain silent. This moment is more than stillness. It is dominance. Because what unsettles the crowd is not what the leader says or does, but what they choose not to say, what they choose not to do. We are conditioned to think of power as loud, forceful, overwhelming. But what if true power is something else entirely? What if real strength lies not in striking back, but in refusing to be moved at all? So I ask you, what makes someone truly powerful? It's not the battles they win, it's the battles they refuse to fight. The greatest strength does not always come from the sword or the shout. It comes from the discipline to withhold reaction when every fiber of the world demands you explode. Tonight, we're going to explore 6 things powerful people never react to. Not sometimes, not occasionally, never. 6 moments that would make the average person boil with anger, break down in despair, or lose themselves in temptation, yet the powerful stay calm, grounded, and unshaken. Each one is a test of composure, each one a crucible of strength. We'll journey through history, where Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca held their ground against ridicule and ruin. We'll step into fiction, where imagined warriors and leaders show us the timeless image of restraint as mastery. And we'll bring it into the modern day, where insults, rumors, setbacks, and even praise demand more from us than we realize. Along the way, you'll see how philosophy, discipline, and perspective intertwine to create an armor thicker than steel. The ability to control your own mind when the world loses control around you. Because the battlefield of life isn't fought only with armies, money, or politics, it's fought within, in the split-second decision of whether you react or remain still. So as we begin, I want to ask you something. Think about your own life for a moment. What is one thing you wish you could stop reacting to? Maybe it's criticism, maybe it's gossip, maybe it's failure, or the sting of loss. Whatever it is, imagine how much freer, stronger, and calmer you would feel if it no longer had power over you. Hold on to that thought, because by the end of this journey, you may discover that the path of Stoic mastery isn't about controlling the world. It's about controlling yourself, and it all begins here, with silence in the middle of chaos. Picture this, a crowded marketplace in ancient Rome. A senator shouts across the forum, hurling insults at a rival. The crowd leans in, waiting for a fiery response, hungry for drama. Yet the rival does something unexpected. He doesn't shout back. He doesn't flinch. He simply continues walking, as if the insult had never been spoken. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Was this weakness, or was it something far greater? This is the power of non-reaction. Insults are traps, carefully laid to provoke you into abandoning your composure. They pull at the ego, daring you to defend yourself, to lash out, to prove them wrong. But here's the paradox. The moment you react, you've already lost. You've given control to the other person. You've let their words dictate your state of mind. And that is exactly what the powerful never allow. Stoic philosophy teaches us that insults only sting if we grant them permission. Epictetus once said, "If someone reviles you, it is his own action. You can choose to interpret it as harm or not." Think about that. The insult doesn't carry inherent power. It's our reaction that breathes life into it. Without your consent, the insult withers, hollow and harmless. Consider Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome. He faced endless criticism from politicians, generals, even his own people. Yet in his private writings, the Meditations, he constantly reminded himself not to be disturbed by words. He wrote, "If an insult from another stirs you, it is your own opinion that has provoked you." He knew the truth. The insult itself is powerless. It's our attachment to reputation that causes the pain. Now imagine a modern version of this scenario. You post something online and suddenly the comments flood in. Someone mocks you. Someone twists your words. You feel the heat rise in your chest, your fingers itching to strike back. But what happens if you don't? What if you simply carry on, as though their words were smoke drifting in the air? The effect is immediate. The aggressor loses their audience. The crowd sees composure, not weakness. The power shifts back to you. Fiction often mirrors this lesson. Picture a warrior in a tavern, insulted by a drunken patron eager to pick a fight. The warrior could crush him easily, but instead he turns back to his drink. The room falls silent. Everyone realizes who holds the true power. It isn't the one shouting, it's the one in control of himself. The truth is, insults say more about the giver than the receiver. They expose the speaker's insecurity, anger, or envy. By not reacting, you hold up a mirror that reflects their weakness back to them. Your silence becomes louder than any retort. So the question is, how do you master this art? The next time someone tries to provoke you, pause. Ask yourself, does this insult truly harm me, or is it just air? Remember, powerful people don't waste energy swatting at words. They save their strength for battles that matter. Now I'll turn it to you. Think of the last time someone insulted you. What if you had met it with silence instead of reaction? Wouldn't that have felt like victory? The story begins in whispers. A single voice in a crowded room suggests something unflattering. Another person repeats it. Soon, the whisper multiplies until it becomes a rumor spreading like wildfire. No one knows if it's true. No one even stops to ask. But suddenly, your reputation, your name, your very identity feels under siege. This is the world of rumors and lies, an invisible battlefield where words, not weapons, can destroy legacies. Most people panic in this moment. They scramble to explain themselves, to fight back, to stamp out every falsehood before it takes root. But here's where powerful people stand apart. They don't chase lies. They don't waste their energy wrestling with shadows. They let the truth reveal itself in time. History gives us countless examples. Consider Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor. During his reign, enemies accused him of weakness, of being too contemplative to lead Rome's armies. Yet Marcus did not call for trials or proclamations to defend himself. Instead, he focused on what he could control, leading with virtue, acting with integrity, and ensuring his deeds spoke louder than gossip. Centuries later, he's remembered as one of the greatest emperors in history, not because he silenced lies, but because he outlived them with action. Seneca, too, knew this battle well. As a tutor to the young Emperor Nero, he was accused of greed, corruption, and treachery. Some of the accusations may have been exaggerated, others entirely fabricated, but Seneca's writings show us his response. He refused to let slander dictate his peace of mind. He reminded himself, and us, that reputation is not within our control. Our character, however, always is. Fiction helps us see the same truth in sharper relief. Imagine a wise ruler in a kingdom, accused of betrayal by jealous courtiers. The people murmur, the nobles circle. The ruler knows he could denounce his enemies, demand loyalty oaths, or punish the liars. But instead, he chooses restraint. He continues ruling with fairness, justice, and clarity. Weeks later, the rumors die, and the liars reveal themselves by their desperation. The ruler emerges untarnished, not because he fought every rumor, but because he made the lies irrelevant. Now let's fast forward to today. In the digital age, rumors move faster than ever. A single tweet, a manipulated video, or a half-truth can reach millions before the truth even laces up its boots. And the natural impulse is to react, to clarify, to defend yourself in front of the crowd. Yet here's the paradox. The more attention you give to a lie, the more oxygen it gets. By acknowledging it, you confirm its existence in the minds of others. Silence, on the other hand, robs the rumor of momentum. Stoic philosophy equips us for this. Epictetus taught that we are disturbed not by events, but by our judgments about them. A rumor is only as harmful as the weight we give it. If we anchor ourselves in virtue, living with honesty, acting with fairness, staying aligned with our values, then rumors become like waves crashing against a rock, loud but ultimately powerless. There's also a deeper psychological effect at play. When you don't react to lies, you flip the script on your accusers. Their intent is to provoke you into desperation, to watch you scramble and sweat. But if you remain calm, composed and unmoved, they are the ones left unsettled. The crowd begins to question the liars. If the rumor mattered, wouldn't he have reacted? Maybe there's nothing to it after all. Your restraint becomes proof of your strength. That doesn't mean ignorance. Powerful people don't simply bury their heads in the sand. Instead, they redirect their energy toward what builds resilience. Their work, their actions, their consistency. Over time, the pattern of your deeds silences lies more effectively than any speech ever could. Think about the people you respect most in life. Chances are, it's not those who rush to defend their names at every insult. It's those whose character is so steady, so undeniable, that lies bounce off them like arrows against armor. Their power lies in patience, in letting the truth reveal itself slowly but surely. So here's a question for you. What rumor or falsehood in your own life have you been tempted to fight? What if, instead of burning your energy in defense, you chose to rise above it, to let your actions over time write the story for you? Could you allow silence to be your greatest rebuttal? The Stoics remind us that reputation is a fickle thing, never fully in our control, but character, that is always ours to guard. And it is through character, not reaction, that we outlast rumors, dismantle lies, and prove ourselves truly powerful. Failure, the very word, makes the heart tighten. We are taught to fear it, to hide it, to run from it. Yet every powerful figure, real or imagined, has walked through the fire of failure and emerged transformed. The difference is not that they never stumble. The difference is how they respond when the ground gives way beneath them. Picture a Roman general on campaign. His strategy collapses, his soldiers scatter, and the banners of Rome fall into enemy hands. The camp is heavy with shame, the whispers of defeat crawling through the night air. Most leaders would rage, panic, or break down in despair. But imagine instead a general who sits quietly by the fire, studying the maps again, adjusting, recalculating. To his men, his calm is unsettling. To his enemies, it is terrifying. They see not a broken man, but someone already planning the next victory. This is the Stoic way. Failure is not the end, it is information. Marcus Aurelius captured this beautifully when he wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the setback is not a barrier, it's the path itself. For the Stoic, failure isn't shameful, it's raw material for growth. Take Seneca, advisor to emperors and one of the richest men in Rome. Despite his wealth and influence, he endured exile, political disgrace, and ultimately an order to take his own life. Yet through all this, he kept writing, turning his misfortunes into teachings that still inspire us today. Seneca understood that external circumstances, loss, disgrace, even death, could not rob him of the inner power to choose his response. His failures became his legacy. Epictetus went even further. Born a slave, crippled from abuse, he might have seemed destined for a life defined by failure. Yet he transformed his suffering into wisdom, teaching that setbacks are not punishment, but training. He compared life to a wrestling school, where every hardship is a sparring partner, shaping you into something stronger. Fiction often illustrates this vividly. Picture a warrior in a story who loses a great battle. He returns home in shame, mocked, and diminished. Yet instead of retreating into bitterness, he trains harder, studies his mistakes, and grows into a leader greater than before. His eventual triumph is not despite his failure, it is because of it. The very setback that once defined him becomes the foundation of his future power. Now think about how failure shows up today. Maybe it's a project collapsing at work, a business that never took off, or a personal relationship that fell apart. The temptation is to see these moments as permanent scars, but powerful people see them as stepping stones. They don't dwell in the rubble, they build something new with it. The modern Stoic practice here is simple but profound. Reframe. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "How is this useful to me?" Failure reveals blind spots. It humbles arrogance. It forces adaptation. And those who learn to reframe setbacks, not as dead ends but as detours, discover that failure is not their enemy, it is their teacher. Here's the deeper truth. Reacting emotionally to failure, rage, despair, self-pity, only prolongs the suffering. It burns energy without creating solutions. But non-reaction, calm reflection, and steady adjustment allow you to transform failure into fuel. The Stoics remind us that fortune can take away everything except one thing: your ability to decide how you respond. There is also a subtle power in the way others perceive your handling of failure. People expect collapse. They expect excuses. When you respond instead with composure, with a clear head and quiet resilience, you inspire trust. You become the unshakable center others can rely on. Failure, in this way, becomes not just personal growth, but leadership itself. So here is your challenge. Think of your last failure. Maybe it still stings. Maybe it still feels unresolved. What if you could go back and reframe it, not as an end, but as preparation? What skills did it force you to learn? What strength did it secretly build? What future success might still be hidden inside that apparent defeat? The Stoics would tell you, stop fearing failure. Fear never learning from it, because every setback is a forge, and you are the iron, heated, hammered, shaped, not broken. And that is why powerful people never react to failure with despair. They transform it into the very source of their strength. The crowd roars. In the theater, in the Senate, in the stadium, voices rise not in praise but in scorn. Boos, hisses, jeers, criticism delivered not by one voice but by thousands. Imagine yourself standing there, every eye fixed on you, the tide of disapproval pressing in like a storm. Most of us would crack under such weight. Anger, defensiveness, embarrassment. These are the natural reactions. But for the powerful, for those who live by Stoic mastery, there is a different path. They don't break. They don't rage. They don't even flinch. They listen, or they simply remain unmoved. This isn't passivity. It's control. And it unnerves people more than any shouted rebuttal ever could. In Rome, emperors faced this test constantly. Marcus Aurelius, though revered by history, was not always loved in his lifetime. He endured public criticism, whispers in the Senate, and discontent among the masses. Yet in his meditations he reminded himself, "If anyone can prove me wrong, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth, which never harmed anyone, but the one who persists in his error and ignorance harms himself." Notice the dual wisdom here. Marcus stayed open to truth hidden in criticism, but he refused to be ruled by the crowd's judgment. He took what was useful, ignored the rest, and kept walking forward. Seneca echoed this resilience. He argued that criticism is inevitable for anyone who dares to live differently. "If you wish to be approved by all," he wrote, "you must resemble all." For him, mass disapproval was not a sign of failure. It was proof that you were living authentically, not bending to the lowest common denominator. Fiction dramatizes this beautifully. Imagine a philosopher in a grand forum presenting an idea that cuts against tradition. The mob erupts in mockery, demanding he take back his words. Instead of arguing, he pauses, lets the jeers subside, and then calmly repeats his point with even greater clarity. The crowd falls silent, not because they all agree, but because they recognize the courage of someone unwilling to bow to their noise. His strength is not in silencing them, but in refusing to be silenced himself. In our modern world, the crowd looks different, but it may be even louder. Social media, workplace culture, public opinion,